Bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 517 to Chapter 569. The Black Bear Patriarch didn't do this on impulse. For him to become the patriarch meant that he wasn't a simple character. Zhao Hai didn't understand the importance of Argali to the Beastman race, but how could the Black Bear Patriarch not understand? These magic beasts couldn't be raised by humans, but in the Beastman prairie, these magic beasts were like moving gold coins that could bear cubs. It can be said that for the Beastmen, gold and silver were just stones in their eyes, while magic beasts were treasures in their eyes. Additionally, Zhao Hai was the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls, and had a good relationship with the mastiffs. This relationship made the Black Bear Patriarch value Zhao Hai very much. The Beastmen also cared about relationships, and relationships were very important among the Beastmen. This was because the Beastmen were very sentimental and sincere. Therefore, if the relationship between two races was good, then there was no need to say that you would have an extra helper. The Black Bear tribe's current situation wasn't very good. Just as the Black Bear Patriarch said, if they didn't have enough money, then they would have sold more food. But right now, they really didn't have that much. This time, the Black Bear Patriarch gave the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag to Zhao Hai. First, it was equal to having a good relationship with the Herculean bulls. Second, it was giving face to the mastiffs. Third, it was pulling in Zhao Hai, a big grain merchant. Any of these three reasons would make the Black Bear Patriarch give the friendship flag to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he took a step forward and received the Black Bear Patriarch's friendship flag. Then he bowed and said, "Thank you, Patriarch. Please rest assured, from today onwards, the Black Bear tribe is this Zhao Hai's friend. This Zhao Hai wouldn't treat a friend well. In a while I'll leave 50 million jin of bread fruits for the Black Bear tribe. The extra can be considered my gift to the Black Bear tribe. The Patriarch must accept it." The Black Bear Patriarch didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this generous. 10 million jin wasn't a small number. One must know that some of the human merchants who came to the prairie to trade didn't even have 10 million jin of food. For Zhao Hai to casually take out 10 million jin of food as a gift was too astonishing. The Black Bear Patriarch thought that he had profited. A friendship flag in exchange for 5 million caddies of food was definitely a good deal for the Black Bear tribe. The Black Bear Patriarch laughed and said, "All right, I'll accept the food. But Zhao Hai, do you really want to trade in gold and silver?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, then let's trade in gold and silver. Those things aren't very useful in your hands. I know that there are a lot of human merchants who don't want gold and silver, so just give it to me." The Black Bear Patriarch laughed and said, "All right, then I won't be polite with you. Liben, have some people bring out the gold and silver. In any case, we have no use for them. Pass down the order to prepare a banquet." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Patriarch, there's no need for a banquet. Today, I still have to go to the Prairie Wolf tribe. When I came here, I was stopped by them and made a deal with them. I almost gave them my food, so I'll have to deliver it to them later." When the Black Bear Patriarch heard Zhao Hai, he shook his head and said, "What's the hurry? Let that old skinny wolf wait for a while, he won't starve to death." "Right, what did he trade with you? Was it also gold and silver?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Some of it was gold and silver, and some of it was magic beasts." "Right, Patriarch, I want some special magic beasts. I don't care about their species, as long as they're unique to the prairie. As for plants, you can also help me pay attention to them." The Black Bear Patriarch didn't say anything, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you 2 bears in a while. But let's make it clear, you can't give these bears to other humans for research. There are beastkin." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Patriarch can rest assured, I won't give them to other humans. Moreover, I don't want these magic beasts for research, I have other uses for them." The Black Bear Patriarch nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sky, then he smiled at the Black Bear Patriarch and said, "Patriarch, I'll go and take out the bread fruits first. 50 million jin isn't a small amount." The Black Bear Patriarch nodded, then Zhao Hai turned around and left the tent. When Zhao Hai left the tent, Bufan smiled and said, "Patriarch, you're really quick. You gave the friendship flag to Zhao Hai, unlike my father." He wanted to give the dog-headed race's friendship flag to Zhao Hai, but he still needed to discuss with the other patriarchs. You were one step ahead of him. When the Black Bear Patriarch heard Buffon, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Buffon and said, "Your Mastiff race also wants to give the friendship flag to Zhao Hai?" Buffon shook his head and said, "It's not our Mastiff race, it's the dog-headed race. Our Mastiff race's friendship flag wouldn't be of much use to Zhao Hai. My father is currently persuading the other patriarchs to give the dog-headed race's friendship flag to Zhao Hai." The Black Bear Patriarch was even more surprised. Although the dog-headed race wasn't a warring race, their fighting strength was still very strong. They were considered to be the strongest race under warring races. Small warring races weren't necessarily as strong as the dog-headed race. If it weren't for the fact that the dog-headed race's combat strength was very weak, then the dog-headed race would already be a warring race. For such a race to give their friendship flag to Zhao Hai, it can be seen how much importance they attached to Zhao Hai. The Black Bear Patriarch finally understood that this deal was worth it. At this time, Zhao Hai also took out the breadfruits. The pile of breadfruits was piled up like a small hill. The black bears cheered, then under the command of the other patriarchs, the breadfruits were stored in the warehouse. Zhao Hai also returned to his tent, but Li Ben didn't. He was currently directing people to transport gold and silver to Zhao Hai. The amount of gold and silver wasn't small. After Zhao Hai returned to his tent, he bowed to the Black Bear Patriarch and said, "Patriarch, I'll go to the prairie wolves to deliver the food. I'll be back soon." The Black Bear Patriarch stared, then he said, "There's no need to rush. I've already prepared a banquet." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I'll be back soon." Then he turned around and left the tent. With a whistling sound, a red shadow flew down from the sky. Before the bears could react, the Blood Hawk had already landed in front of Zhao Hai. At this time, the Blood Hawk's body was already 3 times the size of Mago. It looked even more handsome. Zhao Hai sat on the Blood Hawk's back. The Blood Hawk flapped its wings and soared into the sky, turning into a small black dot in the sky. When Li Ben saw this, he immediately had the others move the gold and silver. At the same time, he returned to his tent and told the Black Bear Patriarch about what happened. The Black Bear Patriarch stared for a moment before he said, "There's such a thing? Then wouldn't the Blood Hawk be stronger than the Hawk Beastmen? Do the humans also have their own air force?" The difference between the Beastmen and the humans was that the Beastmen had their own air force. Their air force was divided into the sparrows, the hawks, the falcon people, and so on. These spaces had their own unique mounts that allowed them to form their own air force. This was also one of the areas where they had an advantage over the humans. However, the Beastmen spaces couldn't fly as high as the Blood Hawks. They could only fly at low altitudes. Humans could shoot them down with their 3-armed ballistas. Additionally, it wasn't easy to train an air force, and it was also very difficult for magic beasts to breed. Because of this, the Beastmen's spaces weren't very useful. Now that he heard that Zhao Hai had magic beasts that could fly, and that they weren't weak, the Black Bear Patriarch was startled. He didn't know that the humans had their own spaces. After thinking about this, the Black Bear Patriarch couldn't help but turn his head to Buffon and Mendez. Buffon didn't know about this matter, but Mendez did. Zhao Hai didn't hide it from them, he told them about the Blood Hawks. There were a lot of beastmen that were suitable for air forces, but there weren't a lot of them. Races like the Black Bears and the cow-headed beastmen couldn't become air forces. They were too heavy, even the Blood Hawks couldn't carry them. Mendez looked at the Black Bear Patriarch's eyes and knew what he wanted to ask. He didn't hide it from the Black Bear Patriarch, he nodded and said, "We do, but the Oxu Empire doesn't have any. Zhao Hai is now a Rosen Empire citizen, moreover, he's also the Emperor's son-in-law. One of his wives is the Rosen Empire's princess. The Rosen Empire has already started to build an air force, but it would still take some time before they can become a fighting force. Building an air force wasn't easy, they needed more time to train compared to an army. Even if it was Zhao Hai, he still didn't have any air cavalry. He used the Blood Hawks to fight on their own. In any case, the Blood Hawks weren't weak. The Black Bear Patriarch nodded, "So it's like this, that's good. In any case, the Oxu Empire doesn't have any." "Right, why didn't Zhao Hai build an air force for the Oxu Empire?" Mendez smiled and said, "Because Zhao Hai has enmity with the Oxu Empire and the Radiant Church. How could he help the Oxu Empire build an air force? He doesn't want the Oxu Empire to perish. When the Black Bear Patriarch heard Mendez, he smiled and said, "Good, that's good. This time, we can clean up the Oxu Empire." Mendez smiled and said, "There's also the Radiant Church. When we clean up the Oxu Empire, we can send a message saying that the Radiant Church is causing trouble by not selling food to the Beastmen. This can be considered as helping Zhao Hai teach the Radiant Church a lesson." The Black Bear Patriarch laughed and said, "That's good. Dealing with the Radiant Church is a good idea. I hate those guys from the Radiant Church. Moreover, this time's food shortage might really be caused by them. Naturally, we wouldn't let them off so easily. It would be better to let the humans deal with the Radiant Church. It would be best if the Radiant Church is suppressed. This would save us a lot of trouble." The people inside the tent laughed. They didn't know that while they were discussing this matter, someone had already made a move against the Radiant Church. The one who made the move wasn't someone else, it was Zhao Hai's father-in-law, the Rosen Empire's emperor. When the Rosen Emperor received Zhao Hai's letter, he was very surprised. He didn't think that the Radiant Church would use this method to deal with the Rosen Empire. Although this information hasn't been confirmed, the emperor still believed that it was true. If the Radiant Church was successful, then the Rosen Empire's reputation in the continent would be thoroughly tarnished. When that happens, the common people of the empire would no longer support them. If the common people believed in the Radiant Church, then the Rosen Empire would follow in the footsteps of the other empires. They might even be worse off than the other empires. They had offended the Radiant Church before, so it would be strange if the Radiant Church just let them go. The emperor thought that Zhao Hai's news was too timely. The Radiant Church hadn't made their move yet, so they had the upper hand. The emperor immediately summoned his trusted ministers to the imperial palace and showed them Zhao Hai's letter. These ministers were all nobles of the empire, they weren't fools. When they saw the letter, they immediately understood the importance of this matter to the Rosen Empire. The emperor looked at their faces and knew what they were thinking. The emperor said, "I didn't expect the Radiant Church to use this method. This move is too ruthless. Fortunately, Zhao Hai reminded us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we fell this time. What do you think we should do?" Almost everyone's eyes turned to Randolph. Randolph and the Radiant Church were at odds with each other. Moreover, he was Zhao Hai's father-in-law. Therefore, everyone wanted to see what Randolph would say. Randolph looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but coldly snored and said, "We didn't know about it before, but now that we know, we naturally can't let the Radiant Church succeed. What I mean is, we should spread the news first and make it clear that the Radiant Church did it. This way, the people in the continent would have a preconceived idea. I think the Beastmen would certainly attack this time, and the first to bear the brunt of their attack would be the Oxu Empire. As long as the Beastmen attack, even if the Radiant Church didn't have this intention, nobody would believe it." The emperor nodded and said, "Randolph is right, I also have this idea. What does everyone think?" Jesse said, "If the Beastmen really lack food like Zhao Hai said, then they would certainly attack. We don't need to worry about that, but the Oxu Empire would be in trouble. As long as the war starts, a large number of refugees would appear. We can't just ignore it, otherwise, the Radiant Church would have something to say." The emperor nodded and said, "This time, we'll have to see how far the Beastmen will go. If the Beastmen's ambition is too big, then the Oxu Empire would be in big trouble. The Beastman army isn't something that the Oxu Empire can resist. We might even have to send troops. However, we can't send troops in vain. I think we should make the Oxu Empire pay a price." Another great noble said, "We should, but we can't ask for too much. Right now, we're almost certain that the Oxu Empire and the Radiant Church are colluding. Even if the Oxu Emperor doesn't have a relationship with the Radiant Church, Boris is certainly related to the Radiant Church. If we use our troops as an excuse to threaten the Oxu Empire, then we might just fall into their trap. I think it would be better for the Oxu Empire to admit defeat first and have them recognize the sovereignty of Golden Island. Then we'll have them publicly apologize to us. What do you think, Your Majesty?" The emperor nodded and said, "That's reasonable, we can't let people talk about us. Alright, if the Oxu Empire can't hold on, then we'll do it. Pass down the decree, starting tomorrow, the Rosen Empire will enter a level 2 state of readiness. Also, spread the news about the Radiant Church as soon as possible. After everyone had left, the old king asked in a deep voice, "What do you think of this matter?" He seemed to be talking to himself, but at this time, a voice was heard. Zhao Hai's performance was very good. It seems like he really thinks of himself as someone from the Oxu Empire. Also, did your majesty notice? He doesn't seem to be a very ambitious person. This voice was very abrupt, but the emperor wasn't surprised. This voice belonged to a special group of people in the Rosen family, the Death Counselors. The Death Counselors didn't mean that they were undead, on the contrary, they were people. Moreover, they followed the Rosen Emperor all year round. Their identity was only known to the emperor. No matter what the emperor did, they would always be by his side. Even if the emperor and his concubines were on the bed, they would still be spectators. It's just that nobody noticed them. No matter what a king was doing, there would always be someone by his side. Would they feel comfortable with that? The answer was definitely no, but this was the order of the Rosen Empire's first emperor. Nobody dared to defy it. Moreover, there's only one death strategist in each generation. They learn the same cultivation method as the Death Warriors, but their cultivation method is much more cruel than the Death Warriors. People who are trained can be treated as dead people, but they are also the best strategists. Because of this, the Rosen Emperor would always discuss with them. The existence of this person was the biggest secret in the Rosen Empire. The emperor nodded and said, "It seems like this kid managed Golden Island very well. His strength is very strong, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of expanding. Handing Lizzie over to him makes me feel relieved." When the voice didn't reply, the emperor sighed and said, "If Zhao Hai didn't discover this early, then it would have been troublesome. Sooner or later, I will destroy the Radiant Church." The emperor seemed to be talking to himself. The voice didn't reply. The old king also knew that unless he took the initiative to ask, this person wouldn't easily speak. The old king only knew of this person's existence, but he didn't know what he looked like. He only knew that this person was absolutely loyal to the Rolling family. At the same time, Randolph came out of the imperial palace and hurried back home. He wanted to inform Zhao Hai about the emperor's decision as soon as possible. No matter what, this matter was discovered by Zhao Hai, so he wanted to let Zhao Hai know about it. Actually, there was no need for Randolph to say it. Zhao Hai already knew about it. When Zhao Hai sent the letter, he had Kai pay attention to the imperial palace. He even knew about the death counselor Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had now arrived at the wolf race's camp. When he landed outside the camp, the people inside were still nervous. But when they saw Zhao Hai, they calmed down. Zhao Hai didn't rush into the camp, he just stood outside and waited. Sure enough, before long, Hans came out of the camp. When he saw Zhao Hai, his expression was indifferent as he said, "You're 2 days late." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I was delayed by other matters." Hans nodded, then he turned around and walked towards the camp. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind. After entering the wolf race's golden tent, the old wolf king was waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai come in, he immediately said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, you're late." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Because of other matters, I was delayed by 2 days. But I have some news to tell you. Once I tell you, you won't hold a grudge over the grain." The old wolf king looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Zhao Hai told the old wolf king about the grain shortage in the prairie being caused by the Radiant Church. He also told the old wolf king about how the beastmen might wage war against the humans. The old wolf king calmly listened to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai finished, the old wolf king looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why are you telling me this? You should know that if you tell me this, I won't buy your grain anymore." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know, but I have to tell you this. I don't want to cheat you of your money. I want a long-term cooperation, not a one-time deal." The old wolf king looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, I haven't seen such an interesting person in a long time." Very interesting, very interesting. Alright, then I won't be polite. This time, I only want your 300 million gene of grain, I don't want anything else. You don't have any objections, right? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have any objections. When I told you about this matter, I thought about it. It doesn't matter, there will be a lot of opportunities for cooperation in the future. Since your majesty doesn't have anything else to say, then I'll be taking my leave. The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I just came back from the bear tribe. The patriarch of the bear tribe has already prepared a banquet and is waiting for me. I have to go back and participate in the banquet." The old Wolf King nodded and said, "Since you've already promised that stupid bear, then you can go. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Our prairie wolves need a lot of grain every year. You won't be missing out." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, if the Wolf King needs anything else, then just tell me. I don't only have food here, I also have other things like daily necessities, ironware, salt, everything. If you need anything, just tell me." Zhao Hai smiled and said. The old Wolf King nodded and said, "All right, if there's a war, then you can come to our prairie wolves when it's over. We'll cooperate again. Hans, have you prepared the things for Mr. Zhao Hai?" Hans nodded and said, "It's already prepared." The old Wolf King nodded and said, "Take Mr. Zhao Hai to get it." Hans nodded, then he turned around and walked out. Zhao Hai gave the old Wolf King a salute before following him out. Hanses walked in front while Zhao followed behind. Soon, the two arrived outside a tent. Outside the tent, there were two wolfmen guarding it. Seeing Hanses, the two wolfmen bowed to Hanses. Then Hanses lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Zhao Hai looked at this and knew that Hans wanted him to enter as well. He didn't refuse and followed Hans into the tent. Upon entering the tent, Zhao Hai knew why Hans brought him here. This was the prairie wolves' treasury. The beastmen's gold was different from the humans'. The humans used gold as a form of currency, so gold was generally made into gold coins. On the other hand, the beastmen didn't use gold. Generally, the beastmen would use magic beasts to exchange for things. Because of this, the beastmen's gold was made into gold bricks. The inside of the tent was almost completely filled with gold bricks. This was definitely a large amount of wealth. Hanses looked at Zhao Hai. He wanted to see what Zhao Hai's expression would be when he sees these gold bricks. In the past, the werewolves had also traded with some humans. Hanses had also brought some merchants to the treasury. When these merchants saw the gold bricks, their saliva started to flow out. They immediately forgot about Hanses and only had eyes for the gold bricks. Some of them even threw themselves onto the gold bricks and kissed them from time to time. This made Hanses feel disgusted. Hanses wanted to see what kind of expression Zhao Hai would have when he saw these gold bricks. However, when he saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai just casually swept his eyes over the gold bricks before he turned his head to look at the tent. It was as if the gold bricks weren't attractive to him. Zhao Hai's expression made Hanses surprised. Although Hanses hadn't been to the humans before, he still knew that humans used gold coins to trade. He also knew that these gold bricks represented a large amount of wealth. The reason why he brought Zhao Hai here was to test Zhao Hai. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai was a greedy person. The reason why the werewolves didn't trade with human merchants was because they didn't believe in humans. They thought that humans were too greedy. Therefore, if they wanted to find a long-term partner, they would need to find someone who wasn't greedy. This treasury was their test. In the past, the merchants who came to the treasury had already been killed by Hanses and fed to his mounts. This time, Hanses wanted to see how Zhao Hai would perform. If Zhao Hai's performance was good, then they would have a long-term partnership with him. If Zhao Hai was greedy, then they wouldn't kill Zhao Hai out of respect for the Herculean bulls, mastiffs, and bears. However, it would be difficult for Zhao Hai to cooperate with them. Although Zhao Hai's performance made Hanses surprised, he was also very satisfied. At this time, Zhao Hai was also surprised. This was because he discovered that this wasn't just a beastman's treasury, but also their own. There were a lot of good things inside, but Zhao Hai didn't recognize any of them. However, from the looks of these things, he could tell that they weren't simple. Seeing that Zhao was still looking around, Han said, "Mister, you can take out the gold bricks. 300 million caddies worth of grain. You can do it yourself." Zhao turned to look at Hans, smiled and said, "There's no need to worry about that. I think this is your treasury, so how can I not take the gold bricks?" If the value of that thing exceeds the value of the food, then I can exchange it with some food. What do you think? Hans smiled and said, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. Hanses stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. The reason why Hanses had such an expression was because Zhao Hai was wrong. This place wasn't the treasury of the prairie wolves, it was just the treasury of the prairie wolves. In addition to the gold bricks, there were also some strange things that the prairie wolves didn't know what to do with. These things weren't treasures that the prairie wolves didn't know how to make use of. Because of this, when Zhao Hai said that he wanted to exchange grain for these things, Hanses looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Zhao Hai looked at Hanses and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Can't I? Hanses shook his head and said, I can't make a decision on this matter. I'll have to ask the patriarch. Mister, please come with me. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Hanses out of the treasury. Hanses went to look for the Wolf King while Zhao Hai stood in front of the treasury. The reason why Zhao Hai made this request was because he noticed something inside the tent. It was a piece of metal inside a crystal bottle. But what was strange was that this piece of metal was boiling like water. It seemed to be covered with a light blue flame. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. The reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to this thing was because when he saw it, there was a voice in his heart that kept shouting, get it, I must get it. It was because of this feeling that Zhao Hai made this request to Hanses. Before long, Hanses came out of the tent. He walked towards Zhao Hai and said, Mister, the patriarch has given orders. Since Mister is a friend of our wolf tribe, we can't treat Mister unfairly. The things inside the tent are things that aren't very useful to our wolf tribe. If Mister likes them, then we can give Mister one. The gold bricks will also be given to Mister. When Zhao Hai heard Hans, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Your Highness Wolf King is too polite. However, I don't want to take advantage of Your Highness Wolf King. The things inside the tent might be useless to you, but for me, they might be of great use. I only want one thing, the gold bricks. Hans nodded and said, all right. Then he turned around and entered the tent. Then he took the strange metal bottle and said to Hanses, Hanses, I want this thing. I have an urgent matter to attend to today, so I won't be able to say goodbye to Your Highness. If there's an opportunity in the future, then I'll definitely come back. Hanses looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. He was now considering Zhao Hai as a friend. No matter what, Zhao Hai's actions today had won Hanses' favor. Outside, after Zhao Hai said goodbye to Hanses, he went back to the Blood Hawk. The Blood Hawk soared to the sky. Once he was sure that the people below couldn't see him, he flashed and entered the space. As soon as he entered the space, the prompt immediately sounded, strange pure energy body discovered. It is a combination of metal, fire, and water attributes. It has the effect of promoting the growth of crops. After pure energy entered the space, the host's physique has been improved. The host's original physique was metal and wood, but now it is metal, water, fire, and wood. The host can control metal, water, fire, and wood. Please practice more. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but stare. This was the first time that he heard that something could contain 3 types of energy. Metal, water, and fire. Water and fire were the opposite of each other, yet they were able to coexist peacefully. This was too strange. However, for Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. Originally, Zhao Hai could only control metal and plants. Now, he can even control water and fire. This was definitely a good thing. Although there were also water and fire element magic, Zhao Hai could now be said to be a divergent ability user. Water and fire divergent ability users were different from mages using water and fire magic. When mages use magic, they would generally use incantations and their own magic energy to resonate with magic energy of the same attribute. Only then would they be able to use magic. Once a magic is formed, it would be very difficult to change its form. Just like the fireball technique, when you use the fireball technique, it would be impossible for the fireball technique to turn into a fire dragon technique. However, fire divergent abilities were different. They can control fire at will. Once they release a fireball technique, they can turn the fireball technique into a fire dragon or a fire whip. If one were to compare the fire divergent ability with fire magic, then fire magic would be like a barbarian who only knew how to throw stones at people, while fire divergent ability would be like an artist who could carve stone into a statue. Compared to fire magic, fire divergent ability's control over fire could be described as reaching the peak. However, although Zhao Hai obtained these two divergent abilities, he still needed to practice them. Just like metal and wood divergent abilities, he needed to practice more in order to become more powerful. However, Zhao Hai was very happy with this harvest. Although he didn't know what was inside the bottle, it allowed him to obtain two more divergent abilities. Moreover, it could also promote the growth of crops. This was a very good thing. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but open the crystal bottle. However, he didn't expect that as soon as the bottle was opened, the liquid metal inside flew out. Moreover, it flew higher and higher until Zhao Hai couldn't see it anymore. However, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that there were some wonderful changes in the space. In the past, the space's temperature was constant. However, it was still somewhat lifeless. It gave people the feeling that they were sitting in a room. Although the temperature didn't change, it still made people feel uncomfortable. However, it was different now. Although the space's temperature didn't change much, Zhao Hai felt that his body was warm. It was as comfortable as if he was sitting in the sun. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai suddenly stared. Then he patted his head. Did this thing replace the sun? Then what he saw just now wasn't some metal, but a small sun. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at his hand as well as the crystal bottle in his hand. He didn't think that he would be holding a sun-like thing. Moreover, this crystal bottle was able to hold a sun-like thing. This was too strange. At this time, the space issued a prompt, unknown substance detected. Substance is in the shape of a crystal bottle. Reason of formation unknown. Special material. Can store anything. Cannot be damaged. Absorbs material energy to strengthen host's energy. Host can instantly crystallize and defend against any attack. At this time, Zhao Hai was completely stunned. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. He actually had another divergent ability that could instantly crystallize his body. Wouldn't that make him a crystal person? Would he still be able to move? Just as he was thinking about this, the prompt was heard, host doesn't need to worry. Body crystallization refers to the crystallization of the body's cells. Host's activities are normal. As host's ability increases, host can attach the crystallization ability to anything. Host can also withdraw it at any time. After hearing the prompt, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This ability was too awesome. If he was strong enough in the future, then he could casually take out a grass and turn it into a crystallized grass. Moreover, it wouldn't be damaged. This was too awesome. After carefully storing the bottle, Zhao Hai's body flashed out of the space. This bottle was very useful to him. He still didn't have the ability to crystallize other things. If this bottle was used to store something that couldn't be stored, then it would be useless. After dealing with these things, Zhao Hai's body flashed as he appeared on the back of the blood hawk. At this time, the blood hawk was already above the black bear tribe. Zhao Hai immediately had it descend. The people of the black bear tribe had already seen the blood hawk, but it was just a glance. Now that the blood hawk had descended, they couldn't help but curiously stare at it. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it, he had the blood hawk fly away. Then he quickly walked towards the black bear tribe's tent, where the banquet had already begun. At this time, the black bears were very polite towards Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai didn't know them, they would still greet him in a friendly manner. This was because Zhao Hai gave them food and also because Zhao Hai received the black bear tribe's friendship flag. Zhao Hai greeted the black bears while walking towards the golden tent. Sure enough, the banquet had already started. The Black Bear Patriarch personally presided over the banquet, accompanied by some elders. Buffon and Mendez were also sitting there, drinking milk wine. Laura and the others were sitting on the side, accompanied by some Black Bear women. They were all chatting and laughing. Zhao Hai and the others were sitting on the side. When the Black Bear Patriarch saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately invited Zhao Hai to sit beside him. There was an empty table beside him, it seems like it was reserved for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was surprised, his seat was on the left side of the Black Bear Patriarch. It was a very important and honorable seat. However, Xiaohai also knew that he couldn't be polite at this time. Being polite in front of the beastman would only cause disgust. Xiaohai immediately gave everyone a salute before he went to the table and sat down. When the Black Bear Patriarch saw that Xiaohai had sat down, he raised his glass and said, "Today is a happy day. Our Black Bear tribe has a loyal human friend, Xiaohai. He has received our Black Bear tribe's friendship flag. From now on, he will be our Black Bear tribe's friend. For a friend, cheers." Everyone raised their glasses and said, "Cheers." Then they drank the wine in their glasses. After the glasses were filled, the Black Bear Patriarch raised his glass again and said, "Our Black Bear tribe's brother tribe, the Mastiff tribe, sent a message. Our beastman's food shortage was caused by the Radiant Church. I have already sent a letter to the Lion tribe and the Tiger tribe. If this is true, then we will use our mace to ask for food from the humans. Everyone, what do you think?" All the black bears raised their glasses and loudly said, "Good. Good. Good." Then they drank their second glass of wine. The Black Bear Patriarch raised his third glass and said, "But we must remember, no matter what enmity we have with the humans, Xiaohai will always be our Black Bear tribe's best friend. Cheers." Everyone said in unison, "Cheers." After the third glass of wine was drunk, everyone could do whatever they wanted. After drinking 3 glasses of wine, the Black Bear Patriarch put down his glass and turned to Xiaohai. "Xiaohai, how was the deal with the wolf tribe?" When Xiaohai heard the Black Bear Patriarch, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It's all right. The grains that I gave them before, they wanted it. But I told them that there might be a war. Because of this, they didn't want the grains that I gave them." When the Black Bear Patriarch heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he placed his cup on the table. Then he turned to Xiaohai and said, "What happened? They dared to not honor the agreement? Don't worry, I'll go look for that old skinny wolf tomorrow." Xiaohai shook his head and said, "No, I took the initiative to tell the Wolf King. You should know about the wolf race's situation. Their situation is worse than the black bears. Therefore, when I told them that there might be a war, they can go and steal grains. They don't need to buy grains from me." Because of this, the deal didn't go through. When the Black Bear Patriarch heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but curiously look at Xiaohai and said, "Little Xiaohai, why do you want to do this? You're a merchant, wouldn't it be better for them to buy more grains?" Xiaohai smiled and said, "There's no need for that. To be honest, even if I don't sell these grains in the prairie, I can still sell them. Moreover, I can sell them for a better price. Since the wolves are your friends, then naturally they are my friends as well. There's no need for me to do that. Moreover, what I want is a long-term cooperation with the beastmen. There's no need for me to offend the wolves for this deal." The Black Bear Patriarch looked at Xiaohai and suddenly laughed. Then he patted Xiaohai's shoulder. If it was the old Xiaohai, then he wouldn't have been able to bear it. But now that he was an 8th rank expert and his body had been transformed by the space, he didn't feel anything. He only felt that the Black Bear Patriarch's attitude towards him was much more intimate. The banquet went very smoothly, especially for the Black Bear Patriarch. Although he was very impolite when he addressed the old Wolf King, it was precisely because of this that one could see that their relationship was very good. At the same time, Xiaohai's performance in dealing with the prairie wolves made the Black Bear Patriarch very happy. From Xiaohai's performance, the Black Bear Patriarch could see that Xiaohai was very good to the beastmen. At the very least, he didn't look down on the beastmen like the other humans. After eating, Xiaohai and the others drank a lot. Naturally, Xiaohai didn't have anything to do right now. When he returned to his tent, he immediately drank 2 cups of spatial water and felt much better. At the same time, he also told Laura and the others about the changes in the space. Although the space didn't level up this time, the changes were still very big. In the past, they could only feel warmth inside the space. But now, they could feel that the space was much more comfortable. Moreover, it was also much more lively than before. The most important change was in the red soil. The growth of the crops in the red soil wasn't slow, but now that there was sunlight, the growth of the crops became much faster. Moreover, it seems like the growth of the crops was much better as well. Zhao Hai and the others were very happy. They could feel the changes in the space. The energy inside the space was much thicker than before. At the same time, the energy inside the space was much more active than before. Zhao Hai was very happy about the changes in the space. He rested inside the space for a while. The next day, Zhao Hai bid farewell to the Black Bear Patriarch. They still needed to go to Beast God City to take a look. No matter what, there was still one person in the city. Mendez and Buffon didn't follow, the two of them also needed to return to their tribe. This time, they were very successful. The Herculean Bulls now had the Black Bear tribe as their ally. For the Herculean Bulls, this was very beneficial. Buffon's main task was to help Mendez form a relationship with the Black Bear tribe. Naturally, he also gained some benefits. At the very least, he knew that Zhao Hai had obtained the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag. If the dog-headed race still wanted to be friends with Zhao Hai, then they would have to work hard. Zhao Hai was still sitting inside Alien. However, there were several flags on Alien's body. There was the cow-headed race's royal flag, the big-bellied pig tribe's friendship flag, and the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag. Although Zhao Hai also had the dog-headed race's war flag, he didn't put it on Alien's back. It was just an ordinary war flag, it didn't have any special significance. He also had the giant-horned bull tribe's friendship flag, but it was useless. He was now the cow-headed race's prince, so it was unnecessary for him to use it. Even so, it was still very amazing. The Herculean bull tribe's royal flag represented the entire cow-headed race. The beastmen cared a lot about face, and every race was very united. This was because they understood that if they weren't united, then they would certainly be swallowed up by other races. The fighting bulls were an exception. If someone dared to make a move on Zhao Hai, then the cow-headed race would know that their royal prince was being bullied. The cow-headed race would certainly make a ruckus, this wouldn't be a small force. On top of that, the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag was even more extraordinary. Although it was only a friendship flag, it represented that Zhao Hai was a true friend of the Black Bears. If Zhao Hai was really being bullied, then the Black Bears wouldn't just sit idly by. The big-bellied pig tribe's friendship flag wasn't very useful, but it also represented an identity. It meant that Zhao Hai was recognized by the big-bellied pig tribe. In the eyes of ordinary beastmen, this was a very extraordinary matter. It can be said that even if the humans and the beastmen were to go to war, there wouldn't be any beastmen who would harm Zhao Hai. This was because doing so would be equivalent to offending several races at the same time. No one would do such a thing. Zhao Hai's goal was Beast God City. Therefore, he didn't have much contact with the other beastmen. Naturally, he still needed to have some contact. The distance between the Black Bears and Beast God City wasn't very far, it would only take about 10 days to arrive. This was also the case for the beastmen. For the beastmen, Beast God City was a holy land in their hearts. The more powerful a race was, the closer they were to Beast God City. This way, not only would they be able to display their status, but they would also be able to arrive at Beast God City as soon as possible, making it easier for them to buy things. Because of the flags, Zhao Hai and the others were able to travel with ease. All the tribes that they met were very polite to them. They treated Zhao Hai as a good friend. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't let them suffer a loss. He also left some food for the tribes as gifts. This naturally made the beastmen very happy. Along the way, Zhao Hai and the others also heard some rumors. These rumors were about the Radiant Church cutting off the food supply to the prairie. They directly pointed out that the food shortage in the prairie was caused by the Radiant Church. This news was released by the wolfmen, bears, and dog-headed races. They released this news in order to warn the other races. At the same time, they also wanted to put pressure on the warring races. This news was like a bomb that exploded among the beastmen. The entire prairie seemed to be boiling. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the beastmen were looking at them strangely. Zhao Hai was sure that if they didn't have the 3 flags, then the beastmen wouldn't have let them go and would have driven them out of the prairie. Although the beastmen were looking at them strangely, they were still very enthusiastic in their reception. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Zhao Hai didn't dare to send a blood hawk to Beast God City to investigate. Beast God City was guarded by 10 ninth-rank beast men all year round, and the situation in the prairie was very tense. Although the Blood Hawk wasn't weak, it still wouldn't be able to hide from the ninth-rank beast men. If those ninth-rank beast men misunderstood, then Zhao Hai would be in big trouble. There should be a lot of races in the prairie that knew about Zhao Hai's Blood Hawk. Although Zhao Hai was the prince of the Herculean Bull tribe and the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag, if he released a Blood Hawk to check the situation in Beast God City, then the ninth ranks guarding the city wouldn't let him go. After 10 days, Zhao Hai finally arrived at Beast God City. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the closer he got to Beast God City, the less people he heard about the Radiant Church cutting off their food supply. When he arrived near Beast God City, no one mentioned it anymore. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. But before long, Zhao Hai saw the world-famous Beast God City. From afar, he could see a large amount of black and red. It looked like a bloodthirsty beast that was lying there, ready to attack at any time. The closer they got to the city walls, the more pressure Zhao Hai felt. Although Beast God City didn't look like a stone city, it was still stained with blood, making people feel great pressure. The city walls of Beast God City weren't as tall as Carson City, they were only about 10 feet tall. However, in this boundless prairie, the city walls looked very tall. Beast God City looked very prosperous. Before they arrived at the city, they could see a lot of tents outside the city. There were also a lot of people busying themselves. Zhao Hai looked at the tents, he couldn't adapt to it. But he also knew that building a house in the prairie was much more difficult than building a house in the human territory. Therefore, tents were more suitable here. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the periphery of the tents. They could already see the merchants going in and out of the tents. Zhao Hai stopped and walked out of the undead. It wasn't that he was afraid of causing panic among the merchants, but he didn't want the beastmen of Beast God City to blame him. If he offended the beastmen of Beast God City, then it would be very unwise. When Zhao and the others came out of Alien, they immediately recalled it and walked towards Beast God City. At this time, a carriage quickly came out of Beast God City. This carriage was being pulled by a tiger-tailed horse, a magic beast with a very good fighting strength. Although its running speed wasn't at the top, its strength was at the top of its class. The carriage looked like it was made in the prairie, it was full of beastman characteristics. The carriage was also very big, it wasn't much smaller than Zhao Hai's patriarch's carriage. The carriage quickly arrived in front of Zhao Hai and the others. The driver stopped the carriage and then jumped down. When he jumped down, Zhao Hai was startled. This was because the person was very tall, he was about 2.5 meters tall. His muscles weren't much worse than a beastman's. The person wore a leather robe and looked very ugly. Moreover, his skin was very black, he looked like a black person from Earth. If his face had some hair, people would even believe that he was an ape beastman. The person arrived in front of Zhao Hai and bowed to Laura, then he excitedly said, "Young lady, you've come. Tai has been waiting for you for a long time." Zhao Hai, Megan, and the others understood that this person was Tai, Laura's steward in the prairie. Looking at the person's appearance, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but have a strange expression. This Tai couldn't have been sent to the prairie by Laura because of his appearance, right? Laura smiled and nodded. Tai, I haven't seen you for a few years. You seem to have grown darker. Come, greet my husband, Zhao Hai. Tai turned his head to Zhao Hai and gave a salute, this one has seen son-in-law. Zhao Hai wasn't used to this address, but he still smiled and said, all right, you can dispense with the formalities. You've worked hard these past few years. Right, you can call me young master from now on. Tai looked up and gave a simple and honest smile, it's young master, it wasn't hard at all. There's food and drink here every day, it's very good. Zhao looked at Tai in surprise. He didn't think that the steward Laura left in the prairie would turn out to be this ugly guy. She wasn't afraid that this guy would make a loss if he sold her things. Then Laura introduced Tai to Megan and the others. While Tai gave his greetings to Megan and the others, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the surroundings. When the merchants saw Tai, they seemed to recognize him and pointed at him. Zhao Hai focused his hearing to eavesdrop on what those people were saying. He heard a merchant say to someone beside him, look, isn't that the silly Tai? Why did he run out of the city? Another person replied, who knows, but looking at his respectful appearance, the one who came must be his superior. I heard that this guy is from the Buddha clan. And looking at that undead, could it be the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai? The person who spoke before said, it's possible. If it really is Zhao Hai, then Ah Tai would be out of luck. Now that food is expensive, he actually sold it at a fair price. I'm afraid that this fool will be out of luck this time. Another person said, lower your voice, I heard that Zhao Hai's family isn't simple. They are famous for being ruthless and merciless. If they hear us speak ill of Ah Tai, then we'll be out of luck. The person who spoke before snorted and said, what are you afraid of? This is Beast God City, no one is allowed to use force within 1,000 li radius. If he dares to make a move, then the Beastman wouldn't let him off. Although he said this, his voice was a lot quieter. The other person said, don't say it, even if he doesn't dare to trouble us in Beast God City, wouldn't it be the same when he goes out? This is the Beastman Prairie, if he kills us, then our families might think that it was done by the Beastmen. Then the two people didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai also understood what was going on, he turned his head and looked at the ugly man who was talking to Laura. If Ah Tai was like those merchants who didn't sell their food at a fair price, then Zhao Hai would be very disappointed. But now, he wasn't disappointed at all. At this time, Ah Tai had already greeted Laura and the others. He immediately called Zhao Hai and the others to get on the carriage. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have a coach, so Ah Tai personally drove the carriage towards Beast God City. After getting on the carriage, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and asked, didn't you say that people aren't allowed to camp outside Beast God City? How come there are so many people here? Laura smiled and said, it used to be like that, but now that more and more humans are coming to Beast God City to trade, the Beastmen allowed them to open shops outside the city. Ah Tai originally had a place outside the city, but the Marquis Del clan had a place inside the city. After I took over the Marquis Del clan, they moved their business inside the city. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's the case. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what's the difference between inside and outside the city? Laura smiled and said, actually, there isn't much difference. There aren't any houses inside the city, most people live in tents. The only difference is that the ground inside the city is paved with beast blood soil. Moreover, the clans inside the city are the most powerful clans in the continent. Outside the city, the clans are comparatively weaker. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the carriage had already entered the city. Zhao Hai looked at Beast God City through the carriage's window. The inside of Beast God City was really different from the outside. Inside the city, there were several houses made of beast blood soil. However, these houses had a large number of beastmen guarding their doors. It seems like these places were very important, it was impossible for people to live in them. As for the other places, there were also large tents, but these tents were relatively close to each other. Moreover, they were arranged in an orderly manner, just like houses. The curtains of these tents had words written on them. Some of them were the names of shops, some of them were business items. However, it seems like the businesses here were all the same, there wasn't anything special about them. Before long, the carriage stopped in front of a tent. It was a very big tent, and the curtains of the tent had the words Magic Lily Shop written on them. When Zhao Hai saw these words, he couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth. This Magic Lily Shop was the Marquis Del family's signature shop. However, Zhao Hai was thinking about the shop that Laura established herself. Outside the tent, there were two people. These two people didn't look very big, but they looked very strong. Their faces looked a bit like Ah Tai's. Ah Tai jumped down from the carriage and said to one of them, Big, go and unload the carriage. Second, go and prepare some food and drinks. The young lady and the young master have arrived. The two people complied and then turned around and ran. They didn't even greet Laura and Zhao Hai. Ah Tai seemed to be embarrassed as he scolded, these two have no manners. Then he turned his head to Laura and Zhao Hai and said, I'm sorry, young lady, young master. These two have no manners, they made you laugh. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, it's just a small matter. Ah Tai felt relieved as he invited Zhao Hai and the others to enter the tent. Upon entering the tent, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the furnishings inside the tent were similar to Laura's Magic Lily shop. However, there weren't many things inside, there was only some fruit oil, the other places were almost empty. Ah Tai was embarrassed as he said to Laura, "Young lady, I'm sorry, the grains and vegetables have been sold out." Laura smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, you can also take a rest. Let's go to your place and have a look. I remember sister-in-law's barbecue is very fragrant." Ah Tai chuckled and said, "It's rare for Miss to remember. Ever since Miss and young master arrived today, that woman has been busy. I think she's almost done with her preparations. Miss, young master, please." Then he led them out of the tent through a door. Outside the door was a large courtyard. There were also several tents in the courtyard. Ah Tai's 2 sons were unloading the carriages in the courtyard. Ah Tai led Laura and the others to the tent in the middle. Just as they arrived in front of the tent's curtain was opened as a tall woman came out of the tent. The woman looked to be about 40 years old and was wearing a leather robe. Although she wasn't young and had some wrinkles on her face, she was still quite charming. One could see that she was a beauty when she was young. When the woman saw Laura, she was very excited. She immediately went to Laura and carefully sized her up. Then she said, "Young lady, you've grown up and become more and more beautiful. Time really flies. In a blink of an eye, young lady is already married. It's a pity that I wasn't able to participate." Laura smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, how have you been these years? Did Uncle Ah Tai bully you?" Sister-in-law looked at Ah Tai and snorted, "He dares. Young lady, please come in and have a seat. I prepared a lot of delicious food." Then sister-in-law turned her gaze to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could see that her gaze had a hint of scrutiny. Zhao Hai also discovered that sister-in-law's relationship with Laura wasn't ordinary. When she talked to Laura, she wasn't polite. When Laura talked to her, she was respectful. At this time, Ah Tai's sister-in-law also came over and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "This is the son-in-law. Pearl has seen the son-in-law. The son-in-law can call me Ah Tai's sister-in-law." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, it seems like son-in-law was the norm here. But he still said, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Please call me young master or Zhao Hai." Sister-in-law smiled and said, "How can I call you by your name? I'll just call you young master." Then she led Zhao Hai and the others into the tent. The inside of the tent was similar to an ordinary Beastman clan's tent. However, the things inside were common to humans and not to beastmen. In the middle of the tent was a magic stove. Next to it were several plates of cut meat. There were also some dishes that were steaming. After Ah Tai's sister-in-law gave her greetings to Megan and the others, she immediately invited Zhao Hai and the others to sit on the carpet. Then she gave Zhao Hai and the others some tea before she turned to Laura and said, "Young lady, please take a seat first. I still have 2 more dishes to prepare. Once I'm done, we can eat." Laura nodded, then Ah Tai's sister-in-law went to work while Ah Tai helped from the side. Zhao Hai took a sip of tea before he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, are you familiar with sister-in-law?" Laura smiled and said, "I'm not only familiar with sister-in-law, I'm also familiar with Ah Tai. Ah Tai was my mother's guard while sister-in-law was my mother's maid. They watched me grow up." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. No wonder sister-in-law wasn't polite to you. Hee, no wonder you trust Ah Tai so much." Laura smiled and said, "Actually, Uncle Ah Tai isn't suitable for doing business, he's too honest. But doing business in the Beastman Prairie is very good. The Beastmen like him very much. But he's very strict about his identity, he only allows me to call him Ah Tai, he doesn't allow me to call him Uncle Ah Tai." Zhao Hai smiled, but his gaze towards Ah Tai was now filled with appreciation. Megan looked at Ah Tai and sister-in-law, then she turned to Laura and said, "I think Ah Tai seems to be afraid of sister-in-law?" Laura looked at Ah Tai and his wife, then she smiled and said, "Of course, Uncle Ah Tai is very honest. Moreover, he liked sister-in-law very much. But because of his appearance, he didn't dare to say anything. Later, sister-in-law took the initiative to marry him, making him very happy. Since then, he has been very fond of sister-in-law, to the point that he listens to her every word." Meg sighed and said, "It's hard for them to live in the Beastman Prairie for such a long time. It seems like they've already adapted, this isn't easy." Laura nodded, then she sighed and said, "That's right. When I wanted to send people to the prairie to do business, I couldn't find the right people. So the two of them took the initiative to come. I was reluctant to let them go, but I couldn't resist their repeated requests. In the end, I had no choice but to agree. At this time Ada and Ah ran in from outside. Upon entering the tent, Tai immediately scolded the two, "You two scoundrels, you didn't even greet the young lady and the young master when you saw them. Quickly go and greet the young lady." The two complied, then they went towards Laura and gave a salute to Laura and Zhao Hai. Laura looked at the two and smiled. Ada, you two grew really fast. When I saw you 2 days ago, you weren't this tall, right? Ada said with a silly smile, "Yes, Mississippi. We've been eating more and more these days, so we've grown bigger and bigger." Nodded desperately on the side. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and couldn't help but laugh. These two people were really cute. At this time, sister-in-law came over to Laura and said, "Young lady, young master, the meal is ready, let's eat." Laura and Zhao Hai nodded, then they stood up and walked towards the magic stove. This magic furnace was really designed according to the living habits of the beastmen. In the middle of the furnace was a magic array used to heat things up, and around it was a large stone stove that could be used as a table. There was a large iron pan sitting on top of the magic stove in the middle of the room. There was a piece of beast oil in the pan, and there was a circle of plates on top of the stove. There were some dishes on each plate. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel that he was back on Earth, eating barbecue with his friends. After sister-in-law invited them to sit down, Ada immediately gave them wine. This time, the wine was red wine. At this time, the beast oil on top of the pan had already melted, so Tai immediately poured some meat into it. After pouring wine for Zhao Hai and the others, Tai's family also sat down. The meat in the pan made sizzling sounds as its fragrance filled the tent. At this time, Tai raised his glass and said, "Young lady, young master, and young ladies, I wasn't able to participate in your wedding. So I'll offer you a toast. I hope that you can be happy and harmonious." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Young lady, young master, and young ladies, I didn't attend your wedding." Zhao Hai and the others quickly raised their glasses. Zhao Hai smiled at Tai and sister-in-law and said, "Thank you, thank you. I also wish you a happy and joyful life." Then the group drank the wine in their glasses. At this time Ada stood up and poured wine for the group. Zhao Hai quickly stopped him, then he picked up the bottle and poured wine for Tai and sister-in-law, as well as for Laura and the others. After that, he poured himself a glass. Then Zhao Hai raised his glass and said, Tai, sister-in-law, you've worked hard these past few years. Let me give you a toast." Tai and sister-in-law didn't dare, but they still drank the wine. Then Laura got up and poured wine for the group as well. They didn't eat anything, but they already drank 3 glasses of wine. Zhao Hai and the others had been greeting the beastmen recently, so they had developed this habit. Tai and the others had been interacting with the beastmen for a long time compared to Zhao Hai, so naturally they were accustomed to it. After 3 glasses of wine, the group stopped. Then Tai quickly said, "Young lady, young master, try this barbecue. This barbecue was cut early in the morning and has been simmering. It should taste good." Laura smiled and said, "All right, I'm very greedy for sister-in-law's barbecue. It's very fragrant." Then she picked up a large 2-pronged fork from the side of the frying pan and put a piece of barbecue on her plate. Then she placed the fork on the side of the frying pan before she picked up her knife and cut a small piece of barbecue to eat. Zhao Hai and the others also picked up their 2-pronged forks and put a piece of barbecue on their plate. One must say that the barbecue made by sister-in-law was very fragrant. The pieces of barbecue were very big and very thick. Although they had been barbecued for a long time, they weren't completely cooked. There were still traces of blood in the meat, but it was still very tender and delicious. Zhao Hai ate a piece of barbecue and nodded, "Delicious, very delicious. Sister-in-law's cooking is very good. If you open a shop in the continent and sell this kind of barbecue, your business would certainly be very good." When sister-in-law heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but smile. She said, "It's not as good as what the young master said. If the young master likes to eat, then eat more." The group continued to chat as they ate. Unknowingly, they were almost full. Only Ade and Aer were still eating. Zhao Hai and the others were now drinking and chatting. Tai turned to Laura and Zhao Hai and said, "Young lady, young master, recently there have been rumors in Beast God City that the beastmen might attack the humans and expel the merchants. What do you think we should do about this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We already know about this matter. Rest assured, even if they expel the merchants, it wouldn't affect us too much. After all, we have the Herculean Bull King's flag and the Black Bear Tribe's friendship flag." Tai nodded and said, "With these flags, the beastmen wouldn't move against us. But young master, the grains that you gave me a while ago have been sold at a fair price. You won't blame me, right?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I won't. Why would I blame you? You did the right thing." "Right, I came this time to deliver the grains. You can buy these grains later." Then he took out a breadfruit. Before, when Zhao Hai gave Tai food, he didn't give Tai any breadfruit. He only gave him some bamboo rice. Now, Zhao Hai took out the breadfruit. After opening the breadfruit and looking at its appearance, Tai and his wife's eyes couldn't help but turn bright. They had been dealing with the beastmen for a long time, so they naturally knew what the beastmen needed. This breadfruit would definitely become the beastmen's favorite food. Zhao Hai gave them the breadfruit and let them taste it. Then he said, "This breadfruit is unique to our Buddha clan. There are no other forces in the continent that have it. In the future, this will be our main product. Moreover, we've already prepared the daily necessities. The price of the breadfruit will be half of the bamboo rice. The price of the daily necessities doesn't need to be too high, just a bit higher than what the humans have." Tai stared and said, "Young master, isn't this too low? Breadfruit is more convenient than bamboo rice, and it's also a cost-effective food. Even if the price is high, the beastmen would still like it. As for the daily necessities, if we don't increase the price, I'm afraid we'll lose money." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Tai's temper was straightforward, but this didn't mean that he was a fool. He was very clear about how many checkpoints one had to go through in order to get to the prairie. If these things were sent to the prairie, then the cost would be at least twice as much. But if they don't increase the price, then they would be losing money. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, we'll just go with this price. Don't worry, I won't lose money. What we need to do now is to make a name for ourselves in the Beastman Prairie. If the Beastman and the humans go to war, then after the war, we will become the Beastman Prairie's biggest merchant." When Tai heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he laughed and said, "All right, with the young master's words, I'm relieved. I certainly won't let the young master down." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Our Buddha clan and the Marquis Del clan are now one family. To be honest, there isn't a single force in the continent that our Buddha clan can't afford to offend. But Tai, you need to pay attention to one thing. Don't think that you can monopolize the Beastman Prairie's market, that's impossible." Tai smiled and said, "Young master can rest assured, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I think the Marquis Del clan should have a few tribes in the Beastman Prairie, right? Shouldn't we take over this relationship as well? When these great clans do business, they would have their own Beastman tribes. They would transport their food to the prairie and then directly send it to the Beastman tribes. They simply didn't need to worry about the problem of sales. The shops in Beast God City were almost equivalent to the company's offices. They didn't sell their goods directly, but it was undeniable that they did sell a lot of things every year." Tai nodded and said, "We've already taken over. The Marquis Del clan is doing business with 4 large tribes. These 4 tribes are the Firefox tribe, the Black Panther tribe, the Long-Armed Ape tribe, and the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe. These 4 tribes are branches of the Beastman warring tribes. Every year, their demand for food and daily necessities is very large. However, the Marquis Del clan only accounts for 20% of their food supply and 10% of their daily necessities." When Zhao Hai heard Tai, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "What's going on? Why is this happening?" Tai sighed and said, "You can't blame those tribes. Although the quality of the Marquis Del clan's goods is good, the price is relatively higher than the other suppliers. If they weren't afraid of being monopolized by the other suppliers, then I'm afraid that the 4 tribes wouldn't trade with the Marquis Del clan. This year, the prairie is facing a food shortage, but the 4 tribes didn't ask the Marquis Del clan to send them more food. Their daily necessities also didn't increase. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't understand what the Marquis Del clan was thinking. Not only did they make enemies all over the continent, but they were also very overbearing when doing business. Even if Zhao Hai didn't destroy them this time, sooner or later, someone else would. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Do you know the addresses of these tribes? If I have time, I'll go visit them." Tai nodded and said, "I know, these pens are very famous among the beastmen. It's very easy to find them. The Fire Fox tribe is a very famous prophetic race among the beastmen. Their tribe is very good at creating prophets. Moreover, their domino summons are also very unique. I heard that the summoned beast souls are of the fire attribute and have very strong offensive capabilities. The Black Panther tribe is a rare assassin race among the beastmen. Their stealth technique is very powerful. During the first war with the humans, the Black Panther tribe fought against the humans the most. The long-armed ape tribe is one of the beastmen's main fighting races. Their weapons are 2 scimitars and their movements are very flexible. They are the main attacking race among the beastmen. The golden-ringed hawk tribe is one of the hawk tribe's main fighting races. Although their bodies aren't very big, they are very good at archery. They are the best aerial scouts among the beastmen. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good, this information is enough. But now isn't the time to visit them. The war between the beastmen and the humans is unavoidable. It's impossible for the beastmen to buy too much food at this time since they're going to steal from the humans. Therefore, you don't need to worry. Stay in Beast God City for now. I think this war won't take too long. As soon as the war is over, we'll establish a business relationship with the beastmen. When the time comes, we'll need to find a few tribes to cooperate with." Tai nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, I know what to do. I originally had a good relationship with the pig tribe, but now I'm too far away. Moreover, the pig tribe is just a commoner tribe, so I don't need to use them right now. I'm also preparing to establish a relationship with the tiger tribe. If I can establish a relationship with the tiger tribe, then we wouldn't need to worry about sales in the future." Zhao nodded. The tiger race and the lion race were known as the royal race of the beastmen. These 2 races had countless slaves under them, and the things produced by the slaves were inexhaustible. Because of this, the people of these 2 races had a lot of time to practice martial arts. Naturally, their fighting strength was much stronger than the other beastmen. Plus, they didn't lack money. If he really did business with them, then Zhao wouldn't have to worry about selling his things. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Tai's ability to work. Maybe it was because of his personality, he was very popular among the beastmen. According to Tai, he had already become good friends with a lot of beastmen. However, Zhao Hai was still very calm. He knew that the beastmen were preparing to attack the humans. At this time, Tai's chances of making a deal with the tiger race weren't very high. However, Zhao Hai didn't say this out loud. If he did, then Tai's enthusiasm would be affected. Moreover, it was because of Tai's personality that he was able to get close to the beastmen. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave. Instead, they went to the tent that Tai arranged for them to rest. Tai's wife also gave them milk tea. Although they were served tea, they were now served milk tea. First, it was because they ate a lot of meat, so milk tea was good for them. Second, they were in the prairie. Tea was a rare thing, so the beastmen weren't used to drinking tea. Zhao Hai and the others had stayed in the prairie for a long time, so naturally, they were used to drinking milk tea. Zhao Hai took a sip of the milk tea and sighed, "We still haven't been able to get this tea tree. I really want to plant it in the space." Laura smiled and said, "What's wrong, Brother Hai? Do you like to drink milk tea?" Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He couldn't tell Laura that he didn't like to drink milk tea, but tea instead. But since he didn't have the tea tree, he couldn't say anything. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very clear that if he managed to get this tea, then it would be a unique business. He believed that there weren't many people in the world who could resist the charm of these tea leaves. Megan didn't care about this, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what should we do next?" Now that Atai has said that the war between the beastmen and the humans is about to begin, should we stay here or return to the continent? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, the continent is also very chaotic right now. The king's father-in-law has already arranged everything." At this point, everyone in the continent knows that the Radiant Church had cut off the beastmen's food supply, causing the beastmen to attack the continent. This caused the Radiant Church's influence in the Oxu Empire to suffer a big blow. This was because everyone in the Oxu Empire knows that if the beastmen attack the humans, the Oxu Empire would bear the brunt. Because of this, the people of the Oxu Empire don't have a good impression of the Radiant Church. However, this matter hasn't developed to the point where it can't be controlled. We can wait until the beastmen decide to attack the humans before we return to the continent. Megan was puzzled. Why do we have to wait until then to return to the continent? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Once this news is confirmed, the continent would be in chaos. When the time comes, we'll go directly to the Oxu Empire and dig some people out. Don't forget, the relationship between the Purcell family and the Ixa family is very good. Moreover, the territories of these two families are directly bordering the beastmen. In this case, we should be able to dig out some people from their territories." Zhao Hai smiled and said. Laura smiled and said, "I also heard that the Purcell family isn't having a good time. Last time, you helped the Purcell family survive the crisis of extinction. But at the same time, people also knew about your relationship with the Purcell family. Now, the Oxu Empire is suppressing the Purcell family. This isn't news in the Oxu Empire. On the other hand, because of your relationship with the Ixa family has been helping the Purcell family. It can be said that the two families aren't having a good time in the Oxu Empire." Zhao Hai's expression turned cold, then he coldly snorted and said, "If the Oxu Empire didn't do this, then I might have helped them survive this crisis. I might even have stopped the beastmen from attacking. But now, they have to pay the price for what they did." Laura and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. With the space, the bred fruits, the red soil, and the space, Zhao Hai can now provide food for the entire beastman race. With food in their hands, the beastmen naturally wouldn't attack the humans. Although the beastmen were warlike, they also knew that fighting would lead to death. It would be best if they didn't have to fight. However, Zhao Hai gave the beastmen a lot of food. He wanted this war to happen. This way, not only would he be able to deal a heavy blow to the Akgong Empire, he would also be able to cause more trouble to his other enemy, the Radiant Church. For the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed in the Magic Lily shop. He took out bamboo rice, bread fruits, and some other daily necessities, filling the entire shop to the brim. However, the speed at which the goods were being delivered wasn't very fast. It wasn't only the Magic Lily flower shop, the other human businesses in Beast God City were also in the same situation. Their speed of delivery had slowed down. This made the other human businesses very anxious. Before coming to the prairie, these human merchants didn't know that the beastmen were suffering from a food shortage. They also didn't know that the beastmen were going to attack the humans. They still followed their usual practice of bringing carts and carts of goods to the prairie. This was because everyone who came to the prairie to do business with the beastmen knew that after the winter, the beastmen would have a busy shopping season. Because of this, you wouldn't have to worry about selling your goods in the prairie. However, this year's situation was different. When these merchants first arrived, their business was very good. But then they heard that the beastmen's famine was caused by the Radiant Church, and that the beastmen were going to attack the humans. When this news came out, the goods that the human merchants brought had their sales plummeted. Now, only a few batches of goods could be completed in a day, and these were all small transactions. These human merchants couldn't help but have thoughts of dying. These merchants knew that once the beastmen and the humans went to war, then the beastmen wouldn't trade with them. This was because if the beastmen wanted something, then they could just rob it from the humans. There was no need for them to buy it from the merchants. These human merchants brought a lot of things to the prairie, but now, these things were going to rot here. This was because they knew that once the beastmen and the humans went to war, then the beastmen would certainly drive them away. It was impossible for them to bring these things back to the humans, so they could only leave them here. However, the beastmen generally wouldn't touch the things here, they would just leave them there. This was the principle of the beastmen. But now that the beastmen had been driven away, the things that were left here without anyone to take care of them would slowly deteriorate. This time, the beastmen had lost everything. Zhao Hai also saw this situation in the past few days. He knew that these merchants had suffered a great loss this time. At the same time, he also knew that these merchants didn't have any relationship with the Radiant Church. It was very likely that they had a grudge against the Radiant Church. Otherwise, the Radiant Church wouldn't just ignore them and watch them jump into the fire pit. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood the Radiant Church's intentions. If the Radiant Church's plan was successful, then they would push all the blame onto the Rosen Empire. Naturally, these merchants would hate the Rosen Empire. When the Radiant Church appears, they would tell these merchants that the Radiant Church didn't suffer any losses and that they would join the Radiant Church. This way, the Radiant Church would be able to further control these prairie merchants. This would allow them to control the prices of goods in the prairie. The Radiant Church's plan was truly brilliant. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai accidentally ruining their plan, then whether it was the Rosen Empire or the Beastmen, their days wouldn't be any better. But now that Zhao Hai knew about the Radiant Church's plan, he naturally wouldn't let them succeed. After observing the merchants for a few days, he discovered that they were at the end of their rope. They couldn't transport their goods back, but they also couldn't sell them. The reason why they didn't leave Beast God City was because they could still make 1 or 2 transactions every day. They hoped to sell as much as they could in order to minimize their losses. Because of this, they continued to rely on the merchants until the beastmen began to drive them away. Only then did they leave. This gave Zhao Hai an opportunity to buy the things in the hands of these merchants. Otherwise, these things would be wasted. By buying these things, he would be able to solve the biggest problem of these merchants. He would also be able to establish a relationship with these merchants. In the future, these merchants would also be grateful to him. When the time comes, he might be able to reduce the Radiant Church's control over the merchants through these merchants. This way, the Beastman Prairie wouldn't have this kind of situation. Thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately told Laura and the others about his idea. To be honest, when it came to doing business, Zhao Hai listened to Laura's opinion. Laura's talent in doing business wasn't ordinary. When Laura heard Zhao Hai's idea, she immediately agreed. She also thought that Zhao Hai's idea was very good, very good. Therefore, she immediately had Tai contact the merchants and probe their bottom line. Although Tai's temperament was relatively straightforward, he had been doing business for many years. And with his shrewd wife supporting him, he knew a lot about business. Therefore, he immediately began to probe the human merchants. Tai's nickname was Tai the Fool. This gave the merchants a preconceived idea, so their vigilance towards Tai was very low. And with Tai's careless appearance, these merchants were even less guarded against Tai. Tai quickly inquired about the merchants' bottom line. The merchants' requirements weren't high, as long as they didn't lose too much, they would be fine. In their opinion, they would certainly lose money this time. They only hoped that they could recover some of their costs. After knowing the bottom line of the merchants, Zhao Hai decided to buy the goods that the merchants brought. Naturally, he wouldn't buy them at a high price, he would just make the merchants suffer a loss. However, he believed that the merchants would still be grateful to him. At the same time, this also deepened Zhao Hai's understanding of the beastmen. If the beastmen were to go to war with the humans, then they would drive all the merchants back to the human territory. In this case, the merchants would certainly leave their goods behind, allowing the beastmen to snatch them away. But according to their usual practice, the beastmen wouldn't touch those goods and let them rot. In order to survive, they would take their weapons and rob the humans. However, they wouldn't touch the goods that the humans left in Beast God City. This was what made the beastmen strange, but at the same time, they also respected the beastmen. However, Zhao Hai also knew that if the beastmen drove away the humans, then the humans would lose everything. Most of the beastmen tribes and races used magic beasts to trade for goods. The human merchants had to trade the goods that they brought with them to the prairie for magic beasts. Then they would drive the magic beasts back to the human territory, process them, and sell them. The price difference was also one of their main sources of income. However, if the beastmen were to drive them away, then it would mean that the war was approaching. It would be very difficult for them to pass through the human border with their magic beasts. And even if they were to pass through, they would have to pay several times more than usual. In this way, they would lose a lot of money. It can be said that when the war between the humans and the beastmen began, the unluckiest ones would be these uninformed merchants. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use gold and silver to trade with the humans. At this time, he had a lot of money in his hands, he even had some anonymous crystal cards. These crystal cards weren't very useful at this time, so Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of places to spend money. Therefore, using these crystal cards to trade with the human merchants would be very welcome. Zhao Hai had been in the Beastman Prairie for nearly 10 days. During these 10 days, the news of the Radiant Church being involved in the food shortage spread throughout Beast God City. Moreover, they believed that the Tiger and Lion tribes had already confirmed the authenticity of this news and were ready to go to war with the humans. However, even if this news was spread, the Beastmen still didn't drive away the human merchants. In other words, the Beastmen still haven't decided to go to war with the humans. But looking at the current situation, it would only be a matter of time before the Beastmen and the humans go to war. At this time, the human merchants in Beast God City were like ants on a hot pan. They also knew that the Beastmen didn't have much time left for them. At this time, Zhao Hai made his move. He had Atai lead the human merchants to the Magic Lily shop. Then he had Laura and the others prepare food and drinks. Zhao Hai wanted to talk to the merchants about this transaction. Before long, the merchants followed Atai to the Magic Lily shop. They didn't care about Atai, but they didn't dare to not give Zhao Hai face. Zhao Hai, the Buddha clan's patriarch, was already famous in the human continent. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also known for his ruthlessness. These people knew that the number of people who died in Zhao Hai's hands numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Just thinking about that number made their scalps tingle. Because of this, they didn't dare to refuse Zhao Hai's invitation. However, they were still trembling in fear, they didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted them to do. The merchants followed Atai into the courtyard behind Magic Lily's shop. Zhao Hai was already standing in the courtyard waiting for them. When he saw the merchants come in, Zhao Hai immediately went forward to greet them. He bowed and said, "Zhao Hai Buddha, welcome to your presence." Zhao Hai had already investigated these merchants. These merchants were also from mid-level noble families in the continent. However, they weren't able to rely on the great clans, nor did they have any relationship with the Radiant Church. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to invite them to join forces. The status of these merchants was very different compared to Zhao Hai, so they didn't dare to accept Zhao Hai's bow. One by one, they quickly returned the bow and said that they didn't dare to accept it. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai has been in Beast God City for 10 days. During this time, I've been busy dealing with some matters, so I wasn't able to meet with everyone. This is because of Zhao Hai's impoliteness. Today, I invited everyone to come and get to know each other. After all, we will all be doing business in Beast God City in the future." Although these human merchants had heard of Zhao Hai's name before, they also knew about Zhao Hai's deeds. However, they didn't have any contact with Zhao Hai. To be honest, with their current status, if they were in the human continent, then they wouldn't have the qualifications to come in contact with Zhao Hai. Because of this, they didn't know much about Zhao Hai. They also didn't know what kind of person Zhao Hai was. In their minds, Zhao Hai was a dark mage who could kill hundreds of thousands of people. Such a person should have a gloomy face and a murderous appearance. But now that they saw Zhao Hai, it was completely different. Although Zhao Hai's appearance was very ordinary, he had a gentle smile on his face. His body exuded an amiable and easygoing aura, making people unconsciously want to get close to him. These human merchants were now wondering if Zhao Hai was a fake. He was a dark mage, a god of death who could kill hundreds of thousands of people. How could he be so bright and gentle? This huge contrast made the human merchants stare blankly for a while. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he didn't care about it. He just smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, I've already prepared some drinks. Today, I'll invite you all to drink a few cups." The merchants recovered, then after giving their thanks, they followed Zhao Hai into the tent. Inside the tent, food and drinks were already prepared. Naturally, the most important main dish was Atai's sister-in-law's barbecue. Now that the meal was ready, Zhao Hai invited everyone to sit down. Then he and Atai also sat down. Naturally, Laura and the others weren't present today. After all, humans and beastmen were different. If Laura and the others were to appear in this situation, then it wouldn't be only the human merchants who would feel uncomfortable, Laura and the others would also feel the same. After inviting everyone to sit down, Tai personally stood up and poured everyone a cup of wine. Naturally, it was red wine, not the milk wine that the beastmen usually drank. After drinking, Zhao Hai raised his glass and said to everyone, "Being able to meet everyone on the Beastmen Prairie is a happy thing. We can be considered fellow humans. In the future, we'll have to help each other. Come, let's drink together." These merchants didn't have high status in the human continent, so they didn't come in contact with people like Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's identity was enough to make him a great person. Because of this, when these merchants saw Zhao Hai talking to them politely, eating at the same table, and even giving them a toast, they couldn't help but become excited. Everyone raised their cups in excitement. After everyone drank their cups of wine, Zhao Hai didn't continue to persuade them to drink. Instead, he started to persuade them to eat the barbecue and the other dishes that he prepared. Zhao Hai knew that he was now chatting with humans, not beastmen. If he started by making them drink 3 cups of wine, then the other party might get angry. Although Zhao Hai's status was higher than these people, he didn't have any enmity with them. He didn't want to offend them, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unite with them. After everyone ate for a while, when they were almost done, Zhao Hai said, "Today, I invited everyone here because I have something to discuss with you." These merchants knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't invite them to a meal for no reason. Sure enough, the main event had arrived. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so they didn't feel strange. They just looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You must be having a hard time, right? The humans and the beastmen are about to go to war. I'm afraid that the beastmen would drive you back to the human continent. When that time comes, you would lose everything." When the human merchants heard Zhao Hai, their expressions turned gloomy. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was the truth, but they were powerless to change it. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I think everyone knows why they fell into this situation. I can tell you that the rumors you heard are true. This time, it was the Radiant Church who did this. They wanted to use this method to deal with the Rosen Empire as well as the Beastmen. All of you are nothing but sacrificial lambs. In their eyes, all of you are insignificant people, not worthy of being reminded. Moreover, they also wanted to use you to paralyze the Beastmen." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "What do you think?" The merchants calmly listened, but their eyes were slowly filled with anger. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai knew that the time was right, so he continued, "Everyone, you already know about my identity, as well as the grievances between me and the Radiant Church. But this time, I'm telling you about the Radiant Church, not because I want to frame them. I think that the Beastmen would be able to confirm this information after some time. Today, I called everyone here because I have a proposal. I hope that everyone can unite together." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be honest with you." When the merchants heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. What did he mean by them wanting to unite? With Zhao Hai's strength, why would he need to unite with them? Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You've already seen the strength of the Radiant Church. With just one order, a lot of merchants stopped trading with the Beastmen. This shows how big their influence is. After the war between the Beastmen and the humans, the merchants under the control of the Radiant Church would still come to the prairie to do business. If we don't unite, how can we resist them? If they don't sell grain to the prairie today, what if they reduce their prices tomorrow? What do we have to fight against them? Therefore, the only way we can do this is to unite." The merchants understood what Zhao Hai meant. They also knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. After the war between the Beastmen and the humans, the merchants under the control of the Radiant Church would certainly come to the prairie to do business. These people also saw how strong the Radiant Church's merchants were. This was because they had the support of the Radiant Church behind them. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the Radiant Church can stop the merchants from selling grain to the Beastmen. They can also lower the price next time. When the time comes, Zhao Hai's losses would be even greater. However, if these people were to unite, they would become a force that couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, they would be able to establish a relationship with the Buddha clan through this matter. This way, even if they don't do business in the prairie, they would still be able to do business in the Buddha clan's Golden Island. Golden Island can now be called the Golden Island. As long as one does business there, they would be able to make a fortune. Moreover, it was much safer compared to the prairie. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. He wanted these merchants to make their own decisions. He believed that these people who came to the prairie to do business in Beast God City weren't fools, they would understand. Sure enough, before long, the merchants looked at each other and then nodded. Then one of them turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir Zhao Hai, we agree to your alliance. From now on, Sir will be the leader of our group. Does Sir have any rules?" Zhao Hai looked at the man and couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that these people would be so straightforward and decide so quickly. He smiled and said, "Actually, the alliance that we've formed is a business alliance. This alliance doesn't have too many restrictions. I just hope that everyone can share information in the future. Moreover, if you have goods but no one wants to buy them, then you can sell your goods to them. This way, everyone can benefit from it. Naturally, this is a matter of mutual consent. I just want to say one thing, if someone breaks the rules of the Beastman race, then we must unite together to confront them. The more people we have, the stronger we will be. Does everyone agree?" When the merchants heard what Zhao said, they froze for a moment. Now they believed that Zhao really wanted to unite with them. The merchant who asked that question was actually probing. They wanted to see what benefits Zhao could get by forming an alliance. Now it seems that Zhao didn't just want to get benefits, he really wanted to unite with them. But now it seems that Zhao didn't just want benefits, he really wanted to unite with them. The merchant who just took the lead raised his glass and said, "All right, then we'll listen to Sir. Sir, my name is Milton Curry, I'm from the Curry family. Sir, what do you think of a name for our alliance?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The name doesn't matter. I think the business alliance would be good. Everyone, please announce your names. I hope that we can not only form an alliance here in the prairie, but also in the human continent. If a family has any difficulties, I hope that everyone can help them within their capabilities. Can everyone do that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I'll give you a hand." The merchants looked at each other and then nodded. Milton turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we can do it. The establishment of this alliance would only bring us benefits. However, I'm afraid that Mister would suffer a loss. After all, our families aren't very big." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. Forming an alliance with you would bring great benefits to our Buddha clan. After all, everyone knows that our Buddha clan is a new clan. We can't compare to the old clans in terms of connections. If we form an alliance with you, then you can be considered as one of our Buddha clan's connections. This would bring great benefits to our Buddha clan." When Milton heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He raised his glass and said, "Mister can rest assured. In the future, our Curry family will be a vassal of the Buddha clan. If Mister needs anything, we will take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, you can rest assured. Our Curry family is now a vassal of the Buddha clan." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Milton would say such a thing. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the other people also raised their glasses and said the same thing as Curry. Moreover, these people were patriarchs of mid-sized families, they really had the right to speak. Zhao Hai didn't think that Milton would say such a thing. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand why they did this. One must know that being a vassal of a clan meant that they would be subject to a lot of restrictions. They wouldn't be able to call the shots like they were now. Actually, this was because Zhao Hai didn't have a complete understanding of the continent's situation. In the continent, great clans had their own vassal races. Although these vassal races had to listen to the great clans, they could still get a lot of benefits from the great clans. They could also ask the great clans for help. For a mid-sized clan, this was very important. Although the Buddha clan was a new clan in the continent, their strength was tyrannical. Additionally, Zhao Hai was the son-in-law of the Calci family, the emperor's son-in-law of the Rosen Empire, the Crook family's eternal ally, and the Shelley family's ally. All of these relationships were things that Milton and the others couldn't reach. Now that they finally had such an opportunity, they certainly wouldn't let it go. Zhao Hai looked at Milton and the others, then he suddenly smiled and said, "All right, then I'll accept you. From now on, you'll be my Buddha clan's vassal races." Milton and the others had happy expressions on their faces. They felt that today's meal was worth it. They immediately put down their glasses and stood up to give Zhao Hai a salute. They were now Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai also accepted their salute. At this point, he was already half a master to Milton and the others. Naturally, he could accept this salute. He also knew that Milton and the others had truly become his subordinates after receiving this salute. After Milton and the others gave their salutes, Zhao Hai had them sit down. Then he said, "I won't be coming to the prairie often in the future. If you have any matters, you can look for Tai. Tai will tell me about your matters. Today, I called you over because I have something to discuss with you." Milton immediately said, "Please instruct us, sir." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I'm not instructing you, I just want to help you. This time, you didn't receive any news and brought a lot of things to the Beastman Prairie. Now that the Beastmen want to drive you away, those things would be wasted. I want to buy those things from you. Naturally, I can't buy them at a high price. You might lose a bit, but it wouldn't be too much. Moreover, I can only use gold, silver, or an anonymous crystal card to trade with you. I can't use magic beasts to trade with you. What do you think?" Milton stared, then he was overjoyed and said, "That's great, sir. Of course we agree. But wouldn't sir suffer a loss?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you see the 3 flags outside my tent? With those flags, the Beastmen wouldn't drive me away." Milton and the others stared, they didn't know what those 3 flags meant. They only knew that they were Beastman war flags. They also had Beastman war flags, but the Beastmen would still drive them away. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew that they didn't know. He stared for a moment before he suddenly remembered that there weren't many people in the continent who knew about the Beastman war flags. Therefore, it was impossible for Milton and the others to know about it. Zhao Hai looked at Milton and said, "Those 3 flags were given to me by the Beastmen. They aren't the same as your war flags. The Beastmen wouldn't chase me away, so you can just sell those things to me. Rest assured, I won't lose anything." Milton nodded and said, "All right." Milton and the others nodded, the last stone in their hearts was finally lifted. They were now very grateful to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai didn't help them this time, then they would have lost everything. Seeing that Milton and the others agreed, Zhao Hai happily had them sit down. Then he took out the milk wine that he brewed and served it to everyone. This was the first time that everyone drank this kind of wine. Their status wasn't high enough, and there weren't a lot of milk wine in the continent. Because of this, they didn't have the opportunity to drink this kind of wine back in the continent. The meal lasted for several hours before it dispersed. After that, Zhao Hai told Tai to go to the merchants tomorrow and take their things back. Then he would give them the money and have them leave Beast God City. The merchants also knew about this, so they didn't object. To be honest, if they didn't want to sell their things and recover their costs, then they would have already left. The war between the humans and the Beastmen was unavoidable. It was too dangerous for them to stay here at this time. However, they had no choice but to stay. A lot of these people's identities were in those goods. If they couldn't recover their costs, then they would have a hard time in the future. During the banquet, Zhao Hai had already discussed the price with them. Although this price was much cheaper than selling to the Beastmen, at most, they would only be able to keep their capital. They wouldn't be able to make a profit, but they also wouldn't lose much. This made them very satisfied. Now that the Beastmen were in such a situation, they were already very lucky. Zhao Hai returned to his tent and drank a few mouthfuls of spatial water. Then he told Laura and the others about Milton and the others becoming vassals of the Buddha clan. After Laura and the others heard this, they couldn't help but smile. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Although accepting them as vassals is a loss for us, no matter what, the Buddha clan still has its own vassal race. This isn't bad." Megan nodded and said, "Those fellows are really lucky. They really chose the right time to propose this. Big Brother Hai simply couldn't refuse. They're a group of insidious people." Lizzie smiled and said, I think they saw that Big Brother Hai was very easy to talk to. Therefore, they seized this opportunity to test him. They didn't expect Big Brother Hai to immediately agree. These fellows are really lucky. Zhao Hai looked at the three in a daze. He couldn't understand. It was obvious that the Buddha clan had accepted vassals. But from Laura and the others' mouths, it seemed like they were the ones who suffered a loss. Laura also knew that Zhao Hai didn't know much about these matters. So she explained to Zhao Hai that becoming a vassal of a great noble wasn't a shameful thing. On the contrary, it was a good thing. After becoming a vassal of a great noble, they could ask their great noble to solve their problems. This was much easier than doing it themselves. Moreover, if someone wanted to embarrass them in the future, they could ask their patriarch's family to come forward. This was equivalent to having a protective umbrella. This was a good thing that they couldn't find. One shouldn't look at these middle nobles. They might seem to be very well off in the continent, but in fact, their days weren't very good. Every day, they would tremble in fear. This was especially true for middle nobles who didn't have a great noble to rely on. They didn't know when they would offend a great noble, or if they had something that the great noble wanted, they might just find a reason to eliminate them. Because of this, they had to be very careful, as if they were treading on thin ice. Moreover, these middle nobles didn't have much strength. They also didn't have any good business that a great noble would want. Even if they wanted to find a great noble to rely on, they wouldn't necessarily be accepted. Now that Zhao Hai accepted them, it was equivalent to them finding a strong backer. Although they would have to pay tribute to the Buddha clan every year, they would still have to look at Zhao Hai's face. For them, the benefits were even greater. After listening to Laura's explanation, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. However, he didn't regret it. Just like what he told Milton and the others, the Buddha clan's network in the continent was still too small. Almost all of their information came from the Kelsey family. This made Zhao Hai very passive. With Milton and the others, the Buddha clan now had their own information network. It would be much more convenient for them in the future. Zhao Hai wasn't a person who would be controlled by others. He didn't plan to rely on the Kelsey family for information for his entire life. That would make the Buddha clan look down on the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai didn't want that, so he wanted to establish his own influence. However, establishing one's own influence wasn't easy. For a millennium-old family like the Kelsey family, they had countless vassal races. These vassal races were all members of the Kelsey family's huge network. On the other hand, the Buddha clan didn't have such a network. They had to start from scratch. Naturally, it would be very difficult for them to establish their influence. Milton and the others were just the beginning of Zhao Hai's web. Although Milton and the others weren't very strong, they came from different parts of the continent. As long as they had the support of the Buddha clan, they would become stronger and stronger. Slowly, they would be able to weave their own web. And the web that they weave would become a part of the Buddha clan's web. Slowly, the Buddha clan's web would become bigger and stronger. Although the Buddha clan's influence in the continent was very strong due to Zhao Hai and the Space's efforts, when it came to connections, the Buddha clan couldn't even compare to some small nobles. There was no other way, their foundation was too thin. At this time, the Buddha clan had some connections, such as the Kelsey family, the Crook family, the Rosen Imperial family, the Shelley family, the Purcell family, and the Xianxia family. But one must know that these families were very powerful. Even the Xianxia family was a duke. Although they didn't become a Grand Duke and established their own duchy, they were still considered an old noble in the Oxu Empire. They had their own circle of influence and connections. Zhao Hai couldn't get a lot of help from them. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to establish his own circle of influence. Milton and the others gave Zhao Hai this opportunity. Any great clan in the continent would have their own circle of influence. This circle of influence was a network that they weaved for many years. The Buddha clan didn't have such a network in the past, and Zhao Hai had just started to weave it. Because of this, Zhao Hai attached great importance to Milton and the others. No matter what, these people were the first group of people to rely on the Buddha clan. If he could help them, he would do his best to help them. In the next few days, all the human merchants who participated in Zhao Hai's banquet transported their goods to Magic Lily's shop. At the same time, Zhao Hai also took out the anonymous crystal cards and gave them to the human merchants. Those human merchants knew that if they drove magic beasts or gold and silver back to the human territory, they would definitely lose a lot of money. However, it was different if they had anonymous crystal cards. As long as they put these crystal cards in their pockets, they could say that they had lost money, and nobody would know about it. These merchants were very grateful to Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they would have lost everything. But now that the situation in Beast God City was getting more and more tense, they couldn't stay here any longer. After delivering the goods to Zhao Hai, they immediately left Beast God City. When these merchants left, the entire Beast God City became a lot emptier. This made the other merchants even more afraid. They also prepared to leave. The merchants that Zhao Hai invited had all been carefully investigated by him. Generally, these merchants were middle-class nobles without much background. Those who were related to great nobles or those who were related to the Radiant Church weren't invited by Zhao Hai. When the Radiant Church carried out this plan, they didn't inform the great nobles. Because of this, the great nobles also didn't understand the situation. They also wanted to do business in the prairie. At this time, there were still some merchants in the prairie who were related to the Radiant Church. However, these merchants were only a minority. They were all sent by the Radiant Church to monitor the situation of the beastmen. When Zhao Hai investigated these nobles, he did it very carefully. He had Kai investigate the background of these nobles and their families. After confirming that they weren't related to the great nobles and the Radiant Church, Zhao Hai invited them. As long as there was a bit of suspicion, he wouldn't invite them. But the number of merchants who relied on Zhao Hai wasn't small. Most of their shops were located outside of Beast God City, in the bad locations. When they left, the remaining merchants panicked. With the atmosphere in Beast God City becoming more and more tense, more and more beastmen appeared in the city. Moreover, the gazes of these beastmen became more and more unfriendly. A lot of merchants began to retreat, especially the great nobles. They could afford to lose, so some of them were already prepared to run away. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He had Atai contact these people. He wanted to buy the things that these people brought. Naturally, the price wouldn't be the same as Milton and the others. These merchants knew that Zhao Hai was trying to rob them. However, they had no choice but to agree. If they agreed with Zhao Hai, then they would at least be able to recover some of their costs. If they didn't, then they would lose everything. Moreover, Zhao Hai used an anonymous crystal card to pay. This method wasn't unusual in the human continent, but it was very rare in the Beastman Prairie. Especially at this time, it was very attractive to these merchants. The merchants who came to the Beastman Prairie to do business weren't fools. Naturally, they understood that bringing a crystal card back was more cost-effective than bringing a magic beast back. Because of this, after Milton and the others left, Zhao Hai's business became better. More and more human merchants wanted to sell their goods to Zhao Hai. The price of these goods was even lower than in the human continent. Zhao Hai had a lot of spare money in his hands, so naturally, he would take them all. Finally, a month after Zhao Hai arrived in Beast God City, the Beastmen issued an eviction order. They ordered all the human merchants to leave Beast God City within 3 days. Otherwise, they wouldn't be polite. When this order was issued, the human merchants knew that they were done for. Before, they didn't want to sell their goods to Zhao Hai. But now, they became anxious and immediately sold their goods to Zhao Hai at a low price. Then they took the money and ran away. The Beastmen in Beast God City also saw Zhao Hai's actions, but they didn't say anything. To be honest, these beastmen didn't hate the human merchants who came to the prairie to do business. Because of this, they didn't touch their goods after they left. At the same time, the 3 flags in Zhao Hai's tent made the beastmen very surprised. This was the first time that they saw a human take out the Beastman King's flag and the friendship flag. 3 days later, besides Zhao Hai's group, there were no other humans left in Beast God City. The beastmen were now looking at Zhao Hai's group with strange expressions. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Zhao Hai didn't care. The reason why he stayed here was to see if Whales and the Black Bear Patriarch would come to Beast God City. Whales didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. 10 days after all the humans left Beast God City, the Black Bear Patriarch arrived first. When Zhao Hai heard that the Black Bear Patriarch had arrived, he immediately went to the city's gate to greet him. When Zhao Hai arrived at the gate, he saw a group of cavalry coming from afar. When Zhao Hai looked at them, he could see that they were all Black Bear cavalry. There were about 30,000 of them. Looking at the black mass of cavalry that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a sense of invincibility. However, this cavalry didn't head towards the Beast Man God City. Instead, they stopped when they were about 5 li away from the Beast God City's gate. Only about 100 of them headed towards the Beast God City. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the city's gate. Zhao Hai saw the Black Bear Patriarch as well as Li Ben beside him. Li Ben was currently holding a banner in his hand. It was the Black Bear tribe's war flag. Zhao Hai stood there quietly while the Black Bear cavalry slowed down. Before long, the Black Bear Patriarch and the others arrived at Beast God City's gate. Zhao Hai immediately went forward and bowed to the Black Bear Patriarch. Zhao Hai has seen the Patriarch. The Black Bear Patriarch jumped down from his mount and opened his arms as he laughed and walked towards Zhao Hai. Then he hugged Zhao Hai and said, "I knew that you wouldn't leave." "Ha ha ha, you really didn't leave. Good, after I'm done with my business, I'll look for you for a drink." Then the Black Bear Patriarch hugged Zhao Hai tightly before releasing him. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, then I'll prepare some food and wine to welcome the Patriarch." The Black Bear Patriarch nodded and said, "All right, little Hai, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Wait for me at home." Then the Black Bear Patriarch jumped onto his mount and headed towards the city. Zhao Hai then led Ah Tai to the Magic Lily shop. Ah Tai looked at Zhao Hai in shock. He had been in contact with the Beast Man for a long time, but he had never seen a Beast Man treat a human this warmly. Beast Men were very hospitable, but most large Beast Men had been in contact with humans for a long time. They had also learned some of the human ways. For example, if you want to do business with a large Beast Man tribe, you would have to pay for your own things. Don't expect the Beast Men to take the initiative to invite you. At the same time, the Black Bear tribe was also a large warring tribe. They had been in contact with humans for a long time. Additionally, they had been deceived by humans. Therefore, they were more hostile to humans compared to other Beast Men. It was impossible for them to treat humans this warmly. Ah Tai had also heard from a merchant who had done business with the Black Bear tribe in Beast God City. When they were doing business with the Black Bear tribe would always guard against them as if they were thieves. Moreover, they would also restrict their freedom. Today, the Black Bear Patriarch actually took the initiative to hug Zhao Hai and even asked for a drink with Zhao Hai. At this point, Ah Tai believed that the banners in Zhao Hai's hands weren't ordinary. No wonder the Beast Man drove away all the human merchants these past few days. However, nobody came to Magic Lily shop to cause trouble. There were even a lot of Beast Men who took the initiative to greet Zhao Hai. Their expressions were also very warm. Zhao Hai and Ah Tai returned to the shop. Zhao Hai immediately had Laura and the others prepare some food and drinks. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out some seafood for Laura and the others to prepare. If the Black Bear Patriarch really came, then Zhao Hai would have to entertain him well. Ah Tai and the others were now accustomed to Zhao Hai's mystical ways. Therefore, they also prepared things according to Zhao Hai's instructions while waiting for the Black Bear Patriarch's arrival. While they were preparing, a loud noise could be heard from outside. Zhao Hai went out and saw the Black Bear tribe. The Black Bear Patriarch, along with 10 guards and Li Ben, had arrived outside Magic Lily shop. Zhao Hai invited the Black Bear Patriarch and Li Ben to the backyard of the shop. Then Ah Tai's son immediately gave them hot milk tea. The Black Bear Patriarch took a sip of the milk tea, then he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you seem to be living a comfortable life right now. I heard that you bought some things from the merchants. Why? Are you planning to sell them at a high price and make a big profit?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't. Actually, I just don't want those things to go to waste. When the merchants leave, the Beast Men wouldn't be willing to move those things, so they can only be left to rot. It's a pity. I'll buy them and when the war is over, I'll sell them to the Beast Men at a low price. Those things won't go to waste, I can make some money while the Beast Men can benefit from it." The Black Bear Patriarch nodded and said, "All right, ha ha ha. Kid, you really know how to do things. No matter what, you can still earn a smile while the beastmen benefit from it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, naturally, I'm now half a beastman. Naturally, I wouldn't cheat the beastmen. Patriarch, I've already prepared a meal next door, let's have a drink together. The Black Bear Patriarch nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai next door. Aside from seafood, Zhao Hai also prepared sister-in-law's barbecue. Sister-in-law's barbecue was very delicious. As for seafood, although the Black Bear Patriarch was the patriarch of the Black Bear Patriarch, he still hadn't eaten it before. Therefore, this meal was very enjoyable for the Black Bear Patriarch. Zhao Hai didn't ask the Black Bear Patriarch what he did just now. This was because it might be a military secret of the beastmen. If he asked, then the Black Bear Patriarch might be suspicious of him. Zhao Hai can see that the Black Bear Patriarch was deceived by the humans in the past. Because of this, the Black Bear Patriarch didn't trust the humans even more. Even if it was Zhao Hai, the Black Bear Patriarch still didn't trust the humans. After sending off the Black Bear Patriarch, Zhao Hai also prepared himself. He planned to wait for whales and the others to arrive before he greets them and then return to the human continent. The next day after the Black Bear Patriarch arrived in Beast God City, the Werewolf Patriarch also arrived. Zhao Hai received the Werewolf Patriarch once again. This made Ah Tai even more surprised. In the prairie, Ah Tai was very clear about the reputation of the Prairie Wolf tribe. For Zhao Hai to be able to make friends with the Prairie Wolf tribe, this made him very surprised. When the Wolfman Patriarch saw Zhao Hai, although he wasn't as polite as the Black Bear Patriarch, he still chatted with Zhao Hai like a friend. Moreover, Zhao Hai even treated them to a meal. Naturally, for these two meals, Zhao Hai didn't use ordinary wine to entertain them. He used purified milk wine. This made the beastmen very surprised. They had been drinking milk wine all their lives, but they didn't think that milk wine could be brewed like this. 4 days after the arrival of the Werewolf Patriarch, whales and Buzier also arrived. The relationship between the two races was very good, and they were also quite far from each other. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just drank with them. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that Buzier actually brought the dog-headed race's friendship flag. This really surprised Zhao Hai. At this time, the beastmen in Beast God City were looking at Zhao Hai in a different light. These beastmen couldn't understand why a human like Zhao Hai would have such a good relationship with so many beastmen. This was especially true for the dog-headed race and the cow-headed race. It was as if they were a family. This made the beastmen very puzzled. In the past few days, more and more beastmen arrived at Beast God City. However, these beastmen were similar to the black bears. They were all stationed outside the city. Only their patriarchs were able to enter the city with a few dozen guards. Although Zhao Hai knew what they were doing inside the city, he had already seen their every move through the monitor. These beastmen came here to discuss the matter of dispatching troops. This was because the war tribes, the tiger tribe, the lion tribe, and the fox tribe were all stationed here. Moreover, they were the royal tribes of these 3 tribes. Because of this, whenever the beastmen decide to dispatch troops, the beastmen who weren't too far away from Beast God City would report to Beast God City before they would act together. The great clans that were stationed in Beast God City didn't have their headquarters in Beast God City, they had their own headquarters. However, because of their noble status, they were able to intimidate the other clans so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. After Whales and the others arrived, Zhao Hai greeted Whales before he left Beast God City. At this point, the entire Beastman race knew that Magic Lily's shop had the friendship flags of the Black Bears and the Dog-Headed race. Because of this, nobody dared to cause trouble here. When Zhao Hai left this time, he also took the flags with him. This time, Zhao Hai was still the same. In front of the Beastmen, he mounted a Blood Hawk and then the Blood Hawk soared into the sky. This made the Beastmen very surprised. They didn't think that the humans would be able to form their own air force. For the Beastmen, this wasn't good news. After arriving at a place where the Beastmen couldn't see, Zhao Hai's group immediately flashed into the space. Then from there, they arrived at the Purcell Duchy. The Purcell Duchy was fully prepared for war. They had already received news that the Beastmen were going to attack the humans. Moreover, this time, it wouldn't be a small matter. The Beastmen were going to send a lot of reinforcements. they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop them. Zhao Hai was sitting in a small carriage as he calmly looked at the people of the Purcell Duchy. Although the people of the duchy were fully prepared for war, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that besides the Purcell family's Bennu guards, they didn't see any other troops from the Oxu Empire. This was really inconceivable. This time, the beastmen's actions weren't secret. They were clearly showing off their strength. In this case, it was impossible for the Oxu Empire to not receive the news. So why didn't they send troops from other nobles to support the Purcell Duchy? Did they think that the Purcell Duchy would be able to stop the Beastman army by relying on their own forces? The place where Zhao Hai appeared was a very remote place in Kasa City. Moreover, his carriage looked very ordinary, so nobody paid attention to him. At this time, there were already people fleeing from Kasa City. However, most of them were small nobles. They took their belongings and left Kasa City. On the other hand, the commoners in Kasa City didn't leave because they didn't know where they were going or where they could go. Almost all of the commoners' belongings were in Kasa City. If they left Kasa City, then they would become refugees with nothing. If they went to other cities, then they wouldn't be able to survive. In the end, if they didn't starve to death, then they would become slaves. These commoners hoped that their country's army would be able to repel the beastmen like before and protect them. However, they didn't know that this was almost impossible. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Purcell Duchy's Grand Duke's mansion, he immediately had Shu send an invitation. This time, when Zhao Hai went to the prairie, he didn't bring Shu and Shun. Instead, he left them in Iron Mountain Fort and had them help Green prepare. They wanted to receive some refugees to go to the Black Wasteland. However, when Zhao Hai arrived at Kasa City, he immediately called Shu and Shun over. If he didn't call the two of them, then he wouldn't have anyone else in his hands, which would be very inconvenient. Shu didn't take long to send the invitation before the Grand Duke's mansion steward came out. He directly led Zhao Hai to the back door and then entered the Grand Duke's mansion. When they arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion, Zhao Hai got off the carriage and saw Grand Duke Evan waiting for him. When he saw Zhao Hai, Evan immediately greeted him. He laughed and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you're really good. Now that the Buddha clan is like the sun in the sky, this uncle is very envious of you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle is too polite. Now that the beastmen are pressuring us, I couldn't feel at ease, so I came to take a look." When Evan heard Zhao Hai, the smile on his face disappeared. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Come, let's talk in the living room." Then he invited Zhao Hai to a small living room in the back of the mansion. A servant brought them some tea while the old steward guarded the door, not letting anyone in. After Evan sat down, he sighed and said, "My Purcell family is finished. I'm afraid that this time, we won't be able to escape." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Uncle Evan, when I came here, I saw that the nobles in Kasa City were fleeing. Moreover, besides your Purcell family's army, I didn't see any other nobles. Did the Oxu Empire not send troops to support you?" Evan clenched his teeth and said, "Don't mention those bastards to me. Ever since you saved my Purcell family, those bastards of the Oxu Empire have been making things difficult for me everywhere. I can endure it, but they shouldn't have just stood by and watched the beastmen attack. I sent a request to the imperial capital to send reinforcements, but I don't know what those bastards are thinking. They actually replied that the Empire's provisions are tight, and that the army needs time to assemble. If the beastmen attack before the reinforcements arrive, then I must resist. They clearly want to borrow the beastman's blade to kill me. Those bastards are just too much." Zhao Hai frowned. He didn't think that the Oxu Empire would do such a thing. Wasn't this just playing with the lives of their subjects? How could they do such a thing? Zhao Hai turned to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, did they really say that? Don't they know why the beastmen attacked the Oxu Empire? Are they crazy?" Evan sneered, "I know, everyone in the continent knows. How could they not know that the commoners are disgusted with the Radiant Church? However, those bastards from the imperial capital still treat the Radiant Church as an honored guest. I heard that some of the imperial capital's clans received the Radiant Church's priests with more care than receiving a duke." Zhao Hai listened to all of this. He couldn't believe that this was true. What was a priest? It was the lowest position in the Radiant Church. To put it bluntly, if the positions in the Radiant Church were the ranks of nobles, then a priest would be the lowest third-rank baron. Those people actually received a priest with the same standard as a duke? Were they crazy? Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Evan smiled bitterly and said, "Do you feel that it's inconceivable? But it's really happening. Not only in the imperial capital, even in our Purcell family, there are a lot of people who are wholeheartedly loyal to the Radiant Church. It's as if they have gone crazy, and for the Radiant Church, they are willing to sacrifice everything." Zhao Hai stared blankly at Evan. He already knew what was going on. These people were certainly brainwashed by the Radiant Church. Religious brainwashing was the most terrible thing. It can make people do crazy things. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Radiant Church would be able to do this. Evan looked at Zhao Hai's expression and sighed. If the Empire doesn't send reinforcements, then how can our Purcell family block the Beastman army? Our Purcell family will certainly die this time. It's just a pity for the commoners, they will also be unlucky. Zhao Hai knit his brows. He discovered that the situation in the Purcell Duchy was very complicated. He can help the Purcell Duchy's people, he can even take the entire Purcell Duchy's people to the Black Wasteland. But if he does that, then he would have to use all of his cards. Most importantly, he discovered that the Purcell family's situation was more complicated than what he had imagined. If the Purcell family was really infiltrated by the Radiant Church, then if he brought the Purcell family to the Black Wasteland, it would be hard to say what would happen there. The Radiant Church's ability to infiltrate was too strong, even the Beastmen couldn't stop them. Evan looked at Zhao Hai and calmly said, "Little Hai, I want to ask you for a favor. I'll arrange a group of people from the Purcell family to follow you to Golden Island. If the Purcell family can survive this crisis, then everything will be fine. If we can't, then I hope that you can take care of them so that the name of the Purcell family can be passed on." Zhao Hai looked at Evan. He knew that Evan was preparing for the worst. He wanted to leave some seeds for the Purcell family. Zhao Hai didn't refuse, he nodded and said, "All right, I can promise you that. But uncle, I also want you to help me check how many people are willing to leave Casa City. I can also bring them to Golden Island. You should know that our Buddha clan is currently lacking people. If the Beastmen attack, then the civilians in the city might suffer heavy casualties. But I only want those with clean backgrounds, and those who have contact with the Radiant Church, I don't want them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Evan nodded and said, "That's not a problem, I can arrange it. There are a lot of people in the city who are willing to leave, but they don't know where to go. If they go to other cities, they would have no way to survive. In the end, they would only end up as slaves. I don't want to see them like that, so I can help you arrange it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Evan. This matter needs to be done as soon as possible. Also, you should prepare here as well. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I also want to see the Xianxia family, I reckon that they aren't having a good time." Evan nodded and said, "You should go and take a look. The Xianxia family has given you face and helped me a lot. I heard that the Empire had sent them reinforcements, but it seems like they've been placed under house arrest." Evan nodded and said, "You should go and take a look." Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed. "Really? Damn, Oxu Empire, what do they want to do? Did they really become the Radiant Church's puppets?" Evan calmly replied, "That's very likely. If the Empire wasn't controlled by the Radiant Church, then how could they do such a thing? This is equal to offending all the nobles. In the future, there wouldn't be any nobles who would help them." Zhao Hai sighed. He really didn't understand the Radiant Church. Why would they do such a thing? Wasn't this a warning to the rulers of the other empires? He's afraid that after this matter, the rulers of the other empires would suppress the Radiant Church. Looking at the sky, Zhao Hai stood up and turned to Evan. "Uncle Evan, it's already late. I'll go to the Xianxia family first, I'm afraid that they might be in danger." Evan nodded and said, "Little Hai, you can leave through our family's secret passage. I still need a few days to prepare, so you don't need to worry. Let's save the Xianxia family first." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Evan would actually let him leave through the family's secret passage. This secret passage was the Purcell family's most important secret. Zhao Hai understood Evan's meaning. Evan wanted to tell him that he completely trusted him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to go through the Purcell family's secret passage. He shook his head and said, "No need, I have my own way. Evan also knew that Zhao Hai had a flying magic beast, so he didn't say anything. He just nodded and sent Zhao Hai out. Then he sat on the carriage and left the Grand Duke's mansion. When Zhao Hai entered the carriage, his body immediately flashed and entered the space. Laura and the others were also inside, so they heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Evan. Now that Zhao Hai came in, Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I just had Kyer pay attention to the Xianxia family. They're still fine, they're just under house arrest. However, we still haven't received any news from the Blood Hawks." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Hai, I just had Kyer pay attention to the Xianxia family." Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately had Kyer report the Xianxia family's situation. The Xianxia family city lord's mansion was surrounded by troops. Robert was still fine, he was just trapped inside the mansion. On the other hand, Fernand's situation wasn't very good, he seemed to have been beaten up, his whole body was wrapped like a rice dumpling. Zhao Hai looked around but couldn't find the shadow of the Blood Hawk. He knew that the Blood Hawk might have been killed. It seems like the Oxu Empire had sent a 9th-rank expert to deal with the Xianxia family. Otherwise, the Blood Hawk wouldn't have been unable to escape. Moreover, the Xianxia family also had a 9th-rank expert. If the Xianxia family's 9th-rank expert wasn't dealt with, then it would be impossible for the Xianxia family to be placed under house arrest. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately had Kyer look around to see if there was a 9th-rank expert in the Xianxia family. Most people wouldn't be able to find a 9th-rank expert, but Kyer would definitely be able to. Kyer's current strength was a lot stronger than an average 9th-rank expert. After looking for some time, Kyer finally found one. There were indeed 9th ranks in Sart City, moreover, it wasn't just one, there were 4 of them. These 4 9th ranks surrounded the Xianxia family's city lord's mansion. From the way these 4 9th ranks were dressed, one could see that they were people from the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai immediately checked the Bell family's situation. He discovered that the Bell family was also placed under house arrest. Zhao Hai knew that Bell's identity must have been exposed, otherwise, he wouldn't have been placed under house arrest. It seems like this was a trap set by the Radiant Church, they were specifically waiting for him. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 9th ranks, they didn't seem to have anything special about them. All 4 of them wore white robes, they didn't seem to be any different from other 9th ranks. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so his figure immediately moved and appeared in Fernand's room. Fernand's appearance was very miserable, his whole body was wrapped in gauze, only his head was exposed. His head was also bruised, even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. It seems like those people didn't use light magic to heal him, otherwise, he wouldn't be in this state. Fernand seemed to have fainted, he was lying on the bed without moving, moreover, he didn't look like he was sleeping. When Zhao Hai saw Fernand's appearance, he couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. To be honest, he didn't get along with Fernand for a long time, Fernand was a playboy, they didn't walk the same path as him. But for the 2 of them to become friends, most people wouldn't believe it. But sometimes, fate was something that couldn't be explained clearly. 2 people with completely different personalities, but they still managed to become good friends. Zhao Hai gently walked to Fernand's bedside and whispered, Brother Fernand, are you alright? Can you hear me?" The person on the bed didn't respond at all. Zhao Hai immediately used a light element magic to heal Fernand's wounds. Then Fernand's eyelids gently moved. Zhao Hai looked at Fernand and said, Brother Fernand, are you alright? Wake up. But just as Zhao Hai said this, Fernand opened his eyes and roared, Bastard, my brother is here, he won't let you off. Zhao Hai stared, Fernand was also stunned, he stared at Zhao Hai for a while, then he sat up and jumped off the bed. He threw himself onto Zhao Hai and hugged him, Brother, why did you come so late? I was almost bullied to death by those bastards. Zhao Hai stared, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he patted Fernand's back and said, Alright, brother, don't cry, your brother is here, he will certainly avenge you. Fernand stopped crying, then he anxiously released Zhao Hai and said, Brother, this enmity isn't easy to take. The other party has 9th rank experts, our family's divine elder was killed by them. You should leave quickly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry. At this time, a cold voice was heard, Leave? He won't be able to leave. Upon hearing this voice, Fernand's complexion changed, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, it seems like you can't leave. This is a 9th rank expert." Fernand smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, it seems like you can't leave." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've seen a lot of 9th rank experts, it's alright, let's go, brother. I want to see what's so great about this 9th rank expert." Then Zhao Hai led Fernand out of the room. When they went outside, Zhao Hai discovered that the 4 9th ranks that Kair saw had already flown above the city lord's mansion. They surrounded Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the 4 9th ranks, then he sneered and said, "The Radiant Church is really good, in order to deal with me, they're really willing to do anything." The 9th rank expert looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "You're right, His Holiness the Pope has already given the order to kill you at all costs. In order to deal with you, our Radiant Church has already lost too many people, this time, you must die." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Radiant Church has been trying to kill me for a while now. But I'm still alive. On the other hand, your Radiant Church's 9th ranks are dying one by one. I really admire you, your Radiant Church really has a lot of 9th ranks." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know what to do." The 9th rank expert looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "Don't waste your breath, Zhao Hai, you're now our Radiant Church's #1 enemy. If we don't get rid of you, then our Radiant Church will never have peace. In order to get rid of you, our Radiant Church can sacrifice everything. Our lives belong to the Church, sacrificing ourselves for the Church is what we should do. Zhao Hai, you must die today." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "That's not necessarily true. Don't think that a few 9th ranks can kill me, you're overestimating yourselves." The 9th rank leader coldly snorted and said, "Without full preparation, how could we dare to say that we can kill you? Do you really think that our Radiant Church doesn't know about your cards? Zhao Hai, today is the day of your death." After he said that, the 9th rank experts suddenly shot out lights from their hands, then they shot towards the 4 corners of the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai stared, but when the lights fell, a transparent barrier immediately appeared around the city lord's mansion, covering the entire mansion. Zhao Hai didn't care about this was because he just asked Kair about it. She said that he can return to the space at any time, this transparent barrier couldn't stop him. Zhao Hai speculated that this barrier might be a magic formation. It seems like the Radiant Church wanted to use a magic formation to deal with him. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just stood there and curiously looked at the 9th ranks. In the sky, those few 9th rank experts softly chanted incantations. Along with their incantations, clear wrinkles appeared on their faces at the same time. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when he saw this. Then his expression changed. He knew that this was the 9th ranks consuming their vitality. It seems like they were prepared to perish together with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked around, then he turned to Fernand and said, "Brother Fernand, go inform your family and have them gather around me. This time, the magic that the Radiant Church used isn't simple." Fernand stared, he also knew that it was unnecessary to say anything else. He immediately nodded and said, "All right." Then he turned around and ran towards the backyard. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at the 9th ranks, the wrinkles on their faces were getting more and more, even their hair was turning white. At the same time, Zhao Hai's sense of crisis was getting bigger and bigger. It seems like the Radiant Church's 4 people weren't simple. These 4 people must have a way to join forces and use a very special type of magic. Moreover, this type of magic must be very powerful. Moreover, this magic formation was certainly not a simple one. If one wasn't a 9th rank expert, then it would be very difficult to break this magic formation from the inside. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the 4 9th ranks who were rapidly aging. One must know that the lifespan of a 9th rank expert was very long. Moreover, looking at the appearance of these 9th ranks, their lifespan should be very long. At the very least, they should be able to live for another 300 to 500 years. But now, they were aging at a very fast speed. The speed at which they were aging made people feel as if they were riding a time train. It was as if the flow of time in their bodies was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than other people. Zhao Hai's expression was very calm. At this time, his body inside his clothes was completely crystallized. He had unconditional faith in the space. The space was able to crystallize his body. Moreover, once his body was crystallized, it would be almost unbreakable. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to face these 4 ninth ranks head-on. For a long time, when Zhao Hai was fighting against people, he rarely made a direct move. Except for the time when he fought against Terry, he would usually use magic to deal with the enemy, or he would use his undead to hide in the back. This was related to his character. He didn't like to fight in the front, he thought that a mage's way of fighting was the safest. But now, it was different. If he were to enter the space, then the mages would stop their magic midway. If that happened, then his secret of the space would be exposed. Additionally, he was currently in the Xianxia family's mansion. If he were to enter the space at this time, then the Xianxia family would be finished. He couldn't just watch his friends die like this. Although the space was very powerful, it still couldn't forcibly take people with wisdom into the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only stand there and wait for Fernand to call his family over. Then he would take them into the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't know that ever since his body became crystallized, his thoughts had changed a little. He wanted to test his body's strength. Even if he couldn't block the enemy's attack, he still had Kai and the space. As long as Fernand's family were taken into the space, then he would be able to fight with confidence. Naturally, the enemy needed a long time to prepare for this attack. Fernand wasn't a fool, he knew that time was of the essence. Moreover, the other members of the Xianxia family weren't fools as well. When they saw the ninth ranks make their move, they immediately guessed what the enemy's attack would be. These people were very clear about how terrifying a ninth rank's attack was. Although the Xianxia family had their own secret passage, it was useless against ninth ranks. When Fernand called for them, all of them immediately went behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have time to be polite with them, he immediately said, "In a while, you will arrive at an unfamiliar place. But don't worry, there will be people there to meet you. Don't panic." Fernand and the others nodded. Robert's prestige in the Xianxia family was very high, he immediately shouted a few times. The panicked members of the Xianxia family immediately calmed down. One must know that the Xianxia family had nearly 10,000 members. For them to calm down in such a short time was already a miracle. Zhao Hai carefully observed the 4 ninth ranks. The lives of the 4 ninth ranks were about to come to an end. Their faces were filled with wrinkles, their hair had already started to fall off, age spots had also appeared. Even their teeth had fallen off. However, they didn't stop, they were still chanting their incantation, as if what was happening to them had nothing to do with them. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation of the Xianxia family. When he saw that they were ready, Zhao Hai immediately received them into the space. When Zhao Hai received the Xianxia family into the space, the 4 ninth ranks finished chanting their incantation. Then their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Then a sun suddenly appeared in the sky, this light was very bright, it was very frightening. This light looked like the energy cannons that Zhao Hai saw in sci-fi movies. It shot towards the city lord's mansion from the space. But how fast was this light? Zhao Hai didn't even have time to enter the space before the light reached his head. Fortunately, at this time, Zhao Hai's body was completely crystallized. Zhao Hai felt the light fall on his head. Then his clothes disappeared, it was as if they didn't exist at all. Then the buildings around him also disappeared. Even the bluestone paved ground disappeared, there was no need to talk about the plants. Everything that was hit by the light also disappeared. Zhao Hai stood there, he didn't enter the space. This was because he discovered that the light didn't have any effect on his body. Moreover, he didn't dare open a spatial rift. Although the light didn't have any effect on him, he could still feel how powerful it was. If the light penetrated the spatial rift and entered the space, it would be hard to say what kind of effect it would have on the space. Zhao Hai didn't dare to take this risk. In any case, the light didn't have any effect on him, so he just stayed outside. However, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that his staying outside made Laura and the others very nervous. Zhao Hai had Laura and the others receive the Xianxia family. At this time, the Xianxia family was already at the end of their rope. They can only rely on the Buddha clan to survive. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that the Xianxia family would betray them. Moreover, he was prepared to send the Xianxia family to Iron Mountain Fort. Even if they knew something, it would be impossible for them to spread the news. When the Xianxia family entered the space, they were somewhat nervous. But when they saw Laura and the others, they calmed down. Although the space's villa was big, it was still impossible for the Xianxia family to live inside. Laura and the others just asked them to rest inside the villa first before sending them to Iron Mountain Fort. At this time, Laura and the others were more concerned about the situation outside. Therefore, after receiving Robert and the others inside the villa, they surrounded the screen and looked at the situation outside. However, it was a pity that the screen was now filled with white light, they couldn't see anything. After the white light disappeared, Laura and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, the city lord's mansion was completely destroyed, there wasn't a single trace of it left behind. In the original position of the city lord's mansion, there was only a huge hole. This hole looked like a crater created by a meteorite that fell from the sky. The deepest part of the crater was about 30 meters deep. What made Laura and the others uneasy was that they didn't see Xianxia inside the crater. Xianxia had also disappeared without a trace. While Laura and the others were panicking, Xianxia suddenly came in from the outside. He had changed his clothes and was now wearing an ordinary magic robe. Seeing Xianxia come in, Laura and the others relaxed. Actually, Xianxia didn't go missing just now. His clothes were already gone when he was outside. If he suddenly appeared in the villa naked, then the entire Xianxia family would have seen him. Xianxia wasn't an exhibitionist, so after he left the space, he put on some clothes outside before entering the villa. Upon entering the villa, Laura and the others immediately greeted Xianxia. They looked left and right to make sure that he was all right before they felt relieved. Xianxia looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't be nervous, I'm all right. But Laura, I'm sorry, the clothes you gave me have been destroyed." Laura didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who cares about clothes, it's good that you're all right. Let's go see Uncle Robert, he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Xianxia nodded, then he went to the living room of the villa. Robert and Fernand were already sitting inside. When they saw Xianxia come in, they immediately stood up. Xianxia gave Robert a salute and then asked the two to sit down. Then he said, "Uncle Robert, you can see the current situation. I'm afraid that your Xianxia family won't be able to survive in the Oxu Empire." Robert smiled bitterly and said, "I already thought of this. Our family's foreign elder was killed, so I knew that the Xianxia family was finished. To be honest, if you didn't appear, then the Xianxia family might have already been destroyed. No matter what, little Hai, I still have to thank you." Robert smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Uncle Robert, you're too polite. If it weren't for me, then your Xianxia family wouldn't have fallen to this point. Since you're here, then I'll tell you that this place is the Buddha clan's greatest secret. In the continent, aside from the Buddha clan, nobody knows about its existence. Even my father-in-law doesn't know about it. Now that the Xianxia family knows about it, I can only say that it's impossible for me to let you go." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You're right." Robert nodded. As soon as he entered the space, he could feel the difference. He was also a mage, so he was very sensitive to energy. He could feel that the energy inside the space was much more active and rich compared to the outside. This was certainly not an ordinary place. Xianxia looked at Robert's expression and said, "Uncle Robert, I can only give you two choices. One is to go to the Black Wasteland. I can tell you that the poisonous fog in the Black Wasteland was created by me. Our Buddha clan lives in the Black Wasteland, that place is where our roots are. The milk wine that we drank before was produced there, we also have a lot of properties there. You can be absolutely safe there. Moreover, I'm preparing to buy a lot of slaves to settle down in the Black Wasteland. Your Xianxia family is very capable, I want you to help me manage those slaves." Robert nodded, he thought that this was a good choice. However, he still wanted to ask Xianxia what the second choice was. So he turned to Xianxia and said, "What's the second choice?" Xianxia smiled and said, "The second choice is Golden Island. Golden Island is also our Buddha clan's fief. After arriving there, you can also manage the island. However, in order to prevent the news of you coming here from spreading, you might have to live under the surveillance of the undead." Xianxia smiled and said, "The second choice is Golden Island." Robert knit his brows, he was very clear about what Xianxia meant. The place they were staying in couldn't be exposed. Therefore, if they go to Golden Island, the undead would be monitoring them all the time, making sure that they don't leak anything. If they go to the Black Wasteland, then they wouldn't need to do so. This was because the Black Wasteland was a relatively closed environment. Outsiders couldn't enter, and Zhao Hai wouldn't let the people inside out. Because of this, they could move freely without being monitored. However, Golden Island allowed them to contact the outside world. Although the Xianxia family had fallen, Robert still hoped that the Xianxia family could stand in front of the people of the continent. He wanted them to know that the Xianxia family didn't disappear, they still existed. However, being monitored every day wasn't a very comfortable thing. Robert couldn't make up his mind, he didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at Robert and smiled, "Uncle Robert, don't worry. I can send you to the Black Wasteland for some time. You can slowly think about it. If you want to stay in the Black Wasteland, then I won't oppose it. If you want to go to Golden Island, then I'll be the first to send you there." Robert nodded, he needed to think about this matter. It was impossible for them to stay in the space for a long time. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to send Robert and the others to the Black Wasteland. Robert and the others were now certain that Zhao Hai's place was a huge and mysterious space. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to do all of this. The Xianxia family didn't have a lot of people, so Iron Mountain Fort was more than enough. Moreover, when they arrived at Iron Mountain Fort, Robert and the others couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't think that the Black Wasteland would have such a beautiful fort. Moreover, this fort was producing goods that were in high demand in the continent. Robert and the others were amazed as they looked at the most mysterious place in the continent. This was because no one knew where the Buddha clan's lair was located. It didn't take long before Robert fell in love with this place. Most of the people here used to be slaves, but they were no longer slaves. There were also beastmen here, but these beastmen were very friendly and enthusiastic towards them. Most importantly, Robert saw something in these people. He saw a desire for a better life, a desire to live a better life. This kind of desire was very rare in the continent. When Robert heard Zhao Hai's introduction that the Black Wasteland had been transformed and that all of the land could be cultivated, Robert couldn't help but be shocked. Robert was the patriarch of the Xianxia family. The Xianxia family was a famous family in the continent, so it was impossible for them to not know about the Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland was the largest plain in the continent. Although it was located in the north and could only grow crops once a year, it was undeniable that if the Black Wasteland could grow things, then it would become the continent's largest granary. If it weren't for this, then the continent wouldn't have invested so much energy in researching the Black Wasteland. This was because the terrain here was very good. If things could grow here, then it would have a huge impact on the continent. But what Robert didn't expect was that the research that the continent had been doing for so long was actually solved by Zhao Hai. He now understood why Zhao Hai didn't mention that Golden Island was the Buddha clan's route. Golden Island was an important place for maritime trade, it could also bring the Buddha clan a lot of income. But compared to the Black Wasteland, it was far worse. Sometimes, you can't buy food even if you have money, but food can be exchanged for money. After Robert knew that things could grow in the Black Wasteland, he immediately made a decision to stay and develop in the Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland was very large, it was possible to establish a country here. As the Buddha clan gets stronger and stronger, the construction of the Black Wasteland would also get better and better. With the Xianxia family's current strength, it would be possible for them to become the most powerful force in the Black Wasteland. This was much better than developing outside. Moreover, Robert believed that it was impossible for the Buddha clan to hide the existence of the Black Wasteland forever. In the future, when the people of the continent know about the Black Wasteland, the Xianxia family would be able to appear in the continent. Moreover, they would be able to do so in a very glorious manner. However, Robert also knew that this matter wouldn't be easy. After all, the Xianxia family was very famous in the continent. Letting the people of the family live a pure and simple life in the Black Wasteland was something that a lot of people wouldn't be used to. Although Robert was the patriarch, he still needed to listen to the opinions of the elders in the family. He was no longer a dictator. Zhao Hai still hoped that Robert and the others could stay in the Black Wasteland. This was because compared to Golden Island, the Black Wasteland needed management talents more. The Xianxia family was a famous great family in the continent. Although there weren't a lot of Xianxia family members, Xianxia knew that the ones who came this time were the elites of the Xianxia family. The purpose of the Radiant Church was very simple: after killing Xianxia, they would also destroy the Xianxia family. Because of this, the Radiant Church wouldn't let the elites of the Xianxia family off. They wanted to use the sacrifice of the 4 ninth ranks to achieve their goal of destroying Xianxia and the Xianxia family. Destroying a great family was very difficult, but it was also very easy. There were 2 ways to deal with a great family. One was to eliminate their 9th ranks, making the family lose their backing. The other was to eliminate the elites of the family, making the family have no successors. This way, the family would naturally decline. The Radiant Church used both methods to deal with the Xianxia family. First, they eliminated the 9th ranks of the Xianxia family. Then they gathered the elites of the Xianxia family and eliminated them along with Xianxia. Because of this, although there weren't a lot of Xianxia family members that came with Xianxia, all of them were elites. As long as they adapt a little bit, they would be able to take charge of the Xianxia family. This would be very good for the development of the Black Wasteland. Because of this idea, Xianxia brought Robert and the others to the Black Wasteland. He wanted Robert to see the situation of the Black Wasteland. He believed that the Black Wasteland would be very attractive to Robert. Naturally, Xianxia had succeeded. Robert was already tempted. Although the Black Wasteland situation wasn't as good as Golden Island, it was still newly built. Its potential for development was limitless. For Robert, if the Xianxia family were to develop in the Black Wasteland, then it would be much better than Golden Island. In Golden Island, they had the protection of the Buddha clan, so they didn't need to worry about being attacked. But in Golden Island, they could only become a merchant family. Becoming a great clan in the continent was no longer possible. The Buddha clan didn't need to worry about being attacked. This was something that Robert couldn't accept. In the Oxu Empire, how could a great clan be content with being a rich man? Because of this, Xianxia wanted Robert to see the potential of the Black Wasteland. He wanted to tie Robert to the Buddha clan's war chariot. Xianxia also asked Robert what he needed. After all, Iron Mountain Fort's environment couldn't be compared to before. But Robert said that this place was very good. He had already prepared some daily necessities. Moreover, the food and drinks here weren't any worse than the Xianxia families. It's just that there weren't as many people here, so the environment was quite unfamiliar. Xianxia didn't ask Robert if he brought the Xianxia family's belongings with him. If he did, then Robert might misunderstand that he wanted to swallow the Xianxia family's belongings. After settling the Xianxia family, Xianxia returned to the Xianxia domain. He wanted to see Belle's situation. Belle's identity might have been exposed, he couldn't let them stay there. No matter what, Belle was still a subordinate of the Calci family, he couldn't let them be destroyed by others. When he arrived at the Xianxia domain, Xianxia discovered that the battle between him and the 9th ranks had caused a sensation. Now, Sart City was under martial law. Xianxia looked at the Belle family's situation and discovered that they had already disappeared from Sart City. It seems like Belle wanted to escape long ago, but he was being watched by the 9th ranks, so he couldn't escape. Now that the 9th ranks were dead, it was natural for him to escape. Seeing this situation, Xianxia felt relieved. He believed that Belle had already prepared a way out, he wasn't an ordinary person. Now that there was nothing left to do in the Xianxia domain, Xianxia immediately went to Sart City. He wanted to look for Evan and tell him about what happened in the Xianxia domain. Then he would have Evan spread the news to the continent. Xianxia wanted all the clans in the continent to know what happened in the Xianxia domain. This would also be an attack against the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church's actions were indeed excessive. Moreover, the Oxu Empire was now under their control. If Xianxia were to announce this matter, the other countries in the continent would certainly be on guard against the Radiant Church. Xianxia wanted to see if the Radiant Church would still be so arrogant in the future. Evan still hadn't received the news about what happened to the Xianxia family. After all, it had just happened. Moreover, the people there had blocked the news, so it was impossible for Evan to know. After Xianxia returned to Casa City, he immediately went to the city lord's mansion. Evan didn't think that Xianxia would return this quickly. However, he knew that Xianxia had a lot of secrets, so he didn't ask and immediately invited Xianxia to his room. After the two sat down, Xianxia told Evan about the Xianxia family's situation. Evan was very surprised. One must know that although the Xianxia family didn't have the title of Grand Duke, their strength wasn't any worse than the Purcell Duchy. But now, the Xianxia family's name had been erased from the continent. This time, the Radiant Church was really ruthless. After saying this, Zhao Hai didn't immediately have Evan spread the news. He looked at Evan's face. He knew that Evan couldn't let go of the Purcell Duchy's business. Zhao Hai wanted to tell Evan that if he didn't know how to make a choice, then he might follow in the footsteps of the Xianxia family. Zhao Hai didn't give up on the idea of pulling the Purcell family to the Buddha clan. At this time, the Buddha clan needed talents. As their business got bigger and bigger, they would need more and more talents. At this time, the Marquis family was helping to manage Golden Island. And with their original businesses, they couldn't spare too many people to help the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan itself didn't have many people. Although the Xianxia family had joined them, one shouldn't forget that they would soon have 100,000 beastman slaves. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already ordered 100,000 slaves from Carson City's slave market. 200,000 slaves who didn't know anything. How many people would they need to manage them? Just relying on those slaves who had just learned how to write and become commoners was certainly not enough. They also needed people to manage them. If the Purcell family could join them, then Zhao Hai would be able to obtain a large number of talents. However, the Purcell family's situation was more complicated compared to the Xianxia family. The Purcell family had been infiltrated by the Radiant Church. Therefore, although Zhao Hai wanted to pull the Purcell family under his banner, he still needed to be careful. Before, when Evan said that the Purcell family had diehard followers of the Radiant Church, he didn't say how he would deal with them. Obviously, he didn't intend to deal with them. Maybe Evan wanted to leave a way out for himself. If he really couldn't do anything, then he might be prepared to seek refuge with the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai told Evan about the Xianxia family's situation because he wanted him to know that the same thing that happened to the Xianxia family might happen to the Purcell family as well. This way, the Purcell family wouldn't have any illusions about the Radiant Church. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Evan's complexion changed. He didn't think that the Radiant Church would be this ruthless. If the Radiant Church were to deal with him, then what would happen to the Purcell family? Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just calmly sat there and looked at Evan. He wanted to see what Evan would do. The situation was very clear now. Sooner or later, the Buddha clan and the Radiant Church would have a conflict. It all depended on the Purcell family's choice. Evan didn't say anything for a while. He was also making a difficult decision. He was very clear that if he sought refuge with the Buddha clan, then it would mean that he would have to give up the Purcell Duchy. The Purcell family could only become a vassal of the Buddha clan. This was something that Evan couldn't accept. But if he sought refuge with the Radiant Church, then he was afraid that the Radiant Church would go back on their words and deal with him. When that time comes, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Most importantly, this matter couldn't be decided by him alone. Although the Purcell Duchy had undergone a change and his family's power had increased a lot, the strength of the Elder Council was still very big. This matter would ultimately need to be decided by the Elder Council. Zhao Hai looked at Evan and knew that he wouldn't make a decision in a short time. He also didn't ask the Purcell family to spread the news about the Xianxia family's situation to the continent. This was because he knew that the Purcell family wouldn't spread the news before making a decision. To be honest, Zhao Hai was now somewhat disappointed with the Purcell family. The Purcell family was too overcautious. They weren't as straightforward as the Xianxia family when it came to Zhao Hai. From the beginning, the Evan family made it clear that they supported Zhao Hai. Although the Purcell family also supported Zhao Hai, they always wanted to leave a way out for themselves. They always wanted to please both sides, which was almost impossible. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart, but he still said, "Uncle still has things to do, so I won't bother you. I'll be around for a few days. If you have something that you can't solve, then you can go to Laura's mansion. As long as you go there, I'll know that you have something to do. I'll definitely look for you." Evan didn't think that Zhao Hai would leave just like that. He wanted to keep Zhao Hai, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh and send Zhao Hai away. He also knew that Zhao Hai was able to turn the Buddha clan into one of the great clans of the continent in just a year. Besides his fortuitous encounters, his ability also couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai must have discovered his thoughts, so he decided to leave. Regarding this situation, Evan was very helpless. He wanted to help Zhao Hai, but as the patriarch, there were times when he couldn't help himself. This matter was related to the entire clan, so he couldn't do anything by himself. After Zhao Hai left the city lord's mansion in his carriage, he looked for a place where no one was present and entered the space. He didn't go to Iron Mountain Fort, instead, he went to the space to see the reaction of the Xianxia family and the Purcell family. The Xianxia family was certainly following the Buddha clan. At this point, they had no choice but to follow them. Their 9th rank expert was already dead, and they also had an unresolvable enmity with the Radiant Church. It would be impossible for them to return to the continent. If they returned to the continent, then the Radiant Church wouldn't even need to make a move. The Oxu Empire's nobles who were envious of their family's benefits would definitely take their lives. Because of this, the Xianxia family's matter was very simple. What they needed to do now was to make a decision, whether they want to stay in the Black Wasteland or go to Golden Island. Zhao Hai knew that the Xianxia family would certainly gather together to discuss this matter. He wanted to see what the Xianxia family's final decision would be. As for the Purcell family's decision, Zhao Hai could already guess it. The Purcell family's elder council had a lot of authority. Evan simply couldn't help himself, and it was impossible for the elders to abandon the Purcell family and rely on the Buddha clan. However, Zhao Hai still hoped that they could make a decision that would satisfy him. At this time, he was also paying attention to the Purcell family's situation. Naturally, the matter of the Xianxia family being placed under house arrest by the Radiant Church was something that he couldn't let the people of the continent know about. Therefore, he immediately wrote a letter about this matter and sent it to Kuan. He had Kuan deliver the letter to Randolph and then to the old king. Then the Xianxia family would work together to let the people of the continent know about what happened to the Xianxia family as soon as possible. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the Xianxia family had indeed gathered together to discuss what to do. Green was very good to the Xianxia family. He especially cleaned up an area in the back of the castle. There were no other people there, only the Xianxia family's people lived there. At this time, Robert had gathered everyone in the family in his room. Altogether, there were 10 people. Aside from Robert, even Fernand wasn't qualified to participate. Robert looked at the group and said, "Our Xianxia family suffered a great disaster. It can be said that we were almost exterminated. It was thanks to Zhao Hai that we were able to survive." But Zhao Hai also said that in order to save us, he had exposed the Buddha clan's greatest secret. It would be impossible for us to leave the Buddha clan. Robert nodded and said, "You're right." The people of the Xianxia family didn't show any surprised expressions. They weren't fools, although Zhao Hai didn't tell them about the space, they could already guess what happened. Because of this, they weren't surprised by Robert's words, this was what they expected. Looking at everyone's expression, Robert couldn't help but nod. These people didn't disappoint him. Then he said, "Zhao Hai gave us 2 choices. The first is the Black Wasteland, and the second is Golden Island. Everyone, take a look." The people looked at each other, then one of them said, "Patriarch, can't our family develop in the Black Wasteland and Golden Island?" Robert thought for a moment and said, "It should be possible, but we still need to make this decision. You should know about the Xianxia family's current situation. We need to have a focus on our development, while the other will depend on the situation." The elder who just spoke to Robert said, "What's the difference between these 2 places? Now that we know the Buddha clan's greatest secret, wouldn't Zhao Hai have some means to deal with it? If that's the case, then he wouldn't be qualified to be the patriarch." Robert nodded and said, "Of course there is. Everyone can see the situation in the Black Wasteland. Once we enter the Black Wasteland, it would be very difficult for us to leave. Because of this, he wouldn't send people to watch over us. Moreover, in the future, he will be buying a large number of slaves. The Black Wasteland needs to be developed so that we can manage the slaves. If we go to Golden Island, then in order to ensure the safety of the Buddha clan, he would have the undead monitor us." The people in the room frowned, this matter wasn't easy to decide. The elder who spoke first thought for a long time before he turned to Robert and said, "Patriarch, what do you think?" The other people in the room also looked at Robert, they wanted to hear his opinion. Robert wasn't polite, he directly said, "What I mean is that our Xianxia family should focus our development in the Black Wasteland. Although the Black Wasteland doesn't have anything, it's not as prosperous as the continent. However, the land in the Black Wasteland can be cultivated. I think everyone knows this better than me. With so much land, how could the Buddha clan just leave it there? Establishing a country in the Black Wasteland wouldn't be a problem. If we help the Buddha clan establish this country, then when this country appears in the continent, have you ever thought about how our Xianxia family's status would change? Zhao Hai nodded and said. When the elders heard Robert, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They were all smart people, so they immediately understood what Robert meant. If the Buddha clan were to establish their own country in the future, then the status of the Xianxia family wouldn't be low. The position of Grand Duke wouldn't be a problem for them. After all, the Xianxia family was an old subordinate of the Buddha clan, so they wouldn't need to worry too much about it. Robert looked at everyone and immediately said, but the situation in Golden Island is different. After arriving there, all of our actions would be monitored. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't want to deal with us, we would still lose our freedom. Moreover, Golden Island isn't that big, and we don't have a 9th-rank expert in our family. Our development in Golden Island would depend on the Buddha clan. Although we can make a lot of money, we would only become a merchant family in the end. Therefore, I want the Xianxia family to focus on the Black Wasteland. The people of the Xianxia family nodded, they were already convinced by Robert. Robert continued, our Xianxia family is no longer the original Xianxia family. If we want to develop again, we can't do without the Buddha clan. Since we have to rely on the Buddha clan, then why don't we fight for riches and honor? Why don't we just settle down and become rich? Zhao Hai nodded. The elder who spoke before nodded and said, what the patriarch said is right. I think that this matter might be an opportunity for our Xianxia family. Although our Xianxia family has been doing well in the Oxu Empire, we still haven't obtained the title of Grand Duke. We can't establish our own dukedom, we're lower than other people. At the same time, our development in the Oxu Empire has reached its end. If we want to take another step forward, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But this matter has given us an opportunity. If the Buddha clan establishes their own country in the future, then it would be difficult for our Xianxia family to not develop. Because of this, I completely agree with the patriarch's opinion. We will follow the Buddha clan and do our best to help them develop the Black Wasteland. The other Xianxia elders nodded as well. Robert's heart relaxed, the Xianxia family's future path has been set. How far they go would depend on the Buddha clan's development. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the screen. He wasn't surprised by the Xianxia family's decision. He just didn't think that the Xianxia family would wholeheartedly rely on the Buddha clan, making them a vassal of the Buddha clan. Most importantly, Robert and the others mentioned establishing a country. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that he would establish a country. He just wanted to manage the Black Wasteland well, making it different from the outside world. But establishing a country? Zhao Hai didn't have this idea. He always thought of himself as a small person, an otaku mentality. He always had low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence. Even with his current status, he was still very careful. This was actually a shortcoming. With his current strength, even if he revealed the situation of the Black Wasteland, what could the other powers in the continent do to him? As long as he revealed the situation, there would be more people in the continent who would rely on him. The Buddha clan's lack of manpower would be solved immediately. However, Zhao Hai preferred to be careful. He wanted to develop little by little. To put it nicely, he was being cautious. To put it bluntly, he was being timid. Sometimes, being too courageous wasn't necessarily a good thing. The Xianxia family's words made Zhao Hai at a loss. He didn't know what the Buddha clan would do in the future. Right now, he only wanted to develop the Black Wasteland, he didn't think about establishing a country at all. Zhao Hai also knew that there were a lot of things that forced him to this day. If no one forced him, then once he has the space, he would be able to live a comfortable life with his wife and children. Laura and the others were sitting next to Zhao Hai. They also heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and the others. To be honest, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would establish a country. They understood Zhao Hai's character very well. Zhao Hai wasn't an ambitious person. Everything he did was to make the Buddha clan live a better life. He wasn't like other people who wanted to conquer the world and become the most powerful person in the world. Zhao Hai didn't have such thoughts, and they were very clear about this. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak for a while, Laura couldn't help but whisper to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled bitterly, "I'm thinking about what Robert and the others said. I didn't think that they would want me to establish a country." Laura smiled and said, "Actually, Robert and the others are right. The Black Wasteland is very big, and it's also very isolated. We can establish our own country there. Didn't we say that before?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, Robert and the others are right." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Laura, you know that I don't have that much ambition. What I said before was just an example. I really didn't want to establish my own country, really." Laura forced a smile and said, "I know, but Brother Hai, you should think about it. The reason why the Xianxia family wholeheartedly followed us is because we saw the Buddha clan's potential. In their opinion, the Buddha clan would certainly establish a country in the future, and it would become the most powerful country in the continent. Because of this, they decided to join us. Brother Hai, there will be a lot of people joining us in the future. But if we don't reach their goal, then they would surely be disappointed." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai frowned. To be honest, he didn't like this. But what Laura said was right, a lot of people were following them because they saw the Buddha clan's potential. If the Buddha clan didn't show their ambition, then these people would be disappointed. No one wanted to remain unknown, especially people like the Xianxia family, who were originally a famous family in the continent. They didn't want their family to remain silent forever. The only reason they helped the Buddha clan was because once the Buddha clan flourished, they would be able to obtain a higher status than before. Then they would be able to return to the continent in a glorious manner. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he nodded and said, "Right, we should think about this problem. In the future, the Buddha clan's population will continue to increase. If we just follow the clan's model, then it wouldn't be good. Establishing a country is the only way out." Laura nodded and said, "But the country that we want to establish must be different from other countries. We want to establish a country that is our ideal." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, you're right. We should establish a country that belongs to us. Hee hee. But we need to wait for a while. The continent is currently in troubled times. Moreover, establishing a country would require a lot of investment. Right now, the Black Wasteland doesn't have anything, we need a lot of things." Laura nodded and said, "Yes, establishing a country isn't easy. At the very least, Iron Mountain no longer produces iron. This is a big problem for us. It seems like we need to think about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, establishing a country isn't easy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we need to think about it. Because of this, we don't need to worry about it. I think that the Xianxia family is already prepared for this." Laura nodded, then she turned to Megan and Lizzie and said, "Megan, Lizzie, what do you think?" Megan and Lizzie looked at each other. To be honest, they were also shocked. They didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would be discussing how to establish a country. This was very startling to them. Zhao Hai and the others didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would be discussing how to establish a country. However, the two immediately became excited. Establishing a country was something that they had never thought about before. This idea was too crazy, too exciting. Megan excitedly said, "Good, very good. We must establish a country that belongs to us. Ha ha ha. This idea is great." Lizzie was the same as Megan, she nodded excitedly. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. They didn't know how difficult it was to establish a country. Then Zhao Hai gently shook his head. He knew that it was still too early to think about this. At this time, there weren't many people in the Black Wasteland. Even if they wanted to establish a country, it would still be impossible. Zhao Hai turned the screen to the Purcell family. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the Purcell family's meeting wasn't held in their conference room. Instead, it was held in a large living room. Not only were the elders present, even the younger generation of the Purcell family, Ruyan, and the others were present. The meeting seemed to have been going on for a while. It was presided over by Yi. At this time, the room was very chaotic. The elders were talking about something, but Yi's expression was very ugly. It seems like the result of this meeting wouldn't be to Zhao Hai's liking. Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he turned to Kai and said, Kai what did they say? Kai replied, said that the Purcell family should give up the Purcell duchy and follow our Buddha clan. It would be best if they could establish a new Purcell family on Golden Island. However, the elders of the family didn't agree. Their opinion is that they want to reconcile with the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai knit his brows, then Kai continued, the elders of the Purcell family said that the reason why the Purcell family ended up like this was because they helped us and had a falling out with the Radiant Church. If they didn't help us in the beginning, then perhaps the Radiant Church wouldn't have targeted them, and the Purcell family wouldn't have suffered. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared on the screen. It was a girl's voice. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and saw that it was Ruyan. Ruyan stood up and loudly said, all of you shut up. Reconcile with the Radiant Church? How can we reconcile? Don't you know how powerful the Radiant Church is? If we seek refuge with the Radiant Church, then the Purcell family would be annexed by the Church. Is this what you want to see? Are you still members of the Purcell family? Just as Ruyan finished speaking, one of the elders coldly snorted and said, Ruyan, you don't have the right to speak here. What's wrong? How can you be sure that the Radiant Church would annex our Purcell family? Do you think that going to Golden Island would be good? Once we reach Golden Island, we would have to depend on the Buddha clan to survive. Is that good? What's wrong? Do you still want to marry Zhao Hai? Stop dreaming, he's now the son-in-law of the Rosen Empire. How could he look at you? Ruyan's face turned pale. She angrily roared, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then our Purcell family would have already been destroyed by Boris. Now that you're seeking refuge with the enemy, you really don't have any backbone. You're not worthy of being a member of the Purcell family. Another elder replied, Ruyan, you should clean your mouth. What do you mean by seeking refuge with the enemy? How did we provoke such an enemy? It's all because of Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then we wouldn't have provoked such an enemy. The Purcell family wouldn't have reached this point today. Ruyan coldly snorted and said, is it because of Zhao Hai? You should know in your heart how the Purcell family survived the food crisis. You should know in your heart that during the food crisis, who was the one who robbed us? If it wasn't for Boris, then the Purcell family would have already been destroyed. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai and Laura, then the Purcell family wouldn't have been able to survive. Now, you fools are still holding on to your fantasies. Do you really think that the Radiant Church is helping us? They're just looking for an excuse to have the Radiant Church's spies infiltrate the Purcell family and control us. Even fools can see that. But you, who are the ones who decide the Purcell family's orders, still hold on to such fantasies. How sad. Zhao Hai looked at the angry Ruyan. He didn't think that Ruyan would have such a side to him. Moreover, what he said was reasonable. It seems like he had underestimated Ruyan before. Ruyan wasn't just a pretty vase. Laura also exclaimed, I didn't think that Ruyan would have such a side to her. When I saw her before, she was just a playful noble lady. I didn't expect her to be like this. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just quietly looked at the screen. After Ruyan finished speaking, the elders immediately refuted. In any case, the elders only had one thing in mind, they wanted to reconcile with the Radiant Church and not rely on the Buddha clan. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but sigh and said, it seems like there won't be any good results. The Purcell family is finished. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, Evan couldn't change the elders' decision in the end. He could only announce the adjournment of the meeting. After the elders left, Ruyan stayed behind. She looked at the tired Evan and said, Father, you should know that if we rely on the Radiant Church, our Purcell family would be finished. The Radiant Church seems to be very powerful right now. They even control the Oxu Empire. It's precisely because of this that the other countries became vigilant. The Radiant Church's future wouldn't be as good as it is now. If we rely on the Radiant Church at this time, we wouldn't have any good results. Evan sighed and said, I know, but what's the use? If the elders are determined to do this, then even if the Divine Elder comes forward, they wouldn't necessarily compromise. Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll go ask the Divine Elder and have him follow Zhao Hai to Golden Island to establish another Purcell family. This way, no matter what happens in the Purcell Duchy, our Purcell family's roots wouldn't be broken. Ruyan stared, she looked at Evan and said, Father, this isn't good, right? We're still too young. Even if the Divine Elder is here, I'm afraid that the Purcell family would find it hard to develop. Evan shook his head and said, let's do it this way. Things have already reached this point, there's nothing more to say. Let's go. Ruyan couldn't help but look at Evan, then she turned around and left. Evan sat in the living room and sighed. Then, he slowly stood up and walked outside. Zhao Hai didn't look at the screen, he knew that Evan must have gone to fight the Origin Sword Saint. Now that the Purcell clan had reached a point of life and death, looking at the elders, Zhao Hai was afraid that they had already been bribed by the Radiant Church. The reason why the Radiant Church didn't make a move against the Purcell clan was because they cared about the Origin Sword Saint. In any case, the Origin Sword Saint's prestige had been in the continent for a long time. If the Radiant Church didn't send 4 or 5 9th rank experts, then they wouldn't be able to deal with the Origin Sword Saint. This time, the Radiant Church had lost a lot of 9th rank experts. If they were to lose a few of them in the Purcell clan, then they wouldn't be able to control the situation. Therefore, they decided to bribe the elders. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, it seems like this is the only way. Kai pay attention to the Purcell clan. When they're ready, tell me and I'll go pick them up. Laura, let's go and see Uncle Robert. Laura and the others nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai to Iron Mountain Fort. Although the sky had already turned dark, Iron Mountain Fort was still very bright. This was because Kai would emit a faint light at night. Because of this, there were still a lot of people playing outside the fort. Zhao Hai and the others went directly to the area where the Xianxia family lived. Because it was an old castle, there weren't many courtyards. Zhao Hai just divided a small area for them to live in. Zhao Hai and the others slowly walked towards the area. When they arrived, they were immediately discovered by the people of the Xianxia family. One of them immediately led Zhao Hai to Robert's residence. When they arrived at Robert's residence, Robert had already received the news and was waiting for Zhao Hai at the door. The two exchanged some greetings before they entered the living room. After sitting down in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at Robert and said, Uncle Robert, are you used to living here? Is there anything you need? Just tell Grandpa Green. Robert smiled and said, I'm used to it. This place is very good, very good. To be honest, if I tell other people about the situation here, they wouldn't believe me. Iron Mountain Fort actually became like this, it's just too hard to believe. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you'll get used to it. I'll be very busy during this time. I'm already preparing to announce your family's misfortune. I want the entire continent to know about the Radiant Church. Uncle Robert, do you have any objections? Robert shook his head, he clenched his teeth and said, I don't object. Why would I object? We should let the entire continent know what the Church of Light is capable of. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, don't worry, I won't let the Radiant Church have an easy time. You can rest in Iron Mountain Fort for a while and get familiar with the situation here. If you want to go to Golden Island, then I'll immediately send someone to escort you there. Robert shook his head and said, there's no need for that. Little Hai, we've already discussed it. From today onwards, the Xianxia family will be a vassal of the Buddha clan. We're willing to stay in the Black Wasteland. Zhao Hai was pleasantly surprised, he stood up and said, that's great. Thank you, Uncle Robert, thank you very much. But I still hope that you can send some people from your family to Golden Island to do business there. Or maybe they can help us manage the island. Do you agree? Robert looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, all right, since you didn't tell me about it, then I'll tell you. We'll send some people to Golden Island to do business there. They can also help you manage the island. No matter what, Golden Island is a chicken that lays golden eggs. Zhao laughed and said, good, then it's settled. But for now, you should rest for a few days. Don't worry. Right, if you want to live in Iron Mountain Fort, then you need to be very familiar with the place. Tomorrow, I'll talk to Grandpa Green and have him show you around Iron Mountain Fort as much as possible so that you can learn as much as possible about it. Zhao laughed and said, all right, then it's settled. But for now, you should rest for a few days. Robert nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to trouble Manager Green. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's no trouble. Uncle Robert, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you You can look for Grandpa Green. Robert nodded and then sent Zhao Hai out. After Zhao Hai left, he immediately returned to the space and then went to Golden Island. He wanted to greet Kuan and ask if the letter had been sent out. Golden Island was now more prosperous than before. A lot of merchant ships were coming in and out of the harbor. At this time, the island was also building a new harbor. Golden Island's tax rate was very low, and there were also pirates who came here to trade. Merchants also liked to come here. Zhao Hai's initial development strategy was correct. The free trade harbor was very popular. At this time, Kuan was reviewing documents. Although he had the help of the Marquis family, he still had a lot of things to do every day. Golden Island was still lacking people. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he directly pushed the door and went in. When Kuan saw Zhao Hai, he immediately put his pen down and laughed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you're back. You really don't care about anything. Do you want to tire out my old bones?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Capable people are always busy. You're not old anymore. Moreover, Laura has a lot of things to deal with every day. I have even more to deal with." Kuan snorted and said, "Don't try to deceive me. What can happen to you right now?" "Alright, let's not talk about this. Can you get some people for me? Golden Island is seriously lacking manpower right now." Kuan nodded and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Soon, there will be people coming soon. I think you already know about the Xianxia family. After some time, they will send some people to the island. You can relax a bit." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Kuan relaxed and said, "That's good, I've been very tired these past few days. You don't know, but Golden Island now has more than 5,000 shops. Just dealing with these shops is enough to keep me busy. Not to mention the roads and the harbor, all of these things added together would be very tiring." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything, he just said, "Grandpa Kuan, can you deliver the letter I gave you to the Xianxia family? This matter needs to be spread to the continent as soon as possible." Kuan nodded and said, "I've already sent it to the Xianxia family. You don't need to worry about it. This time, the Radiant Church has brought about their own destruction. This matter is enough to make all the imperial clans and great nobles in the continent to be disgusted with them. Their glory has come to an end." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Not necessarily. Now that they have control over the Oxu Empire, the Radiant Church can freely preach in the Oxu Empire. For them, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. They might even be able to control the nobles and commoners of the Oxu Empire. When that time comes, a group of brainwashed lunatics would be able to do anything they want." Zhao Hai snorted and said, "Don't worry." Kuan nodded and said, "Right, I didn't think that the Oxu Empire would be controlled by the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church's methods are really high. I think that if the Marquis family wasn't destroyed by us, then they might have fallen into the hands of the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "The Radiant Church used religious methods to brainwash people. They controlled them little by little. At first, people thought that they weren't harmful, but by the time they found out, it was already too late." Kuan nodded and said, "What's the situation in the Purcell Duchy? What about the beastmen? When will they attack?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "The elders of the Purcell family seem to have been bribed. They decided not to join the Buddha clan. There's still no news from the beastmen, but I don't think they would wait for too long. After all, the beastmen don't have much food left in the prairie." Kuan nodded and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to pull some people from the Purcell Duchy? Is this feasible?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's very difficult. Right now, the Oxu Empire is under the control of the Radiant Church. I suspect that the Purcell Duchy is also being monitored by the Radiant Church. If that's the case, then it's very likely that we'll be discovered by them. I think we should just forget about it." Kuan knit his brows and said, "Then what do we do? Right now, whether it's Golden Island or the Black Wasteland, we need people. If we miss this opportunity, then where will we find people?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandpa Kuan, don't forget that the war is coming. When the war starts, besides the deaths of a lot of people, there will also be a lot of slaves. The price of these slaves won't be too expensive since they haven't been trained. We can buy them. Also, I can turn the dead into undead and have them work in the Black Wasteland. This way, we can save a lot of manpower. Kuan sighed and said, it seems like this is the only way. You ordered 100,000 slaves before, but now that the situation in the continent is very tense, I don't think that the slave merchant will send people over so quickly. Zhao Hai nodded, there's no need to worry about it now. After the war is over, Brother Whales will send me 100,000 slaves. Moreover, I can also exchange them with other beastmen for some half-blood beastmen slaves. With these slaves, I don't think the manpower in the Black Wasteland will be a problem. Kuan nodded and said, I hope so. Right, Zhao Hai, 2 days ago, a slave came looking for me. He wants to open a shop on the island, what do you think? Kuan knew that Zhao Hai didn't have a good impression of slave merchants, so he asked this question. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, I agree. In any case, even if they don't open a shop here, they would still buy slaves. Let them open a shop here, it would be more convenient for us to buy slaves later. Kuan nodded and said, all right, then I'll approve it. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to stay at home or go to the Purcell Duchy to take a look? Zhao Hai replied, there aren't too many things happening in the duchy right now, so I don't need to stay here. However, I still need to pay attention to the Purcell Duchy. The Purcell family has already prepared their god to bring some of the family's young elites to Golden Island. At the same time, I want to see what will happen in the Purcell Duchy. I also want to understand the Radiant Church's methods. The Radiant Church is our biggest enemy, so we have to pay attention to them. Kuan nodded, he also thought that Zhao Hai's decision was correct. However, he still frowned and said, I think it's better for you to monitor the situation inside the space. Don't go to the Purcell Duchy and participate in the war between the humans and the beastmen. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to do business with the beastmen in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, not only do I not want to help the humans, I also want to help the beastmen. The Oxu Empire is now under the control of the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church wouldn't just sit back and watch their territory being destroyed by the beastmen. They would certainly take action. I don't want the beastmen to lose too much. The beastmen are very vengeful. If they lose too much, I'm afraid they would start a war every year. Moreover, I can't let the Radiant Church be too glorious. Kuan frowned, then he finally sighed and didn't say anything. To be honest, as a native of the Ark continent, Kuan didn't approve of Zhao Hai's approach. Zhao Hai's action was tantamount to helping a foreign race deal with his own people. Kuan didn't approve of this. However, he had to recognize that the Buddha clan's biggest enemy was the Radiant Church. And Zhao Hai's relationship with the beastmen was very good. Considering the Buddha clan's future, Zhao Hai helping the beastmen was understandable. Zhao Hai was also aware of Kuan's thoughts. But in Zhao Hai's eyes, the beastmen were much more lovable than the humans. This wasn't Earth, Zhao Hai didn't care about his own race. In his mind, his true race was the Chinese back on Earth. The humans of the Ark continent were just another intelligent race in the continent. Because of this, he didn't feel any pressure in helping the beastmen deal with the humans. Zhao Hai didn't continue with this topic, he turned to Kuan and said, Grandpa Kuan, after the Kelsey family and the Rosen Empire spread the news about the Ixa family, you should immediately use the Markey family to spread the news. We need to make sure that everyone in the continent knows about it as soon as possible. Kuan nodded, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Right, Little Hai, you should look for people from the Shelley family. The Shelley family is the continent's largest hotel chain. Their information network is spread all over the continent. Even if they were suppressed by the Radiant Church, their family should still be able to spread the news. It would be much easier to get them to spread the news. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, all right, I'll go look for the Shelley Hotel. Currently, there was a Shelley Hotel on Golden Island. Moreover, the hotel was the tallest building on the island, it was also the top hotel. Naturally, its business was also very good. Most importantly, Zhao Hai knew the person in charge of the hotel, it was Marriott, the person in charge of Sky Water City's Shelley Hotel. Ever since the opening of Golden Island, Marriott came here and became the person in charge of the hotel. These years, Zhao Hai's business with the Shelley Hotel had never stopped. Fire fish, vegetables, and milk wine had become one of the Shelley Hotel's specialties. Because of this, the Shelley Hotel was very supportive of Zhao Hai. Although the Radiant Church was currently suppressing the Shelley Hotel, it didn't affect the hotel too much. In the past few years, the Shelley Hotel had business dealings with a lot of great clans and imperial clans. They used money and benefits to weave a big net, so they weren't afraid of the Radiant Church's attack. And with the support of the Haven products, the Shelley Hotel's business was very good compared to before. The suppression of the Radiant Church was nothing to them. The reason why Grand Duke Lionheart was able to gain the upper hand in dealing with the Shelley Hotel was because he was in the Rosen Empire. Moreover, he had the support of the imperial family. Otherwise, the Shelley family would have already dealt with Lionheart. The Shelley family was also very good at doing business. In this aspect, they were much better than the Marquis family. The reason why the Marquis family was able to develop so fast was because they used the same method as the Marquis family's mother. They married into a merchant family and then controlled the family through cooperation. Finally, they killed some of the family's heirs. This way, the Marquis family's property would naturally belong to the Marquis family. It can be said that compared to the Shelley family, the Marquis family was an upstart who got rich through disgraceful means. Compared to the Shelley family, the Marquis family's background was far worse. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was able to destroy the Marquis family in one fell swoop. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the Shelley family in one fell swoop. After so many years of development, nobody knew how many members the Shelley family had. How many experts did they have? Nobody knew, they only knew that a lot of people in the continent had received grace from the Shelley family. If someone wanted to deal with the Shelley family, then the Shelley family would be able to invite countless experts to deal with the enemy. The reason for this was because of the Shelley family's rule. No matter who entered the hotel, the Shelley family would guarantee the safety of that person. When that person leaves the hotel, the Shelley family wouldn't care. This rule didn't seem like a big deal. But if a person offended someone and was chased all over the world, then they would have nowhere else to go and enter the Shelley Hotel. The Shelley family would give them a way out and they would try to find a way to escape. This person would naturally be grateful to the Shelley family. If this person was just an average person, then they wouldn't be able to help much. But what if this person was an expert? What if this person became a character later on? If they wanted to repay the Shelley Hotel, then the hotel would naturally have a lot of people who could help them. Moreover, the Shelley family was very good at handling people. Even if these people wanted to repay the Shelley family wouldn't agree. Instead, they would use their own strength to cooperate with these people, making them even more powerful. This way, although the Shelley family only had a small amount of strength on the surface, nobody could tell how big their background was. Another reason why the Shelley family didn't fall for so many years was because they were very low-key. They generally didn't participate in any struggles. Because of this, they didn't have too many enemies. Instead, they had friends all over the place. Because of this, nobody would embarrass them. Zhao Hai rode his carriage to the Shelley Hotel. Although it was already night time, the hotel was still brightly lit. It was very lively, it had become a landmark of Golden Island. Zhao Hai's carriage was used by the island's people to handle matters. It wasn't very luxurious, compared to the other carriages of the island's businessmen, it was a bit worse. Zhao Hai arrived at the hotel's entrance and got down from the carriage. Shun was at his side, Shu stayed at the naval base, Laura and the others also didn't follow. When Zhao Hai's carriage stopped, a waiter immediately came over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Welcome, mister, please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded and then walked towards the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, they saw a lot of people in the lobby. These people were chatting in twos and threes. After the waiter invited Zhao Hai inside, he immediately asked Zhao Hai, "Does Mr. want to book a room or have a meal?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm here to see Manager Marriott, is he here?" The waiter stared. One must know that Marriott was an influential person on the island. The relationship between the Shelley family and the Buddha clan was very good. The island also took good care of the Shelley family. There were a lot of merchants who wanted to ask Marriott to speak a few words to Zhao Hai in order to get closer to Zhao Hai. However, Marriott was a very principled person. He didn't want to help those merchants. Therefore, during this period of time, he closed his door and declined all visitors. Ordinary people simply couldn't see him. If they wanted to see him, they would need to make an appointment. The waiter didn't know Zhao Hai, so when he heard that he wanted to see Marriott, he couldn't help but stare. This was because everyone in the hotel knew that if they wanted to see Marriott, they needed to make an appointment in the secretariat. Directly telling the waiter was useless. However, the waiter immediately responded, "Mister, the manager is very busy. If you want to see him, you need to make an appointment in the secretariat. If you don't have an appointment, then it would be very difficult to see the manager." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, he's very busy. It doesn't matter, just tell him that Zhao Hai wants to see him. I'm sure he'll come and see me." When Zhao Hai's words came out, not only the waiter, but also the entire Shelley Hotel's lobby turned silent. If it was said that there were people in Golden Island who didn't know who the Rosen Emperor was, then there would certainly be people who didn't know who Zhao Hai was. Therefore, everyone in the hotel knew who Zhao Hai was. When they heard Zhao Hai's name, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in awe. The waiter was very excited. He quickly said, "All right, I'll immediately call the manager." Then he ran towards the room. After the waiter ran away, the people in the lobby buzzed. Some people wanted to clean up with Zhao Hai, but they were afraid of being impolite. Therefore, these people surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he turned his head and gave a slight bow. "Everyone is busy. Today, I have something to discuss with Manager Marriott. I'll treat everyone to a meal on that day." The nobles quickly returned the salute. They didn't dare. At this time, Marriott came out of the room and quickly arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Then he gave a bow to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir Marquis has arrived. I apologize for not going out to meet you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Brother Marriott, you're too polite. What kind of relationship do we have? Is there a need to be so polite? Let's go, treat me to a cup of tea, I'm already drunk." Marriott smiled and said, "All right, please." Then he led Zhao Hai into the room. When Zhao Hai entered the room, a nobleman next to him said, "This is Zhao Hai Buddha? The Buddha clan's patriarch? He doesn't look like it. I heard that he's a killing god. Why is he so easygoing?" His friend smiled and said, "You don't know, but I heard that this Zhao Hai clan is very special. He's only ruthless to his enemies, but to his friends, he's very kind. Just look at Marriott, he's just a manager of Shelley Hotel." Because he knew Marquis Zhao Hai before, Zhao Hai was very polite to him. The nobleman nodded, then he said with a face full of regret, "Why didn't I get to know Marquis Zhao Hai before he became rich? Otherwise, I would have become rich by now." His friend smiled and said, "Stop dreaming." Zhao Hai and Marriott entered Marriott's living room. Although the hotel was built not long ago, the living room's decoration was still very luxurious. It was even better than Skywater City. After the two sat down, Marriott looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Little Hai, how come you have time to visit me today? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's something that I need your Shelley family's help with." Marriott smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, just tell us what you need." "What's the matter?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Haha, take a look and you'll know." Then he took out a stack of papers and handed it over to Marriott. This stack of papers was about the Xianxia family. It was very detailed. Zhao Hai had prepared this long ago. Marriott received the stack of papers and carefully looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more serious his expression became. Marriott was an intelligent person. He grew up in a great family like the Shelley family, so he was very familiar with this kind of struggle. But this time, the Radiant Church's actions were a bit excessive. Although only the matter of the Xianxia family was written on the stack of papers, Marriott could already speculate that the Oxu Empire had some problems. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a situation. If this was really the case, then the problem would be even bigger. After some time, Marriott put down the stack of papers and looked at Zhao Hai. "Is this true? How did the Oxu Empire react?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Of course it's true. I've already asked the Xianxia family to leave and arrange for them to be in a safe place." The Oxu Empire didn't respond. Not only did they not respond, they even made arrangements to deal with the Purcell family. They bribed some of the Purcell family's elders, making it impossible for the Purcell family to cooperate with our Buddha clan. Because of this, I suspect that the Aksu Empire is now under the control of the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai's analysis was the same as Marriott's. Therefore, Marriott nodded, he agreed with Zhao Hai's analysis. Marriott looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you mean?" Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The Radiant Church is too arrogant right now, they dare to openly control a large empire. Who knows what they might do in the future? I've already given this information to my father-in-law. In a few days, they will spread this information throughout the continent. When the time comes, the Markey family will also help to spread the news. I hope that the Shelley family will also help to spread the news, letting the entire continent know what the Radiant Church is." Zhao Hai snorted and said, "I've already given this information to my father-in-law." When Marriott heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, little Hai, we'll help you with this." The reason why Marriott agreed so quickly was because the Radiant Church had been suppressing the Shelley family recently. Although the Shelley family didn't fear the Radiant Church, they still couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't deal with the Radiant Church like how they dealt with Grand Duke Lionheart. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, then it's settled. Get ready. Don't immediately send out the news. I'll have Grandpa Kuan inform you when we're going to act." Marriott nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled." "Right, why don't you stay for a drink? How about it?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No need, I still have some matters to take care of. Moreover, I'll be leaving Golden Island soon. You don't need to be polite with me." Marriott nodded and said, "All right, I won't stop you if you have something to do. Next time when you come back, you must come and have a drink or two." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, then he turned around and left. Marriott accompanied Zhao Hai to his carriage before returning to the hotel. After entering the hotel and greeting some of his regular customers, Marriott returned to his room and wrote a long letter about the Ixa family and Zhao Hai's request. Then he immediately had someone send it to the Shelley family's headquarters. He wanted to know the family's response to this matter. Marriott already promised Zhao Hai that he would help, so he wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, Marriott still had the authority to let the family know about this matter. In the end, the family still needed to discuss how to deal with this matter. The Shelley family and the Buddha clan were allies, so they would certainly help. However, there were many ways to help. How to help was a problem. When Zhao Hai returned to the naval base, he followed Lao Jia and the others back to the space to rest. At this time, there was no news from the Purcell family, so Ruyan wasn't ready yet. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't want to have any contact with Ruyan. First, it was because of the previous matter, he felt that it would be very awkward if they met. Second, he discovered that Ruyan seemed to be interested in him, so he didn't want to provoke a love debt. The next day, Zhao Hai was still silently paying attention to the situation in the Purcell Duchy. At the same time, he also paid attention to the Beastman Prairie from time to time. The Beastman Prairie was fully prepared. This time, they weren't prepared to attack the humans, but because of the food shortage, they had no choice but to act. Because of this, they didn't have much time to store food. The only thing they could do was to move forward with their Argali. Argali's speed wasn't very fast, so it would affect the marching speed of the Beastman army. Moreover, when the Argali reached the humans' territory, they would get sick. Because of this, most Beastmen would only bring food with them. However, it was a pity that they didn't have time to prepare food. And they also didn't have time to wait. Therefore, they could only bring their Argali with them. This was how the Beastmen fought. Each race would prepare their own food and weapons. Then they would gather together and divide the spoils according to their contributions. Because of this, the Beastmen didn't hate war. They were very brave in battle. Naturally, if their losses were too big, then they wouldn't do it. After all, a race that suffered too many losses would be swallowed up. The Beastmen were now almost ready. Zhao Hai believed that in less than a month, the Beastman army would arrive outside the Purcell Duchy. At that time, the war would begin. Zhao Hai also looked at Ah Tai and the others. Fortunately, Ah Tai and the others were doing very well. The Beastmen knew that this shop had a good relationship with the wolves, bears, dog-headed, and cow-headed Beastmen. Because of this, nobody went there to cause trouble. Moreover, there was another point that made Ah Tai and the others very popular. This was because of the appearance of the breadfruit. In this war, the other tribes could only bring argali. This was because good argali were very convenient and could follow them as they moved forward. On the other hand, the wolves, bears, dog-headed, and cow-headed beast men brought breadfruits. Breadfruits were very convenient, they could be eaten as long as they were opened, they didn't even need to make a fire. This was the first time that the other beast men had seen such food. This made them very envious. When they heard that they could buy it in the magic lily shop, the beast men naturally wouldn't be polite. This was especially true for the warring clans, they immediately went to the magic lily shop to buy it. Among them was the tiger tribe that Atai had contacted before. The tiger tribe had a lot of branches. The one that Atai contacted before was a branch of the tiger tribe, the inner tiger tribe. The Li tiger tribe wasn't the largest among the tiger tribes, but they were recognized as the most beautiful among the tiger tribes. Their faces also had tiger stripes, and the Li tiger tribe stripes were the most uniform among all the tiger tribes. They were the most beautiful of all. One shouldn't look down on them just because they were beautiful. Their fighting strength wasn't weak at all. Among the tiger tribes, they were considered to be in the middle. Because Atai had contacted the inner tiger tribe before, the inner tiger tribe immediately attacked Atai. They only had one goal, the breadfruit. For the beast men, the breadfruit was very important. This thing was easy to preserve and convenient to eat. Most importantly, with the breadfruit, they could save on the argali. For the beastmen, argali were a great asset. The reason why the beastmen didn't bring bamboo rice in battle was because bamboo rice was too inconvenient to transport, and it wasn't easy to preserve. Most importantly, the beastmen could eat a lot. If they used bamboo rice, then they would have to carry a lot of pots, which would slow down their movements. On the other hand, the breadfruit was different. It could be eaten as soon as it was opened. Moreover, it would grow very big. One breadfruit was enough for a beastman to eat. For the wolf tribe, who didn't eat as much, one breadfruit was enough for 2 people to eat. Because of this, in the eyes of the beastmen, the breadfruit was a rare war ration. Atai wasn't polite. Since Zhao Hai gave him instructions, this was an opportunity for him to make a name for himself. However, he wasn't prepared to buy too many breadfruits for the beastmen. If the beastmen asked, he would just say that he didn't have any left. At the same time, Zhao Hai only gave Atai 300 million jin of breadfruit. 300 million jin of breadfruit might seem like a lot, but for the entire beastman race, it was just a drop in the bucket. It simply wasn't enough. Atai was also smart, he directly asked the black bears to come forward. Then he told the beastmen that he only had 300 million jin of breadfruit. If the black bears wanted more, then they could divide it among themselves. The beastmen didn't make things difficult for Atai. Moreover, even if the beastmen didn't get along with each other, they were still very united when it came to war. The 2 warring clans came forward and divided the breadfruits equally. In the end, they knew that the wolf tribe had the most breadfruits. Therefore, they had the wolf tribe take out their own breadfruits and divide it among the beastmen. The wolf tribe agreed to this exchange. When they bought the breadfruits, they used gold and silver. Now, they were getting argali in return. This was a very good deal. If they were to exchange gold and silver with other beastmen for argali, they would surely be treated as idiots. Because of this, the wolf tribe didn't even think about it before agreeing. They kept enough breadfruits for their own people and took out the rest to exchange for argali. The prairie wolves weren't rich, so now that they found such a good opportunity, they certainly wouldn't let it go. At this time, they were really regretting it. They regretted that they ordered 1 billion jin of breadfruits from Zhao Hai. But when they heard about the war, they only kept 300 million jin. If they kept the 1 billion jin, then they would have made a fortune. But it was too late to regret it now, they still made a small profit. However, the one with the biggest harvest was still Atai. Not only did he have a formal connection with the tiger tribe, he also managed to obtain the breadfruit. In the future, the breadfruit would surely be very popular among the beastmen. Zhao Hai also noticed this situation. Although he still had tens of thousands of breadfruits stored in the space, he didn't plan to take them out right now. If he took them out now, then the beastmen wouldn't attack the humans. At this time, Zhao Hai needed the beastmen to participate in this war. It wasn't that Zhao Hai was hateful, he just didn't want to clean up the mess caused by the Radiant Church. This matter was caused by the Radiant Church. Although the war would cause a lot of civilians to die, this debt could be placed on the Radiant Church, it had nothing to do with him. Zhao Hai and the Radiant Church were enemies, and Zhao Hai wasn't a saint. Therefore, he wouldn't help the Radiant Church. But this war was still very beneficial for him. Since there was nothing to pay attention to with the beastmen, Zhao Hai began to pay attention to the Purcell Duchy. At this time, he wasn't only paying attention to the Purcell family, he was also paying attention to the other people in the duchy. He wanted to see if the Radiant Church had spies in the duchy as he thought. The space's capabilities were now very powerful. Zhao Hai had also collected a lot of maps of the continent. At the very least, the space had a map of the Purcell Duchy. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to easily monitor the Purcell Duchy. After 2 days of monitoring, Zhao Hai was able to find some people from the Radiant Church. These people were all experts. Naturally, they weren't 9th rank experts. 9th rank experts weren't cabbages, the Radiant Church had trained a lot of them over the years, but they couldn't just casually send them out. This time, the people sent by the Radiant Church were all 8th rank experts. There were also some 7th and 6th rank experts. There were a lot of people, about 2,000 of them. Among them, there were about 500 8th rank experts. From this point, one could see the strength of the Radiant Church. In addition to these people, Zhao also found that the clans around the Purcell Duchy had a large number of troops stationed there. As long as there was a situation in the Purcell Duchy, they would immediately enter the duchy. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he understood that the Oxu Empire didn't want to let the Purcell Duchy go. They wanted to use the beastmen to erase the Purcell Duchy from the continent. Upon discovering this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Of course, he was mocking the Purcell Duchy's elders. For a little bit of benefit, they would actually sacrifice the entire Purcell Duchy. Fortunately, there were 2 smart people in the Purcell Duchy. At the very least, Evan and Ryan's decision was correct. Zhao Hai also knew that these elders weren't doing this for the sake of benefits. They were doing this for the good of the Purcell family. However, they didn't understand the Radiant Church, which was why they made such a mistake. The elders of the Purcell clan may be selfish, but they weren't fools. They knew that the reason why they were chosen was because of their relationship with the Purcell clan. With the existence of the Purcell clan, they had everything they had today. If the Purcell clan were to disappear, then they would be nothing. The reason why the elders opposed the Purcell Duchy going to Golden Island wasn't just because of the Radiant Church's promise and benefits, they were also afraid of losing everything. If the Purcell family went to Golden Island, then they would be in the Buddha clan's territory. After all, the Buddha clan's territory wasn't the Purcell family's, so they couldn't act as casually as they did in the Purcell Duchy. Because of this, they desperately opposed the Purcell family's decision to go to Golden Island. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, they still hoped that the Purcell family would stay in the Purcell Duchy. 2 days later, Zhao Hai saw that Ryan and the others were already prepared. Zhao Hai immediately went to the Purcell Duchy from the space. At this time, a lot of commoners had already left the duchy. They had no choice but to leave. The Purcell Duchy's food supply was also having problems. If they didn't leave, then they would be in danger of starving to death. However, these commoners didn't have any resentment towards the Purcell Duchy. The Purcell Duchy was very good to the commoners. The duchy's prices weren't high, and the taxes weren't high either. There were very few instances of the duchy oppressing the commoners. The price of the schools here wasn't very high as well. A lot of commoners' children were able to attend these schools. These commoners were very supportive of the duchy. Although the commoners didn't know much about the higher-ups, they still knew that the Oxu Empire had given up on the duchy. This made the commoners even more dissatisfied. Because of Zhao Hai's propaganda, the people of the Oxu Empire knew that the reason why the beastmen attacked the humans was because of the Radiant Church. Now that the beastmen had arrived, the Oxu Empire didn't send any reinforcements to the Purcell Duchy. This made the commoners very dissatisfied with the Oxu Empire. Then news came from the Purcell Duchy that the people of the Radiant Church had become guests of honor in the Oxu Empire's capital. All the nobles were very respectful towards them, even the king was very polite to them. This news was like a fuse that made the commoners of the Purcell Duchy hate the Oxu Empire's royal family. The Radiant Church was the culprit behind the Beastmen's attack, but the royal family didn't deal with them. Instead, they invited them to be guests of honor. Moreover, they didn't send any reinforcements. This made the commoners feel like they were being abandoned. However, at this time, the Purcell clan began to take action. They sent people from the clan to organize the civilians to leave. This was because the Purcell Duchy was about to become a battlefield. Originally, the commoners didn't want to leave. However, the Purcell Duchy persuaded them to leave. This was because the Purcell Duchy knew that they didn't have the ability to guarantee the safety of the commoners. They couldn't even guarantee the safety of their own clan, so how could they guarantee the safety of the commoners? The commoners also understood that they wouldn't be able to help even if they stayed. Therefore, those who had relatives and friends in other places went to them. As for those who didn't have any relatives and friends, they left the Purcell Duchy. Because of this, when Zhao Hai arrived at Kasa City, there weren't many people left. A lot of people had already left. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it, he immediately sat in his carriage and went to the Grand Duke's mansion. The departure of the commoners was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the direction of the commoners. After the commoners left, the Radiant Church didn't make things difficult for them. The Radiant Church knew that their style of doing things was too flamboyant. If they were to make a move against the commoners at this time, then the commoners of the Oxu Empire wouldn't welcome them. Seeing that the commoners were safe, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Although he wanted to take the commoners to the Black Wasteland, Zhao Hai knew that this was too unrealistic. Zhao Hai's carriage entered the courtyard from the Grand Duke's mansion's back door. Evan was already waiting there. At this time, Evan was slowly becoming familiar with Zhao Hai's sudden appearance and disappearance. It wasn't that he didn't send people to Kasa City to look for Zhao Hai, but the result was that Zhao Hai wasn't in the city. However, every time Zhao Hai came to the Grand Duke's mansion, the people at the gate said that they didn't see such a carriage. This made Evan very puzzled, but he couldn't do anything about it. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's appearance was always very timely. If there was any trouble here, Zhao Hai would appear. Just like this time, they had just finished their preparations. Evan didn't even have the time to inform Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai had already appeared in the Grand Duke's mansion. After Evan invited Zhao Hai to sit down in the living room, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this time you came, I think you should know that we've finished our preparations?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Indeed, I already know that you've finished your preparations. Also, I have to tell you that in the Purcell Duchy, there are 2,000 experts from the Radiant Church, 500 of them are 8th rank experts. There are also a lot of troops in the surrounding territories of the Purcell Duchy. These troops have already gathered in large numbers. They are waiting for the Purcell family to be destroyed, then they can recover the Purcell Duchy." Evan laughed at himself and said, "I already guessed this, those guys wouldn't let us go. It's a pity that those fellows in the family are still holding on to their fantasies. But fortunately, Sir Consecrator agreed with my opinion. He will take Ruyan and the others with you. In the future, Ruyan and the others will have to rely on you to take care of them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will take care of them. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will restore the Purcell family's status." Evan let out a long breath and said, "Then it's up to them. If they're worth your help, then you should help them. If they're not, then you just need to let them live their lives peacefully." Zhao Hai looked at Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, you should also come with us. With you here, I believe that the Purcell family will be able to regain its glory." Evan shook his head and said, "No, anyone can leave, but I cannot. I am the patriarch of the Purcell family. If I leave, then the Purcell family will be finished. I would rather die here than leave." Zhao Hai sighed, he knew that persuading him was useless, Evan wouldn't leave. Evan had his own pride, this was something that Zhao Hai understood. He himself was a proud person, so if Evan didn't leave, then he wouldn't say anything. What he could do now was to take care of Ryan and the others. Evan saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he knew that Zhao Hai understood what he meant. Evan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I have something to ask of you, I hope that you can agree to it." Zhao Hai looked at Evan's appearance and couldn't help but sigh. He could roughly guess what Evan wanted, but for Zhao Hai, this request was quite difficult. Evan looked at Zhao Hai's frown and didn't immediately agree. He couldn't help but sigh, then he said, "Little Hai, Uncle is begging you for this matter. You must agree, this is the last thing Uncle will ask of you." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai also knew that Evan wouldn't be able to survive this time. Even if he didn't die in the hands of the Beastmen, he would still die in the hands of the Radiant Church. The people of the Radiant Church were very clear about Evan's relationship with him. The Radiant Church might let go of some insignificant people of the Purcell family, but they definitely wouldn't let go of Evan. First, Evan had a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Secondly, Evan was the patriarch of the Purcell family. Moreover, he had a bad impression of the Radiant Church. With Evan here, the Radiant Church's control over the Purcell family would be very disadvantageous. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart, but he still turned to Evan and said, "Uncle, I'm listening." Evan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You should have guessed it, my request is for you to marry Ryan. Little Hai, I want you to marry Ryan not only for her, but also for the entire Purcell family. After this matter, the Purcell family will decline. Those people are too young, if you don't have a status, then you won't be able to control them. I will pass the patriarch's position to Ryan. As long as you marry Ryan, those people will listen to you. I believe that under your leadership, the Purcell family will become better." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he knew that this would be the case. When Evan said that he had something to ask of him, he knew that it would be this matter. He had an engagement with Ryan before, but when the Buddha clan fell, Ryan broke off the engagement. And with Ryan's reputation, whether it was love or reason, Zhao Hai had no reason to marry Ryan. Now, his status and Ryan's status were no longer on the same level. However, Evan's request couldn't be ignored. Evan already had the heart to die, this time, he was doomed to die. And with Evan's help in the past, as well as his relationship with the Buddha clan, Zhao Hai had no choice but to consider Evan's request. Evan looked at Zhao Hai's expression and thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree. He couldn't help but worry, Evan wasn't lying. In fact, he wanted Zhao Hai to marry Ryan in order to form an alliance. No matter what happens after the two get married, as long as this relationship exists, people in the continent would have to give the Purcell family some face in the future. And just like what he said, although the people who went with Ryan were elites, they were still too young. Young people were full of vigor, and with the Purcell family's current situation, they were in a panic. Even if he passed the patriarch's position to Ryan, Ryan's prestige wouldn't be enough to suppress these people. But if it was Zhao Hai, then it would be a different story. What was Zhao Hai's status? He was the Buddha clan's patriarch, the son-in-law of the Kelsey family, the emperor's son-in-law of the Rosen Empire, the lord of Golden Island, and one of the most powerful patriarchs in the continent. With these statuses, he would certainly be able to shake the situation. As long as these people were tied to him, then the Purcell family would still have hope. Actually, what Zhao Hai did, there was another person who could do it, and that was Origin Sword Saint. He was a 9th rank expert, as long as he appeared, these people would certainly be obedient. However, Origin Sword Saint didn't care too much about these things. His status didn't allow him to care about these things. In fact, Evan was still worried. Origin Sword Saint wasn't young, nobody knew how long he could live. If he died and the Purcell clan didn't have another 9th rank expert, then the Purcell clan would be finished. They would never be able to turn their situation around. But Evan was still worried about Origin Sword Saint. If Ruyan and Zhao Hai got married, then the situation would be different. The Buddha clan had more than one 9th rank expert, this was something that everyone in the continent knew. As long as the Buddha clan didn't fall, even if Origin Sword Saint died, the Purcell family would still have the backing of the Buddha clan, they wouldn't need to fear anything. Zhao Hai thought for a while, when Evan was about to persuade him, he finally said, "Uncle Evan, I can't immediately agree to this matter. You should know that my marriage has been dissolved, I need to discuss it with Laura and the others as well as Grandpa Green. Like you said, I don't represent myself, I represent the entire Buddha clan." When Evan heard Zhao Hai, although he was disappointed, he also knew that he couldn't force Zhao Hai, otherwise, the Purcell family would be finished. Evan nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Now that Ruyan and the others are ready, you can pick them up at any time." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, I can do it now. In fact, I have prepared a spatial magic that can send them to Golden Island in the shortest time possible. This is also the reason why you couldn't find me in Casa City, but I can appear in Casa City at any time. Evan nodded, he had already guessed this point, but now it was confirmed. He said, when they arrive at Golden Island, you need to take care of them. I've already handed over most of the Purcell family's funds to Ruyan. I hope that they can live a better life. Xiaohai nodded, he didn't say anything else and just stood up. Evan also stood up and the two silently walked outside. Before long, the two arrived at a relatively independent courtyard. This courtyard was located at the back of the Grand Duke's mansion. It was very remote, but the courtyard was heavily guarded. After entering the courtyard, Xiaohai saw Ruyan. Ruyan was standing in the courtyard, looking at the city walls. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Xiaohai could see a trace of sadness in Ruyan's eyes. When she heard footsteps, Ruyan immediately turned her head and saw Evan and Xiaohai. Ruyan's eyes flashed with a trace of unnaturalness. Evan, her father. She used to look down on him, thinking that he was incompetent. However, he took advantage of an opportunity and turned his hand to become the patriarch. Moreover, when she was at her lowest, he didn't give up on her. Now, he entrusted her with an important task. Xiaohai, this playboy who changed his name, was also one of the people she looked down on the most. Because of this, she didn't hesitate to break off the engagement. In order to break off the engagement, she didn't hesitate to use her reputation as a stake. In the end, she succeeded. However, Xiaohai was now the most powerful patriarch in the continent. His wives were more beautiful than the other, and their statuses were more noble than the other. Ruyan had completely lost her confidence in her vision. However, she believed that her choice this time wasn't wrong. Only by cooperating with the Buddha clan would the Purcell family be able to survive. Relying on the Radiant Church wouldn't have a good result. Ruyan also greeted Evan and Xiaohai. I have seen father, I have seen Marquis Xiaohai. Evan nodded. Xiaohai also returned the greeting. Princess Ruyan is too polite. Today, I came to pick you up. Ruyan nodded, then immediately shouted, assemble. Before long, the youths of the Purcell family came out of the courtyard. They weren't very old, the oldest looked to be around 30 years old while the youngest looked to be 10 years old. The total number of youths was less than 100. It can be said that they were the hope of the Purcell family's new generation. When these youths came out, they had a trace of reluctance on their faces. But when they saw Evan, their reluctance immediately disappeared and they all stood there obediently. Evan looked at them and said, you are all elites of the family, so you should know the family's current situation. I don't want to say anything more. Today, you will follow Xiaohai to Golden Island. If something happens here, then you will be the last hope of the Purcell family. If the family survives this crisis, then you will develop in Golden Island. You will add another source of wealth to the family. At the same time, this will also be a training for you. Do you understand? Everyone loudly replied, we understand, Patriarch. Evan nodded. This time, you will be led by Ruyan. When you arrive at Golden Island, you will need to listen to Ruyan as well as Patriarch Xiaohai. If the family survives this crisis, then you will quickly return here. If the family doesn't survive this crisis, then Ruyan will become the patriarch of the Purcell family. You must listen to her. These people couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't think that Evan would suddenly say this today. Most importantly, Evan actually wanted to pass the patriarch's position to Ruyan. This made them even more puzzled. Evan looked at them and coldly snorted, don't think that this is my decision. This is the result of the elders' agreement. Do you think that I'm deceiving you? These people's complexion changed, they quickly bowed and said, we don't dare. Evan nodded and said, all right, Ruyan, take the scepter. Then Evan took out the scepter from his clothes. This scepter was the patriarch's scepter of the Purcell family. Ruyan took the scepter with a straight face. Evan turned to the others and said, remember, you are the hope of the Purcell family. If something happens to the family, then you will shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Purcell family. I don't have any other requests for you, I only have one. You must be united. If you are united, then you will be able to accomplish more. Do you understand? Everyone replied in unison, we understand. Evan then said, alright, then follow the Zhao Hai family. Remember, no matter what you see, don't be surprised. Don't say anything. If you dare to say anything, then Ruyan, you have the right to use your authority as the patriarch to punish you for the crime of betraying the family. Betraying the family was a serious crime, it was punishable by death. Therefore, when they heard Evan, everyone was startled. They paid more attention to what was going to happen next. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared beside Evan. Everyone, including Evan, bowed to this figure and said, "We have seen the God Consecrator." Origin Sword Saint nodded, then he turned to Evan and said, "I'll leave the family's matters to you. Remember, even if you die in battle, don't lose the Purcell family's face. You don't have to worry about them, I'll take care of them." Evan nodded and said, "Yes, Elder God. Please rest assured." Origin Sword Saint turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, I'll have to trouble you this time." Zhao Hai was very respectful towards this old man, he gave a slight bow and said, "Sir, Origin Sword Saint is too polite." Then he took out his magic staff and softly chanted an incantation. After a while, the magic staff in his hand gently waved as a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai turned to Ruyan and the others and said, "Everyone, line up and enter the space one by one. You'll find yourself surrounded by a dark mist, but don't worry, don't move. Soon, another spatial rift will appear. When the time comes, you'll be able to leave through it." These people stared blankly at the spatial rift. Although they had heard about space magic, they had never seen it before. Now that a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of them, they couldn't adapt to it. Origin Sword Saint didn't think much about it, he lifted his leg and went in. When he went in, the others also reacted and followed him one by one. The last one was Ruyan. After Ruyan went in, Zhao Hai turned to Evan and gave him a bow. He didn't say anything as he directly entered the spatial rift. Looking at the spatial rift, Evan's heart couldn't help but feel strange. The people inside the space also felt strange, they curiously looked around. They discovered that they were inside a dark mist, but they could still see their companions. This made the uneasiness in their hearts disappear a little. At this time, the one who was most surprised was Origin Sword Saint. Don't forget that 9th ranks can use their spiritual force to observe their surroundings. Because of this, when he arrived in this space, he also used his spiritual force to observe his surroundings. However, he discovered that his spiritual force couldn't reach the outside of the dark mist. It was as if he was standing in an independent space. He hadn't encountered this situation before, so he was very surprised. At this time, another spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of him. Then they heard Zhao Hai's voice coming from outside the rift, "Everyone come out one by one. Don't be anxious, don't push." Origin Sword Saint didn't care about this, he lifted his leg and walked out. The others also walked out one by one. When they arrived outside, they couldn't help but stare. This was because they weren't on Golden Island, they weren't even on land. They were currently in the sea, on a 5-masted ship. These people looked at their surroundings and couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that they would suddenly arrive on a ship. They thought that they would arrive at Golden Island. Origin Sword Saint looked around, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai is really careful. This old man admires him." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai is really careful." Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "Origin Sword Saint is too polite. I ask Origin Sword Saint to take a rest in the cabin. We'll arrive at Golden Island in one day." Origin Sword Saint wasn't polite, he nodded to Zhao Hai and then turned around to enter the cabin. Immediately, an undead led him to a room. Seeing the Sword Saint go inside, the people of the Purcell family immediately calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at them and then turned to Ruyan. "Ruyan, the undead will come and arrange rooms for you. You can rest on the ship for now, we'll arrive at Golden Island tomorrow. This way, we won't arouse any suspicions. But rest assured, this area is already under the control of the Buddha clan, it's absolutely safe here." Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression and then said, "We'll follow Sir Marquis arrangements." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Ruyan, you're too polite. No matter what, our two families have been friends for generations. I should be older than you, so you can just call me Brother Hai. There's no need to call me Sir Marquis, it's too polite." When Ruyan heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and whispered, "Thank you, Brother Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome." Then he waved his hand and some undead immediately came over. Zhao Hai turned to the Purcell family members and said, "Everyone, please follow these undead. They'll arrange rooms for you. Remember, 4 people to a room." The Purcell family members were very obedient. They knew about Zhao Hai's status. Although Zhao Hai was young and respectful towards Evan, they knew that even if Evan's title was higher than Zhao Hai's, it was still Zhao Hai who had the highest status in the continent. Although these people were elites of the Purcell family and were very arrogant, compared to Zhao Hai's achievements, these elites could only be regarded as dregs. Because of this, they were very obedient in front of Zhao Hai, even if they were children standing in front of a giant. The 5-masted ship was very wide, and with the undead on board, they didn't need to rest. Therefore, there were a lot of empty rooms on board. Not to mention 100 people, even 100 more wouldn't be a problem. Then Zhao Hai arranged a room for Ruyan. Naturally, Ruyan's room was for her own. After arranging Ruyan's room, Zhao Hai didn't rush to enter the space. Instead, he went to Origin Sword Saint's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Origin Sword Saint's voice, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, come in." Zhao Hai quickly pushed the door and went inside. This room was specially prepared by Zhao Hai. There weren't many things inside, only a table, a bed, and nothing else. The room above the ship wasn't big, so it was already very good to have these things. The other 4 rooms of the Purcell family members only had 2 bunk beds, nothing else. Zhao Hai bowed to Origin Sword Saint and said, "Is Sir Origin Sword Saint used to it? If there's anything you need, just say the word and the undead will come. I hope Sir Origin Sword Saint doesn't mind." There were some people in the continent who hated the undead, so Zhao Hai said this. Origin Sword Saint smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. I'm already old, so I don't care about these things. Did Patriarch come here today to talk to me about your space magic?" Zhao Hai stared. He finally discovered that these 9th ranks weren't ordinary. Each and every one of them were old and wise. He quickly said, "Sir Sword Saint can see through it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sir Sword Saint can see through it." Origin Sword Saint nodded and said, "Although I haven't seen space magic before, I know that it's not the same as the one you used. Moreover, when one's strength reaches 9th rank, they can release their spiritual force. But when it comes to you, my spiritual force can't be seen. This is very surprising. Therefore, I think that your space magic isn't space magic, but rather a space divergent ability." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sir Origin Sword Saint's vision is really sharp, it's indeed a space divergent ability. Today, I came to see Sir Origin Sword Saint to talk about this matter. Sir Origin Sword Saint, please come with me." Then a spatial rift appeared next to Zhao Hai. The Sword Saint looked at the spatial rift next to Zhao Hai. He was very clear that Zhao Hai didn't use any incantation to create the spatial rift. It seems like the incantation he used last time was just a show for others to see. Origin Sword Saint didn't think much about it as he stepped into the spatial rift. Zhao Hai also went in, but when Origin Sword Saint entered the space, he was dumbfounded. The space was completely different from what he imagined. It had blue skies and green grass. If it wasn't for the villa, then Origin Sword Saint would have thought that this place was somewhere in the Beastman Prairie. At this time, Zhao appeared beside him and said, "Sir Sword Saint, this is my space. It's a divergent ability that I obtained by accident. This is an independent space. In this space, I am God." The reason why the Buddha clan was able to develop so quickly was because of this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sir Sword Saint, this is my space." Origin Sword Saint turned his head to Zhao Hai and asked, "Since this is the case, why did you tell me about the space?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Because I believe that Sir Origin Sword Saint wouldn't tell anyone about it. In fact, Sir Origin Sword Saint should have already discovered that this space has abundant energy. It's also very active, very suitable for cultivation. My Buddha clan's 9th ranks all cultivate in this space." Origin Sword Saint stared and said, "How many 9th ranks does the Buddha clan have? Where did these 9th ranks come from?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Our Buddha clan has a total of 49th ranks. These 9th ranks came from the Carrion Swamp. They were beasts that had signed an agreement with the 9th ranks of the human race. Zhao Hai smiled and said, our Buddha clan has a total of 49th ranks. Origin Sword Saint stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many 9th ranks in his hands. Moreover, these 9th ranks came from the carrion swamp. Zhao Hai looked at Origin Sword Saint's expression and smiled faintly. This space can be upgraded little by little. At first, it wasn't this strong, but later on, it became stronger and stronger. These 9th ranks came from the carrion swamp because the space's water can detoxify the carrion swamp's poison. Origin Sword Saint understood what Zhao Hai meant. The carrion swamp's poison was the most powerful thing in the carrion swamp. Without the poison, it would be impossible for the carrion swamp to become one of the 5 great continents. Zhao Hai can detoxify the carrion swamp's poison, so naturally, he can freely enter and exit the swamp. With this 9th rank space, it was natural for him to subdue 9th ranks. Then Origin Sword Saint thought about the Black Wastelands situation. His expression changed as he said, the Black Wasteland's poisonous fog was also created by you? Could it be that you've also transformed the land in the Black Wasteland? Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, right, it was transformed. Now, the Black Wasteland's soil can be planted. To be honest, with the Buddha clan's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for us to overthrow the Oxu Empire. It's just that I don't want to do it. Origin Sword Saint believed Zhao Hai's words. With 49th ranks, they could easily destroy the Oxu Empire. He just didn't understand why Zhao Hai didn't agree. Zhao Hai looked at Origin Sword Saint's expression and smiled faintly. Sir Origin Sword Saint should know that the ones in charge of the continent are the nobles, especially the great nobles. Their strength is formidable, and their families hold important positions in their countries. Although our Buddha clan has a lot of experts, we don't have a lot of management personnel. We don't have any great nobles. At this time, even if we overthrow the Oxu Empire, what benefits would we get? I'm afraid that even if we sit on the throne, the great nobles would just be a figurehead. It's impossible for us to kill all of them. In the end, the great nobles would be the ones who would benefit. So why would we snatch the throne? It's better to be a great noble, not to be in the imperial court. At the same time, nobody would dare to bully us. Also, the Black Wasteland is very big. In the future, we can build our own country there. Wouldn't it be more interesting to be the king of our own country? Origin Sword Saint listened to Zhao Hai's words. He didn't think that it would be like this. But he had to admit that Zhao Hai was right, being a king wasn't easy. In fact, in the Ark continent, the royal family was the biggest family while the others were the great nobles. A country was controlled by both the royal family and the other nobles. There were a lot of things that the royal family didn't necessarily have the final say in. On the other hand, the Buddha clan was just a small and powerful family. Just like the #1 expert in the world, would it be difficult for him to be a king? Not necessarily. Even if he became a king with his own strength, in the end, he would still be a mere figurehead. What the Buddha clan did was completely correct, the direction of their development was also correct. The Sword Saint didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to calmly analyze the pros and cons of the situation. He wasn't blinded by his own strength, this was truly rare. Zhao Hai turned his head to the Sword Saint and said, I brought Sword Saint to the space for only one purpose, and that is to let Sword Saint cultivate here. If Sword Saint becomes strong, then it would be good for both the Purcell family and the Buddha clan. As for the Purcell family, Sword Saint doesn't need to worry, I'll take care of them. When the Sword Saint heard Zhao Hai, he hesitated for a moment before nodding, alright, then it's settled. I'll cultivate here. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's good. I'll have someone introduce you to the space. Tomorrow, it would be best for Sir Sword Saint to inform Ruyan and the others. Naturally, you don't need to tell them about the space. Just say that you're going into seclusion. Otherwise, if they don't know where you're going, they might cause trouble. The Sword Saint nodded. The next day, the ship arrived at Golden Island. Their ship entered the military port of the island and directly went to the naval base. After arriving at the naval base, Origin Sword Saint told Ruyan and the others that he would be going into seclusion before he left. Ruyan and the others also knew that 9th rank spent most of their time in seclusion, so they didn't mind. The reason why Zhao Hai took Origin Sword Saint to the space wasn't because he had good intentions. Zhao Hai already discovered that people who stayed in the space for a long time were dead set on following him. Origin Sword Saint was a rare 9th rank human expert, so how could Zhao Hai just let him go? Naturally, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't want to help the Purcell family. On the contrary, he wanted to help the Purcell family. Since Ruyan and the others were in Golden Island, Zhao Hai could guarantee their safety. Therefore, for the Purcell family, having a 9th rank expert wouldn't make any difference. Moreover, the situation between the Purcell family and the Xianxia family was similar. It can be said that the Xianxia family was inferior to the Xianxia family. The Xianxia family was made up of elites, and they were personally led by the patriarch. On the other hand, the Purcell family was made up of young people. Although they were full of vigor, they were still lacking in experience. In this case, what the Purcell family needed wasn't a 9th rank expert, but a stable environment that would allow them to develop without worry. After arriving at Golden Island, Zhao Hai arranged a place for Ruyan and the others to sit. Then he asked Ruyan and the others if they wanted to do business or if they wanted to help the Buddha clan manage the island. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't give them too high of a position. He just wanted them to be ordinary clerks and accumulate experience. If they wanted to do business, then Zhao Hai could arrange a place for them. Ruyan was a very smart person, especially since her decision would affect the future of the Purcell family. Although Ruyan didn't say it out loud, she knew that the Purcell family's chances of escaping this disaster were very small. It was very likely that these people would be the last of the Purcell family's fire. It was precisely because of this idea that no matter what Ruyan did, he would always think about it carefully. Now, Ruyan really admired Zhao Hai. The Buddha clan's situation was worse than what they were now. But in just a year, Zhao Hai managed to change the Buddha clan. This was too shocking. Ruyan nodded and said, "You're right." Ruyan thought for a moment and then discussed with the other people in the family. In the end, they decided to have the older ones do business on the island. This way, the Purcell family would have a fixed income. Moreover, the younger ones who didn't have any experience would stay on the island and help the Buddha clan in order to gain some experience. Zhao Hai approved of Ruyan's approach. Among the Purcell family's people, some of them had experience in management. Before coming here, they had already managed some businesses in the family. Because of this, having them do business was the best choice. First, they would be able to train themselves. Second, they would be able to earn money for the Purcell family. As for the younger ones, although they were carefully selected by the family, they didn't have much experience. It was time for them to learn. At this time, it was the best choice to let them learn on the island. Zhao Hai immediately made arrangements for Ruyan and the others. At the same time, Zhao Hai also gave Ruyan and the others a piece of land and a house. This was also Ruyan's request. She didn't want to live in the naval base all the time. Ruyan's appearance was quickly made known to the people on the island. These people also had some understanding of the Purcell family and the Buddha clan. Therefore, when they saw the Purcell family appear on Golden Island, they immediately understood what was going on. Almost all nobles in the continent would do the same thing as the Purcell family. When they encounter something that they couldn't do, they would send their elites to a safe place. This way, they would be able to preserve the family's fire. Perhaps one day, they would be able to reignite it. And there was no place more suitable than Golden Island. The Purcell family and the Buddha clan had a good relationship. In Golden Island, the Buddha clan would take care of the Purcell family. Moreover, with the Buddha clan's current strength, it was impossible for them to look after the Purcell family's properties. Because of this, the Purcell family could develop in peace. Moreover, because of Golden Island's commercial development, they might be able to develop very well. After Zhao Hai arranged these things, he no longer cared about Ruyan and the others. Golden Island's business atmosphere was very good, there were very few scammers. This was because scammers were prohibited in Golden Island. If you scam other people, then the Buddha clan would punish you for your crimes. Moreover, you would never be allowed to do business in Golden Island. Although Ruyan and the others were newcomers, the people on the island knew about their relationship with the Buddha clan. Naturally, they wouldn't dare do anything to them. There was a reason why Zhao Hai didn't care about Ruyan and the others. If they didn't experience wind and rain, then they wouldn't be able to grow up. If Zhao Hai helped them settle everything, then the Purcell family wouldn't have any future prospects. What Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to pay attention to the situation in the Purcell duchy. Almost all of the small nobles in the duchy had left, even the branches of the family had left. Evan had ordered them to go to Golden Island to help Rian and the others. The only people left in the duchy were the Purcell family's direct family members and the army. The entire duchy seemed to have turned into a ghost town. There were almost no people to be seen. Zhao Hai was very impatient with this situation, but he couldn't do anything about it. The nobles around the duchy had a large number of troops, but none of them stepped into the duchy. This made Zhao Hai feel very impatient. Just as Zhao Hai was planning to stay inside the space and appreciate the duchy, Qin Zhan suddenly sent news that the Rosen Empire's emperor was looking for Zhao Hai. He wanted Zhao Hai to immediately return to Carson City. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on, he knew that if it wasn't something important, then the emperor wouldn't look for him. Therefore, he immediately left the space and returned to Carson City, arriving at the castle. Although Zhao Hai didn't leave anyone in the castle, there were still a lot of servants who cleaned the place very well. Zhao Hai returned to the castle and rested. The next day, he took a carriage and went to Carson City. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Rosen Empire's imperial palace, he was directly invited to the emperor's study. Zhao Hai was the emperor's son-in-law, so naturally he was given special treatment. When he arrived at the study, the emperor was sitting there looking at some documents. Zhao Hai quickly stepped forward and gave a salute. "I have seen father-in-law." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Come, sit down." Zhao Hai complied and sat down. The emperor put down the document and looked at Zhao Hai. "I heard that you have a good relationship with the beastmen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do. I have some friendship with the cow-headed beastmen, dog-headed beastmen, and the black bear beastmen. My relationship with the wolfmen can also be considered good." The emperor nodded and said, "Do you know the true purpose of the beastmen's invasion?" Zhao Hai stared. "Father-in-law, don't you know? Is it because the Radiant Church cut off their food supply that the beastmen attacked?" The emperor frowned and said, "Is there really only such a purpose?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Father-in-law, you're thinking too much. The beastmen are actually very easy to get along with. If it wasn't for the Radiant Church cutting off their food supply, causing a food shortage in the prairie, they wouldn't have attacked so easily. So you don't need to worry." The emperor sighed and said, "I can't help but worry. I heard that the number of beastmen attacking this time isn't small. If they really manage to destroy the Oxu Empire and attack the Rosen Empire, then our losses would be huge." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Father-in-law, you're thinking too much. The Oxu Empire isn't that easy to attack. Moreover, with Lifeline Canyon, even if the beastmen wanted to attack, it wouldn't be easy. However, I have an idea. Father-in-law, we can stock up on food. The beastmen are attacking because of food. If they really manage to destroy the Oxu Empire, then as long as we resist their attacks for some time, we can sell them food at a fair price. Then they would definitely retreat." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Father-in-law, you're thinking too much." The emperor knit his brows and said, "Wouldn't that be like the beastmen admitting defeat?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is only temporary. Moreover, this situation might not necessarily happen. If we store food now, then after the war ends, the Oxu Empire's production would be destroyed. Once the war is over, the food supply would certainly fluctuate. Even if it doesn't affect the Rosen Empire, we can still sell the food we've stockpiled. That way, we'll be able to make a lot of money." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "You're a money grubber." "Haha, but what you said is right. There's no harm in stockpiling food. Alright, you don't need to worry about this matter. But I still hope that you can get in touch with the beastmen and see where their bottom line is. It would be best if they don't spread the flames of war to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, father-in-law, I understand." The emperor nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How's your relationship with Lizzie? Why didn't she come back to see me after you got married? Send her back tomorrow, I want to see if you bullied her. If you do, I won't forgive you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he bowed and said, "Father-in-law can rest assured. I'll have Lizzie come back tomorrow. But she's very busy right now, I don't know if she has time." The emperor snorted and said, "I don't care if she has time or not. You have to send her back tomorrow." Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. He wasn't lying, Lizzie and the others were indeed very busy right now. There were too many things that they needed to deal with. But since the emperor had spoken, he didn't dare to disobey. Recently, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the Purcell Duchy. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of the Oxu Empire. At this time, a lot of people from the Radiant Church had arrived in the Oxu Empire. Moreover, Zhao Hai saw that the Oxu Empire's little king was already dead. Now, the one sitting on the throne was Boris. It can be said that the Radiant Church had taken control of the entire Oxu Empire. Although this situation was within Zhao Hai's expectations, it was also unexpected. He thought that no matter what the Radiant Church did, they would leave the Oxu Empire's king alive, making him a puppet. He didn't think that they would be even more ruthless and directly kill the king. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to them for a few days. This time, the situation in the Purcell Duchy was deliberately created by them. They wanted the Beastman to easily attack the duchy. Then with the pressure of the army, the Beastman would be eliminated in the duchy. They wanted to show the people of the continent that the Radiant Church could also fight, and that they could also rule a country. In addition to establishing their prestige, they could also eliminate the Purcell Duchy in broad daylight. They could also seriously injure the Beastmen. When the time comes, the Radiant Church's reputation would be like the sun in the sky. This would make it easier for them to preach in the continent. Their ambition was big, and their plan was good. However, they still underestimated Zhao Hai's ability. It was impossible for them to know that Zhao Hai already knew all of their plans. The Rosen Empire intended to support the Oxu Empire, but they didn't think that the Oxu Empire didn't want them to support them from the very beginning. They wanted to repel the Beastmen and establish their prestige. After Zhao Hai knew about this, he wasn't worried about the Rosen Empire. However, he was still worried about the Beastmen. Since the Beastmen hadn't attacked yet, Zhao Hai decided to wait for the Beastmen to attack first before reminding the others. This time, the Radiant Church had a lot of methods to deal with the Beastmen. Although a lot of people from the Purcell Duchy had already fled, the Radiant Church still sent some experts to hide. These people weren't there to kill the Beastmen, they were there to carry potions. These potions were poisons that could kill people. Even if it didn't kill them, it could still make them weak and lose their ability to resist. This was the Radiant Church's trump card to deal with the Beastmen. From the conversations of these people, Zhao Hai knew that the Radiant Church's plan wasn't just a day or two ago. They had been working on this plan since the old emperor was still alive. Destroying the Buddha clan was only a part of this plan. But at the beginning, they didn't want to destroy the Purcell Duchy. But later on, Zhao Hai became too big of a threat to them, and the Purcell Duchy became too close to Zhao Hai. Because of this, the Radiant Church changed their plan and decided to eliminate the Purcell Duchy. The potions were made by the human merchants who had been observing the Beastmen in the prairie for a long time. After a long period of research by the Radiant Church, the potions were made. From the conversations of these people, Zhao Hai also knew that if this drug was taken alone, it wouldn't be toxic at all. But if it was used together with another drug, then it would be toxic. And for today's plan, the Radiant Church had the human merchants under their control put poison in the food that they sold to the Beastmen. This poison would react with this drug, and it wouldn't cause any harm if it was taken alone. But if the two drugs were used together, then it would be harmful. The Radiant Church had no other choice but to do this. One must know that the Beastmen would always bring witch doctors with them when they go to war. Every time they went to a place, the witch doctors would check the water that the Beastmen drank. Only after the witch doctors confirmed that the water wasn't poisoned could they drink it. The reason for this was because the humans used poison in a battle in the past, causing the Beastmen to suffer a huge loss. Because of this, the Beastmen developed this habit. Although it was impossible for the Radiant Church to make the Beastmen eat both types of potions at the same time, one shouldn't forget that. The Beastmen had been eating one type of potion for many years. After a long time, the potion would accumulate in the Beastmen's bodies. When the time comes, as long as the Beastmen eat the other type of potion, there would certainly be a reaction. Even if it couldn't kill them, it would still reduce their fighting strength. This way, the Radiant Church would be able to openly slaughter the Beastmen. The Radiant Church's plan couldn't be described as not poisonous. In order to control an empire, they even carried out a plan that started more than 10 years ago. This was too terrifying. In this plan, the Oxu Empire, the Beastmen, and the Rosen Empire were all chess pieces on the Radiant Church's chessboard. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Zhao Hai's appearance, the Radiant Church would have been doing much better than they were now. To be honest, although they were opponents, Zhao Hai still admired the Radiant Church. If the Radiant Church didn't have a grudge against him, he would have joined them. The Radiant Church was a group that would do anything to achieve their goals. They had patience and perseverance. No wonder they could become one of the most powerful organizations in the continent in such a short period of time. This was because they had been working hard all this time. From Zhao Hai's point of view, the Radiant Church's actions were evil. But from the Radiant Church's point of view, they weren't. In the eyes of the Radiant Church, what they did was what they should do. They eliminated their enemies for the sake of the Radiant Church's future. Unfortunately, they were now enemies. Therefore, although Zhao Hai appreciated the Radiant Church, he still needed to destroy their plan. Otherwise, the first one to suffer would be him. After knowing all of this, Zhao Hai began to make preparations. He secretly got some of the Radiant Church's 2 powders and then brought them to Iron Mountain Fort. He gave them to Shun's mother and had her research on them. Shun's mother, Suju, was a poison expert. She also learned a few things in Iron Mountain Fort. Now, her poison proficiency was very good. After her research, she was able to discover the composition of the 2 poisons. These 2 poisons were fine when taken separately, but when used together, they were highly toxic. After testing it with the liquid of life, Suju discovered that although the liquid of life had an antidote effect, the effect wasn't very fast. It would take some time. If it was during normal times, then it would be fine to wait. But if it was on the battlefield, then this period of time could be fatal. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way to mix the 2 poisons together and take them to the space. Zhao Hai originally thought that the space would be able to analyze the poison before automatically producing an antidote. He hoped that the space wouldn't disappoint him this time. The space didn't disappoint him. The space extracted the poison and strengthened it. At the same time, the space's water produced an antidote to the poison. Zhao Hai took the space's water outside and had Suju study it. After studying it, Suju discovered that the space's water was indeed effective against the poison. Moreover, it was very effective. Unfortunately, they didn't have a microscope, so it was impossible for them to see the composition of the poison. It was even more impossible for them to analyze the composition of the space's water. Therefore, they had no way to make an antidote. Regarding this result, although Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed, he still accepted it. In any case, now that the matter of the poison has been solved, the Radiant Church's biggest trump card has been blocked. If the Radiant Church wanted to succeed in their plan, then it would be very difficult. Naturally, the Radiant Church didn't only rely on the poison. They also gathered a large number of experts, as well as all of the Oxu Empire's army. They wanted to use the strength of the entire empire to fight against the Beastmen. As for Lifeline Canyon, they didn't even send any troops to defend it. The Radiant Church's people were very clear. When the Beastmen attacked the Oxu Empire, if the Rosen Empire were to take the opportunity to invade the Oxu Empire, then they would certainly become the enemy of the entire human race. Therefore, they simply gave up on defending Lifeline Canyon and transferred all of their troops to deal with the Beastmen. In order to deal with the Beastmen, they even prepared a fleet. This fleet only had one purpose, and that was to send a well-equipped army to the interior of the Beastmen Prairie. They would have them destroy the interior of the prairie and force the Beastmen to retreat. As long as they could rely on their own strength to repel the Beastmen's attack, then the Radiant Church would win. Whether it was the Beastmen or the Rosen Empire, both of them would lose. Generally speaking, 9th ranks wouldn't participate in such a large-scale battle. The main force of the battle would be 8th ranks. This was because if 9th ranks were to participate, then the battle wouldn't be as simple as a battlefield. It would be a catastrophe for the entire continent. It might even attract the attention of other races. When the time comes, it would become a war for the entire continent. Zhao Hai didn't think that it would be like this. In his opinion, no matter which family it was, as long as they had a 9th rank expert, then once the family encountered a problem, the 9th ranks would immediately jump out. In a war like this, 9th ranks would surely fly everywhere. However, he didn't think that in this kind of war, the ninth ranks wouldn't be able to do anything. Everything depended on the strength of the lower ranks. However, Zhao Hai thought about it and understood. In the Ark continent, ninth ranks were like nuclear bombs, they couldn't be used casually. If a family was forced into a dead end, then they wouldn't send their ninth ranks out. Back on Earth, when two countries went to war, it would be impossible for them to use nuclear bombs. Zhao Hai was very much in favor of this approach. The ninth ranks of the continent couldn't be easily moved, this was because they were too strong. Ordinary soldiers were no different than ants in their eyes. If a ninth rank expert were to kill ordinary soldiers, then it would only take a few minutes for them to get rid of 1,000 people. If these ninth ranks were to participate in the war, then the casualties after the war would be greatly increased. The Radiant Church was very well prepared for this war. They had been waiting for this war for a long time, so naturally, their preparations were very comprehensive. In contrast to the Radiant Church, the Beastmen weren't well prepared. It can be said that they were in a hurry. This war would be very disadvantageous for the Beastmen. The Beastmen were also aware of this point. However, they had no choice but to fight this war. In order to obtain enough food for their survival, they had no choice but to fight this war. However, they didn't know that this war was planned by the Radiant Church from the very beginning. Every step that they took was calculated by the Radiant Church. If Zhao Hai didn't appear, then the Beastmen would have been defeated. They would have lost a lot of youths, and they would have faced a food shortage. When the time comes, the Radiant Church would have added fuel to the fire, causing the Beastmen to go into decline. The Radiant Church was playing a big game of chess. They had considered all aspects, but they didn't think that Zhao Hai would appear. Zhao Hai's appearance had disrupted their plans. They only thought of Zhao Hai as a chess piece. But when they reached their hands out, they discovered that he was actually a prickly ball. By monitoring the Radiant Church's people in the Oxu Empire, Zhao Hai was able to get a general idea of the Radiant Church's plans. The person who came to the Oxu Empire this time was a red-robed archbishop who was second only to the Pope. And this person was the same person as Zhao Hai. He was Lindsay Becker's father, one of the most powerful red-robed archbishops in the Radiant Church, Rooney Becker. In the past, Lindsay Becker wanted to attack Zhao Hai, but in the end, he was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. Rooney also obtained a non-directional transmission scroll from Lindsay Becker's body. He didn't think that this would cause him to lose his son. Because of this, the enmity between him and Zhao Hai was very big. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize that this Rooney was a very powerful person. When the Radiant Church made this plan, Rooney was one of the important participants. Later on, the plan was pushed forward by him, little by little. It can be said that Rooney was a very powerful person. The Radiant Church also attached great importance to this operation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a red-robed archbishop to the Oxu Empire. The reason why they only sent a red-robed archbishop was to make Rooney's command smoother. In the Radiant Church, the red-robed archbishops weren't very harmonious. If they sent too many people, then there might be disputes. Because of this, the Radiant Church handed over everything to Rooney. This fully showed Rooney's position in the Radiant Church. Naturally, if this matter fails, then the responsibility would naturally fall on Rooney. At that time, his position as a red-robed archbishop would also come to an end. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the Radiant Church's arrangements. He knew that he had changed from a thorny chess piece to a bystander. What he needed was an opportunity to destroy the Radiant Church's plans. And this opportunity wasn't far away. Although Zhao Hai knew a lot of things, he couldn't tell others about them. There was no way for him to explain how he found out about them. However, Zhao Hai had already made his preparations. This time, the Beastman's attack was an excellent opportunity. The Radiant Church might have made a perfect arrangement, but they wouldn't have a bystander like him. He would be able to see their entire plan clearly. If the Beastman didn't attack the humans for food, then Zhao Hai would certainly help the Purcell family block the Beastman's attack. But this time, the Beastmen were going all out for their own survival. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only watch from the sidelines. The Beastman's attack arrived as expected. The mighty army had already arrived outside of Iron Wall Fortress. The Beastman's tents covered the entire prairie. However, the Purcell family didn't give up. They gathered a large number of troops in Iron Wall Fortress, preparing to face the beastmen head-on. At this point, the Purcell family didn't think about anything else. The reason why they didn't escape and didn't give up was because of their honor as nobles. Nobles were a very special group. They were born with a higher status than commoners, but they were able to enjoy things that commoners wouldn't be able to enjoy in their lifetime. They had privileges that commoners would envy, but at the same time, they also had a sense of responsibility and honor that commoners didn't have. The Purcell clan now knew that they wouldn't be spared this time. Even the elders who were opposed to cooperating with the Buddha clan understood that there was only one reason for them to stay, and that was to fight for the honor of the Purcell clan. Fighting for honor might seem ridiculous, but in the eyes of the nobles, this wasn't funny at all. A noble without honor couldn't be called a noble. This was a widely spread saying in the Ark continent. When a noble faces an enemy, if they face them head-on and die in the end, they would win respect, even their family would be respected. But if they ran away without fighting, then their entire family would be despised, and they wouldn't be far from decline. Because of this, nobles treated honor as life and death. Now, the Purcell clan was ready to go all out against the beastmen. Even if they had to shed their last tear of blood, they would still defend their homeland. For this war, the Purcell clan had made ample preparations. Although they had Ruyan take most of the family's money, they were still a millennium-old clan, so they had a lot of money. When they dismissed the people of the Purcell Duchy, they also gave the families of the soldiers who served the Purcell clan a lot of money to settle down. This money was equivalent to buying the lives of the soldiers. In addition, the Purcell clan was also a millennium-old clan. Although they weren't the top millennium-old clan in the continent, one shouldn't forget that they controlled a duchy. The soldiers of the duchy were almost like the children of the Purcell clan. They were absolutely loyal to the Purcell clan. In this case, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Purcell clan. The eyes of the entire continent were now focused on Iron Wall Fortress. The people of the continent weren't unfamiliar with the war between the humans and the beastmen. But this was the first war between the two races, so it attracted a lot of attention. This time, the reason that attracted a lot of attention was the Purcell clan. Now, the people of the continent could see that the Aksu Empire wanted to give up on the Purcell clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done so. Moreover, the rumors about the Rosen Empire and the Kalsi family were also spread. With the help of the Buddha clan and the Shelley family, the people of the continent understood why the Aksu Empire did this. The nobles of the continent weren't fools. When they saw the Radiant Church in the Aksu Empire, they immediately believed the Buddha clan's words. In an instant, the attention of the great clans towards the Radiant Church was raised to the highest level. Originally, the great clans of the other countries didn't pay much attention to the Radiant Church. In their opinion, it was just a church, they didn't have much use for it. But now that this rumor was spread, they couldn't help but pay attention to it. If the Radiant Church could occupy a country, then what else could they not do? Because of this, the people of the continent didn't care about the Purcell Duchy just because it was a war between two races. They also wanted to see the Radiant Church's response. In fact, the Radiant Church's response made the great clans of the continent very disappointed. This war wasn't a war between two clans, but between two races. In this war, no matter what the Radiant Church did, they should have asked for help from the Purcell family. After all, the Purcell family was also a part of the human race. But the Radiant Church chose to sacrifice the Purcell family. The nobles didn't care about the Radiant Church's considerations, they only knew that the Radiant Church had given up on the Purcell family. While everyone's attention was focused on the Purcell Duchy, Zhao Hai had already arrived at the cow-headed race's camp. In this war, the cow-headed race didn't ask for a position in the front. Instead, they specifically asked for a position in the rear. Their main responsibility was to look after the Argali and deliver food to the front. Although the cow-headed race wasn't a strong race among the beastmen, their strength wasn't bad either. In the previous wars, their performance was very outstanding. For them to suddenly request such a position in this war was beyond the expectations of the beastmen. However, the beastmen were also aware of what happened to the cow-headed race. Therefore, they also understood the cow-headed race. Moreover, the cow-headed race's matter this time was instigated by the Radiant Church. Additionally, they also discovered that the Radiant Church would kidnap some beastman children and brainwash them to deal with the beastmen. Because of this, the beastmen didn't look down on the cow-headed race. On the contrary, the beastmen felt that the cow-headed race was a great merit. Therefore, the other races didn't look down on the cow-headed race. On the contrary, they felt that the cow-headed race was a good race. They also investigated their own tribes to see if there were any spies among the cow-headed race. Needless to say, when these tribes investigated, they found 1 or 2 spies. This was especially true for the great tribes. They found several spies in their own tribes, which made the great tribes angry. They only had one goal, and that was to teach the Radiant Church a lesson. Therefore, they weren't angry about the cow-headed race's retreat. On the contrary, they felt very good about the cow-headed race. At this time, the cow-headed race had already formed a relationship with the Black Bear tribe and the Tiger tribe. Forming a relationship with these great warring tribes was very beneficial for the cow-headed race. Because of this, the cow-headed race received a lot of benefits this time. Because of this, Whale's days were very carefree. He was only in the rear of the army, and his job was to look after supplies. There were almost no combat missions, but the food that he ate was the best in the army. Now, Whales discovered that being in the rear of the army was actually very profitable. Naturally, this was only from his point of view. In the eyes of the other beastmen, being in the rear wasn't good at all. Although the rear of the army was the most relaxed during battles, when it came to the distribution of spoils, the rear of the army would suffer the most. This was because the spoils that they received were the least. However, Whales didn't care about this. With Xianxia here, he didn't need to worry about these things. What the cow-headed race needed right now was to recuperate. Because of this, when Xianxia arrived at the cow-headed race's camp, he saw the situation. The cow-headed race's main fighting force was the Herculean bulls, while the other powerful tribes were the main fighting force. However, only the Herculean bulls were familiar with Xianxia. The place where Xianxia first appeared was outside the cow-headed race's camp. There were some cow-headed race members who didn't know about Xianxia, so they were very nervous. However, there wasn't anyone in the Herculean bulls who didn't know about Xianxia. They were very enthusiastic about Xianxia. Because of this, Xianxia quickly arrived at the Herculean bull camp and was invited to Whale's tent. Although the beastmen liked to drink, they rarely drank during battles. Because of this, Whales immediately gave Xianxia a cup of milk tea. Whales looked at Xianxia and said, "Little Hai, why did you come here at this time? This is too dangerous for you. If you were to be discovered by the humans, then you wouldn't be able to mingle with them anymore." Although Whales didn't have any contact with the humans, he still understood their style of doing things. He knew that if the humans knew that Xianxia came to find him today, then Xianxia would be hated by the humans in the future. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Big brother doesn't need to worry. I can guarantee that nobody saw me this time. I came to find Big Brother because I have something to tell you about the war." Whales nodded. He had absolute trust in Xianxia. He believed that Xianxia wouldn't lie to him, so he just nodded and quietly listened to Xianxia's words. Xianxia told Whales everything he knew, including the poison, the Radiant Church's plan, and so on. After that, Xianxia turned to Whales and said, "Big brother, the beastmen's attack this time was completely within the Radiant Church's expectations. Their goal was to make the beastmen attack and then repel the beastmen. While establishing their might, they would also completely defeat the beastmen." Whales couldn't believe it. "You're saying that the Radiant Church wants to sacrifice the Purcell family and then poison the Purcell Duchy to deal with us? That's too terrifying." Xianxia took out a water bag and handed it over to Whales. "Elder brother, have the witch doctor take a look at the water inside this bag. Then have someone drink the water and see if the Radiant Church is carrying out this plan or not." Whales nodded. Xianxia was very clear that no matter what you say, it wouldn't be as convincing as a fact. Therefore, before he came to find Whales, he had already prepared this water bag. This water bag contained the poison that the Radiant Church prepared for the beastmen. The Herculean bulls were also the main targets of the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church had no other choice but to do this. In fact, when they dealt with the Herculean bulls, they were preparing for this day. They wanted to use the fighting bulls to deal with the Herculean bulls and then have the fighting bulls become a part of the rear army. When the war starts, the fighting bulls would be able to deal with the beastmen from the rear. This way, they would be able to use poison as a double insurance, making them more confident in dealing with the beastmen. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai's appearance would cause their plan to fail. Fortunately, when they poisoned the beastmen, they didn't let the Herculean bulls off. Therefore, their plan could still be carried out. In fact, the Radiant Church's cooperation with the Fighting Bulls didn't have good intentions. Although they wanted to use the Fighting Bulls to deal with the beastmen, they didn't want to let the Fighting Bulls off. Therefore, whether it was the Fighting Bulls or the Herculean Bulls, they were both poisoned. Wales wasn't polite. He took the water bag and had someone look for a witch doctor. Then he had the witch doctor look at the water inside the bag. Naturally, the witch doctor's answer was that there was no problem. When Zhao Hai saw the witch doctor, he couldn't help but feel curious. This witch doctor was a buffalo tribe. The buffalo tribe was a tribe that could easily produce prophets, witch doctors, and shamans. When Wales heard the witch doctor say that there was no problem with the water inside the bag, he immediately looked for a Herculean bull warrior and had him drink the water inside the bag. Although the warrior didn't know why, he still drank it. Although he only drank a mouthful, in less than a minute after he put down the bag, he was already poisoned and fell to the ground. Although he wasn't poisoned to death, he had completely lost his ability to fight. Zhao Hai immediately took out a cup of spatial water and woke the warrior up. Then Zhao Hai had the Herculean bulls drink a cup of the spatial water. Naturally, Wales wouldn't oppose it. Not only did he not oppose it, he even supported it. While Zhao Hai had the Herculean bulls drink the spatial water, Wales took the bag of water and went to look for the dog-headed beastmen. If Zhao Hai directly went to the tiger race and the lion race, they most likely wouldn't believe him. Zhao Hai didn't go with Wales to find the kobolds. Although he had a good relationship with the kobolds, he still needed to feed the minotaurs. This matter could be left to Wales. When the dog-headed race heard Wales' words, they were startled. They immediately looked for a mastiff to conduct an experiment. The result was the same as the minotaurs. Naturally, Wales also brought a bag of spatial water that Zhao Hai gave him to save the mastiff warrior. However, to be on the safe side, Buzir found a beastman slave and had him drink a cup of poisonous water. In the end, nothing happened to the beastman slave. Beastman slaves didn't have a high status in the beastman race. They weren't a fighting race, so they wouldn't waste their poison on a beastman slave. Therefore, most of the beastman slaves weren't poisoned. After this experiment, Buzir finally believed that most of the beastmen were poisoned. He immediately sent someone to invite Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out enough water and had the Herculean bulls watch over the beastmen and have them drink the water. The Herculean bulls had a very high status in the cow-headed race. The cow-headed race were very convinced by the Herculean bulls. Let alone drinking a cup of water, even if the Herculean bulls made them drink urine, they would still agree. After Zhao Hai followed the group to the dog-headed race, he immediately told Buzir about this matter. Then he took out some water and had the dog-headed race drink it. After drinking the water, the dog-headed race tried again and drank the bag of poisonous water. This time, no one was poisoned. Buzir attached great importance to this matter. He was very clear that if the Radiant Church really used this method to deal with the beastmen, then the beastmen would suffer a big loss. Buzir immediately took the bag and went with Wales and Zhao Hai to the bear race. The dog-headed race couldn't talk to the warring races, but the bear race was different. The bear race was a warring race, so their words had a lot of weight in the beastman race. Because of this, Buzir went to the bear race. The bear race's patriarch personally led the team this time. In the past few years, the black bears had been having a hard time in the beastman race. After being deceived by the humans, they couldn't recover. Because of this, their status in the warring races was now in a crisis. However, the black bears' fighting strength was still there. If they went all out, even the tigers and lions would have to back down. Because of this, nobody dared to provoke the black bears. The news that Buzir brought this time was very important to the black bear patriarch. After asking Buzir and learning that this news was brought by Zhao Hai, the black bear patriarch immediately believed it. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't deceive them. Moreover, in the process of delivering this news, Zhao Hai didn't receive any benefits, so there was no need for him to deceive them. The black bear patriarch immediately reported this matter to the tiger race. Compared to the lion race, the relationship between the black bears and the tiger race was much better. At the same time, the Beastman Alliance's leader was also a tiger. The tiger race also attached great importance to this matter. This was because Zhao Hai's information was directly related to the outcome of this war. Because of this, they immediately had the black bears invite Zhao Hai over. Zhao Hai also knew that this would be the result. However, he still disguised himself. At the very least, he changed his appearance. At this point, he looked older than his actual age, about 30 years old. This time, the Beastman race was unified. Because of this, there was only one golden tent in the entire Beastman continent, the tiger race's golden tent. Zhao Hai followed a tiger warrior into the golden tent. This was the first time that he saw a tiger warrior in such a close distance. The tiger warriors were indeed very strong. Each one of them was about 3.5 meters tall. Their eyes seemed to be able to suck in a person's soul. Zhao Hai knew that the tiger race had an innate skill called soul-stirring eyes. This innate skill was unique to the tiger race. On the other hand, the lion race also had their own innate skill called soul-stealing roar. This was also the reason why these two races were able to become the Beastman royal clans. Their innate skills were something that the other Beastman races couldn't compare to. This was especially true for the tiger race's soul-stirring eyes. This innate skill was very astonishing. As long as the tiger race looked at a person, that person would tremble in fear. If the tiger race's soul-stirring eyes looked at a person, then that person would be scared stiff. On the other hand, the lion race's soul-stirring roar was a lot worse compared to the tiger race's soul-stirring eyes. The lion race's soul-stirring roar was only effective the first time it was used. After using it once, the effect would be a lot worse. Moreover, the lion race's fighting strength was still lacking compared to the tiger race. The tiger race's beast parents were more powerful than the lion race's beast parents. Because of this, the tiger race was able to suppress the lion race. After the tiger race man looked at Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Under his gaze, Zhao Hai didn't show any abnormalities. This made the tiger race man very curious. After Zhao Hai entered the tent, he discovered that there were already a lot of Beastman patriarchs present. Among them were Whales, Buzir, the Wolf Race Patriarch, the Black Bear Patriarch, and a lot of other Beastman patriarchs that Zhao Hai didn't recognize. The one sitting on the main seat was a tiger race man. This tiger race man didn't look young, the hair on his face had already turned white. However, this made him look even more aged. When Zhao Hai saw this tiger race man, he suddenly thought of a saying, "Old tiger race is full of vigor." This tiger race man gave Zhao Hai such a feeling. After Zhao Hai gave the tiger race patriarch a salute, he also gave the others a salute. Those who knew Zhao Hai were very polite to him. Those who didn't know him didn't have any dislike towards him. After all, the Black Bear Patriarch had already said that Zhao Hai was the owner of the Magic Lily shop. This identity was very attractive to the Beastmen. The Tiger Race Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai for a while, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Young man, how can I make you believe your words?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Respected Beast King, why would I lie to you? I have a great enmity with the Radiant Church, a life and death enmity. Moreover, I'm the foreign prince of the cow-headed race. If I harm the Beastmen, then it would be the same as helping the Radiant Church. That would be looking for trouble for myself. I believe that no one would do such a thing." Although the Beastman race's alliance leader wasn't fixed, each alliance leader would still be called the Beast King. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't wrong in calling him that. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're saying that our attack was completely within the Radiant Church's calculations? That they had already poisoned the waters of the Purcell Duchy and were waiting for us?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the Radiant Church's plan this time was very long. At this point, they weren't willing to just be a church. They wanted to control a country and establish a church. The Oxu Empire was their choice. Your Majesty can imagine that if the Radiant Church really controls the Oxu Empire, then it would be the same as cutting off a channel between the humans and the Beastmen. In the future, it would be even more difficult for the humans to transport food to the Beastman Prairie. At that time, they would be able to control the life and death of the Beastmen. The Beast King's expression didn't change, but the other people's expressions changed. They were very clear about what it would mean for the Beast Men if the Radiant Church were to control the Oxu Empire. From this point of view, Zhao Hai didn't lie to them. Once the Radiant Church repels the Beast Men, their momentum would be like the sun in the sky. Nobody in the continent would be able to compete with them. And since I'm their enemy, the first one to suffer would be me. Zhao Hai nodded. That's right, the Radiant Church's influence is very big. Once the Radiant Church repels the Beast Men, their momentum would be like the sun at noon. The Beast King stared at Zhao Hai and said, "You're a human, aren't you betraying your own race by doing this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty's words are too serious. This time, I only want to deal with the Radiant Church. Moreover, I'm different from other humans. In my opinion, Beast Men and humans are the same, both are intelligent races of the continent. I don't think that Beast Men are worse than humans, nor do I think that humans are worse than Beast Men. I think that everyone is equal. To tell the Beast King the truth, if the Beast Men were to invade human territory, then even if I'm a foreign prince of the Terran race, I would still stop the Beast Men from doing so. At the same time, the Beast Men are fighting for their own survival. Since you've fallen into the Radiant Church's trap, I can't just sit back and watch. No matter what, I'm still a foreign prince of the Terran race, I can also be considered as half-Beast Man." The Beast King and the other patriarchs looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would give such an answer. This answer was within their expectations, but it was also unexpected. Especially when Zhao Hai said that if the Beast Men were to invade human territory, then he would certainly stop them. It wasn't only the patriarchs, even Wales was surprised. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. His voice was very deep, it felt like he was roaring. It was very heavy, shaking the tent. After some time, the Beast King stopped laughing, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, young man, you are a true friend of the Beast Men. I believe in you. The news you brought is very important to us. Now, you can detoxify us." Zhao Hai didn't think that the Beast King would be this straightforward, but he still nodded. Then he took out a kettle and poured a glass of water for everyone in the room. After seeing everyone drink, Zhao Hai said, "I'll have to ask your Majesty to prepare a wooden barrel. I'll immediately send the detoxification over. As long as you drink my detoxification, then there won't be any problems." The Beast King nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, when the war is over, if you're still in the Beastman Prairie, don't forget to visit our giant tiger tribe. Our giant tiger tribe is lacking in everything. No matter what you bring, we will accept it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's my honor to receive your Majesty's appreciation. When the time comes, I'll certainly go. Your Majesty can rest assured." The Beast King nodded, then he waved his hand. After that, Zhao Hai left the golden tent. After Zhao Hai left, the Beast King turned to Wales and said, "Patriarch Wales, tell me what you know about Zhao Hai. Will he really do what he said?" Wales didn't hesitate to nod and said, "He will. Zhao Hai isn't an ordinary person. He's a man of his word, he never speaks empty words. He's different from the humans. From the first time I met him, I knew that he didn't look down on the Beastmen. The first thing he received wasn't our cow-headed race's friendship flag, but the big-bellied pig tribe's friendship flag. After that, I sent people to investigate and found out that the friendship flag was given to Zhao Hai by that tribe. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very angry with the Beastmen, so he decided to help us." The Beast King nodded, then he turned to Buzir and said, "Dog-headed patriarch, what do you think?" Buzir nodded and said, "I agree with Wales. Zhao Hai is a very good person. In fact, if he wanted to deceive us, then we wouldn't have known that this matter was related to the Radiant Church." Without waiting for the Beast King to speak, the Werewolf Patriarch said, "I also think that this Zhao Hai is a trustworthy person. He's different from ordinary humans. I already knew this from the first day I met him. Otherwise, our werewolf race wouldn't have made a deal with him." The Black Bear Patriarch also said, "I believe that Zhao Hai wouldn't deceive us. I think that the most important thing right now is to send people back to the prairie and remind everyone to pay attention to the human fleet. This time, their fleet should be filled with elite soldiers. If they're not there, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. If such elite soldiers are allowed to move in the prairie, then the damage done to the prairie would be very big. The Beast King nodded and said, Hawk Patriarch, immediately send someone back to the prairie to send a message. Tell the smaller tribes to gather and prepare for battle. I don't believe that the humans would be able to fight against our enemy's cavalry. Send a few prophets to guard the coast. It's possible that the humans would send some mages to participate in this operation. The Beast King nodded and said, all right, all right. The Hawk Patriarch immediately complied. He also knew that this matter was related to the entire Beastman race, so they couldn't be careless. They must send their most capable people. The Beast King looked at everyone and said, the humans are waiting for us in the Purcell Duchy. For us, this isn't good news, but it's also an opportunity. Wolfmen, beastmen, tigermen, lionmen, leopardmen, dog-headed men, and eaglemen. In the next few days, I will arrange for the other races to attack the Purcell Duchy. But remember, this is only a feint, our main attack isn't here. The races that I named, your mounts are very quiet when running. Therefore, you need to use the next few nights to move your tribes to the territory controlled by the Xianxia family. Now that the Xianxia family no longer controls that place, they have arranged a large number of troops there. Their purpose is to make us attack the Purcell Duchy. Now, we need to do the opposite. The fighting strength of your races is very strong, you must attack the Xianxia family's territory first. Then immediately penetrate through it and expand your victory. As long as the Purcell Duchy's pocket formation loosens, Iron Wall Fortress will immediately strengthen their attacks. We will also create a diversion to the east and attack the west, attacking both sides at the same time. The Beast King looked at everyone and said, the Beast King's plan is to attack the humans. The humans are waiting for us in the Purcell Duchy. Although the Beastman race didn't submit to anyone, especially the warring tribes, their status was almost equal. Even the Beast King couldn't command the warring tribes. However, during wartime, the Beast King's orders would be unconditional. Because of this, the people in the tent immediately complied and went to prepare. They were all experienced fighters, so only the Beast King had told them how to attack. The rest of the details didn't need to be discussed. After all, each race had their own style of attack. Only the patriarchs of their races were familiar with this. What the Beast King needed to do was to set a general direction. When the Beastman patriarchs left the tent, they couldn't help but stare. They discovered that the Beastmen were drinking something. However, when they got closer, they discovered that it wasn't water, but wine. This was also a method that Zhao Hai came up with. He gave the Beastmen some wine instead of water, since the Beastmen didn't like to drink water. Zhao Hai had forgotten about this point when he was in the tent. He only remembered it when he left the tent. Therefore, he mixed the spatial water into the wine and let the Beastmen drink it. This would have the same effect as the antidote, and the Beastmen would like to drink it more. After Wales asked Zhao Hai what was going on, he felt relieved. Beastmen weren't allowed to drink too much during wartime, but it wasn't completely forbidden. It was almost impossible for the Beastmen to not drink. Zhao Hai followed Wales back to the Herculean Bull tribe's tent. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai turned his head to Wales and said, Elder brother, the matters here have been settled. I've said everything that needs to be said. I need to go back, I can't stay here for too long. Wales nodded and said, let's go back, brother. We've already made preparations to make the Radiant Church suffer a big loss. If possible, we'll definitely flatten the Oxu Empire and clear out an enemy for you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, if that's really the case, then that would be great. But elder brother, you need to pay attention. If the Beast King still wants to attack after clearing the Oxu Empire, then it would be best for you to dissuade him. This is because the next attack would be the Rosen Empire. Moreover, if you really manage to clear the Oxu Empire, then I will talk to the Rosen Empire's emperor and have them trade food with the Beastmen at a fair price. This would be more cost-effective than war. Wales nodded. Actually, the Beastmen might not know about Zhao Hai's strength, but it was impossible for Wales to not know. Zhao Hai now had an army of nearly 1 million undead, and most of them were beastmen. Just thinking about this kind of fighting strength made Wales afraid. Actually, Wales still underestimated Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's undead army had already reached 1. 5 million, and these undead were all 8th rank experts. 5 million 8th rank experts? Such an army was enough to sweep the entire continent. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. If he did, then he might become the enemy of all races in the continent. He didn't think that he had the ability to become the enemy of the entire Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked at Wales and said, "Elder brother, you take care of yourself. When the war is over, I'll go to the prairie and have a drink with you." Wales laughed and said, "All right, brother, I'll wait for you. I believe that this war will end soon. As long as the beastmen attack the Oxu Empire, I believe that the war wouldn't be too far away." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, he believed Wales' words. Whether it was the Radiant Church or the Oxu Empire, they had underestimated the fighting strength of the beastmen. They thought that by relying on their plans, they would be able to make the beastmen nurse a grievance. But now that the beastmen knew about their plans, their biggest trump card was no longer useful. The only thing left to do was to use real swords. And in this kind of battle, the beastmen weren't afraid of anyone. After chatting with Wales for a while, Zhao Hai left the beastmen's camp. Of course, he was walking towards the beastmen prairie. Not far from the beastmen's camp, he entered the space. Laura and the others were inside the space. Although Laura had to deal with the Marquis family's matters, she still liked to stay inside the space. The air inside the space was good, and it was very comfortable. Naturally, they were reluctant to leave. And since she could deal with the Marquis family's matters inside the space, Laura decided to stay inside for a long time. Actually, Zhao Hai was the same, he also stayed inside the space for a long time. At this time, Lizzie had already returned to the Rosen Empire's imperial palace. Naturally, this was only on the surface. In fact, she spent most of her time inside the space. Only from time to time would she go out to accompany the emperor. Naturally, the emperor didn't know about this, he thought that Lizzie was accompanying him. This made him very happy. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. They knew what Zhao Hai did and said in the beastmen's camp. After seeing the Beast King's arrangements, Laura and the others believed that the outcome of this war was already decided. After the group sat down, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, are we going to watch a play?" To be honest, I don't think there's any suspense in the outcome of this war. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, it's almost time to watch the show." With the Beastmen's arrangement, the Radiant Church wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Although the Beastmen didn't go all out this time, they still sent their elites. Their only purpose this time is to teach the Radiant Church and the humans a lesson. In this case, the Radiant Church underestimated the enemy. There's no suspense in this war. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." Lizzie frowned and said, "Big Brother Hai, do you think that the Radiant Church would go all out? Would they send a 9th rank expert? You should know that the Radiant Church would definitely do something like this." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "It's possible. But I don't think that the Beastmen wouldn't make any preparations. After all, this is a matter of two races. It's impossible for the Beastmen to not make any preparations." "Kair, did you find any 9th rank auras in the Beastmen's camp?" Kair shook her head and said, "I didn't find any in the Beastmen's camp. However, I did find some 9th rank auras outside the camp. From what I can see, there are no less than 10 9th rank beastmen." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and smiled, "I think that's the case. You should have seen the Beast King, he isn't a simple person. It's impossible for him to not make any preparations. After all, in a war like this, the Beastmen would send a lot of elites. If those elites were to be killed by a 9th rank expert, then the Beastmen's losses would be very big." Megan nodded and said, "We saw the Beast King on the screen. He really isn't a simple person. Although he's a beast man, his temperament isn't any worse than a human king. Even His Majesty the King is inferior to him." Lizzie didn't get angry, instead she nodded and said, "Right, compared to the Beast King, my father doesn't have a domineering aura. This Beast King is really extraordinary. From his arrangements, we can see that he's a very knowledgeable person. Moreover, he was able to believe Zhao Hai's words in such a short time. This in itself requires a lot of strength." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "To become a Beast King, how could it be that simple? Beast Kings and human kings are different. The two races take turns to be the Beast King. If the Beast King isn't qualified, then he would have already been pushed down. Laura nodded and said, I think that the Beastman's approach is very good. The Beast King that they choose would certainly be a capable person who would be of great help to the Beastmen. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is related to the Beastman's character. They need a strong leader, but this leader must be recognized by the Beastmen. At this time, Megan said, Brother Hai, now that the Beastmen have changed the direction of their attack to the Ixa territory, wouldn't the Purcell family have an easier time? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, not necessarily. The Beastmen would certainly feign an attack on Iron Wall Fortress. But don't think that the Beastmen's feint would be easy to deal with. Moreover, once they succeed in the Ixa territory, the attack on Iron Wall Fortress would certainly be more fierce. They want to advance from two directions and defeat the Radiant Church in one fell swoop. Megan sighed and said, then doesn't that mean that the Purcell Duchy wouldn't be able to escape? Zhao Hai sighed, he had already thought of this situation when Evan was unwilling to leave. No matter what the Beastmen did, the Purcell family wouldn't have a good time. The Purcell family's position determined their fate. Their position was close to the Beastman Prairie. Because of this, they had to face the attacks of the Beastmen. This wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, the Beastman and the humans had been living in peace for many years. Because of this, the Purcell family's development was very good. This was actually the result of their management. They increased the food output to the Beastman Prairie, allowing the Beastmen to have enough food to eat. Because of this, the Beastmen naturally wouldn't attack them. The Beastman Prairie was too big. The Beastmen couldn't even live in their own prairie, so why would they fight against the humans? Moreover, the humans weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't want to mess around. Laura also sighed, then she turned to look at the screen and said, I don't know how many people from the Oxu Empire will die this time. Zhao Hai sighed and said, there's nothing we can do about it. You should know that if we didn't appear, a lot of people would have died in the Oxu Empire. But the Beastmen would have died even more. The Radiant Church might have even exterminated them. Those religious lunatics are capable of anything. Laura sighed, she knew that Zhao Hai wasn't speaking nonsense. The people of the Radiant Church would definitely do such a thing. They had always regarded those who didn't believe in the Radiant God as heresy, and the Beastmen were the biggest heresy. If the Radiant Church really killed all the elites of the Beastmen, then the remaining Beastmen wouldn't be spared. Lizzie looked at the screen and said, let's see what the Radiant Church will do in the next few days. But in my opinion, even if they failed this time, they still wouldn't be defeated. After all, they only sent a red-robed archbishop to the Oxu Empire. Moreover, the majority of their forces were from the Oxu Empire. They didn't use much of their overall strength. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but if they fail this time, then their reputation would suffer a huge blow. And with them seizing control of the Oxu Empire, it can be imagined that those countries who have good relations with them would start to guard against them. I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for them to return to their previous glory. Lizzie nodded and said, that's good. The influence of the Radiant Church is too big, it's not good for the stability of the continent. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the Beastmen on the screen. They didn't immediately move, they were still preparing. There was nothing to see. Zhao Hai turned his head to Lao Gong and said, all right, since there's nothing else to do, let's take a rest. I think the Beastmen might make a move in the evening, we'll wait until then. Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, now that the entire continent knows about the Ixa family's misfortune as well as the Purcell Duchy's misfortune, these people have begun to be on guard against the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church still attaches great importance to this war, because once they lose, the situation would become very unfavorable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I think the Radiant Church also understands this point. However, they were too confident in their arrangements. They thought that their arrangements were flawless. However, they didn't think that we would have a pair of scissors in our hands. We were able to cut a hole in the heavenly robe. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai looked at the time and chatted with Laura and the others for a bit before he went back to rest. He believed that the Beastmen would certainly make a move in the evening. He wanted to see how the Beastmen would make their move. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, the entire continent was watching. They also wanted to see how the Beastmen would make their move. Although they didn't know about the Radiant Church's poison, they still saw how the Radiant Church arranged things. They also wanted to know if the Beastman would be fooled. On the night that Zhao Hai went to the Beastman camp, the Beastmen made their move. The tribes that were named by the Beast King began to leave the Beastman camp in batches. However, they didn't go directly to the Xianxia family's territory. Instead, they turned around and went deeper into the prairie. When it came to understanding the prairie, the humans couldn't compare to the Beastmen. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to go deeper into the prairie and then circle around to the Xianxia family's territory. This way, they wouldn't be discovered by the humans. The prairie was very big, it was impossible for the humans to not send death warriors to observe the Beastmen's movements. Although the Beastmen had some special abilities to deal with these death warriors, it was inevitable that some fish would slip through the net. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and calmly looked at the Beastmen's movements on the monitor. He knew that the war was about to begin. And this time, he was only a messenger, he wouldn't participate in it. It was best for him to be a bystander. Laura and the others were also looking at the Beastmen's movements. After a while, Laura couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, if anyone says that the Beastmen are stupid, I'll definitely praise them." Megan and the others were also looking at the situation. The Beastmen's movements were carried out silently. Moreover, they didn't send a lot of troops. They also didn't send all of their troops. Instead, they left some behind to confuse the enemy. This arrangement was already very good, it was also very comprehensive. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "The Beastmen aren't stupid, it's just that they have a straightforward temperament. Let's not talk about them anymore. It seems like there's nothing else to do. Damn, I made a mistake in my calculations. I slept too much during the day and couldn't sleep at night. Wives, shouldn't we do something else?" When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They couldn't help but blush. Laura snorted and said, "We're all here, what can you do? Can you do it?" Zhao Hai became angry, he shouted, "I'll let you see if I can do it or not." Then he threw himself towards Laura. Suddenly, screams were heard from the villa. The next morning, the Beastmen began their attack on Iron Wall Fortress. However, their attack was like a thunderclap with only a few drops of rain. Although they looked aggressive, there weren't many real battles. This made Evan very surprised, he couldn't understand what the Beastmen were doing. This wasn't the style of the Beastmen. When did the Beastmen change their temperament? Zhao Hai knew that the Beastmen didn't change their temperament, they just didn't want to cause too many casualties. Although Zhao Hai could tell Evan about this, he didn't. He knew that sometimes people couldn't be too selfless. If he told Evan about the Radiant Church and the reaction of the Beastmen, then Evan would know that he had already told the Beastmen. If Evan knew about this, then other people might know as well. If this matter were to spread to the continent, then Zhao Hai would become the public enemy of the entire human race. This wasn't something that he wanted to see. Although in Zhao Hai's eyes, the humans and the Beastmen were both intelligent races, there was no difference between them. But in the Ark continent, the humans and the Beastmen were two different races. The hatred between the two races wasn't something that he could change by himself. If the humans knew that Zhao Hai was helping the Beastmen to deal with his own race, then he would immediately become the public enemy of the entire human race. He would become a traitor, this wouldn't be good. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't tell Evan about the Radiant Church and the Beastmen. Evan was already prepared to die, but he still had to consider the Buddha clan. The Beastmen weren't fools, they knew that if the feint was too fake, then no one would believe it. Therefore, they decided to make a night attack in order to make Evan and the others think that the feint during the day was a preparation for a night attack. Naturally, the night attack didn't succeed, but it still made Evan and the others stop doubting the Beastmen. And when the Beastmen made their night attack, they immediately mobilized their army and headed towards the Xianxia family's territory. At the same time, the Eagle Men also sent this information to the Beast King in the shortest time possible. At this point, the Radiant Church and the Beastmen were playing a game. The Radiant Church had opened up a poisonous bag and was waiting for the Beastmen to jump in. While the Beastmen were putting up an act, they were actually preparing to pierce through the bag with a knife. If they succeed, then the Radiant Church's bag would have been in vain. However, the Radiant Church didn't know that the Beastmen had already discovered their bag. They thought that the Beastmen had come from afar and hadn't adapted yet. Because of this, the tempo of their attack was slow. The next day, the attack of the Beastmen suddenly became fierce. The Beast King also knew that if the Beastmen were to attack slowly, the humans would be suspicious. Therefore, he simply had the Beastmen increase the intensity of their attacks. This way, they would be able to better cover the actions of the other group. Sure enough, the Beast King's actions attracted the attention of all the people in the continent towards Iron Wall Fortress. The humans also had a good understanding of the Beastmen. They also knew that the fighting strength of the Beastmen was much higher than the humans. Moreover, the Beastmen didn't just kill without thinking, they would also scout the humans first. This was especially true for the Hawks and the Beastmen. Their scouting abilities were much stronger than the humans. Because of this, the Radiant Church decided to send a large number of troops to the Xianxia family's territory while letting the Purcell family face the Beastmen alone. This way, the Beastmen would know that the Xianxia family's territory had a large number of troops. If they were to attack there, they might not be able to find the Xianxia family. This was the script that the Radiant Church had written for the Beastmen. Moreover, the Beastmen were now fully cooperating with the Radiant Church. They launched a frenzied attack towards Iron Wall Fortress. The Purcell family's casualties were very high. Naturally, the Beastmen's casualties weren't small either. However, this was also the characteristic of the Beastmen's attacks. They would attack crazily, sparing no effort to break through the defensive line. The crazy attacks of the Beastmen were something that very few human armies could stop. Because of this, most human armies wouldn't engage in field battles with the Beastmen. This was because doing so would only allow the Beastmen's cavalry to display their superiority to the fullest. Although the heavy armored infantry of the continent could deal with the Beastmen's cavalry, it also depended on what kind of Beastman cavalry they were dealing with. If it was an ordinary Beastman cavalry, then it would be fine. However, when facing the cavalry of the great warring tribes, the heavy armored infantry would be helpless. Naturally, the human continent also had ways to deal with the Beastmen. The Beastmen generally didn't have any armor, but the humans had heavy cavalry. These heavy cavalry could also cause a lot of damage to the Beastmen. However, the cost of these heavy cavalry was too high. Because of this, even the Oxu Empire didn't have a lot of heavy cavalry. However, the Beastmen weren't very good at attacking. The Beastmen didn't have any cities, so their battles were mostly fought on the prairie. Because of this, they weren't very good at sieging cities. On the other hand, the humans were very good at defending cities. Because of this, humans were very familiar with defending cities. Because of this, they were very familiar with defending and attacking. Because of this, in the war between the Beastmen and the humans, the most important thing for the humans to do was to use the cities as support to establish a line of defense. This way, they could block the Beastmen's attack. Everyone was watching, waiting to see when the Beastmen would break through the Iron Wall Fortress. One must know that the Iron Wall Fortress was very famous in the continent. This was because it was able to block an attack from the Beastmen in the past. Now, everyone wanted to see if the Purcell family would be able to create another miracle. The Beastmen had already been attacking Iron Wall Fortress for 7 days. Although these 7 days weren't long, it wasn't short. One must know that the number of Beastmen that the Beastmen sent was more than 1 million. However, Iron Wall Fortress only had less than 100,000 people defending it. However, these 100,000 soldiers were all that the Purcell family could send. Moreover, each and every one of them was prepared to die. Because of this, the battle was very fierce. In these 7 days, the Purcell family had lost nearly 50,000 soldiers while the Beastmen had lost nearly 100,000 soldiers. This was a loss ratio of 1 to 2. This was a very rare occurrence in a war between the Beastmen and the humans. Because of this, the humans were at an innate disadvantage compared to the Beastmen. Because of this, the humans would usually suffer more losses compared to the Beastmen. It was very rare for the Beastmen to suffer more losses compared to the humans. However, only the Purcell family knew that the army that was attacking Iron Wall Fortress these days weren't the main forces of the Beastmen. They were all tribes with good fighting strength. Because of this, there was a high loss ratio. If the Beastmen sent their main forces to attack, then the Purcell family might not have been able to hold on. Evan and the others had dealt with the Beastmen before, so they couldn't help but feel strange. In the past, the Beastmen would send their warring tribes out every 2 or 3 days. But this time, after 7 days, the warring tribes still hadn't shown up. Why was this so? At this time, something that shocked the entire continent happened. On the 7th night of the Beastmen's attack on Iron Wall Fortress, the Xianxia family was suddenly attacked by several Beastman warring tribes. Although the Radiant Church had stationed a large number of troops in the Xianxia family, they were still caught unprepared by the Beastmen. Their defensive line was pierced through and the Beastman cavalry managed to cut through the Xianxia family's army of 300,000. The Xianxia family's army was completely routed. This time, the ones attacking the Xianxia family were the main forces of the Beastman race. They were the elites of the elites. Their fighting experience was very rich. With an army of 100,000 against 300,000, this was a battle that could be written into the textbooks of history books. Whether it was the other human forces or the Radiant Church, nobody thought that the Beastmen would make such a move. This caused an uproar in the continent. They didn't think that the Beastmen would go all out to attack Iron Wall Fortress in order to provide cover for the Beastmen. Using 100,000 casualties to provide cover was a big price to pay, but it was also very worthwhile. This time, the Beastmen defeated an army of 300,000 soldiers. Moreover, they managed to occupy a large part of the human territory. One must know that almost all the civilians of the Purcell Duchy had evacuated, but the civilians of the Xianxia family didn't. Moreover, because the army was stationed here, they had accumulated a lot of supplies. Now that these supplies had fallen into the hands of the Beastmen, the food crisis of the Beastmen had been greatly alleviated. The Radiant Church didn't think that the Beastmen would make such a move, so they were caught unprepared. This caused their previous plans to fail. Fortunately, they still had room to maneuver. The Radiant Church immediately withdrew their troops from the Purcell Duchy and prepared to encircle the Xianxia family's territory. However, just as the Radiant Church's troops were mobilized, the Beastmen continued to attack Iron Wall Fortress for a day and a night. Although the Purcell family made a heroic resistance, they still couldn't stop the Beastmen's attack. At the last moment, Evan and the others were taken away by the loyal warriors of the Purcell family. Moreover, these people were retreating towards Stony Mountain. This was Zhao Hai's hidden move. After sending Ruyan and the others to Golden Island, he asked Origin Sword Saint to come forward and secretly gather a few 8th ranks who were absolutely loyal to the Purcell family. He wanted them to protect the important people of the Purcell family as they retreated towards Stony Mountain. As long as they reached Stony Mountain as quickly as possible, these people's lives would be saved. With Origin Sword Saint coming forward, his words carried more weight than Evan's. Because of this, when the 8th rank saw that they couldn't do anything, they immediately took Evan and left. They had already arranged for magic horses as well as food and water. Then they flew all the way towards Stony Mountain. This time, there were less than 200 Purcell clan members who managed to escape. Most of these people were the clan's consecrated experts. Almost all of these 200 people were 8th rank experts. At the same time, the Beastmen didn't chase after them. They didn't put these 200 people in their eyes. Instead, they were eyeing the army that was sent to the Xianxia family's territory to besiege the 100,000 people. The Radiant Church didn't expect that the Beastmen would break through Iron Wall Fortress just as they were mobilized. Now, the army that the Radiant Church sent was facing the fate of being pincered by the Beastmen. The Radiant Church originally thought that the army that the Beastmen placed in Iron Wall Fortress was just a feint. Their fighting strength shouldn't be too strong, and the main force should be the 100,000 soldiers of the Xianxia family. However, the Radiant Church didn't expect that the Beastmen in Iron Wall Fortress would immediately change from a feint to a main attack. They broke through the enemy in one fell swoop and then attacked from behind. Passive. At this time, the Radiant Church was in a passive position. One must know that the Beastmen were the main fighting force in the Xianxia territory. Moreover, with the cooperation of various countries, their numbers had exceeded 100,000. And behind them, there was an army of 1,000,000 Beastmen. This caused the Radiant Church's army to be in a passive position. However, the Radiant Church didn't give up hope. They still had their trump card, which was the poison that they had prepared. Although Iron Wall Fortress had been breached, the people that the Radiant Church had sent to lurk in the Purcell Duchy had yet to return. These people had been lurking in the Purcell Duchy, waiting for Iron Wall Fortress to be breached. As long as the beastmen enter the duchy, they would immediately poison them and then clean up the beastmen's army. In the Radiant Church's view, although the current situation was different from what they had planned, it was still developing in the direction of their plan. It's just that the Xianxia family's losses weren't part of their plan. However, in the Radiant Church's view, this wasn't a big deal. Losing some of the Xianxia territory's supplies would only reduce the beastmen's vigilance, making their plan easier to carry out. On the other hand, the beastmen's two-pronged attack caused the Radiant Church's losses to be not small. However, this was also what they needed. They wanted the beastmen to enter the Oxu Empire and then clean up the beastmen in one fell swoop. This way, the beastmen wouldn't be able to escape. Ideals were plentiful, but reality was harsh. The Radiant Church's current mood was like this. In order to gain the reputation of dealing with the beastmen alone, they refused the help of the Rosen Empire and the other empires. They were prepared to deal with the beastmen alone. One had to admit that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's help, then the beastmen might have suffered a huge loss. But now, it was a completely different matter. The Radiant Church thought that their poison would be able to deal with most of the beastman army. But they didn't think that the beastmen already knew about this matter and even drank the antidote. The beastmen were also aware of the Radiant Church's thoughts, so they cooperated with the Radiant Church. They wanted to use the Radiant Church's mentality to destroy the Church's army in one fell swoop. This way, the Oxu Empire would be like a defenseless virgin, allowing the beastmen to do whatever they want. One had to admit that at that time, information was very important. Information could change everything, and the Radiant Church had suffered a huge loss. After the beastmen entered the Purcell Duchy, they didn't destroy anything, they just looted everything that they could use. This was also the purpose of the beastmen's war. But this time, the beastmen were actually thinking about it. They wanted to use this method to slow down their attack so that the Radiant Church would have enough time to make arrangements. The beastmen wanted to give the Radiant Church time to prepare. They wanted the Radiant Church to think that they had fallen into their trap. This way, the Radiant Church would feel relieved, and the beastmen would use this opportunity to completely destroy the Radiant Church. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it didn't take long. After the beastmen entered the Purcell Duchy, although they directly threatened the left wing of the Radiant Church's army, they didn't immediately attack the left wing of the Radiant Church's army. Instead, they crazily wandered around the Purcell Duchy. Although there weren't many people left in the duchy, they couldn't take too many supplies with them when they left. Moreover, the Purcell family didn't burn their own food. Because of this, the beastmen were able to obtain a lot of benefits in the duchy. This was what the Radiant Church wanted the beastmen to do. If the beastmen were to immediately attack the Radiant Church's army, then it would be very troublesome. The losses they would suffer would also be huge. But now that the beastmen had stopped, this gave the spies an opportunity. Although the Radiant Church had decided to use drugs to deal with the beastmen, the drugs needed to be put into food or water to be effective. But to put it into the food was very difficult. After all, the food was under the care of the Purcell family, so it wasn't easy to put the drugs inside. Therefore, the only way to do it was to put it into the water. The special thing about water is that it can flow. Even if it's well water, it's actually running water. If you put medicine in it, it may be purified after a few days. Therefore, the timing of the medicine is very important. If the beastmen went all out to attack the Radiant Church's army, then the Radiant Church wouldn't be able to grasp the timing of the drug. But if the beastmen stopped, then the church would be able to use the drug. The people of the Radiant Church couldn't help but secretly thank the beastmen. However, they didn't think that they would be discovered by the Black Panther tribe. The Black Panther tribe were dark beastmen. Their innate talents were very formidable, just like the death soldiers of the human race. Because of this, they were a race that specialized in dealing with the death soldiers of the human race. After the Beast King knew about the Radiant Church's plan, he immediately sent some 8th rank experts from the Black Panther tribe to scout the water sources of the camp every day. As long as a human was discovered, the Black Panther tribe wouldn't be able to touch them. On the 3rd day after the Beastman army entered the Purcell Duchy, the Black Panther tribe discovered that the Radiant Church had poisoned their water sources. Therefore, they immediately reported this to the Beast King. The Beast King also knew that he didn't have much time left, so he immediately sent the Hawk tribe to the Xianxia territory to make an appointment with the Beast Men. At this time, the people of the Purcell family had already fled to Stony Mountain. When they arrived, Zhao Hai was already waiting for them. When Evan saw Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Then he said, "Zhao Hai, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, then I might have already died." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle, you don't blame me. Let's go to the courtyard on the mountain. Then we'll head to Golden Island." Evan also knew that there was no time to waste, so he immediately nodded and followed Zhao Hai up the mountain. After arriving at the mountain, Zhao Hai didn't have Evan and the others head to Golden Island from the space. Instead, he wanted to use the Hawk tribe to send Evan and the others to the seaside before taking a boat to Golden Island. This time, the people following Evan weren't all from the Purcell clan, there were also a lot of the Purcell clan's foreign elders. Although these people were very loyal to the Purcell clan and didn't leave Evan's side, Zhao Hai still didn't feel at ease with them. It was impossible for him to spread the secret of the space to everyone. The reason why he told Origin Sword Saint about it before was because Zhao Hai knew that the space was too attractive to the Origin Sword Saint. The energy inside the space was very active, moreover, it was also very abundant. For 9th ranks, it was a natural place for them to cultivate. It was possible that they would be able to break through their final bottleneck and obtain more strength. For a 9th rank expert, the space was too attractive. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that Origin Sword Saint would tell others about it. After resting for a while in the Bluestone Villa, Zhao Hai had the others board the Hawk tribe. Then he also boarded the Hawk tribe's foreign elders and escorted them to the seaside boat. Zhao Hai didn't follow them, he wanted to stay and watch the show. After the Radiant Church put the medicine into the Beastmen's water source, all that was left was to wait for the Beastmen to come and fetch water. However, what made the people from the Radiant Church anxious was that the Beastmen might have already fetched water the day before. Because of this, the Beastmen didn't come and fetch water for the entire day. It wasn't until evening that the Beastmen came to fetch water. Moreover, they were able to fetch a lot of water. This made the people from the Radiant Church excited. After the meal, the usually noisy Beastman camp was surprisingly quiet. The people from the Radiant Church couldn't help but enter the camp to take a look. They discovered that a lot of Beastmen had already fallen to the ground. Just as they were about to kill 2 people, an eagle's cry was suddenly heard. This scared the people from the Radiant Church, they were very clear that there were still hawks in the sky. These people immediately turned around and left the camp to report back to the Radiant Church. After making sure that these people had left, the Beastman camp became lively once again. However, this time, they weren't here to play, they were here to prepare for the Radiant Church's attack. They were very clear that once the Radiant Church's army knew that they had successfully poisoned the Beastmen, they would certainly send people to attack. When the time comes, the Beastmen would be able to eliminate those people first. Then they would go all out and destroy the Radiant Church's army. When Runbeck received this news, he immediately gave the order for an all-out attack. However, they didn't know that the Beastmen had already set up a trap for them. They were just waiting for them to enter. What happened next was very simple. The army that the Radiant Church sent to receive the spoils of war plunged into the Beastmen's trap and were completely destroyed. Then the Beastmen's army marched straight towards the Oxu Empire's hinterland. The 2 armies were like 2 sharp arrows as they rushed towards the Oxu Empire's capital. Along the way, they didn't encounter any resistance. This was because all of the armies that were sent out were destroyed by the Beastmen. This time, the entire continent was shocked. The Radiant Church was shocked, the Oxu Empire was shocked as well. At this point, the Oxu Empire had already lost all ability to resist. This time, the Beastmen managed to eliminate nearly 2 million soldiers of the Oxu Empire. This was almost equal to the entire national defense of the Oxu Empire. One must know that the Oxu Empire had already lost a lot of people in Golden Island. At this point, the Oxu Empire was very weak. The Beastmen didn't go too far this time. They didn't attack the commoners, instead, they directly attacked the nobles, especially the nobles who were related to the Radiant Church. Moreover, every time they attacked a city of the Oxu Empire, the Beastmen would make a ruckus. The reason why they attacked the Oxu Empire was because the Radiant Church had cut off their food supply. Originally, there were rumors about this in the continent. However, these rumors were only speculations, they weren't confirmed yet. Now that the Beastmen had confirmed it, how could it be wrong? At this time, the Radiant Church had become a target of scorn in the Oxu Empire. The Beastmen's attack this time was also very interesting. They didn't want to enslave the humans, they only wanted to steal food. Because of this, they didn't rob the commoners, instead, they robbed the nobles' food as well as the Oxu Empire's national granary. In fact, the Beastmen's actions were equivalent to robbing the commoners' food. This was because robbing the Oxu Empire's national granary would certainly affect the Oxu Empire's food market. In the end, the price of food would rise, and the ones who would suffer would be the commoners. However, the commoners didn't want to rob them. They were already very lucky that the Beastmen didn't rob them, they didn't have the heart to think about other things. At this point, the Oxu Empire couldn't collapse. They had no choice but to ask for help from the Rosen Empire. The Rosen Empire also took this opportunity to negotiate with the Beastmen. Naturally, the Rosen Empire didn't want to clean up the Radiant Church's mess. Because of this, they didn't want to directly fight the Beastmen. Instead, they wanted to directly negotiate with the Beastmen. Although the Beastmen hadn't yet attacked the Oxu Empire's capital, they were almost there. But when the Rosen Empire sent someone to negotiate, they immediately stopped. After all, the Rosen Empire's strength was still there. They had to be careful when dealing with them. If the Rosen Empire got involved in this war, then the Beastmen wouldn't have a good ending. The Beastman King was a very shrewd person. This time, their attack on the humans could be said to be very smooth. Although they lost some manpower, compared to their previous attacks, their losses were the least. At this time, if the humans agreed to sell them food at a fair price, then the Beastmen wouldn't mind retreating. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, the Beastmen didn't want to occupy the human world. They weren't interested in the human world. In their opinion, the prairie was their home, their roots. If they were to enter the human world, then sooner or later, the brave Beastmen would become as weak as the humans. In the eyes of the Beastmen, the humans were very weak. Because of this, the Beastmen preferred to drink and sing in the prairie. And the Beast King's decision was also largely due to Zhao Hai. Before Zhao Hai left the Beastmen's camp, Whales had already told the Beast King about Zhao Hai's strength. Naturally, the Beast King wanted to know more about Zhao Hai's strength. Whales also told the Beast King about it, making the Beast King pay attention to Zhao Hai. Although the Beast King appreciated Zhao Hai before, he didn't care too much about Zhao Hai. But now that he heard Whales say that Zhao Hai had an undead army, he couldn't help but pay attention to Zhao Hai. If there was an enemy that the Beastmen didn't want to deal with, then it would naturally be the undead. This was because they couldn't get any benefits from the undead. Moreover, if they couldn't eliminate a dark mage, then they would offend him. For the Beastmen, this wasn't worth it. A dark mage could go deep into the prairie and continuously create undead. This was a very terrifying matter. The Beast King also understood that they were currently in human territory. If they were to provoke the Roland Empire along with a terrifying dark mage like Zhao Hai, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the Beastmen. Moreover, their main purpose in attacking the Oxu Empire was food. As long as the food problem was solved, then even if they returned to the Beastman Prairie, nobody would say anything. After all, they had already fished up a lot of things. The purpose of the Roland Empire's negotiation this time was to have the Beastmen withdraw their troops. Additionally, the Roland Empire's emperor believed in Zhao Hai's words and stockpiled a lot of food in advance. Because of this, they negotiated with the Beastmen to have them withdraw their troops. In the future, they would provide food to the Beastmen at a fair price. No country liked war, especially this kind of war. This war was instigated by the Radiant Church, but in the end, someone else had to clean up their mess. This made the other empires very unhappy. If they were to send more people to fight, then how many people would die? They didn't want this to happen. Benefits, everything was for the sake of benefits. The Beastmen started this war for benefits, the Radiant Church also schemed against the Beastmen for benefits, and the Rosen Empire also did so for benefits. Talking about feelings with these big forces was a completely idiotic behavior. Even the straightforward Beastmen did it for benefits. If they couldn't get benefits, then who would want to fight? The reason why the beastmen liked to fight was because they could get benefits from it. On the other hand, the humans didn't like to fight because they couldn't get benefits from it. It was that simple. The negotiations went smoothly. This was the result that the beast kings wanted. They wanted food at a fair price. This way, they could gain more benefits for the beastmen. Naturally, they also knew that if they conquered the humans, then the humans would be able to provide them with an endless supply of food. But at the same time, they also knew that it was impossible for them to conquer the humans. They could gain some benefits from the war, but it was impossible for them to conquer the humans. This was because the humans' culture was different from the beastmen's. It was impossible for the beastmen to rule the humans for a long time. Therefore, they would rather sell their food at a fair price. However, the beastmen made another request after the price of food. They wanted to severely punish the Radiant Church. This was because the Radiant Church was the one who started this war. Regarding this request of the beastmen, the negotiators of the various countries had different thoughts. Some of them were in favor of the Radiant Church while some weren't. But if they didn't agree, then the beastmen wouldn't leave and would continue to fight. Even if they managed to repel the beastmen in the end, what would they get? Nothing. This was what the negotiators didn't want to see the most. In the end, the negotiators discussed and decided to agree with the beastmen first. In any case, after the beastmen leave, they can do whatever they want. After the beastmen got a satisfactory result, they returned to the prairie with a large amount of food from the Oxu Empire. But the matter with the humans wasn't over yet. This time, the Oxu Empire's strength had been greatly damaged, but the Rosen Empire couldn't just help the Oxu Empire for free. The Oxu Empire was the one who caused it, and we helped you solve it in the end. Do you think that you can just let it go? How could that be possible? Because of this, the Rosen Empire also made a request to the Oxu Empire. First, it was monetary compensation, and the second was other requests. The Rosen Empire didn't ask for monetary compensation. They only asked for the Purcell Duchy to be given to the Buddha clan as their fief. It was true that the Buddha clan was a noble of the Oxu Empire, but the grudges and grievances between the Oxu Empire and the Buddha clan were known to every child in the continent. Because of this, people didn't consider the Buddha clan as people of the Oxu Empire. But even so, the Buddha clan still had the title of Marquis in the Oxu Empire. They also had their own fief, so they could be considered as people of the Oxu Empire. However, the Rosen Empire's request made the Oxu Empire feel very embarrassed. If they don't seal it, then the Oxu Empire would be in its weakest state while the Rosen Empire was still intact. They could use this as an excuse to occupy a piece of land. If this piece of land was located in Lifeline Canyon, then the Oxu Empire would be in trouble. But if they agreed, then it would be tantamount to the Rosen Empire placing a nail in the Oxu Empire. In this case, the Oxu Empire's future days wouldn't be good. Just like the Rosen Empire, the other three empires also made their own requests. They didn't ask for land, after all, they were too far away from the Oxu Empire. They didn't ask for a piece of land, after all, they were too far away from the Oxu Empire. But they did ask for a huge amount of monetary compensation. This made the Oxu Empire not know what to do. This time, it wasn't just one empire that was making things difficult for them, but 4 empires. Even if they didn't want to, they had no choice but to deal with it. Most importantly, they had lost almost all of their military strength. This caused them to have no confidence in negotiating with the other empires. The reason why the Rosen Empire didn't attack the Oxu Empire yet was because the Oxu Empire was defeated by the Beastmen and not the other empires. If they were to invade the Oxu Empire at this time, then they would be looked down upon by everyone in the continent. But even if they couldn't invade the Oxu Empire, the Rosen Empire could still make demands. They could even choke the Oxu Empire economically. If the Oxu Empire was at its peak, then the Oxu Empire wouldn't agree to the Rosen Empire's demands. But it was a pity that they weren't at their peak, they were at their weakest. This weakness wasn't only because they didn't have any troops to fight, it was also because their economy had suffered a huge blow. Although the Beastmen didn't rob the commoners, the Oxu Empire's grain depots in the north were emptied. Moreover, the nobles of several cities were also killed. Their houses were robbed, and the Oxu Empire had to compensate the Beastmen with food. It can be said that the Oxu Empire's economy had regressed by more than 20 years. In this case, if they don't agree to the demands of the four empires led by the Rosen Empire, then it would be possible for them to block the Oxu Empire's economy. When that happens, it would be impossible for the Oxu Empire to return to its original state. Most importantly, the Oxu Empire's two most important cities in the north, the Purcell Duchy and the Xianxia family, had been destroyed. The two families had now fled to Golden Island. This news had already spread throughout the continent. Moreover, the two families' strength had been greatly damaged, they simply didn't have the ability to take over their territories. Because of this, the Rosen Empire proposed that the Oxu Empire should give the Purcell Duchy to Xiaohai as Xiaohai's territory. However, the Oxu Empire also understood that this territory couldn't be given to Xiaohai. If they really did give this territory to Xiaohai, then in the future, the Rosen Empire would be able to attack the Oxu Empire from both the south and the back. Because of this, the Oxu Empire and the Rosen Empire carried out very difficult negotiations. The Oxu Empire only had one idea: as long as they didn't divide their territory, then they could negotiate. However, the Rosen Empire didn't relent. In fact, in the end, everyone could see that the Rosen Empire didn't really want the Purcell Duchy. They just wanted to get more benefits. In the end, after negotiations between the two sides, the Oxu Empire didn't only compensate the Rosen Empire with a large sum of money, they also exempted the Rosen Empire's goods from import tariffs. What made people feel strange was that Xiaohai didn't appear in the continent during this time. This was very unusual. One must know that the Oxu Empire and the Rosen Empire's negotiations had something to do with him. However, Xiaohai didn't show up, this was very unusual. In fact, Xiaohai was also very busy during this time. He was collecting the corpses left behind from the war. There were a lot of corpses left behind, and most of them were strong soldiers. These corpses were very useful to Xiaohai. In the war between the beastmen and the humans, there were more than 1 million corpses. Some of these corpses were buried by the beastmen, but some weren't. After all, there were too many corpses. Xiaohai also knew that if these corpses were to be left untouched, then they might become a plague. Therefore, he collected the corpses and turned them into undead. Xiaohai also knew about the negotiations, but he didn't have much hope in the beginning. He knew that the Oxu Empire wouldn't agree. Although the Oxu Empire was now weak, the Rosen Empire still had some scruples, so they didn't dare go too far. However, what made Xiaohai despise were the people from the Radiant Church. At this time, the entire continent knew that the Oxu Empire's emperor had become Boris. At the same time, the people of the Radiant Church had already left the Oxu Empire. The Radiant Church's approach really made Xiaohai despise them. This was tantamount to throwing away their allies while they ran away. At this time, Boris didn't have his usual high-spirited appearance. The reason why the Oxu Empire dealt with the Purcell Duchy and the Xianxia family was because of his proposal. In the end, the Oxu Empire lost miserably. After this fiasco, the Oxu Empire wouldn't be able to recover for at least 20 years. Even if they did recover in 20 years, their strength wouldn't be as good as before. This was because not only did they compensate the beastmen, they also lost a lot of money to the other four empires. This greatly damaged the Oxu Empire's strength. However, after the negotiations were completed, the Oxu Empire began to officially rebuild itself. However, the Radiant Church became a target of scorn in the Oxu Empire. Nobody in the Oxu Empire liked the Radiant Church. It can be said that the Radiant Church's mission in the Oxu Empire was much more difficult compared to the Rosen Empire. The Oxu Empire's reconstruction began. What they needed the most was food. They needed large quantities of food to stabilize the food price. Moreover, they needed large quantities of food to restore production. After the negotiations, the Rosen Empire and the other empires weren't stingy. They sent large quantities of food to the Oxu Empire and sold them at a fair price. This greatly alleviated the Oxu Empire's food problem. Among these people, the most famous one was Xiaohai. He brought a large amount of food to the Purcell Duchy. This was very important for the duchy's reconstruction. Now, the Purcell Duchy and the Xianxia family had new masters. The nobles of these two places were Boris's most loyal subordinates. Although they had some conflicts with Zhao Hai before, they now had no choice but to welcome Zhao Hai. This was because whether it was the Purcell Duchy or the Xianxia family, they needed large quantities of food in order to force the original inhabitants to settle down. The food that Zhao Hai brought wasn't breadfruit, but ordinary bamboo rice. He believed that breadfruit would be very popular among the beastmen. While the Oxu Empire was being rebuilt, a wave of anti-church had unknowingly appeared in the continent. This time, it wasn't just the Rosen Empire that was against the Radiant Church, but all the other empires. However, the Radiant Church still had a 9th-rank expert, so the empires of the continent couldn't go too far. However, the Radiant Church's influence in the continent wasn't as great as before. The reason why the Radiant Church was able to develop so quickly was because they had attracted a large number of nobles to join the church. This was because the church had brought a lot of benefits to the nobles. But recently, the Radiant Church had been making a lot of moves. Or it could be said that they were good moves, but their opponents didn't play according to their plans. Because of this, they were forced to be passive. At this time, the Radiant Church had been completely honest. Besides the Rosen Empire and the Oxu Empire, the other empires were also doing their best to suppress the Radiant Church. At this time, the Radiant Church was losing a lot of believers. At this rate, it would be very difficult for them to restore their original influence. However, it was impossible for the empires to completely destroy the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church had a 9th-rank expert. This was a deterrent to the great nobles. Under the joint suppression of the empires, the Radiant Church was only able to maintain their strength. Many of the nobles who supported them had already withdrawn from the church. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't care about these matters. He was currently in Golden Island, discussing with Evan and Robert about the future development of the Buddha clan. After Evan arrived at Golden Island, the youths of the Purcell family immediately had a pillar of support. Because of this, their development on the island was very good. At the same time, Zhao Hai also told Evan and Ryan about the space. As for the other members of the Purcell family, Zhao Hai was still observing them. These people were different from the Xianxia family. The Xianxia family wasn't infiltrated by the Radiant Church from the beginning, but the Purcell family was. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't at ease with the Purcell family. Although the Buddha clan's territory didn't increase, their reputation in the continent had increased. This was because the Rosen Empire used the Buddha clan as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Oxu Empire. This made the Buddha clan very famous in the continent. The Buddha clan's future development was mainly in the Black Wasteland, where they could establish their own country. At this time, the Purcell family and the Xianxia family had no roots. If they couldn't follow the Buddha clan, then it would be very difficult for them to establish a foothold in the continent in the future. Zhao Hai's final decision was that the Xianxia family would send Fernand to Golden Island to do business while the Purcell family would send Ryan back to the Purcell Duchy. Zhao Hai had bought a large amount of food in the duchy before, which played an important role in opening the Buddha clan's market there. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to establish his own distribution network in the duchy. If it was in the past, then there might be some difficulties. But now, it didn't matter. With the Purcell clan's participation, they were very familiar with the Purcell Duchy. And with the Marquis del clan having a lot of management talents, the Buddha clan could now establish a sales network in the Purcell Duchy and seize the market. At the same time, Zhao Hai contacted Bell through the Kelsey family. He had Bell return to the Xianxia family's territory and establish a distribution network there. This distribution network was a partnership between the Buddha clan and the Kelsey family, so the Kelsey family didn't oppose it. With these two distribution networks, Zhao Hai's future sales would be greatly increased. This was very important for the Buddha clan. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to the Beastman Prairie after the war was over was because he knew that the Beastmen would be very busy at this time. The Beastmen had plundered a lot of things from the humans, so they needed to distribute them. And because of these things, the Beastmen shouldn't need anything. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to the Beastman Prairie. He planned to wait for a while before going there. The current situation in the continent was a good opportunity for the Buddha clan. The continent was currently attacking the Radiant Church, and Zhao Hai was the church's biggest enemy. In the past, the Radiant Church was pressuring the Buddha clan, but now that the Radiant Church couldn't even protect themselves, they didn't have the time to suppress the Buddha clan. Although the Buddha clan lacked people, with the addition of the Purcell family, the Xianxia family, and the Markey family, the Buddha clan had a lot of management staff. Although the Buddha clan couldn't completely trust these people with the situation in the Black Wasteland, having them help the Buddha clan manage their businesses wasn't a problem. Zhao Hai planned to use this time to expand the Buddha clan's business to the entire continent. One must know that if the Buddha clan wanted to expand their business, then they would have a lot of advantages. First, don't forget about the peach blossom products, they already had some reputation in the continent. Also, don't forget that Zhao Hai also had the products from the prairie and the special products from the sea. The products from the prairie couldn't be exclusive to Zhao Hai. This was because there were a lot of merchants doing business with the beastmen. Because of this, the products from the prairie were sold everywhere in the continent. On the other hand, products from the sea were very rare in the continent. Therefore, these products would be in high demand in the continent. As long as nobody suppresses them, the Buddha clan's business would be able to expand quickly. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't plan to do all of these businesses by himself. He planned to cooperate with the Calci family, the Crook family, Charlie, the Rosen Empire's Imperial family, and the Shelley family. Cooperating with these people would not only allow the Buddha clan's products to spread throughout the continent in the shortest time possible, but it would also allow him to establish good relations with these families. With this plan in mind, Zhao Hai took care of the matters of the Xianxia family and the Purcell family. After that, he immediately returned to Wild Dragon Castle outside Carson City. Then he prepared to go to the Imperial Palace to pick up Lizzie. Although Lizzie spent most of her time inside the space, if Zhao Hai didn't pick her up for a long time, then the Emperor might be suspicious. Because of this, Zhao Hai still needed to give face. When Zhao Hai returned to Wild Dragon Castle, a servant immediately told him that Jason had visited him several times. Moreover, he left a message for Zhao Hai to immediately go to the Crook family's castle. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he nodded. When he arrived home, he immediately sat in his carriage and went to the Crook family's castle. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai had visited the Crook family's castle. When the servants saw Zhao Hai's carriage, they immediately removed the roadblock and let Zhao Hai directly go up the mountain. When Zhao Hai arrived outside the castle, he saw Jason waiting for him. Zhao Hai got down from his carriage and laughed as he walked towards Jason and said, "Brother Jason, I heard that you left a message for me, so I immediately came over. Why are you in such a hurry? But this is also good, even if you didn't come looking for me, I would have come looking for you." Jason came forward and gave Zhao Hai a hug as he said, "Kid, if I didn't leave you a message, would you have forgotten about me? Hurry up, grandfather is waiting for you." Then the two entered the castle and got on their carriage. Before long, they arrived at Jesse's study. Jesse was indeed waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai, Jesse smiled and said, "Kid, it's been a long time since you came to see this old man. Why are you so scared? Don't worry, you're the patriarch of a great family, you need to be calm." Zhao Hai bitterly said, "Grandfather, you're just standing there and talking. How can our Buddha clan be compared to the Crook family? If our Buddha clan was as good as the Crook family, then I would just lie down at home every day." Jesse laughed and said, "Lie down at home every day? Kid, have you turned into a pig? Sit down, I have something I need to talk to you about." Zhao Hai nodded, then after he sat down with Jason, a servant immediately brought them some tea. Jesse looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've been in the limelight recently. I didn't expect His Majesty to use your family as a bargaining chip. But this really forced the Oxu Empire to make concessions." "Very good." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "What's good about that? I didn't get any benefits." "Grandfather, why did you call me over so anxiously?" Jesse smiled and said, "Kid, after God's Grace Day, you've been busy all over the place. You don't have time to come here. This time, I asked you to come here because I want to ask you if you have any business with us." When Zhao Hai heard Jesse, he couldn't help but smile, he also came today for this matter. Zhao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Even if you don't look for me, I still want to look for you. I really do have a business with you. Now that the Radiant Church has been suppressed, they're no longer hindering our development. Therefore, I want to cooperate with you and my father-in-law to sell our products in your stores. However, I have a request, all of our Buddha clan's products must be sold at the same price. Jesse stared, then his eyes shone. He knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of good things in his hands. If he really cooperated with them, then these things would bring great benefits to the Crook family. Jesse immediately nodded and said, "All right, that's not a problem. Isn't it just a unified price?" "All right, what do you have in mind?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Jesse about the areas where they could cooperate. The main ones were Taoyuan products, prairie products, and marine products. But right now, there weren't a lot of marine products, mainly Taoyuan products and prairie products. But even so, Jesse was still very happy. Peach fist products and prairie products were very popular in the continent. This was especially true for peach blossom products. Although there were many similar products in the continent, the Buddha clan's peach blossom products were the best. The Buddha clan's peach blossom products were very popular in the Rosen Empire because of their low price and high quality. After discussing the cooperation with Jesse, Zhao Hai had a meal with the Crook family before returning to Wild Dragon Castle to rest. The next day, he went to Dark Soldier Fort and talked to Randolph about the cooperation. Naturally, Randolph agreed. Now that the Radiant Church was being suppressed, they were ready to go all out. After coming out of Dark Soldier Fort, Zhao Hai returned to Wild Dragon Castle. This time, Laura and the others didn't follow Zhao Hai. They stayed inside the space and dealt with the Marquis family and the Buddha clan's matters. Zhao Hai wasn't interested in dealing with these matters. And with Laura and the others' strength, they should be able to deal with these matters. Therefore, Zhao Hai simply handed these matters over to them. On the second day after returning from Dark Soldier Fort, Zhao Hai went to the Imperial Palace. He wanted to see the Emperor and bring Lizzie back home. Then he would discuss the matter of cooperation with him. The Imperial family also had their own businesses. Cooperating with the Imperial family would make Zhao Hai worry less. Zhao Hai's position in the Rosen Empire was very high. When the guards saw Zhao Hai, they didn't dare neglect him. They arranged a place for Zhao Hai to rest before they immediately went to report to the Emperor. Naturally, the Emperor wouldn't let Zhao Hai wait outside, so he invited Zhao Hai to his study. After sitting down, the Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The matter of the Radiant Church was dealt with thanks to you. But the Radiant Church has already been defeated for many days, why did you come back so late?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I went to the Purcell Duchy and prepared to establish a chain store there. This time, I came back to pick up Lizzie as well as discuss the matter of cooperation with father-in-law." The Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you talking about the things in your hands?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I have a lot of things in my hands. But because of the Radiant Church's suppression, I wasn't able to sell them. Now that the Radiant Church has fallen, those things will become money." The old king nodded and said, "Right, it should be turned into money. You don't need to tell me about this. Go look for Charlie and cooperate with him." Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes lit up as he bowed his head and nodded. At this time, Lizzie also arrived at the study room. Zhao Hai and Lizzie chatted for a while before Lizzie left. The two got on the carriage and headed towards Wild Dragon Castle. While walking, Zhao Hai turned to Lizzie and said, "It seems like father-in-law is preparing to pass the throne to third brother." Lizzie stared, she didn't hear the conversation between the Emperor and Zhao Hai. Therefore, when she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but ask, "Why? Did father tell you something?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He didn't tell me anything. But when I said that I want to cooperate with the Imperial family, father-in-law told me to look for third brother. If father-in-law didn't want to pass the throne to third brother, then why would he tell me to do this?" Lizzie's eyes lit up as she said, "If father really said that, then it's certain that the throne will be third brother's. Hee, it seems like third brother needs to thank someone." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't need him to thank me. As long as he ascends the throne, our Buddha clan would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. How about this, we'll visit third brother tomorrow and talk to him about our cooperation. But don't mention anything about the throne. The day after tomorrow, we'll go to the slave market. I want to see the slaves that he prepared for me and see how they're doing." Lizzie smiled and said, "There's no need for us to say anything. When third brother heard that we want to cooperate with him, he should know what's going on. Big brother Hai, wouldn't it be too little for us to see the slaves? The Black Wasteland isn't ready yet." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's already time for spring plowing. We should have the slaves prepare for the Black Wasteland. If we miss this season, then it would be too late to plant anything. Lizzie nodded and didn't say anything. When it came to farming, she didn't know anything about it. She wasn't able to manage a shop, but in this regard, she was a princess who didn't have any say in it. She didn't know anything about farming, so she didn't know what to do. The next day, Xiaohai and Lizzie went to visit Charlie. Charlie's actions were still very low-key. However, he had been cooperating with Xiaohai for a long time. Because of this, Charlie's income wasn't small. It can be said that his income was the highest among the princes. Because of this, Charlie had always attached great importance to Xiaohai. This time, when Xiaohai came to talk to him about cooperation, Charlie couldn't help but be excited. He already knew that Xiaohai was cooperating with the Crook family, the Calci family, and the Imperial family. Now that Xiaohai wanted to cooperate with him, Charlie immediately understood what this meant. Because of this, he was very excited and wanted to invite Xiaohai for a drink. However, Xiaohai didn't agree. He still wanted to go to Shelley Hotel in the afternoon to discuss the matter of cooperation with the Shelley family. Last time, when Xiaohai went to Marriott Hotel, he asked the Shelley family for help in spreading the news about the Xianxia family to the continent. The Shelley family gave him a lot of face and did a good job. Because of this, Xiaohai wanted to further cooperate with the Shelley family. Aside from the Haven products, fire fishes, and seafood, Xiaohai's cooperation with the Shelley family also included wine. Naturally, it wasn't only milk wine, but also rice wine and beer. At this time, rice wine and beer had already been produced in the Black Wasteland. However, these two wines couldn't be mass-produced yet. In the Ark continent, the way of making wine was still very backward. If Xiaohai wanted to mass-produce these two wines, then he would need more than 1,000 people. He would also need a lot of skilled workers. However, Xiaohai intended to make these two wines first. Then, just like the milk wine, he would put them in the Shelley Hotel for trial sale. When the people of the continent can accept these two wines, the Shelley Hotel would also be able to establish a liquor store and increase the production. The cooperation with the Shelley family went very smoothly. At this time, the Shelley family had almost blind faith in Xiaohai. They believed that as long as they cooperated with Xiaohai, they would be able to make a lot of money. This was the experience they had accumulated in the past year. From the first day they cooperated with Xiaohai, they had been making a lot of money, and the more they made, the more they made. Xiaohai was very satisfied with this result. After negotiating with the Shelley family, he returned to Wild Dragon Castle and prepared to go to the slave market the next day. After going to the slave market and bringing the slaves to the Black Wasteland, Xiaohai prepared to go to the Beastman Prairie. The Beastmen had already retreated for a month, so he should be able to go to the Beastman Prairie at this time. The next day, Xiaohai and Lizzie went to the slave market and went to see Linley. Linley told Xiaohai that the slaves had already been prepared. But because of the war in the continent, they weren't able to transport them to Golden Island. If Xiaohai wants them, then he can send them over at any time. Xiaohai immediately paid for the slaves and had them transport them to Golden Island in the shortest time possible. Then he and Lizzie left. After returning to Wild Dragon Castle, they immediately sat on a hawk and flew towards Golden Island. On the third day after Xiaohai's group arrived at Golden Island, dozens of large ships carrying slaves arrived. Xiaohai immediately had them head to the naval base and then placed the slaves there. Golden Island's naval base was very large. Additionally, the undead in the naval base were patrolling the surroundings of the island. Because of this, it wasn't a problem for 100,000 people to be stationed here. What made Xiaohai the happiest was that these 100,000 slaves were brought in by households. Altogether, there were about 20,000 households. This was in line with Xiaohai's requirements. Xiaohai immediately used the evening to send these people to the Black Wasteland. It was already spring, so the weather outside wasn't too cold. Although there weren't any houses in the Black Wasteland, they could still build them. Xiaohai had already prepared the materials needed to build houses. After the slaves arrived at the Black Wasteland, Xiaohai immediately organized people to provide them with living materials. Moreover, he told them that these living materials would be their private property and that they should cherish them. Many of these slaves had been slaves for several generations. Their situation was similar to Zhao Hai's slaves in Iron Mountain Fort, perhaps even worse. This was the first time they had their own property, so they were very excited. The next day, Zhao Hai organized the slaves to help them distribute their things. Then he divided them into villages. Actually, Zhao Hai had already planned out the locations of these villages. What they needed to do now was to build these villages. The building materials had already been prepared. Zhao Hai also released a large number of undead to help with the construction. Moreover, he had already planned out the style of the houses in these villages. Because of this, it wasn't very troublesome to build them. Zhao Hai wanted to build large villages. Every 1,000 households would get a village. Regardless of their character, each household would be given land according to the number of people. An elderly person would get 5 mu of land, a man in his prime would get 10 mu of land, a woman in her prime would get 10 mu of land, and a child would get 5 mu of land. Every household would get a bull or a scaled wildebeest. Moreover, they would also get some farming tools and daily necessities. Zhao Hai had already made the necessary irrigation works for the villages using earth magic. He had also planned out what to plant on the land. The land that was given to the humans would be used to grow bamboo rice, while some of the better land would be used to grow wheat. As for the rest of the land, Zhao Hai left it for the beastman slaves. He wanted the beastman slaves to graze there. Then he would have them learn how to cultivate the land little by little. The land that was given to the slaves wasn't free. At the end of the year, Zhao Hai would collect 40% of the harvest as tax. The remaining 60% would be given to the slaves. Although this tax was very high, for the slaves, this was like heaven. They didn't think that they would be able to get their own land and property in such a place. One must know that in the continent, even the treatment of commoners was similar to them. What made them even more excited was that if they did well, they would have the opportunity to become commoners. They would be able to see people with slave marks like them working in the castle every day. They would be able to eat meat, their children would have the opportunity to study, and they would also have their own time to play. This made them very envious. Zhao Hai didn't immediately start educating the people. He wanted to use this matter as a reward for those who did well. Not only would they be able to become commoners, but they would also have their children go to school. They could even become nobles. The slaves didn't think that such a good thing would happen. But when they saw the slaves become commoners, they believed in Zhao Hai's words and became very motivated. Zhao Hai also distributed seeds, rations, and farming tools to them. After everything was prepared, it took Zhao Hai 7 days. This was because he had a lot of undead in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to handle this matter in such a short time. After everything was distributed, Zhao Hai also told these people that they could learn other crafts outside of their work. As long as they learned well, they would immediately become commoners. If they had special abilities, they could also go to the castle and ask the steward to turn them into commoners. After all these matters were handled, half a month had passed. This was thanks to Green's team's work in advance. They planned every step of this matter well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so smooth. If Zhao had arranged for commoners, it wouldn't have been so smooth. But now, he had arranged for slaves. These slaves had been trained and were very obedient. They would do whatever they were told to do, and none of them would cause trouble. So in less than half a month, he was able to settle down 100,000 people. And now, the slaves had already begun to cultivate the land. For 100,000 people to live, a lot of things were needed. Zhao Hai's space wasn't idle. Moreover, Zhao Hai was like a person who was afraid of being poor. Everything was good. As long as it was something that could be harvested, he would take it. Because of this, the slaves' food, necessities, and firewood were all settled. After the autumn harvest, they would be self-sufficient. The improved land in the Black Wasteland was very fertile. As long as the slaves worked hard, their days would certainly be better. Zhao Hai's 40% tax wasn't fixed. If you got 100 jin of grain per mu, then Zhao Hai would take 40 jin. If you got 200 jin of grain per mu, then Zhao Hai would take 80 jin. The remaining 120 jin would be given to the slaves. After the slaves learned about this, they were very happy. And with the opportunity to become commoners, they didn't need anyone to mobilize them at all. With the addition of these 100,000 people, the Black Wasteland finally had some people. Although compared to the vastness of the Black Wasteland, more than 20 villages were still too few, it was still much better than before when there was no one. These villages weren't far from Iron Mountain Fort. After all, Iron Mountain Fort was the administrative center of the Buddha clan. Naturally, these newly built villages wouldn't be too far from the fort. After settling the slaves down, they began to work. Since they had farm tools and livestock, they were now able to farm their own land. Most of these slaves were farmers, so they weren't unfamiliar with farming. On the contrary, what they were best at was farming. In the past, they were farmers for their masters. Although they were very careful and didn't dare to be lazy, it was still impossible for them to devote 100% of their efforts. But now it was different. Now that the land was given to them, they only needed to hand over 40% of their annual harvest. The rest would be theirs. The higher the harvest, the more food they would have. However, farming was seasonal. You don't need to be busy all year round because there weren't that many things to do. The busiest seasons for farming were spring and autumn. After these two seasons, they wouldn't be as busy. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted them to learn something. Zhao Hai also had Green and the others prepare for this. While the slaves were farming, Zhao Hai and the others began to build the winery. After the winery was built, the slaves would have already passed the busy spring season. At this time, the slaves would be able to work in the winery. Naturally, they would be paid. Because of this, after settling the slaves, Zhao Hai's matters weren't finished. The construction of the winery would take a lot of time. However, these matters can be handed over to Green and the others, he didn't need to look after them. Zhao Hai also used stones for the construction of the liquor store. As for the other work, he had people order them from Golden Island. Now that Iron Mountain Fort has Golden Island, it would be much more convenient for him to obtain things. There were a lot of great clans in the continent that had businesses in Golden Island. These great clans were able to produce almost anything in the continent. Because of this, if Zhao Hai needed something special, he could just order it from them. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the construction of the factory. He had an army of 2 million undead in his hands. Building a factory was a very simple matter. All he needed to do was have a craftsman on the side. While the factory was being built, Zhao Hai also gave the things that he wanted to order to the great clans. After that, he no longer needed to worry about it. He still had other things to do, he needed to go to the Beastman Prairie. Now that the Beastmen had retreated to the prairie for 2 months, Zhao Hai also needed to go to the prairie to take a look. These 2 months should be enough for them to distribute their spoils of war. Now, they should be needing things again. Besides delivering goods to Atai, Zhao Hai also felt that he should go to the prairie and get in touch with the Beastmen. He wanted to get in touch with the Beast King and see if he could get some business from him. As long as he could get some business from the Beast King, then the Buddha clan would have a lot of income in the future. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted the Buddha clan to establish a few big clients in the prairie. This would form a large business network in the prairie. This would be very good for the Buddha clan's future development. Don't worry, the Buddha clan's old nest was in the Black Wasteland. If the land there was developed and used for farming, then how much grain would they be able to produce every year? He was afraid that it would be a huge threat to the humans' grain market. At the same time, the humans and the Beastmen had signed an agreement on the supply of food at a fair price. However, this so-called fair price was only relative. After all, the humans also needed to pay for the transportation of food to the Beastmen. There weren't any merchants who were as extravagant as Zhao, who could use the space to transport food. Therefore, the price of grain transported to the prairie would still be very high, but it would be lower than before. But this way, the grain merchants wouldn't be able to make a lot of money. In the future, besides the big grain merchants, the small grain merchants wouldn't be able to do this business because they wouldn't be able to make any money. And in this way, the Beastmen would have a large grain shortage. If this wasn't handled well, then it would lead to a war between the two races. Therefore, Zhao Hai's idea was to sell large quantities of grain from the Black Wasteland to the prairie. This way, the prairie's grain wouldn't be so tight, and it would also stabilize the price of grain in the prairie. Zhao Hai also discovered that the Beastmen weren't the same as the ancient prairie tribes of Earth. The prairie tribes of Earth's China were very eager for the land of the Han people. They wanted to become the masters of that land. Therefore, when the Han people were weak, they would invade China. However, the Ark continent's beastmen weren't like this. These beastmen had their own civilization, and their civilization wasn't any worse than the human race's. Because of this, they didn't want to go to the human continent. In this world where strength was respected, the beastmen looked down on the humans. In their opinion, the humans were too thin and weak. And the reason why the humans were thin and weak was because the place they lived in was too good. Because of this, the beastmen didn't want to go to the human continent. The prairie was very big, enough for the beastmen to survive. The beastmen didn't have the ambition to invade the human continent, so they wouldn't rashly start a war. The only reason they would start a war was because their survival was threatened. The beastmen were very aggressive, and this was related to their straightforward temperament. In their eyes, black was black, and white was white. In the eyes of many humans, there was a gray area between black and white, but in the eyes of the beastmen, there was no gray area. The tempers of the beastmen were very violent. If they didn't agree with each other, they would just throw their fists at each other. Because of this, they gave people the impression that they were very aggressive. In fact, they didn't really like to fight. Although the beastmen looked down on the humans, they still had to rely on the humans' food to survive. On the other hand, the humans also needed the beastmen's hides, blankets, and meat. The two sides completely complemented each other. The beastmen were forthright and magnanimous, but the human merchants were greedy. In order to gain benefits, they would do anything. The previous wars between the beastmen and the humans were all due to the human merchants being too greedy. They raised the price of food too high, which affected the survival of the beastmen. In order to survive, the beastmen took up their weapons and rushed towards the stone walls of the human race's walls. Zhao Hai wanted to sell a large amount of food to the prairie in order to solve this situation. If one day he became the beastmen's biggest grain merchant, then the beastmen wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. At that time, the wars between the beastmen and the humans wouldn't happen as often. If such a day really came, then how much benefits would the Buddha clan gain? Among the humans, the ones who would gain the most benefits would be the Buddha clan. To be honest, when the Rosen Empire wanted to use Zhao Hai to negotiate with the Oxu Empire, Zhao Hai really did make a move. Once he controls the Purcell Duchy, then it would be equal to connecting the duchy with the Black Wasteland. When the time comes, he wouldn't even need the space to transport food to the Beastmen Prairie. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed in the end. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. As long as he had the space, he wouldn't be in a hurry. In the future, he could slowly establish a food channel. This was because he didn't know how long he could live. If he died, then the space would cease to exist. Then the Buddha clan could only rely on the food channel in the future. Take one step and look 3 steps ahead, this was Zhao Hai's characteristic. He now knew that the space wouldn't disappear for no reason, but he was still worried about what would happen after he died. Nobody could live forever, even 9th rank experts were the same. Therefore, Zhao Hai had to think about the Buddha clan's future. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that he should stay in the prairie for a while and get in touch with the beastmen. As long as he can get some big clients, then the Buddha clan would have a hard time not developing in the future. After Zhao Hai dealt with the matters in the Black Wasteland, he went to the Rosen Empire. Although he had already decided to cooperate with the Kelsey family and the others, he still needed to discuss the details of the cooperation. Not to mention other things, just the circulation of goods needed to be studied. Otherwise, their costs would increase a lot. Being able to deliver goods in a timely manner and sell them on the shelves was very important for a store. Therefore, the logistics needed to be done well. Currently, there were only 2 types of logistics in the Ark continent. One was by water, using ships. The other was by land, using carriages or magic beasts. Compared to these 2 methods, the water route was more convenient, faster, and lower in cost. Carriages were suitable for short-distance transportation while ships were suitable for long-distance transportation. Fortunately, the families that Zhao Hai wanted to cooperate with weren't easy to deal with. Their families had their own transportation network, but Zhao Hai couldn't only supply goods to one place. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient. In the end, Zhao Hai decided that with the Buddha clan's current manpower, even with the addition of the Marquis family, it would be impossible for them to establish too many sales points. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing, establishing a few specialized supply points in the major cities. This way, the transportation and sales to other cities would be handled by the other families. The Xianxia family naturally agreed. They were afraid that the Buddha clan would establish a direct sales point, which would make them their competitor. However, there was one place that the Xianxia family didn't put their hands into, and that was the Purcell Duchy. Ryan was currently in charge of the Purcell Duchy. The Purcell Duchy was the only place in the continent where the Buddha clan could sell their products. Ruyan's appearance in the Purcell Duchy wasn't known to the general public. She had already put on makeup and changed into another person's appearance. Zhao Hai only needed her to be familiar with the Purcell Duchy. He didn't want to borrow the Purcell clan's reputation. Currently, the Purcell Duchy was no longer called Purcell Duchy, it had been renamed to the Northern Territory. There was only one lord here, not one Grand Duke. However, this lord was Borik's confidant, so Borik felt relieved to have this person here. Borik hated the Radiant Church more than anyone else. This time, it was because of the Radiant Church's instigation that he fell into his current situation. Although he had obtained the Oxu Empire's throne, he still owed a huge debt, which wasn't a good feeling. Not only because of this, but because of his wrong decision, the Oxu Empire suffered a huge loss. This caused his prestige among the nobles to plummet. Now, there were a lot of nobles who were no longer obedient to him. The reason why these nobles didn't jump out to oppose him at this time was because the Oxu family's influence in the Oxu Empire was still very big. Although the Oxu family was dissatisfied with Borik, they also knew that if Borik was removed from his position at this time, the other nobles wouldn't be able to convince them. They might even let the nobles take advantage of this loophole. For the sake of the Oxu family, they had to fully support Borik. Borik was also aware of his current situation, so he desperately wanted to arrange his confidant in a good place. When the time comes, even if other people wanted to make a move on him, they would have to think twice before doing so. The Oxu Empire's current situation was actually quite weak. As long as there was a strong force that gave it a gentle push, the Oxu Empire would have to change its name. But no matter what, the Oxu Empire's current situation was caused by the Beastmen. If someone were to deal with them at this time, they would be cursed by the Beastmen. Because of this, nobody would dare to take this risk. Speaking of the Oxu Empire's current situation, whoever took over would be distressed. Unless it was a big empire like the Rosen Empire, no great clan would have the means to deal with such a mess. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. Even if Zhao Hai appeared in the Oxu Empire, Boris wouldn't dare to be disrespectful towards him. The enmity between Boris and Zhao Hai was all because of him. And now, Zhao Hai's status and identity weren't any worse than a fallen king. Plus, Zhao Hai had a formidable force behind him. If Boris were to go against Zhao Hai now, then he wouldn't be able to get over it. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He just handed over the Purcell Duchy's matters to Ruyan. The reason why he did this was because of Green and Marine's agreement. Green and Marine had a discussion with Evan. From the moment Green agreed to this matter, Zhao Hai knew that his relationship with Ruyan had already been set. Ruyan might even marry him in the future. However, compared to Laura and the others, Ruyan's current status was a bit different from Zhao Hai's. If she wanted to marry Zhao Hai, then she would need to make some achievements. The Purcell Duchy's shops in the Northern Territory were actually a test for Ruyan. If Ruyan did well, then her marriage with Zhao Hai would be possible. If she didn't do well, then it would be difficult for her to become Zhao Hai's wife. Zhao Hai thought that Ruyan was arrogant, so she wouldn't agree to such conditions. He didn't think that Ruyan would actually agree without thinking. Zhao Hai knew that Ruyan might have some feelings for him, but it definitely wasn't as deep as Laura and the others. The reason why she agreed so quickly was mostly because of her relationship with the Purcell clan. Now, the Purcell clan had to rely on the Buddha clan to survive. For the sake of the Purcell clan, she agreed to marry Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai knew about this result, he sighed. He didn't oppose it. He already knew that there would be such a day, but he didn't think that it would happen to Ruyan. Actually, even if Ruyan didn't have any achievements, Zhao Hai would still marry her in the future. Their marriage would be very utilitarian, it could be said that it was a political marriage. Ruyan married Zhao Hai in exchange for the Purcell clan's protection. On the other hand, Zhao Hai married Ruyan in order for the Purcell clan to follow the Buddha clan. Although the status of Zhao Hai's wives wasn't low, the one who helped him the most was Laura. Although Laura's status wasn't as high as Megan and Lizzie, one shouldn't forget that the Marquis Del family had already merged with the Buddha clan. This allowed the Buddha clan to gain a lot of talents. Although Megan and Lizzie's status was high, they couldn't do this. The families behind them were too powerful. For such powerful families, everything they did was for their own benefit. It was impossible for them to sacrifice their own benefits for the Buddha clan's benefit. Therefore, they could only give the Buddha clan some nominal support, but their actual support wasn't that much. On the other hand, Laura's support was real. With the Buddha clan's current strength, they didn't need any nominal support. What they needed was Laura's support. In this aspect, Megan and Lizzie couldn't compare to Laura. Zhao was also aware of this, so he wanted to marry Ruyan. This way, he would be able to get the full support of the Purcell clan. Although the Purcell clan was now in dire straits, they still had a lot of contacts in their hands that could be used. The establishment of a family was very difficult for other people to imagine. Money, connections, strength, and territory, all of these were indispensable. Although the Buddha clan was very prosperous right now, they were still very weak except for fighting strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of ways to increase the Buddha clan's strength. One couldn't help but recognize that Zhao Hai was a person with a sense of crisis. Because of this, he was very careful in everything he did. And this time, he didn't oppose the marriage. He believed that Laura and the others also saw this, but they didn't say anything. These women had placed their hearts on Zhao Hai and the Buddha clan. They wouldn't oppose anything that was good for the Buddha clan. The more they were like this, the more Zhao Hai felt that he owed them. Therefore, he treated them even better. Zhao Hai hoped that one of them would get pregnant as soon as possible. Unfortunately, despite his efforts in the past few months, Laura and the others still haven't gotten pregnant. However, the space had already checked his identity. There were no problems with Laura and the others' bodies. It seems like the time wasn't right. After taking a look at the Northern Territory, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he set out for the prairie. This time, his first destination was the cow-headed race. Although he could go to Beast God City first, he still chose the cow-headed race. This was because he was the cow-headed race's prince. Just like before, he went from the space to the cow-headed race's headquarters. But this time, he didn't ride alien. Instead, he released a blood hawk from the space. Then he sat on the blood hawk and descended from the space. This time it was only Shun, Shu, and Laura and the others. Laura and the others didn't come out. Laura and the others had a lot of things to deal with, so if they came out with Zhao Hai, it would be very inconvenient. The three blood hawks descending from the sky didn't cause any panic among the cow-headed race. The Herculean bulls knew that the blood hawks were Zhao Hai's mounts. When Zhao Hai landed, the Herculean bulls immediately greeted him. They bowed and greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also greeted them as if they were his own people. From time to time, he would take out some purified milk wine and give it to them. The beastmen loved wine, and Zhao Hai's purified milk wine was already very high in quantity. But in order to guarantee the price of the milk wine, Zhao Hai didn't sell all of it in the continent. Because of this, he had a lot of milk wine stored in the space. Now that he took it out and gave it to people, it was a good thing. The beastmen also liked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was much more generous than them. Every time they greeted Zhao Hai, they would give him some small gifts. This made the beastmen very happy. At this time, Mendez's voice was heard, "You bastards, get the hell out of here." When the Herculean bulls heard Mendez's voice, they immediately turned around and ran. Mendez also took the opportunity to go to Zhao Hai's side. Looking at the smiling Zhao Hai, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Little Zhao Hai, you're spoiling those kids too much. Every time you meet them, you give them things." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "What's wrong with that? It's just a small thing, it's not worth much. Everyone is happy. Alright, let's go in." Then he followed Mendez into the tent. Inside the tent, Wales, Yale, and Coney were sitting. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, whales couldn't help but smile. Little Zhao Hai, why did you come at this time? It's been a while since we attacked the humans. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's not too late. You've beaten the Oxu Empire badly. After that, I sold some food and made a small fortune. Whales quickly asked, you sold food to the Oxu Empire? Breadfruit? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, I sold bamboo rice to the Oxu Empire. What's wrong? Didn't you get a lot of food this time? Without waiting for Whales to speak, Coney laughed and said, little Zhao, you're wrong. This time, we got a lot of good things, and it's all thanks to you. Zhao Hai looked at Whales with a puzzled expression. Whales smiled and said, this time, because of the information you provided, we were able to defeat the Oxu Empire's Radiant Church. And because you're the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls, His Majesty the Beast King gave the credit to our tribe. This time, we really got a lot of good things. When Zhao Hai heard Whales, he smiled and said, that's good. Later on, the tribe won't need to buy food for a long time. I just happened to bring some daily necessities, I don't know if they'll be useful. Whales smiled and said, alright, there's no need for that this time. It's not like you don't know that we didn't only get food, we also got a lot of daily necessities. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I heard that you got a lot of good things in the Purcell Duchy and the Ixa territory. Alright, there's no need for that. Next time, just let me know. Right, I'll leave you 50 blood hawks. These things can be used for aerial reconnaissance. Unfortunately, your bodies are too big, so you won't be able to ride on the backs of the blood hawks. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's right. When Whales heard Zhao Hai's words, his face lit up and he said, that's great, that's great. That's exactly what I need. I won't be polite. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's fine, there's no need to be polite with me. Right, is the meal ready? I'm hungry, I still have to go to Beast God City tomorrow. I haven't been here for a long time, I don't know what's the situation there. Whales stared blankly, you came directly from the human territory? I thought you had already gone to Beast God City. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm in a hurry to go to Beast God City, it's not a big deal. You've already plundered enough things in this period of time. I think the business there shouldn't be that good, so there shouldn't be any big issues. Whales looked at Zhao Hai emotionally and said, brother, I won't say anything about your feelings. Let's go and have a drink. If we don't get you drunk today, then we'll be letting you down. Zhao Hai laughed and said, I'm not afraid of you. Do you think my alcohol tolerance is still the same as before? Who's going to get drunk? After saying that, the group laughed and walked outside. Now that Zhao Hai came to the Herculean bull tribe, Whales didn't need to order people to prepare anything. Even the tribe didn't need to prepare anything. The Herculean bull tribe had people prepare things for Zhao Hai to eat. These people didn't take Zhao Hai's wine for free. Every time Zhao Hai came, they would bring out delicious food from home for Zhao Hai. Even if they didn't make anything at home, they would still kill Argali to entertain Zhao Hai. When the group went outside, sure enough, the Argali and bulls were already roasted. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that there were two rat-like things roasting on the fire. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. But when Whales saw the two rat-like things, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Grass Martin? Who got this good thing? A fat Herculean bull tribe member walked over with a smile. He was carrying something that looked like a dumpling. He put it in front of Zhao Hai and said, Young Master Hai, today this little one went out and got 3 grass martins. I originally wanted to eat them myself, but since you came, I made them for you. Plus, I said that you like these rare things, so I left one for you. Zhao Hai looked at the grass marten curiously. This thing looked like a big rat, but its skin was grass green. Its eyes were black and bright, looking very cute. Whales looked at Zhao and smiled. This grass marten is a type of magic beast unique to our Beastmen Prairie. Its level isn't high, only level 3, but it's very fast. Plus, it's usually hidden in the grass with a body of green fur, so it's very hard to find. But this thing is a rare delicacy. When you make this, you must remember to eat it with its original flavor. When you make it, don't add anything other than a bit of salt. That way, the taste will be the best. Then Whales turned his head to the fat Herculean bull tribe member and said, Daos, you're really something. You don't even look at how fat you are, yet you're still so greedy. If you're a bit fatter, people would say that you're from the pig tribe. Right, were there a lot of grass martens in the prairie today? How did you bring back 3 at once? Daos didn't mind, he smiled and said, Patriarch, I was just about to talk to you about this. In the end, I discovered that the number of grass martens in our surroundings increased a lot. Do you want to think of a way? Wales frowned. He knew very well that even though the taste of the grass marten was good, it would cause serious damage to the grassland. Therefore, if there were too many grass martens in the surroundings of a tribe, they would carry out a special hunt, otherwise it would affect the grazing. Zhao Hai wasn't worried, he turned his head to Wales and smiled, Brother, I think there's no need to worry. Don't we have the blood hawks? The blood hawks should be very good at catching these things. Since the blood hawks need to be fed, it's better to let them go out and find their own food. Let's see if they can catch these grass martens. Wales stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, That makes sense, I said that the blood hawks are the natural enemies of the grass martens. Alright, let's do it this way. Daos, it seems like you don't only know how to eat. Good, I want to reward you. Little Hai, give this guy some wine. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Brother, you said that you want to reward him. How come I'm the one giving out the reward? Although he said that, he still took out a bottle of milk wine and gave it to Daos. This made Daos very happy. At this time, the small table was already set up. Wales laughed heartily as he helped Zhao Hai to sit down and drink. Only when everyone was drunk did they stop. The next morning, after Zhao Hai left 50 blood hawks with Wales, he left the Herculean bull tribe's main camp and flew towards Beast God City. He didn't go to the dog-headed race nor did he go to the black bear tribe. Although he had a good relationship with them, compared to the Herculean bulls, they were still lacking. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly went to Beast God City. Beast God City was a lot more prosperous compared to before, but there were more beast men. There were still very few human merchants. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the beast men seemed to be doing business. After finding a place outside Beast God City, the 3 of them came out of the space and walked towards the city. When they arrived, they saw a lot of beast men. These beast men were looking at Zhao Hai with doubtful and hostile gazes. Zhao Hai didn't care about these gazes. He knew the mentality of these beast men. They had just fought with the humans, so there were almost no human merchants coming to the prairie. Therefore, the appearance of Zhao Hai's group was very eye-catching. Zhao Hai didn't care, he believed that these beast men wouldn't do anything to him. This time, he didn't take a carriage nor did he bring a friendship flag. But if he brought a friendship flag, these beast men wouldn't have this kind of expression. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. Just as they arrived at the gate of Beast God City, a carriage came out of the city, the driver was Atai. When the beast men saw Atai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but smile. Many of the beast men who were doing business greeted Atai. Even the hostile gazes towards Zhao Hai disappeared. These beast men knew that the Magic Lily shop had the friendship flags of the beast men, dog-headed race, and the black bear race. And these friendship flags weren't obtained by Atai, it was obtained by their boss. In other words, their boss had obtained the friendship of these 2 races. Moreover, he was the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls. At this time, Atai personally drove the carriage to greet Zhao Hai. Naturally, their status was self-evident. Because of this, the beastman's gazes towards Zhao Hai changed. Atai drove the carriage towards Zhao Hai and then jumped down. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, why didn't you wait for me? Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's nothing, I was just walking around. I didn't expect the beastmen to trade with each other. I thought that they would only trade with humans. Atai smiled and said, Young master, you don't know, but the beastmen also trade with each other. They would exchange necessities. However, this kind of situation is very rare. It's the first time that it's as lively as this year. I heard that they were exchanging the spoils of war that they looted from the humans. Some of the things that they don't need are things that other tribes can use. Zhao Hai nodded, he just looked at the transactions of the beast men and discovered that it was similar to what Atai said. However, there were some things that were useless to the beast men. This was because these things were only useful to the humans. For the beast men, these things were useless. If they were used, then they wouldn't be suitable for the beast men. But if they were thrown away, then it would be a pity. After Zhao Hai got on the carriage, Tai immediately drove the carriage towards the magic lily shop. Tai's sister-in-law and their 2 children were already waiting for Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai got off the carriage, Tai and his family immediately welcomed Zhao Hai into the backyard. After Zhao Hai sat down, Tai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, our shop's business hasn't been very good these days. The beastmen managed to get a lot of good things during the war. They don't lack things or food, therefore, they didn't come to trade with us. But you're still not smart enough. Didn't you see that there are a lot of things that are suitable for humans that aren't suitable for beastmen? Most of the beastmen are currently trading those things. Moreover, they can't be traded. If you have something that the beastmen can use, I think that if the price is lower, they would still sell it to us. When the time comes, I'll take these things to the continent and keep them for myself. Wouldn't that be a profit?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not a problem, I've already thought about this point. Since the beastmen have things that are suitable for humans, they naturally wouldn't need to buy them. However, you're still not smart enough. Didn't you see that there are a lot of things that humans can use that the beastmen don't?" Tai stared, then he patted his head and said, "Right, how come I didn't think of that? Thank you for reminding me, young master." Tai's sister-in-law looked at him and said, "What can you think of?" "Young master, I've also thought of this matter. However, most of the things that the beastmen took out were old. Even if we brought them to the continent, I'm afraid that nobody would buy them. We wouldn't be able to sell them for a good price. Because of this, we decided to keep them." Zhao Hai nodded. This Tai's sister-in-law was indeed more astute than Tai, she had thought about this matter. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Tai's sister-in-law is right. If we bring those things to the humans, then we wouldn't be able to sell them for a good price. However, those things aren't spoiled, we can still use them. Our Buddha clan now has 100,000 slaves, and the things that these slaves use are all provided by us. If we can trade them for a low price from the beastmen, then we wouldn't need to buy them in the continent." When Tai's sister-in-law heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up as she said, "Right, I forgot about this matter. The beastmen have a lot of things in their hands right now. If we can trade them, then we would be able to save a lot of money." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "That's right. So from now on, we can do this matter quickly. Not only can we save a lot of money, we can also leave a good impression on the beastmen." Tai and Tai's sister-in-law nodded. Then Tai's sister-in-law said, "Young master, after the beastmen returned to Beast God City, the Beast King sent someone to pass on a message. He said that if you arrive in Beast God City, then you must go see him." Zhao Hai nodded, he believed that the Beast King would certainly do this. Zhao Hai had helped the beastmen a lot, so the Beast King wouldn't ignore him. However, he didn't expect the Beast King to pass on the message this quickly. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "All right, I just arrived today, so I won't go see the Beast King." "Right, you don't need to worry about me, just let me have a good rest." Tai and Tai's sister-in-law nodded, then they turned around and left. Only Zhao Hai and Shun were left in the tent. Zhao Hai turned his head to Shun and Shua and said, "It seems like things will go smoothly this time. As long as we're done with the beastmen, then we can return to the continent. We've been moving around the continent, we haven't been to the Lion Empire, the Buddha Empire, and the Ocean Waves Dynasty yet. It's a pity." Shun smiled and said, "The map of the southern part of the continent hasn't been stored in the space yet. We can use this opportunity to store it in the space." "Right, young master, can we also go to the dwarfs and have a look? I heard that the dwarves love to drink. Maybe we can get some good things from them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should go and take a look. In the continent, it's very difficult to obtain ironware. But the dwarves specialize in this. If we can trade with them, then it would be a good thing for us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Shu nodded and said, "The Dwarven Iron Mountain is in the Buddha Empire. Because of this, the Buddha Empire's heavy armored cavalry can move unhindered. But I heard that the dwarves have a lot of special plants and animals. If we can get those things to the space, then maybe the young master space would be able to level up. Right now, there's nothing more important than leveling up the space. Zhao Hai and Shun nodded. Leveling up the space was indeed the most important thing right now. As long as the space levels up, then it would be able to produce more elixirs. And if these elixirs can be used to concoct potions from 8th to 9th ranks, then they would be able to enter the 9th rank realm and become 9th ranks. In the future, they would be able to walk sideways in the continent. Most importantly, Zhao wanted to see what would happen when the space reaches level 50. He was really looking forward to seeing what it would be like if he could use multiple shadows. Shun knew that she was right, but he still frowned and said, "Young master, I think there's a better place for the space to level up." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know you're talking about the elven forest. I heard that it's filled with exotic flowers and grasses. It's the most suitable place for the space to level up. But you should know that the elves have no desires, and they hate humans. If we go there rashly, the elves might resent us. Therefore, I want to get in touch with the dwarfs first. I heard that the dwarves have some contact with the elves, so I want to see if I can get some information about the elves from the dwarves." Shun nodded and said, "So it's like this, but is this true? I've heard that the dwarves have a bad temper, not much worse than the orcs. They like to forge and drink. They're just crude craftsmen. The elves, on the other hand, are said to be beautiful and charming. They also like art and music. Would such a person have a relationship with the dwarfs?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Who knows, I just happened to read about it in a random book. I don't know if it's true or not, but the elves don't like humans. This is something that everyone in the continent knows. Let's go to the dwarf's mountain and take a look." Shun nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, why do you think the Beast King is looking for you?" Shun smiled and said, "It's certainly a good thing. Young master has helped them so much. With the beastman's temperament, they would surely give you some benefits." Shu shook his head and said, "Not necessarily, the Beast King is very astute. This time, looking for young master isn't necessarily a good thing. Young master, don't look at how smooth your dealings with the Herculean bulls have been. But for a person of the Beast King's level, he certainly wouldn't fully trust you, even if you helped him. So in the future, we need to be careful when dealing with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What Thousand Shadows said makes sense. Although the Beast King is a beast man, he's still a king. Moreover, he's been a Beast King for several years now. For him to have such a stable position shows his strength and scheming. We need to be careful of him in the future." After chatting for a while, Tai invited Zhao Hai to have a meal. After the meal, Tai and the others began to prepare for the exchange. However, Zhao Hai didn't show up. The next morning, after Zhao Hai ate, he sat in a carriage and headed towards the Beast King's office. There were only a few buildings in the Beast God City, and the most famous one was the Beast King's Palace. Although the Beast King's Palace was called a palace, the entire building wasn't very big. It couldn't even be compared to a small human castle. There was no other way. If one wanted to build a house in the beastman's territory, then they would have to kill magic beasts. And magic beasts were a valuable asset to the beastmen. They weren't willing to kill too many of them. Because of this, although the walls of Beast God City weren't bad, most of the buildings inside were tents. And this Beast God City was one of the few buildings in the city. It was composed of three-story buildings with walls surrounding it. For the beastmen, this was already an extraordinary building. The Beast King's palace didn't have a fixed master. Every time the Beast King was replaced, the new Beast King would move into the Beast King's palace. And when the new Beast King was no longer the Beast King, he would move out of the Beast King's palace. It can be said that the Beast King's palace was a sacred place in the hearts of all beastmen. Because of this, the security here was very tight. When Zhao Hai's carriage stopped outside the Beast King's palace, Zhao Hai immediately got down from the carriage. He looked up at the walls of the Beast King's palace. The walls weren't very high, they were only about 10 meters high. Above the main entrance of the walls were 3 large characters, Beast King's Palace. And above the walls was a flag with a tiger head. In front of the gate were 4 tiger guards. They were holding steel spears in their hands and iron whips on their waists. These were already very good equipment. At this time, the 4 tiger guards were coldly looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai tidied up his clothes and then walked towards one of the tiger guards. Then he gave the tiger guard a salute and said, "Greetings, brother Beastman." Please help me inform the Beast King that Zhao Hai is here to see the Beast King. Zhao Hai's words were very good. If he said that he was here to see the Beast King, then the Beast Men wouldn't be suspicious. Moreover, they would help him pass on the message. Sure enough, when the tiger guard heard Zhao Hai, his expression lightened up. However, he didn't move. Instead, he turned towards a large tent beside the Beast King's palace and said, "Let's go there and talk. Someone will pass on the message." After Zhao Hai thanked the tiger guard, he went inside the tent. The furnishings inside the tent were very simple. There were a few small tables with several people sitting behind them. Among these people, 2 were tiger beast men while the other 2 were fox beast men. Zhao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately went to a table and said to the tiger sitting behind it, "Brother Beast Man, hello. I've received the Beast King's order to have an audience. Brother, please help me inform him." The tiger beast man wasn't as strong as the average tiger beast man. Although his stature was very tall, he was still thin and weak. Naturally, this was relative to the tiger beast men. If he was compared to Zhao Hai, then he would still be considered a big man. The tiger beast man looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "So it's Mr. Zhao Hai. His Majesty really did send people to see you after arriving in Beast God City. Please wait for a moment, I'll go pass on the message." Zhao Hai quickly expressed his gratitude. After the tiger beast man left, the remaining 5 people looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Zhao Hai gave a bow and said, "Greetings, I'm Zhao Hai. This is our first meeting, so I don't have anything to give you. I'll just give each of you a bottle of wine. I hope you like it." Then he took out 5 bottles of purified milk wine and placed them on the table. The tiger beastmen couldn't help but smile. When beastmen meet for the first time, they would usually give small gifts. With Zhao Hai doing this, the tiger beastmen immediately closed the distance between them. One of the fox beastmen, who looked quite old, smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I've heard of your name before. Mr. was able to obtain the position of Prince of the Cow-Headed race, as well as the friendship banners of the Dog-Headed race and the Bear race. This is enough to prove that Mr. is a true friend of the beastmen. In the future, I'll have to ask Mr. to visit the Foxman race. We also have some business to discuss with Mr." The Foxman race, among the beastmen who were considered to be stupid, were actually known for their shrewdness. A lot of human merchants weren't willing to do business with them. This was because the Foxman race were too shrewd. Sometimes, when the human merchants failed to scheme against the Foxman race, they would be the ones being schemed against instead. Zhao Hai didn't have such thoughts. He smiled faintly at the fox beastman and said, "Being able to do business with the Foxman race is my honor. Rest assured, I'll certainly pay a visit." The fox beastman smiled and said, "All right, when the time comes, we'll certainly have a feast for you." At this time, footsteps could be heard as the tiger beastman who just left came back in. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please. His Majesty is waiting for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out a bottle of milk wine and placed it on the table where the tiger beastman was sitting. Then he smiled and said, "Thank you, brother. This is a small gift, please accept it. Let's go." The tiger beastman didn't decline. There was a tradition among the beastmen. If someone gives you a gift and you don't accept it, then it means that you don't want to treat the other party as a friend. This was different from the human race. In the human race, if you give someone a gift, they would certainly decline it. But in the beastmen, this wasn't the case at all. The 2 went out of the tent and headed towards the Beast King's palace. This time, the guards didn't stop them, allowing them to smoothly enter the Beast King's palace. Upon entering the palace, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There weren't any guards in the palace, nor were there any tiger beastmen. What he saw were mostly fox beastmen as well as some beastmen slaves. They were all busy inside the palace, holding sheepskin scrolls in their hands. The Beast King palace wasn't very big, but it gave people the impression that it was a machine that was running at high speed. It was constantly rotating, processing and distributing documents one by one, and then sending new documents in. It was a cycle that repeated itself over and over again. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the Beast King's palace, although the Rosen Empire's palace was imposing, it lacked vitality. What a pity. At this time, under the guidance of the Tiger Beast Man, Zhao Hai quickly arrived at the middle of the Beast King's palace. In front of the small building, a Tiger Beast Man was standing. This Tiger Beast Man wore leather armor and had 2 tiger tail steel whips on his back. He was standing straight. Zhao Hai and the Tiger Beast Man arrived in front of the Tiger Beast Man. The Tiger Beast Man who led the way bowed and said, "Guard Su, Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived." Guard Su nodded and waved his hand. The Tiger Beast Man then turned around and left. Guard Su looked at Zhao Hai and gave a salute. "Mister, please come with me. His Majesty is waiting for you." After Zhao Hai returned the salute, the two entered the small building. When the two entered the small building, Zhao Hai stared. He thought that this place would be a living room, but he didn't expect it to be the Beast King's study. There were several large bookshelves inside, on top of which were a lot of sheep rolls. The floor was covered with a thick wool carpet. In the middle of the room was a large brazier. Not far from the brazier was a large desk. Behind the desk was a chair. The Beast King was sitting on the chair with his head down as he wrote something. Several foxmen were standing in front of the bookshelves with their heads down. Guard Su bowed to the Beast King and said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived." The Beast King looked up. Zhao Hai quickly went forward and gave the Beast King a salute. "Zhao Hai has been ordered to have an audience with the Beast King. I ask for your Majesty's instructions." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "All right, don't be polite. Come, sit down." As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the brazier. There was a circle of stools around the brazier. Zhao Hai and the Beast King sat on the edge of the brazier. Guard Su immediately picked up the warm milk wine on the edge of the brazier and gave them each a cup. Then he retreated behind the Beast King. The Beast King raised his cup and gave a signal to Zhao Hai. Then he drank the milk wine in one gulp. When Zhao Hai saw the Beast King's actions, he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately raised his cup and drank the milk wine in one gulp. During this period of time, he rarely drank this kind of pure and unpurified milk wine. Although it was said that the rank odor in this wine was the strongest, he had to admit that this rank odor also gave the wine a different flavor. When the Beast King saw that Zhao Hai didn't even frown as he drank the milk wine, he couldn't help but faintly smile. He knew that very few humans were used to the taste of milk wine. Even if an average human merchant stayed in the prairie for a few years, they still wouldn't be used to drinking milk wine. But Zhao Hai didn't seem to be faking it, he seemed to like the taste of milk wine. The Beast King put down his cup, then Guard Su immediately poured him another cup. The Beast King then turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "I want to thank you for the previous matter. If it weren't for you, then our Beastman race would have suffered a great loss." Zhao Hai also put down his cup, then Guard Su poured him another cup. Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "Your Majesty is too polite. The Beastman race and I are friends, while the Radiant Church and I are enemies. There's no reason for me to not help my friends instead of my enemies." The Beast King smiled, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I've had people inquire about the Beastman race's grain. Compared to other humans, the Beastman race's grain was sold at a lower price. Why is that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing strange about this. Those merchants' grain costs are very high, but I don't. I have my space equipment, so I can use the space to transport grain to the Beastman race. This way, the cost would be much lower." The Beast King nodded, then he smiled and said, "I'm afraid that other people wouldn't be able to learn this method. They wouldn't be willing to use their space equipment to transport grain." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly. He knew that the Beast King was right. Others wouldn't be able to do what he did because they didn't have the space. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right now, the human merchants don't dare to come to the Beastman Prairie. I estimate that this situation will continue for a few months. Although we managed to snatch a lot of things back this time, in a few months, we will run out of food. Moreover, with the signing of the Affordable Food Agreement, a lot of small merchants will no longer do food business. I'm afraid that the food shortage of the Beastmen will become even bigger. When the time comes, we will have to buy food at a high price. Do you have a way to solve this problem?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured, as long as the Beastmen need food, I can buy it. This isn't a problem, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry." The Beast King stared, then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean to say that you have a lot of food? You mean the breadfruit?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have a lot of breadfruit. Moreover, I also have a lot of bamboo rice. Therefore, your majesty doesn't need to worry about food." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know if Zhao Hai was lying or not. Today, he looked for Zhao Hai because he wanted to use this matter to test Zhao Hai. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai could really become a friend of the Beastmen. If Zhao Hai can, then the Beast King would give Zhao Hai some convenient conditions in the future. If not, then although he wouldn't drive away Zhao Hai, he would still be wary of Zhao Hai. However, the Beast King didn't expect Zhao Hai's answer to be like this. He was very clear that the amount of food needed by the Beastmen was an astronomical figure. Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King's expression and knew what he was thinking, so he smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. My territory doesn't only produce bamboo rice and breadfruit, I also have a lot of other things. To be honest, if I don't sell my food to the Beastmen and instead sell it to the human continent, then the price of food would certainly plummet. I don't want that to happen, so I want to sell my food to the Beastmen. First, the price of food here is higher compared to the human continent. Second, the demand here is huge. My food wouldn't cause any fluctuations in the market, it would only serve to stabilize the market." The Beast King nodded and said. The Beast King gently nodded. Although he was a beast man, he had been a Beast King for a long time, so he had some understanding of the human race. He was very clear that among the human merchants, the small merchants who came to the Beastman Prairie to do business didn't make a lot of money. The ones who really made a lot of money were the big merchants. He knew about the price of food in the human continent, but he also knew that if the humans wanted to transport food to the Beastman Prairie, then the cost would increase a lot. The high price of food in the Beastman Prairie wasn't just man-made, it was also because of the cost. It was because of this that when the Beast King signed the agreement with the Rosen Empire and the other empires, he didn't require the Beastman Prairie to have the same price as the human continent. This was because it was obviously unrealistic. If he really did that, then there wouldn't be any merchants who would transport food to the Beastman Prairie. Moreover, the Beast King also knew that in the human continent, the influence of the great clans was very strong. Food was related to the people's livelihood, as well as the military. Because of this, the great clans were generally in control of food. Once the price of food fluctuated, it would have a huge impact on the great clans. The Beast King also knew about the Buddha clan. The rise of this clan could only be described as miraculous. In just 1 year, the Buddha clan went from being a forgotten mid-level clan to one of the most powerful clans in the human continent. This sounded like a legend to him. When the Beast King was at war with the humans, he heard about this from a noble. He thought that it would be impossible for a human like Zhao Hai to not have any fame in the human continent. And sure enough, after inquiring, the Beast King found out that Zhao Hai had a huge reputation in the human continent. Most importantly, Zhao Hai didn't lie to him, he really did have a grudge against the Radiant Church, a grudge that couldn't be resolved. Now that Zhao Hai said this, the Beast King believed him. Zhao Hai already had enmity with the Radiant Church. If he were to become enemies with the great nobles, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the human realm. Food was a very important thing to the human realm, it wasn't something that the Buddha clan could handle. Seeing that the Beast King believed him, Zhao Hai continued, "I'm friends with the Beastmen. To be honest, I don't like dealing with humans, it's too tiring." Haha. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and suddenly chuckled. Then he laughed, his voice was very rich, it seemed to have penetrating power. After some time, the Beast King stopped and said, "Good, good. Zhao Hai, from today onwards, you are also a friend of my Beastman race, a friend of my giant tiger tribe." Not only was the Beast King the Beastman Alliance's alliance leader, he was also the king of the giant tiger tribe. Moreover, his prestige in the giant tiger tribe was unparalleled. When Zhao Hai heard the Beast King, he couldn't help but feel happy. He was very clear about the weight of the Beast King's words. With the Beast King's words, it would be much easier for him to move around the Beastman race. Even the Beastman race's bandit tribes would give him some face. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and gave the Beast King a salute. Zhao Hai gives his thanks to the Beast King. The Beast King waved his hand and had Zhao Hai sit back down. Then he said, "From now on, the Beastman race's food will be handed over to you. Do you think that the Beastmen really like to fight? Sometimes, the Beastmen have no choice but to fight. In order to survive, the big tribes would rob the food of the smaller tribes. In order to survive, the smaller tribes would rob the food of the smaller tribes. In the process of fighting, a lot of people would die. However, the people who die can save a lot of food. And this food can save a lot of lives. Beastmen, it's hard." Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King and didn't know what to say. What the Beast King said was the truth. Did the Beastmen really want to fight? That was impossible. No race was born to fight to the death. They only wanted to survive. After sighing, the Beast King turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "In the past few years, we have thought about cooperating with the humans. But those humans simply don't put us in their eyes. They treat us as a different race, as barbarians, and even as wild beasts. They only want to get more benefits from us. How could we cooperate with such people?" "Zhao Hai, when we were outside Iron Wall Fortress, you said something that moved me. You said that whether it was the humans or the beastmen, in your eyes, they are all the same. They are all intelligent races." These words moved me. If there's anyone in the beastman race that can cooperate with the humans, then it would be you. Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King's expression and didn't say anything. He knew that the Beast King's words were sincere, and that the Beast King really thought this way. Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King and calmly said, "Your Majesty, I will keep my words. I treat the beastmen as humans. Your Majesty doesn't need to have any misgivings about cooperating with me." The Beast King nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, I believe in you. I hope you can do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. Right, I'll invite your Majesty for a drink today." Then he turned his hand and took out a bottle of milk wine. The Beast King looked at the bottle of wine that Zhao Hai took out. He had seen this wine before. The Herculean bulls and the bear tribe both had this wine and had even given him some. To be honest, he liked this wine very much. Most importantly, this wine was obviously a milk wine, but it was completely different from the milk wine that they drank. The Beast King didn't decline and drank the milk wine in his cup. Zhao Hai then poured a cup for the Beast King. The Beast King took the cup and took a sip before he nodded. It tasted the same as the milk wine that the bear tribe gave him. Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, maybe we can cooperate and produce this wine. What do you think?" The Beast King stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Naturally, he knew what this cup of wine represented. This cup of wine represented huge benefits, incomparably huge benefits. When Zhao Hai went to the human continent, he had people inquire about this milk wine. It was said that this wine was very popular among the humans. Moreover, its price was very high. If Zhao Hai really cooperated with them, then the beastmen would be able to make a huge profit. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai, he couldn't believe that this was true. He was very clear that only Zhao Hai could produce milk wine in the continent. But if Zhao Hai could tell the beastmen about this method, then the benefits to the beastmen would be too great. Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King and smiled. "I was thinking that the beastman's milk wine tastes very good, but it can't be kept for too long. I can process the beastman's milk wine into milk wine. Therefore, I was thinking if the beastmen could make more milk wine and sell it to me, then I can sell it in the continent. What do you think?" The Beast King knit his brows. To be honest, he didn't like this method of cooperation. This was because the beastmen wouldn't be able to obtain too many benefits. But aside from this method, Zhao Hai wouldn't accept any other method. However, after thinking about it, the Beast King felt relieved. This method of processing milk wine was something that only Zhao Hai knew. If Zhao Hai were to teach them this method, then it would be strange. Even if Zhao Hai didn't teach them this method, then it wouldn't matter. As long as Zhao Hai was able to buy milk wine, then the beastmen would have another source of income. The beastmen herded Argali as well as other magic beasts. These magic beasts needed to give birth to cubs, and when they do, they would produce milk. But this milk was simply too much for the beastmen to drink. Therefore, they had no choice but to make milk products such as milk wine, cheese, milk skin, and so on. However, these milk products had a special characteristic: they weren't easy to preserve. This was especially true in this place. At this time, these things were even more difficult to preserve. Sometimes, some beastmen would just drink milk as if it was water. This was too wasteful. If Zhao Hai wanted to buy a large amount of milk wine, then it would be a good thing for the beastmen. The Beast King nodded and said, "This is a good thing. But how do you plan on collecting milk wine? If the milk wine is stored for a long time, it will change its taste. Once the milk wine changes its taste, I don't think we can make your milk wine anymore." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll have to ask your majesty for help. I want to cooperate with some beastmen. It would be best if they were big beastmen. I'll ask them to help me collect the milk wine. Then I'll go collect it every few days. How about this?" The Beast King thought for a moment and nodded. "This isn't a problem. This is a good thing for us beastmen. But our beastmen prairie is so big. Even if those tribes are willing to cooperate with you, I'm afraid that you won't be able to run all the way here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, did you forget? I have magic beasts like flying eagles. I can let them go get it. This will greatly shorten the time. As long as you can make those tribes cooperate with me, you can leave the rest to me." The Beast King nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. I can help you with this matter. After some time, I'll write a letter to those big tribes. When the time comes, you can go and look for them directly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank your majesty. I'll go and visit the big tribes as soon as possible." The Beast King smiled and said, "You don't need to be polite. This is a good thing for us beastmen. Moreover, I'm not afraid that you'll deceive me. In fact, even if you did, it wouldn't be a big deal. This is because milk wine isn't a good thing for us beastmen. Sometimes, we would even waste a lot of it. Now that we can cooperate with you, we can turn these things into money. For us beastmen, this is definitely a good thing." When Zhao Hai heard the Beast King, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Your Majesty can see things clearly. If the beastmen have this first source of income, then their lives would be better. I ask your Majesty to tell the beastmen that I can use 3 ways to pay for the milk wine. The first way is food or daily necessities. The second way is gold and silver. Although gold and silver aren't very useful to the beastmen, they can still be traded with human merchants. The third way is magic beasts, such as argali. I can use argali to exchange for milk wine. Naturally, the price won't be too high. I ask your Majesty to explain this to them. I'm afraid that they won't believe me." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, "Not to mention them, even I wouldn't believe you. You said that you'll use food and gold and silver to pay for milk wine. I'll believe you. But using magic beasts to exchange for milk wine, I really don't believe it. In the human world, magic beasts are worth more than food." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know, your Majesty can rest assured, I'll keep my word." The Beast King nodded, then he smiled and said, "Good, Zhao Hai, I believe you. I'll write this letter and have it spread throughout the prairie. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll do it as soon as possible. Your Majesty can rest assured." The Beast King nodded, then he turned to guard Su and said, "Little Tiger, go inform Mr. Zhao Hai that I'll be inviting him for lunch. Have them prepare some delicious food." Zhao Hai didn't stop the Beast King. Having a meal with the Beast King was also good for him. He just said, "Your Majesty, I'm planning to go to the dwarfs after some time. Therefore, I'll be handing over the prairie's business to Atai. If your Majesty needs anything, you can send someone to the Magic Lily shop to look for Atai. He'll inform me." The Beast King's eyes lit up. "You're going to the dwarfs? I heard that the dwarfs aren't much better off than us beastmen, but they seem to have some contact with the elves, so they shouldn't have to worry about food. Zhao Hai, I want to ask you something. When you go to the dwarves, can you help us get some ironware? Not just weapons, but any kind of ironware. We beastmen are lacking in ironware." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled, "All right, the dwarfs produce iron. I think this shouldn't be difficult. Your Majesty can rest assured." When the Beast King heard Zhao Hai's reply, he immediately became happy and said, "That's great, I must thank you today. Come, let's go to the dining hall." Zhao Hai didn't decline and followed the Beast King to the dining hall. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the dining hall was actually the innermost building of the Beast King's palace. The building also had 3 floors. The first and second floors were for the staff to eat, while the third floor was for the Beast King. This made Zhao Hai feel very novel. The Beast King of the Beastmen and the Human King were really different. For example, in the Rosen Empire, if the king wanted to eat, he would have a special place to eat. It was impossible for other people to eat there. That would be a great sin unless the king allowed it. But in the Beastman Palace, the Beastman King actually dined with other people. This was really inconceivable. When the two arrived at the dining hall, several fox beastmen immediately delivered several plates of dairy products. These were just side dishes. The main dish was naturally meat. While eating with the Beast King, they also discussed how to proceed with the milk wine trade. After the meal, the two finished their discussion and the Beast King was very willing to cooperate. After coming out of the Beast King's palace, Zhao Hai returned to Magic Lily's shop. When he arrived outside the shop, he couldn't help but stare. Compared to yesterday's desolate atmosphere, Magic Lily's shop was very lively today. There were a lot of beastmen present, making a lot of noise. After listening for a while, Zhao Hai understood that when Tai spread the news about the milk wine trade, these beastmen immediately came over. They had a lot of things that they didn't need, so they were discussing with Tai. These beastmen didn't represent themselves, they represented their tribes. Therefore, they didn't have anything in their hands, but the volume of the trade wouldn't be small. Zhao Hai didn't mind. Tai and the others were more than enough to deal with this situation. He followed Shun and the others back to the tent in the backyard. After entering the tent, Zhao Hai turned around and entered the space. Then he told Laura and the others about the milk wine cooperation. When Laura heard what Zhao Hai said, she couldn't help but knit her brows and said, "Brother Hai, this is a good idea. But this way, the price of our own wine would be lower. Moreover, the winery hasn't been built yet. I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to make any profits in the short term." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know that. Actually, processing milk wine is very simple, we just need to add a few more distillation facilities. Before this, I was wrong about one thing. Now that we have the universal processing machine, we can make better distillation facilities and increase the production of milk wine. Don't forget, although the beastmen also produce milk wine, they mostly use goat's milk. The quality of the milk isn't as good as our milk, and the taste isn't as good as our milk. Therefore, we can treat our milk wine as low-end milk wine and sell it in the continent. On the other hand, we can treat our milk wine as a high-end product. With this comparison, our milk wine might be more expensive." When Laura and the others heard what Zhao Hai said, their eyes couldn't help but turn bright. They had seen how mystical the processing machine was. As long as they can think of something, the processing machine can make it. Even if they can't think of something, the processing machine can still make it. Therefore, Zhao Hai's method was very feasible. Moreover, these things were placed in the Black Wasteland, so it was impossible for outsiders to know about them. Therefore, this method was absolutely feasible. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then there's no problem. Now that we have our own distribution network, we won't have to worry about not being able to sell our products. Brother Hai, this matter needs to be done as soon as possible. This way, not only would the beastmen benefit, it would also be beneficial to the Buddha clan." Lizzie nodded and said, "Big Brother Hai, I think we should talk to Third Brother and the others about this matter. After all, most of our sales outlets are used for wholesale. We still need to rely on them for retail." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Big Brother Hai, I think we should inform Third Brother about this matter." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. Let's establish a receiving network first. Then we can discuss it with Third Brother and the others. Moreover, I want to cooperate with someone in this receiving network." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Lizzie stared, she was puzzled. Cooperate with people? Why? We already have the Blood Hawks, we don't need to cooperate with people. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Beastman Prairie is too big. Moreover, I don't want to bring too many Blood Hawks to attract their attention. Therefore, I want to cooperate with the Hawk tribe. Although they can't fly too far, they can still use shortcuts. We can have them help us distribute the liquor from the tribes to the bigger tribes. This way, it would be more convenient for us to get the liquor. Moreover, cooperating with the Hawk tribe is the same as tying them to our war chariot. For us, this is definitely a good thing. Laura nodded and said, I agree with Big Brother Hai's words. The Hawk tribe is also a great warring tribe. They have a very large branch in the Beastman Prairie. Their status among the Beastmen is also very high. In the prairie, if a Beast King wants to send a letter, he would need the Hawk tribe's help. If we can cooperate with the Hawk tribe, then we would be able to bring them huge benefits. I don't think they would refuse. Moreover, the Markey family has cooperated with the golden-ringed hawks before. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, as long as this matter is done, I think that the Hawk tribe and the Tiger tribe's friendship flags wouldn't be able to escape. This way, our Buddha clan's prestige in the prairie would be even higher. This would be very good for our development in the prairie. Laura nodded and said, although we have a lot of cooperation, our cooperation with the great warring tribes isn't that much. Only the Black Bear tribe and the Wolfman tribe have cooperated with us. In the future, we will dominate the entire Beastman Prairie's food market. Increasing our prestige is very important for us. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, when are you going to visit the Hawk tribe? Zhao Hai smiled and said, this matter isn't urgent. In 2 days, the Beast King will send a letter to the continent stating that he wants to cooperate with us for milk wine. When the time comes, it wouldn't be too late to visit. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, do you really want to go to the dwarfs and get some weapons for the Beastmen? Wouldn't the Beastmen attack the humans? Zhao Hai sighed and said, if the Beastmen want to attack the humans, then even if we don't give them weapons, they would still do it. If they don't want to attack the humans, then even if we give them good weapons, they still wouldn't do it. Laura nodded and said, it's still too early to talk about this. We still don't know about the situation with the dwarves. But since the Beast King said that the dwarves and the elves have a relationship, then it shouldn't be wrong. As long as we can get in touch with the elves through the dwarves, then the benefits would be great for us. The group knew what she meant, it was to upgrade the space. At this point, it was impossible for ordinary things to upgrade the space. Because of this, they could only set their sights on the Elven Forest. The Elven Forest was recognized as the most mysterious place in the continent. Compared to the Carrion Swamp, the Elven Forest wasn't any worse. However, people still had some contact with the elves in the past. According to the legends, the Elven Forest was full of exotic flowers and grasses. These things were very attractive to Zhao Hai. For the next few days, Zhao Hai lived in the Magic Lily shop. However, he wasn't idle. Although most of the Beastman Prairie's map had been stored in the space, there was still a large portion that hadn't been stored. Since he wanted to do business with the entire Beastman Prairie, he needed to store the entire Beastman Prairie's map in the space. In these past few days, Tai and the others were also very busy. They were busy doing business with the Beastmen. At this time, the Magic Lily shop's reputation among the Beastman Prairie had spread. It wasn't only because they were the first shop to receive the Beastman friendship flag, but also because of this matter. There were a lot of useless things that the Beastmen were reluctant to throw away. For the Beastman Prairie, these things could only rot in their hands. This was because the other Beastmen also understood that these things were useless to them. Now that the Magic Lily shop was willing to do business with them, they were naturally very happy. This caused the entire Beastman Prairie to be alarmed. The Beastman's impression of the Magic Lily shop had greatly increased. Zhao Hai really didn't think that his unintentional action would actually make the Beastmen have a good impression of him. This kind of good impression wasn't easy to get. In the future, even if other merchants came to the Beastman Prairie to do business, with this kind of good impression, the Beastmen would be more willing to do business with Higanbana shop. 5 days after Zhao Hai met with the Beast King, Beast God City finally had a response. The Beast King sent a letter to the world. This letter was just like the official documents of ancient China. Moreover, it was issued by the country. This time, the Beast King used his name to inform the patriarchs of the Beastman tribes that he wanted to cooperate with Zhao Hai in the milk wine business. This caused a huge uproar. A lot of patriarchs came to Beast God City to verify whether this news was true or false. At this time, Ah Tai and the others were even busier. They had to deal with the patriarch's questions every day. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that he should go to the golden-ringed hawks. Through the golden-ringed hawks, he should find the Hawk royal clan and then cooperate with them. On the third day of the Beast King's announcement, Zhao Hai left Beast God City in a carriage, heading towards the golden-ringed eagle tribe's residence. The golden-ringed hawks were considered a powerful warring tribe among the hawk race. They were the best archers among the beast men. Their stature wasn't very tall, but their flying speed was very fast. They were the most famous aerial scouts among the beast men. In the past, the golden-ringed hawk tribe and the Marquis family had some cooperation. However, the Marquis family's way of doing business was too overbearing. Therefore, their cooperation with the golden-ringed hawk tribe wasn't very big. Zhao Hai's speed was very fast. He wanted to cooperate with the eagle tribe as soon as possible, and then go to the selected races to talk about cooperation. This way, the milk wine industry could be on the right track as soon as possible. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had also spent a lot of gold coins in the space to make a lot of advanced distillation equipment. These equipment had already been installed in Iron Mountain Fort, greatly increasing the production of milk wine. Naturally, these equipment also needed power. However, Zhao Hai had already thought of this point. He had the processing machine make a set of generators in the space. These generators could generate electricity through water. Although the electricity produced wasn't very high, it was enough to make milk wine. Naturally, when it came to electricity, Zhao Hai was also very careful. He had the workers be even more careful. He didn't want any accidents to happen. When Zhao Hai took out these things, a person was immediately captivated. This person was none other than Zhao Hai's father-in-law, Karen. Karen had always been obsessed with invention and creation. The things he invented were mainly magic formations used in daily life. Now that he saw the things that Zhao Hai made, he couldn't help but feel curious. Therefore, he began to desperately research these things. When Zhao Hai saw this, he invited Karen to the space and had him look at the blueprints of the equipment. Karen was, after all, an expert in this field. While he was studying the blueprints, he quickly discovered the usefulness of these things. In the Ark continent, because of the existence of magic crystals, most of the machines used magic crystals as their main source of energy. But when Zhao Hai took out the blueprints, Karen saw another world. It turns out that there was no need for magic crystals to be used as a source of energy. Seeing how excited Karen was, Zhao didn't bother with him. He just told Laura to pay attention to Karen's food and rest. Zhao knew that Karen was a research madman. Once he discovered something new, he would research it endlessly without rest. Zhao didn't want to waste any more time. Instead, he told Laura to pay attention to Karen's food and rest. Karen was a research madman. Once he discovered something new, he would research it endlessly without rest. 5 days later, Zhao Hai arrived at the territory of the golden-ringed hawks. Zhao Hai thought that the golden-ringed hawks would live in the mountains or in the woods. However, he didn't expect that the golden-ringed hawks' main camp would be in the prairie. It looked similar to the territories of the other beastmen. Zhao Hai's carriage was decorated with the friendship flags of the dog-headed race, the friendship flags of the bear race, and the Herculean bull race. Because of this, the journey could be said to be unimpeded. Every tribe that saw Zhao Hai were very polite. When Zhao Hai went to stay at night, the tribes were even more enthusiastic. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Every time he went to a tribe, he would give them milk wine. These tribes that were close to Beast God City were warring tribes. During the war with the humans, they obtained a lot of spoils of war. Moreover, some of the spoils that they didn't need were given to Magic Lily Shop. Because of Zhao Hai's status, these tribes were very welcoming towards Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai gave them milk wine was because these beast men didn't lack food and supplies. He gave them milk wine in order to make them understand that the milk wine he received was for the sake of making high-grade milk wine. This would dispel their last doubts. When Zhao Hai finally arrived at the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe's territory, the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe had already sent a team of Golden-Ringed Hawk cavalry to greet Zhao Hai. A team of about 1,000 Golden-Ringed Hawk cavalry landed in front of Zhao Hai's carriage. After giving Zhao Hai their names, they immediately flew up and led the way for Zhao Hai's carriage. After arriving at the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe's main camp, Xianxia was immediately led to the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe's golden tent. The Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe's golden tent was similar to the other beastmen's golden tents. However, it can be seen that the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe's standard of living was very good. As soon as Xianxia entered the tent, he saw several people from the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe sitting inside. In the center of the tent was an old man from the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe. This old man had the head of an eagle, and the feathers on his neck were golden. He looked very beautiful. Xianxia also discovered another problem. Although the Golden-Ringed Hawks had eagle heads, their heads looked more like humans. At the very least, their eyes weren't on the sides of their skulls, but on the front. They didn't look like an eagle that would shake its head when looking at humans. Xianxia immediately took a step forward and gave the Golden-Ringed Hawk King a salute. Xianxia has seen the Hawk King. I thank the Hawk King for taking the time to meet with me. The Golden-Ringed Hawk King laughed, then he stood up and walked towards Xianxia. Then he helped Xianxia up and said, Mr. Xianxia is too polite. Even His Majesty the Beast King treated you as an honored guest. How could I dare neglect Mr. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but his aura was deep. He was worthy of being the Sky King. When he heard the Hawk King, he smiled and said, the Hawk King is too polite, I can't accept it. When I was summoned by His Majesty the Beast King, I only talked about cooperation. The Hawk King thinks too highly of me. The Hawk King nodded and said, the Hawk King is too polite. The Hawk King laughed and said, Mr. doesn't need to be polite. His Majesty the Beast King agreed to cooperate with Mr.'s milk wine. This is enough to show Mr.'s sincerity. Mister, did you just pass by my Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe, or did you specifically come here? Xianxia quickly replied, I came to the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe specifically to pay my respects. The Hawk King might not know, but the Markey family that cooperates with the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe actually has some relationship with me. The Hawk King invited Xianxia to sit down. After giving him a cup of milk tea, he looked at Xianxia and said, Oh? I really don't know about this. What relationship does the Markey family have with Mr.? I heard that Mr. is a member of the Buddha clan, right? Xianxia smiled and said, Right. My Buddha clan was originally a medium-sized clan in the Oxu Empire. But after my wife took over the Markey family, we found out that the Markey family had business dealings with the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe. When we wanted to do business with the nobles, we didn't expect the Radiant Church to cause a food shortage in the prairie. Xianxia, although I have food, it's just a drop in the bucket. In the end, war broke out. So after my wife took over the Markey family, she didn't do any business with the nobles. It's really regrettable. The reason why Xianxia said this to the Golden-Ringed Hawk King was because he wanted to tell the Hawk King that the Markey family that did business with the Hawk King had nothing to do with him. The Markey family that Xianxia was talking about now was a brand new Markey family. Xianxia knew that the Markey family's reputation in the prairie wasn't very good. He was afraid that the Hawk tribe would misunderstand him. If that happened, then there's no need to talk about cooperating with the Hawk tribe, he might not even be able to do business with them. Moreover, from the Hawk King's words, Xianxia understood that the Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe seemed to have some understanding of the continent. Because of this, he decided to make things clear to the Hawk King so as to avoid any misunderstandings. The Hawk King quietly listened to Xianxia's words. To be honest, he had some understanding of Xianxia's matters. When Xianxia sent the information to the Beastmen, the Hawk King had asked the Hawk King to investigate Xianxia. Because of this, the Hawk King knew about Xianxia's past. Because of this, he understood that Xianxia was telling the truth. In the human continent, Xianxia was a living legend. He turned a declining family into a powerful family in just 1 year. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. When the Hawk King asked Xianxia about the relationship between the Markey family and Xianxia, he was just pretending to be a fool. At this time, there were a lot of rumors about Xianxia among the Beastmen. Most of them said that Xianxia was a sincere person, a person worth making friends with. The Hawk King wanted to test Xianxia and see if the rumors were true. Xianxia's answer didn't disappoint him. He looked at Xianxia and laughed, Mister, you don't have any regrets. You've already come to my Golden-Ringed Hawk tribe. To be honest, compared to the Markey family, I prefer doing business with Mr. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I thank the Hawk King for his praise. Today, I came to the Hawk King because I have a request. I hope that the Hawk King can help me. The Hawk King stared, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. is a friend of the entire Beastman race. If there's anything that you need, I will certainly help you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and told them about his cooperation with the Hawk tribe. In order to cooperate with them, Zhao Hai decided to give the Hawk tribe some space bags. These space bags would be used to store milk wine. Every 5 days, the Hawk tribe would go to each tribe to collect milk wine as well as the money for the milk wine. The milk wine could be in the form of grains, gold and silver, or even argali and other magic beasts. If you want grains, gold and silver, then you can pay on the spot. If you want magic beasts, then you have to come to Beast God City to collect them. When the Hawk King heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately understood how much benefits this would bring to the Hawk race. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, Does Mr. really want to give us space bags? How many space bags are there? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Actually, there's no need for a lot of space bags. 20 space bags should be enough. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because after the space had been upgraded, the capacity of the space bags had also increased. At this point, the capacity of the space bags was close to 1,000 cubic meters. This wasn't a small number. It was precisely because the space had increased that Zhao Hai was confident. When the Hawk King heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. He really wanted to give the Hawk race bags so that they could help him collect the milk wine. The Hawk King stood up, then he laughed and said, All right, Mr. Zhao Hai is really generous. There's no need to say anything, I'll agree to this matter. I ask Mr. to rest in my golden-ringed Hawk tribe for a day. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Hawk tribe's headquarters. Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to the Hawk King. I thank the Hawk King for your help. The Hawk King laughed and said, Mr. doesn't need to thank me. On the contrary, I want to thank Mr. Mr. has helped my Hawk tribe a lot. Zhao Hai didn't dare, but the Hawk King didn't care. He stood up and laughed, Mr. came to my Hawk tribe, how can I not have a good drink with Mr.? Let's go and have a drink. When the Hawk King knew that Zhao Hai was coming, he had already prepared a drink. Now that the business was finished, all that was left was to drink. After a night of silence, the next morning, the Hawk King sent someone to look for Zhao Hai. After having breakfast with the Hawk King told Zhao Hai that they would be going to the Hawk tribe's headquarters. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. However, the Hawk King told Zhao Hai that if he wanted to go to the Hawk tribe's headquarters, then he would need to ride a blood hawk. Zhao Hai immediately summoned a blood hawk. When the golden-ringed Hawk King saw the handsome appearance of the blood hawk, he couldn't help but be envious. He heard that the humans were also building an air force. Moreover, the magic beasts used to build this air force were provided by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, Shun, and Shu rode their blood hawks and followed the golden-ringed Hawk King as well as 1,000 golden-ringed hawk cavalrymen. They left the golden-ringed Hawk tribe's headquarters and went straight to Hawk King Mountain. Hawk King Mountain was actually a mountain range. To the south of the mountain was the Beastman Prairie. To the north of the mountain was the northern icefield. This was one of the most dangerous places in the continent. Almost no one came out alive after going in. Even the ice hawks, the giant tigers, and the polar bears didn't dare go too deep into the northern icefield. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come out alive. The Hawk King Mountain was the tallest mountain in the prairie. It was called the Sacred Mountain that protected the prairie by the beastmen. This was because the location of the Hawk King Mountain blocked the wind of the northern icefield. If the cold wind of the northern icefield blew onto the Beastmen Prairie, then the prairie would become a sea of snow. Zhao Hai and the others flew in the sky for 3 days before they saw the Hawk Mountain in the distance. The mountain was very tall, it looked as if it was connected to the sky. The mountain was very beautiful. These 3 days of flying made Zhao Hai understand how difficult it was for the beastmen to endure. The hawks had brought food and were eating while flying. After 3 days of flying, they finally arrived at Hawk King Mountain. To be honest, flying in the sky wasn't a fun thing to do. You might feel good in the beginning, but after flying for a long time. Not only was it cold, the wind was also very strong. It wasn't comfortable at all. Zhao Hai thought that the hawks were just like the legends, that they couldn't fly long distances. However, this flight had completely changed his understanding of the hawks. It wasn't that the hawks couldn't fly long distances. It wasn't that they couldn't fly high. In order to deal with the humans, they had to make some adjustments. The beastmen were known for their tenacity and their ability to endure hardships. This time, Zhao Hai learned about this. Later on, he simply followed the group and entered the space. He didn't want to suffer outside. After 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at Hawk King Mountain. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the mountain, Zhao Hai came out of the space. This was because he discovered that the golden-ringed Hawk King was looking for him. When Zhao Hai came out of the space, he immediately cast a wind spell on Shun and the others, making them unable to be affected by the wind. Just as he finished, the Hawk King arrived at Zhao Hai's side. The Hawk Cavalry's clothing was very special. They wore tight leather clothes and leather gloves on their hands. This allowed them to fly without being affected by the cold wind. When the Hawk King saw Zhao Hai use magic, he couldn't help but feel envious. It was a pity that the beastmen couldn't use magic. The Hawk Head could still speak freely in the air. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, the Ice Hawk Cavalry will be waiting for us. You don't need to do anything, just follow them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll ask the Hawk King to rest assured. I won't act recklessly." The Hawk King nodded. At this time, a black shadow flew out of the Hawk King Mountain and slowly flew towards them. Before long, the black shadow appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that they were hawks riding blue hawks. Their mounts were slimmer than the blood hawks, but they looked more lively. The golden-ringed hawk cavalry on their backs were similar to the golden-ringed hawk cavalry, but the feathers on their heads were blue. The blue hawk cavalry made a turn in space and flew towards the golden-ringed hawks, protecting them as they flew towards the Hawk King Mountain. They didn't go to the top of the Hawk King Mountain, it was too high and too cold. Their goal was to go halfway up the Hawk King Mountain. There were tall trees growing on the Hawk King Mountain. These trees were as straight as the sky, like sharp swords. Most importantly, these trees were very thick. Zhao Hai saw a lot of them with a diameter of more than 20 meters. On top of these trees, there were houses built. Some of the trees even had holes in them. Zhao Hai even saw 2 ice hawks coming out of the holes. After flying through the forest, Zhao Hai saw a large canyon. This canyon was very big. The bottom of the canyon seemed to be a grassland. On the 2 sides of the canyon, there were caves. These caves were inhabited by the ice hawks. However, this canyon wasn't Zhao Hai's destination. After flying through the canyon, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a huge cave halfway up the mountain. The cave's entrance was very big, it was about 100 meters high and 60 meters wide. At this time, there were some hawks flying in and out of the cave. Zhao Hai and the others directly flew towards the cave. Zhao Hai discovered that although there were hawks flying in and out of the cave, they were very orderly. The left side of the cave was used to enter the cave, while the right side was used to exit the cave. There wasn't a single bit of chaos. As the group entered the cave, Zhao Hai discovered that the inside of the cave was surprisingly big. Moreover, it was very dry, there was no wind inside. The cave was filled with small caves. These small caves were the residences of the Ice Hawk King. In the middle of the cave was a large square with a large pond in the middle. Zhao Hai was surprised to see that the Ice Hawk King was in the middle of the cave. The group slowly landed on the square. Naturally, Zhao Hai also landed on the square. Then he got off the hawk and pretended to stretch his arms and legs as he looked around the cave. This cave was similar to the city left behind by the dwarves in Iron Mountain. However, it was a bit bigger. Moreover, this cave didn't seem to have any stairs. People were going in and out, all of them were sitting on the backs of the hawks. It was very strange. When Zhao Hai came down, the golden-ringed Hawk King welcomed him. He smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. has suffered a lot. This matter is very important to our hawk race. Therefore, I was in a hurry. I ask Mr. to forgive me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Hawk King is too polite. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. I'm the most anxious one here." Ha ha ha. The Hawk King smiled and said, "This is the Hawk King's cave of the Ice Hawk race, the place where the Ice Hawk race first settled down. I don't know if Little Hai has noticed, but the royal clans of the Beastman race all live in the vicinity of the northern icefield. Legend has it that some formidable magic beasts came out of the northern icefield and caused a disaster to the prairie. Later on, the royal clans of the Beastman race moved to the northern icefield in order to protect the entire prairie." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't dare to underestimate the legends of the Ark continent. This was because many of these legends might be true. The Ark continent couldn't be judged based on Earth's experience. At this time, an Ice Hawk King arrived in front of the two and gave them a salute. "Golden-ringed Hawk King, Mr. Zhao Hai, the Hawk King invites you in." Zhao Hai and the Golden-ringed Hawk King immediately complied. Then they got on their mounts and flew towards the sky along with the Ice Hawk King. After flying, Zhao Hai discovered that the Hawk King's cave was very high. It was about 500 mago, and the Hawk King was at the top. There were only a few scattered caves on the top. Zhao Hai and the Hawk King stopped in front of the highest cave. This cave was about 10 meters high. In front of the cave was a platform that was about 30 square meters. Zhao Hai and the Hawk King stopped on this platform. This time only 3 people came up. The 3 stopped on the platform and dismounted from their mounts. The 3 hawks immediately left as the Ice Hawk King led Zhao Hai and the others into the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were a lot of braziers inside the cave. These braziers illuminated the entire cave, but it didn't feel stuffy at all. Inside the cave, there was an Ice Hawk King sitting on a desk. There were a lot of sheepskin scrolls on top of the desk. However, the Ice Hawk King wasn't dealing with the documents. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Zhao Hai and the others. This Ice Hawk King didn't look any different from the other Ice Hawks. He was very thin, even thinner than the average Ice Hawk King. However, he had a golden crown on his head. He sat there as he coldly looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai didn't know that the Ice Hawk King had an innate ability. This innate ability came from their eyes. Their eyes can shoot out a freezing ray, which was almost equivalent to a 5th-rank spell. It was very hard to deal with. The Golden-Ringed Hawk King quickly gave the Hawk King a salute and said, "This Golden-Ringed Hawk King has seen the Hawk King. This is Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. has a milk wine business to discuss with the Hawk King, so I brought him here." The Hawk King nodded and said, "All right, I've heard of Mr. Zhao Hai's name before. However, this is the first time I've seen Mr. Mister, please take a seat." Although his eyes were cold, his tone was very gentle. Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Thank you, Hawk King. This Zhao Hai is very polite." Then he and the Golden-Ringed Hawk King sat on the desk. After sitting down, the Hawk King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Beast King sent a letter to the world about Mr.'s milk wine. This Hawk King wants to thank Mr. You've done a great deed for the Beastman race." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I don't dare. This business is also for the sake of making money. Haha, this time I came to see the Hawk King because I have something I need your help with." The Hawk King looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Mister, if you have anything to say, as long as it's something that I can help you with, I wouldn't decline. This is for the sake of the Beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll have to thank the Hawk King first." Then he told the Hawk King about the matter of cooperating with the Hawk race. The Hawk King quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai spoke, the Hawk King gently nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mr. is giving money to the Hawk race, so there's no reason for us to refuse. Mr. can rest assured, our Hawk race can be said to be the only race in the prairie that has branches all over the prairie." This was done in order to make communication between the Beastman race more convenient. For Mr. to think of cooperating with us is a good thing. Alright, I'll agree. Tomorrow, I'll write a letter and have it sent to all the branches of the Hawk race. Zhao Hai didn't think that things would go this smoothly. He stared for a moment before he stood up and bowed to the Hawk King, then this Zhao Hai would like to thank the Hawk King. "Can the Hawk King also help me collect milk wine?" Zhao Hai knew that the royal clans were very proud, so it would be impossible for them to help him collect milk wine. If the Hawk King wasn't willing to help, then collecting milk wine in the prairie would be a problem. The Hawk King looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Of course, I'll ask Mr. to tell me. Zhao Hai was happy, then he immediately said, alright, then I'll have to ask the Hawk King to help me collect the milk wine in the 3,000 li radius. This is a space bag, you can store the milk wine inside. You can exchange it for 1 jin of milk wine or 5 jin of grain. Is this price acceptable? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. The Hawk King thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, it's fine, this price is already very high. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the Hawk King can collect milk wine from other beast men for 1 jin of milk wine and 5 jin of grain. When we arrive at Beast God City, I can give you 2 taels of grain for 1 jin of milk wine. The extra 2 taels can be considered as the transportation fee for the hawk race. What does the Hawk King think? The Hawk King stared, then his eyes lit up. He was very clear that even if Zhao Hai only added 2 taels of grain, the amount of milk wine produced by a small beastman tribe wasn't small. If a beastman tribe can produce 100 jin of milk wine in a month, then they would be able to exchange it for 500 jin of grain. The Hawk King would then be able to receive 20 jin of profit. How many beastman tribes are there in the prairie? How much grain would they be able to get? He's afraid that the hawk race wouldn't need to go out and buy grain in the future. After thinking about this, the Hawk King didn't immediately agree. He knit his brows and said, Mister, to be honest, this price is quite high. This would be very disadvantageous to Mr. If Mr. suffers a loss, then it wouldn't be good for the beastman race. How about this? I think Mr. can set the price at 1 jin of milk wine for 3 jin of grain. Our hawk race would only take 1 tael of grain for every 10 jin of grain. Zhao Hai stared, he hadn't seen such a person before. He had never seen someone who would actually lower their own benefits. But after thinking about the Hawk King's words, Zhao Hai understood what the Hawk King meant. The Hawk King was afraid that if Zhao Hai were to suffer a loss, then he would stop selling milk wine. In that case, the beastmen would be the ones to suffer a loss. Moreover, the price that the Hawk King proposed was very reasonable, it was a price that the beastmen could accept. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, isn't this price a bit low? How many jin of milk wine can each beastman tribe produce in a month? The Hawk King smiled faintly and said, Mr. doesn't need to worry. The average beastman tribe household would produce no less than 50 jin of milk wine per month. This is a very large number. Zhao Hai nodded, this number was within his expectations. He had lived in the Beastman prairie for some time, so he knew that it was impossible for the Beastmen to leave their milk wine. Although they would produce more than 50 jin of milk wine per month, they would still have to keep some for themselves and sell the rest. Selling 20 jin of milk wine per month would already be considered a lot. But after Zhao Hai gets his hands on the milk wine, he would still have to distill it. After distilling, 1 jin of milk wine would be considered good, this number was still acceptable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then we'll do as the Hawk King said. Tomorrow, we'll announce this number. I'll have to trouble the Hawk King with this matter. The Hawk King smiled and said, it's no trouble, this is a good thing for the beastmen. But Mr., the 50 jin of milk wine that I just mentioned cannot be sold to Mr. We beastmen can go without food, but we can't not drink. Therefore, we can only sell the excess milk wine to Mr. Mister, you should be prepared. Tomorrow, I'll have people spread this information out. Then I'll go to each tribe and calculate how much milk wine each tribe can produce. Mister, what do you think? Zhao Hai was overjoyed, he stood up and gave the Hawk King a salute. Zhao Hai thanks the Hawk King. The Hawk King doing this is very important to Zhao Hai. The Hawk King chuckled, then he stood up and helped Zhao Hai up. Mister doesn't need to be like this. Now that we're cooperating with Mr., if Mr.'s business is good, then our income will be higher. Zhao Hai stood up and smiled. After resting for a day with the Ice Hawk King, the Hawk King did as he said and spread the news throughout the prairie. At the same time, the Hawk King divided the prairie into 20 regions. In each region, there would be some hawks in charge of collecting milk wine. Each hawk that was responsible for collecting milk wine was given a spatial bag by Zhao Hai. After doing all this, Zhao Hai returned to Beast God City. He was waiting for news from the hawks. The hawks should be able to tell him how much milk wine the beastmen could produce. Sure enough, on the 5th day after Zhao Hai returned to Beast God City, the Hawk King sent a message saying that the beastmen would be able to sell about 10 million jin of milk wine per month. This number was much lower than what Zhao Hai had imagined. After asking, he understood that although the beastmen produced a lot of milk wine, they had their own uses for it. They would use it to make food, and they would also keep a portion of the milk wine for themselves. Because of this, there wasn't a lot of milk wine that could be sold. Although the beastmen were lacking in food, because of their living environment, they would also need to eat a lot of meat and dairy products. These things were impossible for them to live without. If they didn't, then it would be hard for them to survive the winter. However, even if this was the case, the beastmen were still very grateful to Zhao Hai. They didn't want to use milk wine as their main source of income. They just wanted to use the milk wine as a source of pocket money. It was just like how the people on Earth raised their own hens. If they laid a lot of eggs, then they would sell them for pocket money. If they didn't lay a lot of eggs, then they would just keep them for themselves. Although this was just pocket money for the beastmen, it was still a great help to them. A lot of beastmen had already made up their minds to not exchange their milk wine for food, but for daily necessities instead. After Zhao Hai knew about this situation, he didn't care too much about it. 30 million jin of food was something he could afford. And 1 million jin of milk wine was something he didn't need to worry about selling in the human continent. After the business was settled, Zhao Hai handed the matter over to Atai. In any case, Atai was only responsible for receiving the milk wine and making payments. He didn't need to worry about anything else, it was very simple. After dealing with the matters here, Zhao Hai returned to Iron Mountain Fort. The winery in Iron Mountain Fort had already been built. It was divided into 4 factories, one was for fruit wine, one was for grain wine, one was for beer, and the last one was for milk wine. The machines in these factories had already been updated. The machines used in these factories were more modern, but the workers still needed to use a lot of them. At this time, the original beastmen weren't enough. Most of the slaves that followed Zhao Hai in the beginning had already been sent to manage the village. Because of this, the workers in the winery were now beastmen. Now that the winery had expanded, the beastmen were very busy. Zhao Hai immediately looked for the original human slaves to understand the situation. They knew that because the new slaves were given magic beasts, it was very convenient for them to plow the land. Some of the families had surplus labor, so they could work in the winery to support their families. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he had Green and the others start building schools in the Black Wasteland. Most of the slaves weren't children, so Zhao Hai wanted to let the children go to school. Naturally, there was a prerequisite: they needed to work well. After dealing with the matters in the Black Wasteland, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the Rosen Empire. He met with Randolph, Charlie, Jesse, and the Shelley family to prepare for the milk wine business. This time, Zhao Hai also purified some of the beastman's milk wine. Although Yi Dao's milk wine wasn't as tasty as his own, the taste was still very good. Moreover, they also inadvertently made a yogurt wine. This yogurt wine had a different taste compared to milk wine. When it entered the mouth, it had a very peculiar taste. Therefore, Zhao Hai also processed some of this wine. Then he gave the wine to Randolph and the others to taste. Randolph and the others immediately agreed to this business. Zhao Hai's price for this wine wasn't very high, ordinary civilians could afford it. For Randolph and the others, this was very attractive. The grains in the Ark continent were enough for people to eat, and they also needed to supply the beastmen. Because of this, people didn't use grains to make wine. What people drank were fruit wines, but not all fruits could be used to make wine. Because of this, wine was a very rare thing in the Ark continent. Ordinary civilians couldn't afford to drink it. If Zhao Hai's wine could be bought by ordinary civilians, then how much would it be sold every day? It would certainly be an unimaginable number. Some small merchants in the continent always think that only expensive things can make money. What they don't know is that the most profitable things aren't those that look expensive. Sometimes, things like daily necessities are the ones that make the most money. Zhao Hai used the beastman's milk wine to make ordinary milk wine. Although the taste was average, it was still cheap. Moreover, the alcohol content was very high. If an average commoner were to buy a gin of milk wine, they wouldn't be able to finish it in a few days. Because it was cheap, it was very popular among the commoners. Randolph and the other great merchants had their own business network. Moreover, their businesses were mostly related to the people's livelihood. If they were to introduce this wine, then their business would certainly be better. The most profitable business would always be a unique business. Although this milk wine wasn't a unique business, it was still a unique business for the commoners. Ordinary commoners would also pick their own fruits to make their own fruit wine. However, the fruit wine that they made had very low alcohol content and wasn't very tasty. Most importantly, commoners didn't have the time to make this kind of fruit wine. Commoners were generally busy with their own lives. If they were to go out and pick fruits, then it would take them at least a day. And in that time, they could use it to make money. Additionally, the fruits that they picked could also be sold. Because of this, the fruit wine wasn't completely free. Randolph and the others were more professional than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's idea of cooperating with the beastmen to make milk wine was only a temporary idea. Randolph and the others had to conduct market research before they could decide whether or not they should do this business. After going through a strict calculation, they believed that the milk wine was very popular. Therefore, they readily agreed to Zhao Hai's request. At this time, the first batch of milk wine from the Beastmen Prairie had already been received and sent to Iron Mountain Fort for processing. At the same time, the Hawks also brought back news that the Beastmen didn't want food. They didn't lack food at this time, they just wanted some daily necessities. Zhao Hai could understand this point, this was also what he wanted. Although he couldn't make these daily necessities, Randolph could. Zhao Hai exchanged the milk wine with Randolph and the others for milk wine at a low price. Then he exchanged these necessities with the beastmen for milk wine. He didn't need to do anything else, just the price difference was enough to make him a lot of money. In short, this transaction was good for everyone. With the introduction of the first batch of milk wine in the market, the entire continent was stirred up. This was wine, cheap and tasty. This was beyond the expectations of the people. Although the commoners felt that the taste of the milk wine was a bit strange, the taste of the wine was very fragrant. Not only did it have the fragrance of wine, it also had the fragrance of milk. Although some people weren't used to it at first, they got used to it later on. The first batch of milk wine that Zhao Hai put on the market was sold out in less than a day. The market's response was very good, this made Randolph and the others feel more confident. At this time, Zhao Hai also brought the daily necessities that he had used to exchange for milk wine to the Beastmen Prairie. For a moment, the entire prairie was boiling. It wasn't because of how valuable these things were, but because for the Beastmen, they finally had a business that could earn them pocket money. Making milk wine was very simple for the Beastmen, almost every Beastman could make it. Milk wine couldn't be kept for a long time, so every year, they would lose a lot of milk wine. But now, they didn't need to worry about this. Once they sell the milk wine to Zhao Hai, everything would be solved. Not only would they not waste anything, they would also be able to get something useful for themselves. After this success, Zhao Hai's milk wine production line as well as the network for purchasing and selling were officially established. Moreover, it was running very well. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was happy, Randolph and the others were also very happy. Now that they had milk wine, their business was much better than their competitors. For them, this was definitely good news. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others were also very happy. In this milk wine business, they were the ones who made the most money. Not only because they were the processors, but also because of the price difference. Although there was a fair trade agreement between the humans and the beastmen, the difference in prices was still very big. Zhao Hai received goods at factory prices from the humans while he received milk wine from the beastmen at a low price. These goods were sold to the beastmen at a high price, so the difference between the two sides was very big. Excluding the wastage in the distillation process, Zhao Hai still made a lot of money. This was because he didn't have to worry about transportation costs. Although he had to pay the Hawks some transportation costs, this amount was nothing to Zhao Hai. The Hawks were only doing it as a side business. After the first success, Zhao Hai went to the Herculean bulls to greet whales. This time, he would be going on a long journey. When Zhao Hai returned from the prairie, he didn't immediately return to Rosen Empire. Instead, he went directly to the Purcell Duchy. He wanted to see how Ruyan was doing. She was doing very well. Ruyan's shops had been opened all over the Purcell Duchy. Now that she saw Zhao Hai, she didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Moreover, she had a radiant look on her face. It seems like she had found her place. Zhao Hai looked at Ruyan and felt relieved. Now that Ruyan knew about Iron Mountain Fort, she would have an inseparable relationship with him in the future. Zhao Hai slowly accepted Ruyan in his heart. Zhao Hai wasn't a person from the Ark Continent. In the Ark Continent, women's chastity was very important to people like Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was an earthling. On Earth, finding a pure woman at his age was much harder than winning the lottery. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't a virgin. Because of this, he didn't care about Ruyan's past. After all, the past was the past. Who hasn't been young before? After spending a day with Ruyan in the Purcell Duchy, Zhao Hai learned about the duchy's business. He also had a meal with Ruyan to cultivate their relationship. At the same time, he also told her that he would be going on a long journey. After that, he returned to the space. Laura and the others didn't care about Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai being with Ruyan wasn't as comfortable as being with them. Laura and the others could feel this, so they weren't jealous. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, he rested for the night before returning to Iron Mountain Fort. He looked at the situation there and saw that the situation was pretty good. The slave villages were managed by people, and the slaves were very motivated. In order to make the slaves' work in the winery more efficient, Zhao Hai made an undead carriage to transport the slaves. This made it more convenient for them to go to and from work. The slaves used to live in such a village. But compared to where they used to live, the Black Wasteland slave villages were simply heaven for them. Everything in Iron Mountain Fort was running smoothly. The new winery machines had already been debugged. Moreover, the slaves weren't idiots, they were able to quickly get started. Actually, the machines that Zhao Hai took out this time were very simple. This was because these machines were relatively advanced. The more advanced the machine, the easier it was to operate. The machines that Zhao Hai used in the winery only required him to turn on the switches and operate them. What the slaves needed to do was to do manual labor. There wasn't a lot of technical content, it was just transportation and so on. It wasn't very difficult. Zhao Hai also knew that the slaves weren't educated. If they were to do complicated work, then they wouldn't be able to do it. At this point, the milk wine industry could be said to be normal. Zhao Hai had Tai build a tent for the space to store the space bags. At the same time, Zhao Hai had Kyer take care of the space bags and send them to Iron Mountain Fort. Then he would have Kyer send the distilled milk wine to the various sales points. Naturally, the process of receiving and sending the space bags wasn't done by Kyer. Kyer would release a blood hawk outside of Beast God City and have the blood hawk take the space bags from Tai. Then the space bags would be sent to the space outside of Beast God City. Iron Mountain Fort didn't need to be so troublesome, it could be directly stored in a warehouse. But when it comes to the sales points, the space bags would be sent to the blood hawk. This was to minimize the chances of the space being discovered. This method wouldn't be easily seen. At most, people would know that Zhao Hai had several space bags. With Zhao Hai's current strength in the continent, there weren't many people who would dare to steal his space bags. After all, Zhao Hai was someone who had defeated a millennium-old clan. There weren't many people in the continent who would dare to provoke him. The reason why great nobles were able to make more money was because of their businesses. Nobody would dare to use underhanded methods to deal with them. If someone dared to use underhanded methods to deal with their businesses, then they would certainly use underhanded methods to deal with them. This was the domineering aura of a great clan, and the Buddha clan had this kind of aura. After dealing with Iron Mountain Fort, Zhao Hai returned to Golden Island. Golden Island's development was very good. Pirates would often come here to trade. One shouldn't think that Golden Island would be peaceful. In fact, after Golden Island was established, the sea had become even more chaotic. Now that Golden Island can openly sell stolen goods, this was definitely good news for the pirates. Because of this, the pirates became very rampant in the sea. However, there weren't any pirates who came to Golden Island to cause trouble. First, it was because of the Buddha clan's strength. Second, it was because they wanted to do business in Golden Island. They didn't want to destroy the only place where they could safely do business. Although these pirates had the support of great clans, they had been at sea for a long time. They needed their own money and wanted to enjoy themselves. In the past, they didn't have such an opportunity. Now that Golden Island was established, they naturally wouldn't want to destroy it. Zhao Hai was sitting on the haven, enjoying the sea breeze as he looked at the seabirds on the surface of the sea. This feeling was very good. Although the environment inside the space was much better compared to outside, Zhao Hai felt that the outside world was much more real. Laura and the others were also standing beside Zhao Hai. They had already left Golden Island and were preparing to head to the Buddha Empire. Although the Buddha Empire and the Roland Empire were separated by the Lion Empire, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the most important thing was to go to the Buddha Empire and the Dwarf Mountain. They could go to the Lion Empire whenever they wanted. Actually, the Dwarf Mountain was very big. Not all of it was in the Buddha Empire, some of it was also in the Lion Empire. However, the relationship between the dwarves and the Buddha Empire was very good. Additionally, the fighting strength of the dwarves wasn't any weaker than the beastmen. Because of this, even if the Lion Empire was the second most powerful country in the continent, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the dwarves. Although the relationship between the Lion Empire and the dwarves wasn't very good, there was still another place in the Lion Empire, the Accra Mountain. The Accra Mountain was very famous in the continent. The reason why it was famous was because it was one of the 5 great forbidden areas. The 5 great forbidden areas were the Carrion Swamp, the Accra Mountain, the Northern Icefield, the Inferno Island, and the Demonic Abyss. Each of these 5 places had their own characteristics. The Carrion Swamp was famous for its poison and undead. It can be said that it was a place where one could enter but not leave. The Northern Icefield could be described with one word: cold. Even if one had a metal weapon, it would still be frozen to the point of being as brittle as glass. Even the beastmen only dared to move in the periphery. The Inferno Island was the opposite of the Northern Icefield. It was a world of fire. Fire attribute creatures, fire spirits, almost nobody dared to approach it. The Demonic Abyss was the most mysterious place in the continent. According to the legends, it was directly connected to the demon realm. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't believe it. But after seeing Kai he believed that Kai came from the demon realm. On the other hand, Accra Mountain was a favorite place for adventurers in the continent. This was because it was a kingdom of magic beasts. In the periphery of the mountain, there were large numbers of magic beasts. People can catch magic beasts to make money, but they can't go too deep into the mountain. If they go too deep into the mountain, then they wouldn't be able to come out, including 9th ranks. The Accra Mountain was located at the border between the Lion Empire and the Rosen Empire. It was in the Inner Realm Empire's territory while the Aksu Empire's territory was a bit smaller. Because of this, the Lion Empire had an elite magic beast cavalry regiment. This magic beast cavalry was made up of magic beasts captured from Accra Mountain. Although they were tamed by the humans, they still had their wild nature. Their attacks were very powerful, making them one of the continent's most famous elite troops. Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the magic beast forest right now. Although there were a lot of magic beasts there, it was still too dangerous. Although he wasn't afraid of danger, what he needed to do right now was to do business and make the Buddha clan stronger as soon as possible. Although he could catch some magic beasts in the magic beast forest, high-level magic beasts weren't that easy to catch. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to go to the Dwarven Mountain. If he went to the Dwarven Mountain, then he might go to the Elven Forest. Although it wasn't as direct as going to the Magic Beast Forest, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai would be able to interact with the 2 intelligent races of the continent. If he could do business with them, then it would be very important for the Buddha clan. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, Laura suddenly said, "Brother Hai, do you think that our trip to the Dwarven Mountain will go smoothly?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It should be very smooth. Don't forget, the dwarves have more contact with the humans compared to the beastmen. Moreover, there are very few wars between the dwarves and the humans. They shouldn't do anything to us." Laura nodded and said, "The dwarves are famous in the continent for their ironware. If we can take those things and trade them with the beastmen, then we should be able to get a lot of good things. After all, the beastmen lack iron the most. Jiao Hai nodded and said, I heard that the tempers of the dwarfs are more violent than the beast men. Moreover, they also like to drink. I think that our wine should be able to move them. Laura nodded and said, I hope so. But I don't think there will be any problems with our voyage this time. Right now, our enemies don't have the strength to challenge us. Those pirates aren't blind enough to rob us. It seems like our voyage this time should be very smooth. Jiao Hai smiled and said, there are still pirates who would dare to rob our Buddha clan's ships. Rest assured, there shouldn't be any problems this time. The Marquis family is now under your command. Even if the Oxu Empire wanted to deal with us, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. The Radiant Church is currently busy with their own affairs, they simply wouldn't have the time to deal with us. I think that besides the mysterious engraved ark, nobody else would dare to do anything to us. Megan smiled and said, that's good, we can have some fun. To be honest, the scenery inside the space is very good. But after looking at it for a long time, you would get bored. It's also good to go out and relax. Lizzie also smiled and said, the scenery on the sea isn't that good. After looking at it for a long time, you would get bored. The wind here is also unchanging. Jiao Hai smiled and said, but we can still see people and ships here. Inside the space, besides us, we can't see anyone else. Humans are social animals. Just as they were talking, the sound of magic cannons could be heard in the distance. Jiao Hai stared, he knew that there was a battle going on. Jiao Hai immediately turned on the monitor and saw that there were pirates robbing in front of him. Naturally, they weren't robbing them, but a 5-masted ship. Jiao Hai looked at the ship's flag and didn't recognize it. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, do you recognize the flag on the ship? Laura looked at it, then she nodded and said, yes, this is the crest of the Buddha Empire's hurricane family. This family has a very high status in the Buddha Empire. Some time ago, they were suppressed by the Radiant Church because they didn't believe in the Radiant Church. The hurricane family has a problem, whether it's men or women, as long as they have blood relations with the family, their children would have a high probability of having a wind element. Whether it's battle chi or magic, all of them have a wind element. Because of this, they only believe in the wind god. The hurricane family is a millennium-old family in the Buddha Empire, they have the same status as Megan's family. How could pirates dare to rob them? Zhao looked at the pirate ships and smiled faintly. I have to admit that the pirates these days are rich. It's the first time I've seen an authentic 5-masted ironclad warship as a pirate ship. It's amazing. If all pirates had such equipment, then I'm afraid that the Buddha clan's ban on martial arts would become a piece of waste paper. Zhao smiled faintly and said, I have no choice but to admit it. When Laura and the others heard Jiao Hai's words, they noticed that the pirate ships that were besieging the Hurricane family's cargo ship were actually the continent's most advanced warships, 5-masted ironclad warships. Not to mention pirates, even great clans wouldn't be able to equip them. Lizzie's eyes shone as she said, does someone want to kill them? Elder sister, does the Hurricane family have any enemies? The elder sister that Lizzie was referring to was Laura. Although Meg was the one who followed Jiao Hai the longest, the one who helped Jiao Hai the most was Laura. And since Laura was the oldest among the girls, she became the elder sister of the other girls. Laura shook her head and said, although the Hurricane family is a very powerful family, they have a problem, their temperament is too good. They don't offend anyone. Moreover, they don't ask for too much power, they also don't care about money. Besides being very loyal to their faith, they can be said to be good people. They're definitely an anomaly among millennium-old families. If their family wasn't strong, then they would have already been exterminated. With such a good temperament, how could they offend anyone? They have friends all over the world. Aside from being suppressed by the Radiant Church, they don't have any enemies. Even when the Radiant Church was suppressing them, there were still countless people who helped them. I dare say that the best family in the continent would be the Hurricane family. Jiao Hai listened until Laura finished speaking. Then he asked, Laura, where did you get this information? How can it be so detailed? Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, don't you know? Our Marquis family has collected information about the great families of the continent. Moreover, every family's history and emblem are very detailed. Moreover, the information that we stole from the Robert family also has some information about this. Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I really don't know. Whenever I see those badges, I'll have a headache. Forget it, you remember it. Right, do we have any relationship with the Hurricane family? Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. Laura shook her head and said, we don't. The Hurricane family doesn't do much business. They basically rely on their territory's production to maintain their expenses. Because of this, we don't have any contact with them. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's good. Let's go and have a look. Right, Laura, can you tell which country these ships belong to? Naturally, he was talking about the pirate ships that attacked the Hurricane family. Although the ships of the continent were almost the same, people with discerning eyes would be able to see the differences. Each country's ships had some subtle differences. Knowledgeable people would be able to distinguish them. Laura carefully looked at the pirate ships and said with some uncertainty, from the shape of these ships, it seems like they belong to the Buddha Empire. However, there's also a strong hint of the Ocean Waves dynasty on them. I can't see it. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Jiao Hai's eyes flashed as he said, Ocean Waves dynasty? Them again? Laura asked, what's wrong, Brother Hai? Did the Ocean Waves dynasty offend us? How come I don't remember? Jiao Hai coldly snorted and said, how could you forget? When we were chasing Grand Duke Lionheart, wasn't the ship that came to pick him up from the Ocean Waves dynasty? I thought that the Radiant Church wanted to rob the Ocean Waves dynasty, but now it seems like things aren't that simple. When Lizzie heard Jiao Hai, her expression turned gloomy as she said, the Radiant Church again? Did the Ocean Waves dynasty collude with the Radiant Church? Jiao Hai sneered and said, how could it be impossible? The Radiant Church had suffered a big loss this time. They had lost control of the Oxu Empire, so naturally they wouldn't reveal all of their cards. Therefore, it's possible for the Ocean Waves dynasty to temporarily draw a line with them. But if the Radiant Church's plan succeeds, then they would have control over the southernmost and northernmost cities of the continent. If they have enough strength, then they could launch a war and attack from both sides, unifying the continent. Lizzie and the others stared. Laura looked at Jiao Hai and said, how could that be? How could they have such big courage? That's impossible. Not to mention the Roland Empire, even the Buddha Empire and the Lion Empire wouldn't be easy to deal with. Jiao Hai sneered and said, not easy to deal with? Don't forget, the place where I had a conflict with the Lionheart continent? That's the border between the Roland Empire and the Oxu Empire. The garrison there was Grand Duke Lionheart's people. If everything went smoothly, then the Oxu Empire would attack the Roland Empire. The Roland Empire wouldn't be able to stop them, they would just surrender. The Roland Empire's strongest barrier would be gone. I think the Radiant Church must have made arrangements in the Lion Empire's Buddha Empire as well. Those fellows have big ambitions. Laura and the others thought about what Jiao Hai said. If what Jiao Hai said was true, then wouldn't the Radiant Church's ambitions be too big? Laura looked at Jiao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, how did you think of this? Jiao Hai chuckled and said, I just thought about it. In the past, I always felt that the Radiant Church wasn't a reckless person. However, their method of dealing with the Oxu Empire was too simple and crude. But now that you mentioned the Ocean Waves dynasty's ships, it's like a string that connects everything together. Laura was puzzled as she looked at the monitor. Hi, why did they deal with the Hurricane family? It doesn't make sense. Jiao Hai sneered and said, why? I'm unwilling. Although the Radiant Church is being suppressed by the continent, if they really have a relationship with the Ocean Waves dynasty, then their influence in the dynasty would still be there. Moreover, they would be in the dark, making them even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, they've changed their tactics. They no longer tried to win over nobles. Instead, they started to deal with nobles who didn't cooperate with them. Compared to the Buddha clan and the Kelsey family, wouldn't the Hurricane family be easier to deal with? When Jiao Hai said this, Laura and the others nodded. They thought that Jiao Hai was right. Although the Hurricane family was a millennium-old family, because of their temperament, they didn't have a good reputation in the continent. If one were to talk about influence, then they couldn't compare to the Kelsey family and the Buddha clan. Moreover, the Kelsey family and the Buddha clan were fighting against the Radiant Church. If the Radiant Church were to deal with the Buddha clan or the Kelsey family, then the people of the continent would certainly think that it was the Radiant Church's doing. However, the same couldn't be said for the Hurricane family. The Hurricane family and the Radiant Church weren't on good terms. This was something that the continent didn't know. Therefore, the Radiant Church's plan to deal with the Hurricane family wouldn't attract the attention of the continent. Therefore, the Radiant Church would be able to eliminate an enemy without being discovered. Naturally, these were only Zhao Hai's guesses, they still needed to be verified. Therefore, Zhao Hai ordered the Haven's people to quickly approach the battlefield. They needed to save the people on the ship. Finally, the Ocean Waves Dynasty's ships would be dealt with, turning the people on board into undead. This way, they would be able to get some information. The Haven's modifications were very good, its speed was very fast, and its defense was also very strong. After all, this was Zhao Hai's flagship. Now that Zhao Hai was the Buddha clan's patriarch, his status was different. If he were to use an ordinary warship, then he would become a joke. After a few minutes, Zhao Hai and the others approached the battlefield. There were a total of 7 ships on the battlefield, 6 5-masted ironclad warships, and 1 5-masted ironclad cargo ship. 6 warships besieging a single cargo ship. It seems like they weren't going to give the ship any chance to escape. The 6 warships surrounded the cargo ship and kept firing magic cannons and ballistas. There seemed to be magicians on the ships as well. From time to time, they would release magic to attack the cargo ship. On the surface of the sea, the colorful magic cannons kept flashing. It was like a huge fireworks show. It was very beautiful. However, this beauty represented death. The 7 ships weren't close to each other. It seems like the 6 warships weren't going to give the other side a chance to engage in close combat. Instead, they wanted to use magic to sink the other side. One has to say, in a situation where the number of ships and the performance of the ships were absolutely superior, this tactic was the safest. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as the Haven continued to rush towards the battlefield. The 6 warships had also discovered Zhao Hai and the others. 2 of them immediately surrounded Zhao Hai and the others. The 3 ships quickly approached each other, then a loud voice was heard from the other ship, "Listen up, we are the Hurricane Pirates. Get out of the way, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Funny, too funny. This is the first time I've heard such a joke. A Hurricane Pirate clan is actually attacking the Hurricane family's cargo ship. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke in the continent. Kid, listen up, if you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The other party didn't think that Zhao Hai would expose the Hurricane family's identity. Moreover, he was in a disadvantageous position, so he was still unyielding. While the 2 were talking, the 3 ships were already very close to each other. Just as the other side was about to open up some distance and attack the Haven, Zhao Hai suddenly released a large number of undead from their ships. The people on the 2 warships didn't think that Zhao Hai could release his undead from such a distance. The people on the ships weren't prepared for this at all. In addition, the fighting strength of Zhao's undead was too strong. Just like that, a massacre began. The people on the 2 ships didn't even have time to react before they were all slaughtered. The people on the other 4 ships didn't notice this. In their minds, although the 3 ships weren't far, they weren't very close either. It was impossible for them to engage in close combat. This distance was only suitable for long-range attacks. After exterminating the people on the 2 ships, Zhao Hai immediately turned them into undead. Then the undead on the 2 ships immediately began to fire at the Haven. Naturally, this fire was under Zhao Hai's command. He wanted to make the people on the other ships think that the 2 sides were still fighting. Sure enough, the people on the other 4 ships were deceived. They saw the 2 ships on their side encircling the people on the other side of the battlefield. The 3 ships slowly approached the battlefield. The people on the other 4 ships didn't feel anything wrong. Just as they were about to encircle the Haven, a large number of undead suddenly appeared on the 4 ships. The 4 ships couldn't compare to the 2 ships on the other side. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's move at all. A lot of cannoneers didn't even know how they died. The cannons of the 4 ships quickly stopped. This made the people on the Hurricane family's cargo ship puzzled. While they were puzzled, a voice was heard from the ship that came to help them. "Hello, friends of the Hurricane family. You don't need to be nervous, your enemies have been dealt with by me. May I ask if I can board your ship? Zhao Hai nodded. The people from the hurricane family stared. Although they didn't understand what the other party meant, they were still confident in their fighting strength. Therefore, the leader of the hurricane family immediately replied, "Friends from the opposite ship, our young lady invites you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then the Haven slowly approached the hurricane family's ship. Then Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the hurricane family's ship. The hurricane family's ship was already damaged. Many of the ship's crew members were also injured and were currently being treated. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand as a light element magic covered the injured crew members. The wounds on the crew members were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, a girl who was about to greet Zhao Hai stopped. Then she looked at Zhao Hai with a bad expression and said, "Mister, are you from the Radiant Church?" Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the girl. The girl was very beautiful. She had brown hair, light green eyes, a sharp little face, and white teeth. Although she didn't look very beautiful, she had a very refined temperament. When Zhao saw the girl, he was a little surprised. This was because the girl looked very similar to a person. This person was none other than Kristen Stewart, who had become famous all over the world because of the movie Twilight. It must be said that Kristen wasn't the most beautiful actress, but she had a very attractive temperament. Quiet? Smart? Elegant? Perhaps these words weren't enough to describe her. Zhao Hai also liked the movie Twilight. Therefore, he was able to recognize that the girl looked exactly like Kristen. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh, his luck was too good. First it was Taylor, then it was Megan, then it was Keely, and now it was Kristen. The heavens really took care of him. He was actually able to meet his previous incarnation in this world, it wasn't easy. However, Zhao Hai also noticed the unfriendly tone of the girl, so he immediately smiled and said, "Miss, don't misunderstand. I'm not from the Radiant Church. Could it be that the miss didn't see the flag of my ship?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the girl couldn't help but look at the main mast of the Haven. The blood-red flag of the wild dragon was fluttering in the wind. When the girl saw the flag, she couldn't help but stare. Her brain couldn't react for a while. She seemed to remember that she had seen this flag before, but where did she see it? She couldn't think of where she saw it. At this time, she heard a person beside her whisper, "Heavens, the wild dragon flag, the Buddha clan? They're from the Buddha clan?" Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "You're from the Buddha clan? Then how can you use light magic?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why can't the Buddha clan use light magic? Let me introduce myself, I'm Zhao Hai Buddha, the current patriarch of the Buddha clan." The girl stared blankly at Zhao Hai, she forgot to return the greeting. This wasn't surprising, everyone in the continent knew that Zhao Hai Buddha was a dark mage. But today, she witnessed a dark mage using light magic. This was more surprising than seeing a pig fly. Zhao Hai looked at the girl and didn't say anything. He just pointed to Laura and said, "This is my wife, Laura. This is my wife, Meg. This is my wife, Megan. This is my wife, Lizzie. And this is my wife, Near." Greetings, young Mississippi. When the girl saw Laura and the others giving her a salute, she immediately reacted and returned the salute with a red face. Krystalnacht has seen Patriarch Zhao Hai and the madams. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Kristen turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, then we would have died in the hands of the pirates. These pirates are really hateful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Miss Kristen doesn't need to worry about it, it was just a small effort. Now that the ships have been controlled, Miss doesn't need to worry." Although Kristen didn't know how Zhao Hai controlled the ships, she didn't ask. This was because she knew that Zhao Hai would definitely tell her about it. Kristen gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank Mr. Mister, please come with me to the cabin." Then she made an inviting gesture. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he also made an inviting gesture. Then he led Laura and the others to the cabin. The cabin of the ship wasn't very big, it only had a small reception room. When the group entered the room, it immediately became crowded. A servant brought them some tea before leaving. Because the battle didn't last long, and because the other party only used long-range weapons, the damage to the Hurricane family's ship wasn't very serious. After the group sat down, Kristen began to talk about how they were attacked. Although the Hurricane family was very low-key and didn't do much business, this didn't mean that they didn't do any business. The Hurricane family also did business, it's just that they weren't as big as the other great clans. If a great clan wants to maintain their own interests, then they would need to have strength. The Hurricane family didn't like doing business, but in order to maintain the normal operations of their territory, doing business was inevitable. However, the Hurricane family's character wasn't very suitable for doing business. Because of this, their business was very small, and they only focused on maintaining the normal operations of their territory. This time, Kristen went to Rosen Empire to do business before returning home. When they went to Rosen Empire to do business, they didn't go to Golden Island. Instead, they went to Rising Water City. Although Golden Island had risen, with the Hurricane family's character, they didn't immediately move to Golden Island. Instead, they stayed in Rising Water City and didn't move. When the group returned, they were suddenly surrounded by 6 five-masted ships with pirate flags. Although they retaliated, their firepower simply couldn't compare to the other party. Additionally, the other party's ships were much better compared to the Hurricane family's cargo ships. Because of this, the Hurricane family was beaten up. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's appearance, the Hurricane family would have been dealt with by the 6 ships sooner or later. After Kristen finished speaking, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We wanted to go to the Buddha Empire to take a look, but we didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. Therefore, we came here to take a look. Does Miss Kristen find it strange? Which pirate crew is rich enough to take out 6 five-masted ironclad warships for a robbery?" Kristen's character was similar to the Hurricane family's. As long as you don't offend her, she would be easy to talk to. However, this didn't mean that she was a fool. On the contrary, the Hurricane family's members were very smart. It's just that they used their intelligence for magic research and other things. Smart, but not ambitious. This was the general impression that the people of the continent had of the Hurricane family. When Kristen heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you want to say?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I suspect that the other party isn't a pirate. Miss Kristen should also know that pirates in the sea are all backed by various families. And with the Hurricane family's reputation in the continent, I believe that even pirates wouldn't dare to touch the Hurricane family's ship, let alone such a strong pirate. Am I right?" Kristen nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right, Mr. is right. My Hurricane family doesn't dare to speak about other things, but in the continent, our Hurricane family has friends everywhere. We have almost no enemies." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, Miss Kristen is right. But as you said, almost no enemies, not completely none. Did Miss Kristen forget that you still have a big enemy?" Kristen stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you mean? The Radiant Church?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very possible. How about this, we'll turn the people on those ships into undead. Then we can ask them about it. Wouldn't that be clear?" Kristen stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean, you want to turn the people on those ships into undead? Patriarch Zhao Hai, isn't this a bad idea?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing bad about it. The Oxu Empire has several 100,000 people, and I've already turned them into undead. Why would I care about these few people?" Then he stood up and walked out. Kristen looked at Zhao Hai's back, her eyes flashed with disgust. The Hurricane family was famous in the continent for being good people. Therefore, they couldn't stand Zhao Hai's cruel and merciless behavior. However, she still followed Zhao Hai out of the cabin. This matter was related to the Hurricane family's future, so she had no choice but to come out. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he didn't want anything to happen between him and Kristen. The only reason he helped the Hurricane family was to increase the hatred between the Hurricane family and the Radiant Church. Outside the ship, Zhao Hai softly recited a few incantations. Then he waved his hand as a black gas flew out from his magic staff. Before long, the black gas surrounded the ship. When the black gas disappeared, Kristen discovered that there were shadows on the ship once again. Zhao Hai did the same thing, he turned the people on the other ships into undead. Then he had the other ships approach the Hurricane family's ship. Only then did he have the people in charge of those ships enter the Hurricane family's ship. During the battle, Kristen had already seen the people in charge of those ships through magic. Therefore, she knew that Zhao Hai didn't send his undead to impersonate them. When the group boarded the ship, Zhao Hai looked at them and had them report their names. Sure enough, they weren't pirates, they were the active navy of the Ocean Waves dynasty. The Ocean Waves dynasty was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, the internal water system was very developed. Because of this, the Ocean Waves dynasty's navy was the most powerful in the continent. However, although these people were navy, they didn't have any relationship with the Radiant Church. They were just following orders, they didn't know anything else. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He asked the people who were in charge of the 6 ships. Zhao Hai was very clear about the Radiant Church's style of doing things. It was impossible for them to not send someone to monitor this matter. Sure enough, the people named a person. Zhao Hai immediately called that person to the ship and asked him. Sure enough, that person was a member of the Radiant Church. Moreover, his rank wasn't low, he was a priest. This time, they were ordered by the Radiant Church to deal with the Hurricane family. However, they didn't know anything else. However, this was enough. At least, Zhao Hai and Kristen knew that the Radiant Church was the one who dealt with the Hurricane family. Zhao Hai wasn't lying. Zhao Hai also confirmed his guess. The Radiant Church had indeed taken control of the Ocean Waves dynasty. Moreover, they had changed their methods from the surface to the dark. After asking the person, Zhao Hai had them return to the ship and had them sail away. Then he followed Kristen back to the ship's living room. Kristen frowned, she felt that this matter was very thorny. Although the Radiant Church had been suppressed, their foundation was still there. They only rarely showed themselves in the continent, but there were still a lot of loyal followers. Moreover, she didn't know what the purpose of the monarchs in the continent was. In any case, aside from the Rosen Empire and the Aksu Empire, the other countries didn't completely exterminate the Radiant Church. There were still churches in some countries that were preaching, but the number of people going to them had decreased. Therefore, although the Radiant Church was being honest, it didn't mean that they were weak. Moreover, Kristen wasn't a fool, she already knew from the undead that the Radiant Church had a special relationship with the Ocean Waves dynasty. It seems like what Zhao Hai said was true, the Radiant Church was now in the dark. They had become more difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai looked at Kristen, then he smiled faintly and said, "Miss Kristen, I only told you this because I want you to be more careful. Since this matter has already passed, then I'll take my leave. I still have matters to attend to in the Buddha Empire, so I won't bother you any longer." Kristen stared for a moment, but she immediately reacted. She lowered her head and thought about things, she didn't even say a word to Zhao Hai. This was very disrespectful to Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, Kristen's face couldn't help but turn red. She quickly stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "I'm sorry, Mr. I was distracted by my thoughts and neglected Mr. I ask Mr. to forgive me." "Why did Mr. leave so quickly?" "Mr. has saved our lives, so I ask Mr. to stay and give us a chance to repay our gratitude." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Miss is too polite, there's no need for that. For me, it's just a matter of lifting my hand. Moreover, I also obtained 6 battleships, which is a huge profit for me. I really do have matters to attend to in the Buddha Empire, Miss shouldn't think too much about it." Kristen quickly replied, "Why did Mr. go to the Buddha Empire?" "My Hurricane family has some influence in the Buddha Empire, maybe we can help Mr. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, I'm going to the Buddha Empire because I want to see Dwarf Iron Mountain. I want to see if I can do business with the dwarves." When Kristen heard Zhao Hai, her brows couldn't help but knit. Dwarf Iron Mountain's position in the Buddha Empire was very strange. The Buddha Empire needed dwarf armor and weapons, but they didn't want the dwarves to be too strong. Therefore, they wanted to deal with the dwarves like how the humans controlled the beastmen. However, the dwarves weren't fools, their tempers were even worse than the beastmen. Therefore, as long as the Buddha Empire deceived them, they would immediately go to war. Because of this, the people of the Buddha Empire didn't dare deceive the dwarves. However, the Buddha Empire still thought of a way to prevent the dwarfs from contacting the merchants of other countries as much as possible. This was to ensure that the dwarves would sell their ironware to them. This was what the entire Buddha Empire was doing. Under their destruction, very few merchants were able to trade with the dwarves for a long time. Even the great clans weren't able to do business with them. Because of this, when Kristen heard that Zhao Hai wanted to do business with the dwarves, her expression changed. When Zhao Hai saw Kristen's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Miss Kristen? Is there a problem?" Kristen didn't hide it from Zhao Hai. In fact, this matter was known to all the influential people in the continent. It wasn't a strange thing. When Zhao Hai heard Kristen, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm just going to take a look. I don't really care if I can do business or not." Kristen knit her brows, then she finally made up her mind and said, "Mister, please don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's go to the Hurricane family first. Maybe we can help you with the dwarves." Zhao Hai looked at Kristen, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll have to bother the young lady. My ship is very spacious, can I invite the young lady to take a look?" Kristen shook her head and said, "I can't, mister. I just went through a lot, I still have a lot of things to deal with. Mister, please don't be in a hurry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he returned to his ship with Laura and the others. After returning to the ship, Zhao Hai ordered the 6 warships to depart and head towards Golden Island. At the same time, he also notified Kuan and the others to receive the ships. After doing this, Zhao Hai entered the space along with Laura and the others. After sitting down, Zhao Hai smiled at Laura and said, "It seems like our help this time was worth it. If the Hurricane family is willing to help us talk to the dwarves, then our business with the dwarves would be much easier." Laura nodded and said, "Right, the Buddha Empire is very strict with the dwarves. With our current status, we would certainly attract their attention. Those fellows in the Buddha Empire are treating the dwarves as their blacksmiths. Therefore, if we do business with the dwarves, it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the Buddha Empire is very strict with the dwarves." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Do the great clans of the continent not have any objections? Why would they just watch the Buddha Empire monopolize the dwarves' business?" Laura smiled and said, "How could they not have any objections? But there's no other way. Although the dwarves' business is good, they still don't want to become enemies with the Buddha Empire. The Buddha Empire's method of dealing with the dwarves is very simple. If a clan does business with the dwarves, then the Buddha Empire would suppress their business in the Buddha Empire, making them lose more than they gain." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that the Buddha Empire would do such a thing. He had to admit that the Buddha Empire was indeed targeting the great clans. The Buddha Empire had always been a big part of the business with the dwarves, while the other clans only received a small portion. In this case, the Buddha Empire's business with the dwarves was not worth it. Lizzie smiled and said, "Not only that, the Buddha Empire's people who do business with the dwarves would go all out to say bad things about the other country's merchants. The dwarves think that the other country's merchants are swindlers. Because of this, the dwarves wouldn't be willing to do business with them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Buddha Empire is really interesting. It seems like the dwarves' ironware is very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this." Laura nodded and said, "It's true. If a human blacksmith were to forge the same weapon, then it might break after a single battle. However, the dwarven weapons can be used up to 5 times. Moreover, they are much sharper than human weapons. The Buddha Empire relied on the dwarven weapons to reach its current status." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. The dwarven weapons can be used up to 5 times. Moreover, they are much sharper than human weapons. The Buddha Empire relied on the dwarven weapons to achieve its current status." Megan nodded and said, "I've seen my father's steel dagger made by the dwarves. That dagger didn't look gorgeous or eye-catching, but it was very sharp. It was much better than the daggers made by the human race's senior blacksmiths. If a human's dagger was used to fight against a dwarf's dagger, the dwarf's dagger would be able to easily cut the human's dagger in half." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So the dwarves' ironware is actually very good. I wonder how it compares to the universal machine's dagger." Laura shook her head and said, "I'm afraid that it would be better than the universal machine's dagger." The dwarf's dagger was made purely by hand, so it should be better than the universal machine's dagger. Xiaohai nodded, then he turned to Laura and said, "I'll write a letter and tell Grandpa Kuan about what happened here. I'll have him remind father-in-law and the others to be more careful." Megan nodded and said, "All right, but I don't think the Radiant Church would dare to go to the Rosen Empire right now. Unless they don't want to live anymore. Our Rosen Empire's dislike towards the Radiant Church has reached its limit. Even the common people don't have a good impression of them. It can be said that they wouldn't be able to move an inch inside the Rosen Empire." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No matter what, it's better to be careful. Moreover, I want to see how the Hurricane family would react. If the Hurricane family doesn't spread this matter, then we'll do them a favor. We'll drag the Ocean Waves dynasty down with us. This way, the Radiant Church would give up on us." Laura nodded and said, "That's also good. If the Radiant Church's clans continue to play tricks, then it would be very annoying. If they weren't strong, then we would have already eliminated them." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, if we get rid of the Radiant Church, then we would become the target of everyone in the continent. When that time comes, it would be very troublesome. Our current strength is similar to those great clans, so the people in the continent can still accept it. But if we show strength beyond their imagination, then I'm afraid that they would join forces to deal with us." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "All right." Lizzie sighed and said, "I really don't know what the people in the continent are like. But at least they wouldn't dare to bully us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What I want to do now is to upgrade the space. This way, we wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone. Moreover, we can also use different backgrounds. When the time comes, we can play around with different backgrounds." Lizzie and the others were looking forward to it. During this time, Zhao Hai also showed them the background of the store. Frankly speaking, they were attracted to it, the silhouettes were very beautiful. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with anticipation. After discussing for a while, Kyer decided to stay inside the space and inform them if Kristen came looking for them. Meanwhile, they secretly returned to Iron Mountain Fort. When Zhao went to the Beastmen this time, he wanted to bring back the Beastmen's slaves. But when he arrived at the Herculean Bull's territory, he found out that the Herculean Bull's strength had been greatly damaged after last year's rebellion. They still hadn't fully recovered, so Zhao didn't bring back the slaves. In any case, there were already 100,000 slaves in the Black Waste, so he wasn't in a hurry. He also ordered another 100,000 slaves, so he believed that it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. Iron Mountain Fort was very normal. Although the slaves weren't as cultured as the commoners, they were still very obedient. If there were 100,000 commoners under Zhao Hai's rule, then they wouldn't be as obedient as they were now. It would be very troublesome to manage them, but the slaves didn't have this problem. At this time, Karen was still around the machines, looking at the blueprints. This made Laura complain a lot about Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to see how the slaves were doing. It was very good, most of them had already finished planting their crops. Moreover, the seeds were provided by Zhao Hai. In the first year, Zhao Hai would decide what they wanted to plant. This was because the seeds were provided by Zhao Hai. Next year, they would be able to plant whatever they wanted. Zhao Hai also took out the seeds from the space to sell. The slaves could be bought with money or exchanged with food. After staying in Iron Mountain Fort for a day, Kristen's ship sent someone to Zhao Hai the next morning. After some simple repairs, the ship was ready to depart today. The journey was very smooth, they didn't encounter any enemies. Along the way, there were also a lot of people who helped them clean up. One had to admit that the Hurricane family's people were very good. On the sea, they encountered several ships from other clans. When these ships saw that the Hurricane family's ship was being attacked, they immediately stopped and paid a visit to Kristen. They wanted to know who the Hurricane family's people were. These people's attitude towards Zhao Hai was also very enthusiastic. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood why these people were so enthusiastic towards him. It was because of Golden Island. Golden Island was the most famous trading port in the continent. People who went there to do business knew that the taxes there were the lowest, and the prices of goods were also cheaper than other places. Most importantly, when a lot of merchants were robbed by pirates, they would run to Golden Island to hide. But the pirates didn't dare to touch them. This made the merchants like to trade with the Buddha clan even more. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also very enthusiastic towards these people. He also exchanged small gifts with them. This allowed Zhao Hai to meet a lot of nobles from other countries. At this time, Zhao Hai's ship was already in the Lion Empire's territory. Most of the merchants who came and went were from the Ocean Waves dynasty and the Buddha Empire. There were almost no Oxu Empire's merchants, and there weren't many Rosen Empire's merchants. This was a normal phenomenon. At this time, the Oxu Empire's strength had been greatly damaged. They were currently in a period of recuperation. It was normal to not see any merchants from their empire. And since the relationship between the Rosen Empire and the Lion Empire wasn't very good, it was normal for Rosen Empire's merchants to not do business in the Lion Empire. In the Lion Empire's territory, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any obstacles. Whether it was the Hurricane family or the Buddha clan, they were both famous clans in the continent. Even if the Lion Empire's relationship with the Rosen Empire wasn't very good, and their relationship with the Buddha Empire was only average. However, they still wouldn't easily offend great clans like the Buddha clan and the Hurricane family. After nearly a month of sailing, Zhao Hai's ship finally entered the Buddha Empire's territory. However, they were still very far from the Hurricane family's territory. It would take them 5 days to reach their destination. When they arrived at the Buddha Empire's territory, the Hurricane family immediately relaxed. In the Buddha Empire's territory, nobody would be able to make a move against the Hurricane family. The Hurricane family wasn't a joke, they had a very good reputation in the Buddha Empire. This was because they didn't fight for power or profit. The Buddha Empire's imperial family had a lot of support for the Hurricane family. The Hurricane family also had marriage alliances with other great clans. In the Buddha Empire, the Hurricane family was one of the most popular clans. However, Kristen wasn't in the mood to care about these things. They immediately entered the Buddha Empire's largest river, the Iron Horse River. The Iron Horse River was the Buddha Empire's largest river. According to the legends, the Buddha Empire's founding emperor obtained the approval of a mutated iron horse by this river and became his mount. This was the reason why the Buddha Empire was established. Therefore, after becoming the emperor of the Buddha Empire, he changed the name of this river to the Iron Horse River. However, the original name of this river had already been lost. On the other hand, the Hurricane family's territory was located on a branch of the Iron Horse River. It was a mountainous area that didn't produce any minerals, and the land wasn't very fertile. It can be said that the Hurricane family's territory was quite poor. However, the Hurricane family had been in possession of this territory for nearly 1,000 years, but they didn't expand even a single step. They also didn't ask anyone to stop them. They just relied on their own people to build terraced fields in this mountainous area. They planted bamboo rice, oil fruits, and vegetables. They lived a life like a paradise. In the eyes of other nobles, this was a typical example of not wanting to make progress. However, the Hurricane family liked this kind of lifestyle. Every year, they would sell a large amount of bamboo rice and fruit oil, as well as some common vegetables, not magic vegetables. This made their first year's harvest less than the other great clans, but they were still very satisfied. And after so many years, the great clans that existed in the same period as the Hurricane family had either become the strongest clans in the continent, or they had already disappeared from history. However, the Hurricane family still existed, still living a simple life. This made people speechless. However, if you think that the Hurricane family's strength was weak, then you would be mistaken. The Hurricane family's Mr. Wind attribute allowed them to have a lot of experts. In other families, a 7th rank or 8th rank expert would be considered a senior consecrator. They would be able to cultivate every day and live a luxurious life. However, the Hurricane family was different. An old farmer walking in the fields might be an 8th rank expert, while a woodcutter might be a 7th rank expert. Because of this, nobody in the Buddha Empire dared to look down on the Hurricane family. At the same time, the Hurricane family's teachings were based on being kind to others. In the Buddha Empire, they had helped countless great clans. Because of this, the entire Buddha Empire started to feel grateful towards the Hurricane family. It can be said that the Hurricane family's status in the Buddha Empire was very high. When the Radiant Church was at its peak, because of the Hurricane family's lack of cooperation, they had suppressed the Hurricane family. However, when they wanted to suppress the Hurricane family, they found out that they didn't know where to start. The Hurricane family didn't do any business, their biggest business was bamboo rice and fruit oil. However, these things were also necessities that the Radiant Church couldn't interfere with. When they wanted to suppress the Hurricane family, the nobles in the Buddha Empire didn't agree. In the end, the Radiant Church couldn't do anything about it. Although Zhao Hai and the others had some understanding of the Hurricane family, they weren't people of the Buddha Empire. Their understanding of the Hurricane family was only on paper. As for the Hurricane family's real status in the Buddha Empire, they didn't know much about it. After traveling for 3 days in the Iron Horse River, they finally arrived at a branch of the river called the Flower River. Inside the Flower River, there was a lake called the Flower Lake. On the east side of the Flower Lake, there was a stone pier. This was the Hurricane family's private pier. And this Flower Lake was also the Hurricane family's territory. When the two ships stopped at the pier, Zhao Hai discovered that there were already a lot of people standing at the pier. The one leading the group was an old man wearing a blue magic robe. The old man's robe didn't look luxurious, it looked like a robe that was commonly worn by low-level mages. There was nothing special about it. The old man's hair was completely white, his face was full of wrinkles, he looked like an old mage. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate this old man. Although the old man's magic fluctuations weren't strong, Zhao Hai's intuition told him that this old man was an expert. After lowering the gangplank, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others disembarked from the ship. Kristen also came down from the ship. It was obvious that Kristen had informed the old man about what happened. Because of this, the old man came to pick her up. Naturally, the old man also knew that Zhao Hai was by her side. Kristen arrived in front of the old man and gave him a salute. The old man smiled kindly and said, "Good, it's good that you came back safely. I told you not to go, but you insisted. Let's go, don't neglect the guests." After saying that, the old man walked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai gave the old man a salute and said, "Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha has seen old Mr." The old man smiled faintly, then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Juno Hurricane has seen Patriarch Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai quickly moved away and said, "Old Mr., please don't be like this. Your Mr. is already qualified to be my grandfather, how can you give me a salute? You're too kind." Juno looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly, "Patriarch Zhao Hai saved my granddaughter this time. Our Hurricane family owes you a great favor, so you should accept this salute." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Old Mr. is too polite. I just happened to help, it's not a big deal." Juno smiled faintly, but he didn't linger on this topic. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. has arrived at our Hurricane family's territory. Naturally, we must receive you well. Mr., please." The old man had already changed the way he addressed Zhao Hai as patriarch to Mr. It seems like their relationship had gotten closer. Zhao Hai also noticed the change in the way he was addressed, so he smiled and said, "Old Mr., please." Then the group walked down the pier, where several carriages were parked. These carriages looked very ordinary, even merchants wouldn't ride them. However, from the looks of the Hurricane family, it seems like they were already used to these carriages. Zhao Hai was now very curious about the Hurricane family. He didn't think that there would be such a millennium-old family in this world. He couldn't help but think about how good it would be if he was born in such a family. He liked to live a peaceful life, but unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. After the group got on the carriage went straight towards the Hurricane family's territory. After going in, Zhao Hai discovered that the Hurricane family's territory was filled with mountains. There wasn't a single piece of flat land in the area. Moreover, the roads that they went through were paved with stones, all of them were mountain roads. Zhao Hai looked at the lush bamboo rice and oil trees on the mountain, then he turned to Laura and said, "This place is really good, it's much better than the Black Wasteland." Laura smiled and said, "Their attitude towards life is really surprising. I didn't think that there would be such a millennium-old family in the continent. I've only read about the Hurricane family in the past, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." After crossing 2 mountains, the carriage stopped. Zhao Hai didn't immediately get off the carriage, he just stared at the village in a daze. This village was no different from the villages they had seen on the two mountains. It was a typical mountain village with stone walls, stone houses, and a few fruit trees growing in the courtyard. Dogs were running in the trees, and they could even hear the grunting of pigs. This was a typical mountain village. However, this village was actually the residence of the patriarch of the Hurricane family, a famous millennium-old family. This made Zhao Hai startled. At this time, the people in the front carriages came down. Zhao Hai recovered and led Laura and the others down from their carriages. Juno went to Zhao Hai's side and smiled, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this is where I live. The conditions are simple, please don't be offended." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this is where I live." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "This place is very good. I like this village very much. Old mister, please." Juno smiled faintly and then led Zhao Hai to the courtyard. Kristen followed behind them while the others returned to their homes. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw an old woman feeding the chickens. Beside her, there were two children running wildly. When Kristen entered the courtyard, she ran towards the old woman and hugged her. "Grandma, I missed you." The old woman looked at Zhao Hai and then bowed her head to Kristen and said, "All right, you're a big girl now. Don't be afraid of being laughed at. Quickly invite the guest inside." Zhao Hai looked at the old woman. He could see that the old woman was an expert, she was at least a 7th rank mage. He didn't think that a 7th rank mage would be afraid of chickens. Moreover, she was also the matriarch of 1,000 family. At this time, Zhao Hai followed Juno into the house. The room was very big. Upon entering, one could see a large living room. There were wooden chairs and a wooden tea table inside. These things seemed to have been used for many years. The color was dark and gave off a heavy feeling. After the group sat down, Kristen served them tea. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Is Patriarch Zhao Hai not used to living in such a simple place?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled and said, "No, I'm used to it. A year ago, I lived in a place like this, it was even worse. Hee, my current place isn't much better than this." Juno looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "My Hurricane family has been living like this for 1,000 years. I'm already used to it." This time, did Patriarch Zhao Hai come to do business with the dwarves? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I came this time to do business with the dwarves. I'm not familiar with this place, so I'll have to trouble old mister." Old Mr. Juno smiled and said, "Patriarch doesn't need to be polite. You saved Kristen, we're very grateful for your kindness. To be able to help you with this small matter, I'm already very happy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Old mister doesn't need to be so polite. There's no need to keep talking about gratitude, there's really no need for that." Old Mr. Juno smiled and said, "All right, then let's not talk about this. This time, I'll have to ask Patriarch Zhao Hai to stay with us for a few days. I need to make some arrangements. When the time comes, this old man will personally take Patriarch Zhao Hai to Dwarf Iron Mountain. I believe that the dwarfs would give this old man some face." Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Zhao Hai, that would be too troublesome." Old Mr. Juno waved his hand and smiled, "It doesn't matter, I'll be going to the dwarfs to visit some good friends. Patriarch Zhao Hai doesn't need to be polite." "Right, I've already arranged a room for you. I'll have to ask Patriarch Zhao Hai to take a rest first. I'll call you to eat later." Zhao Hai nodded and then led Laura and the others out. When they went out of the room, they couldn't help but stare. This was because Kristen was already waiting for them outside. However, Kristen wasn't wearing the same attire as the first time they met. The first time they met, Kristen was wearing the standard attire of a noble girl. She wore a long princess dress and her hair was also neatly combed. But now, Kristen was wearing the standard attire of an ordinary girl. Her hair was also braided, making her look like a cute girl next door. Kristen gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, please come with me." Then she led Zhao Hai to a side room. When they arrived at the side room, Kristen opened the door and made an inviting gesture to Zhao Hai, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, this is the place that grandfather arranged for you to stay. The conditions are simple, I hope Patriarch Zhao Hai won't take offense." Zhao Hai entered the room. The room wasn't big, it was divided into two parts. The outer part was a small living room while the inner part was a bedroom. It can be seen that this place had just been cleaned, it was very clean. Xiaohai turned his head to Kristen and said, "Miss Kristen is too polite. This place is very good, I like it very much." "Thank you." Kristen smiled and said, "Patriarch Xiaohai is too polite, it's good that you don't dislike it. Patriarch Xiaohai can rest now, I won't disturb you. If there's anything you need, just call me." Xiaohai nodded, then Kristen turned around and left. When she left, Meg went over and closed the door. Then the group looked at the room. Laura smiled at Xiaohai and said, "Brother Hai, I didn't think that the Hurricane family would have this kind of inheritance. It's really strange." Xiaohai smiled and said, "I didn't think that the Hurricane family would have such a big reputation in the continent. It's really hard to imagine that with their strength, they would be willing to live such a life. It's really admirable." Xiaohai smiled and said, "All right." Laura smiled and said, "It's really admirable. But I think that we're actually quite similar to the Hurricane family. With our current strength, I'm afraid that we can rule a country. But aren't we still living our own lives? Perhaps we're pursuing a life similar to theirs." When Laura said this, Xiaohai and the others felt that what she said was true. Xiaohai himself wasn't an ambitious person. If he didn't want the space to level up as soon as possible, then he wouldn't have been able to reach this point. At this time, voices could be heard from the courtyard. Xiaohai had Megan open the door. When the group looked inside, they saw a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. Beside the two were two young people around 20 years old. Kristen was standing in front of the middle-aged man and woman. It seems like she was acting like a spoiled child. Upon seeing this, Xiaohai immediately knew the identity of these two people. There was no need to ask, they were Kristen's parents. Sure enough, when Kristen saw Xiaohai and the others open the door, she immediately said something to the man and woman. The two turned their heads to look at Xiaohai and then quickly walked over. The two simultaneously bowed to Xiaohai and said, "We thank Patriarch Xiaohai for saving my daughter's life. Please accept our respect." Xiaohai quickly returned the gesture and said, "I don't dare accept such a big gesture, I just happened to be here." At this time, Juno also came out. When he saw Xiaohai talking to Kristen's father, he smiled faintly and said, "Hong you've returned. Quickly invite Patriarch Xiaohai to have a meal." Kristen's father immediately complied, then he turned to Xiaohai and said, "Patriarch Hong, please come with me." Xiaohai wasn't polite as he led Laura and the others to the dining hall. Xiaohai didn't hesitate as he led Laura and the others to the dining hall. Although Kristen's house wasn't a castle, their courtyard wasn't small. They had a dining room, but the decorations inside the dining room were far worse than those of great clans. The chairs and tables inside looked like they had been used for many years. Although it could be said that they were much better compared to commoners, they still couldn't compare to those of nobles. Juno was already waiting for Xiaohai's family in the dining room. After inviting Xiaohai's family to sit down, Juno's wife immediately served the prepared dishes. Upon seeing these dishes, Xiaohai couldn't help but smile. The Hurricane family was very interesting. They lived in a village and used ordinary old furniture. Moreover, the things they used to entertain their guests were the same as the ones used by the villagers. Nowadays, when the nobles treat their guests to a meal, they would generally choose a good meal, the more expensive the better. However, the villagers were different. In the eyes of the villagers, only chicken, fish, and meat could be considered a good meal. And today, the Hurricane family's dishes were also like this. This was the first time that Laura and the others had eaten such a meal, so they were very curious. On the other hand, Xiaohai wasn't too curious. On the contrary, he felt a sense of familiarity. When he was back on Earth, he had eaten such a meal a lot. Since Juno kept urging them to eat, Xiaohai didn't become polite. While eating, he chatted with Juno. The meal was very relaxing. Xiaohai discovered that the Hurricane family was very easy to talk to. Moreover, when talking to them, they weren't like talking to other nobles. You don't need to think when talking to them, you don't need to be afraid that they would scheme against you. Moreover, they didn't have any intention of probing you, they were just chatting. After eating, the group went to the living room and sat down. Kristen's mother served everyone some tea before she left with Kristen's grandmother and the others. Only Juno and Hong were left in the living room to look after Zhao Hai. After taking a sip of tea, Zhao Hai looked at Juno and said, "Mister, I want to ask, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" The matter that Zhao Hai was talking about was naturally the attack on Kristen. He wanted to ask Juno how he planned to deal with it. If Juno didn't want to make a move, then there was no need for him to make a move against the Radiant Church. Otherwise, if the Hurricane family didn't admit that it was the Radiant Church that attacked Kristen, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to do anything. If the Hurricane family wanted to deal with the Radiant Church, then Zhao Hai would be able to help. He would spread the news and make the people of the continent be wary of the Radiant Church. When Juno heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up as he said, "Mister, are you talking about the attack on Kristen?" "I won't hide it from Mister, we definitely won't let this matter go. However, I think Mister should also understand that the Ocean Waves dynasty is now under the control of the Radiant Church. Moreover, although the Radiant Church is being suppressed, their strength is still there. If we deal with them now, then I'm afraid that they would retaliate. That wouldn't be good." Zhao Hai nodded, he knew that what Juno said was true. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Therefore, I want to spread this news, so that everyone can be wary of the Radiant Church. I think that as long as the continent knows about this, they would certainly think of ways to deal with the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is also good for Li Yang. Dealing with the Radiant Church isn't something that can be done in a short period of time. If we spread the news that Kristen's attack was related to the Radiant Church, then the people of the continent would certainly dread the Radiant Church. This would make it more difficult for them to deal with the Radiant Church in the future. Moreover, everyone would also suppress them. It wouldn't be long before the Radiant Church's influence would decline." Juno nodded and said, "That's the only thing we can do right now. However, our Hurricane family wouldn't let the Radiant Church off. Although our Hurricane family stands aloof from worldly affairs, that doesn't mean that we can be bullied by anyone." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Mister should know that my Buddha clan and the Radiant Church have already reached a point of irreconcilable enmity. Therefore, if the Hurricane family needs our help, then we would be very happy to help." Juno laughed and said, "All right, if our Hurricane family really goes to war with the Radiant Church, then we would certainly ask the Buddha clan for help." When Zhao Hai heard Juno, he couldn't help but rejoice. This meant that Juno was treating them as allies. Having an ally like the Hurricane family was definitely a good thing for the Buddha clan. However, Zhao Hai could also see that Juno didn't want to form an alliance with them. But since he said so, Zhao Hai was already very happy. No matter what, having a potential ally was always good. In the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others stayed in Juno's home. The villagers woke up early every day, and Zhao Hai and the others didn't wake up late. However, they were still a bit late compared to the villagers. Moreover, in these past few days, Zhao Hai also understood that the Hurricane family's actions weren't done deliberately. This was because Zhao Hai personally went to Juno's family's fields and saw that bamboo rice was growing very well. Moreover, it can be seen that the place had been carefully taken care of. The villagers who were farming not far from the Hurricane family would greet Juno. It was obvious that Juno often came here. After observing for a few days, Zhao Hai discovered that although the Hurricane family seemed to be a very loose family, they actually couldn't be considered as a family, but rather as a large surname. The people in the family lived separately, but the patriarch still existed and had a lot of authority. The other members of the family would also pay taxes to the patriarch every year. And all of this money would be taken out and spent on the family. Compared to the other family's patriarchs, the Hurricane family's patriarch was more of a rallying force rather than an authoritative one. However, if one were to say that the Hurricane family was disbanded because of this, then one would be wrong. The Hurricane family only had one faith, and that was the wind god. Because of this, the people of the family were very united. Although they usually lived their own lives, once something happens to the family, they would immediately unite. They were even more united than other millennium-old families. Zhao Hai stayed in Juno's home for 5 days. During these 5 days, he rarely stayed at home during the day. Most of the time, he would go to the surrounding mountains to look at the bamboo rice and oil fruits. He would also chat with the villagers, making him know a lot of people in the village. With regards to Zhao Hai's behavior, Juno was very surprised. Juno had heard about Zhao Hai's previous reputation. He was a hedonistic young master since he was young. But when the family suffered a disaster, he suddenly had a fortuitous encounter and became the Buddha clan of today. Because of this, Juno thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't be accustomed to living in the village. He grew up in a big city and only spent a year or so outside. And in this year or so, he spent most of his time doing business in the city. He didn't have any experience of living in the countryside. How could he get used to living in a village where the sun rises and the sun sets? However, Zhao Hai was already used to it. Moreover, it seems like he was living a good life. This made Juno very confused. What made Juno the most confused was Laura and the others. Juno was very clear about the status of Laura and the others. It can be said that these women were blessed by the heavens. They lived like princesses since they were young. Compared to their previous living environment, the conditions of the Hurricane family's village were very simple. However, Laura and the others' behavior in the past few days was very normal. They also worked in the fields. They didn't seem to be curious about the bamboo rice and oil fruits. On the contrary, they were very clear about the growth characteristics of the bamboo rice and oil fruits. This made Juno surprised. Although he was surprised by Zhao Hai's behavior, Juno didn't think about asking Zhao Hai anything. He also didn't think about probing Zhao Hai. In the past few days, Juno didn't talk to Zhao Hai about the dwarves. He also didn't ask about the Buddha clan or the Radiant Church. He just chatted with Zhao Hai about his daily life. This made Zhao Hai feel very comfortable. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed by. On this morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. After freshening up, they went to the dining hall to have breakfast. Breakfast in the countryside was very simple. Now that they were familiar with Juno's family, they didn't need to be polite. Juno and the others were already inside the dining hall. After the group sat down, Juno smiled and said to Zhao Hai, you should also pack up. We're going to head to Dwarf Mountain today. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, all right, there's nothing to pack up. We can leave at any time. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to leave. This small village was too comfortable. The 5 days that he lived here were the most comfortable time he had in the past year. It was as if he was able to let go of everything and take a good vacation. He didn't want to leave. And now, the vacation was over. Standing on the deck of the haven, Juno's expression was very calm. Zhao Hai was standing right next to him. They were currently sailing on Iron Horse River. The Hurricane family's 5-masted ironclad ship was damaged during the battle, so it was currently being repaired. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were riding on Zhao Hai's haven. Iron Horse River was a river that traversed the entire Buddha Empire. The river was very wide and deep. It was an important transportation lifeline in the Buddha Empire. And at the end of the Iron Horse River, it wasn't far from the Dwarf Iron Mountain, so transportation was very convenient. Zhao Hai and the others were currently on their way to the Dwarf Iron Mountain. It has been 4 days since they left the Hurricane family's territory. In about 3 days, they would arrive at the Dwarf Iron Mountain. Juno looked at the scenery on both sides of the river and sighed, it's been a long time since I left the territory. I don't know how my old friends are doing. Zhao Hai, since you want to do business with the dwarves, I can only introduce you to them. You should know that the dwarves are very stubborn. If they don't want to do business with you, then no matter what you say, it would be useless. Right, what kind of business do you want to do with them? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the dwarves naturally have a lot of ironware. I want to do ironware business with the dwarves. I want to use wine to do it. Juno stared, then he laughed and said, good kid, that's a good idea. The dwarves are very fond of wine. If you use good wine to do business with them, then they would certainly agree. Right, what kind of wine is it? Is it the milk wine? Zhao Hai's Haven milk wine was currently a hot seller in the continent. Therefore, Juno also knew about it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's almost the same. There are better wines than that. Juno smiled and said, that's good. When doing business with the dwarves, there's nothing more popular than wine. I've also tasted that milk wine, it's very good. Especially that special milk wine, it tastes very good. Juno's special milk wine was actually the milk wine made from cow's milk. Since cow's milk was much more mellow compared to Argali milk, the wine made from cow's milk would taste much better. Naturally, the special and best quality were only used to scare the nobles. If you don't do this, then you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between milk wine and ordinary milk wine. Zhao Hai smiled and said, if Grandpa Juno likes it, then I'll give you some. In any case, I made them myself, there's nothing special about them. Juno smiled and said, all right, when we get back, leave some for me. After drinking your wine, other wines would be tasteless. I must say, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Look at the ship you modified, it's much more comfortable than my home. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't think that your place is comfortable, I don't have to worry about anything. Unlike me, I'm always running around every day, I'm very tired. Juno smiled and scolded, don't act in front of me, you smelly brat, you think that an old man like me would complain? Alright, let's not talk about this. The dwarves are actually very easy to get along with. However, there's one thing that you can't lie to them. If you do, then they wouldn't let you off. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, I know that. I've dealt with the beastmen before, so I understand their character. Juno smiled and said, alright, it's good that you can think like that. Right, remember, you can joke around with the dwarves as much as you want. You can even make fun of their height, and they won't get angry. But if you say that their ironware isn't good, and you can't say that it isn't good, then they will immediately turn hostile. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I'll remember that. I won't speak carelessly. Most of these ironwares will be traded to the beastmen. I don't want all of them to be weapons, so I won't mess around. Juno nodded. The reason why he reminded Zhao Hai about this was because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would deliberately say that the dwarves' ironwares were bad in order to lower the price. This would offend the dwarves. However, when Juno heard Zhao Hai say that most of these ironwares would be traded to the beastmen, he couldn't help but feel curious. The milk wine that Zhao Hai made was certainly related to the beastmen. But what made Juno feel strange was that the milk wine that Zhao Hai made was much better than the ones made by the beastmen. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and said, do you have a good relationship with the beastmen? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's okay. My relationship with the cow-headed race, dog-headed race, and the black bear race is pretty good. I also have some business with the hawks. As for the other races, I don't have much contact with them. Juno nodded, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, the Radiant Church has suffered a big setback in the Oxu Empire. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he shook his head and said, no, the Radiant Church's matter in the Oxu Empire was something that I received from the Beastman Prairie. As for the specifics, I don't know. You should know that I have a good relationship with the Radiant Church, so how could they let me know about it? My spies aren't that resourceful. I think you should know about the significance of the Oxu Empire's matter to the Radiant Church. Would they let someone they don't trust know about it? Juno nodded, he believed Zhao Hai's words. The Radiant Church must have attached great importance to the matter in the Oxu Empire. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a red-robed archbishop to preside over it. However, their defeat in the end was inexplicable. It seems like every move that the Radiant Church made was known to the Beastmen, causing them to suffer a big loss. Nobody in the continent doubted this matter, but to be honest, there weren't a lot of people who doubted Zhao Hai. Everyone in the continent knew that Zhao Hai had a grudge with the Radiant Church. Naturally, the Radiant Church knew about this as well. In this case, how could the Radiant Church not guard against Zhao Hai? After all, the Buddha clan was still a new clan, their background was still lacking. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already fallen out with the Oxu Empire, so he didn't have any influence in the Oxu Empire. Although he had a good relationship with the Xianxia family and the Purcell family, one shouldn't forget that the Xianxia family had already left the Oxu Empire before the Beastmen made their move. On the other hand, the Purcell Duchy had already been sacrificed by the Radiant Church. They simply couldn't help Zhao Hai. Because of this, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to obtain the specific plans of the Radiant Church. Therefore, after the war in the Oxu Empire, although the Radiant Church was baffled by their loss, nobody in the continent suspected that Zhao Hai's shadow was involved in this matter. When the Radiant Church learned their lesson from their defeat, they also investigated whether there were spies within their ranks. However, they didn't suspect Xiao Hai at all. In their opinion, the Buddha clan might be strong, but when it came to information gathering, they were still far from being able to do so. The people of the continent would never think about the existence of the space. If they were to use the continent's normal way of reasoning, then the result would naturally be the same. But today, when Juno asked about this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was already prepared for this. He didn't want others to know that he was using the Beastmen to deal with the Radiant Church. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Although the humans of the continent hated the Radiant Church, in their minds, the Radiant Church was still a part of the humans, unlike the Beastmen. Because of this, if they were to know that Xiao Hai was working with the Beastmen to deal with the Radiant Church, then they were afraid that Xiao Hai would immediately become the public enemy of the entire human race. Fortunately, the Beastmen didn't know that Xiao Hai helped them. They only knew that there was a mysterious person who helped them. After all, when Xiao Hai went to the Beastman camp, he changed his appearance. If there was any doubt about this matter, then the people of the continent would suspect the engraved Arkansas. After all, this organization was too mysterious. Moreover, their goal was to subvert the Ark continent. They would definitely do something like this. Juno just casually asked, he didn't take it to heart. Even if he knew that Xiao Hai was using the Beastmen to deal with the Radiant Church, he wouldn't say anything. After all, the Beastmen were indeed attacking the Oxu Empire, and this matter was indeed caused by the Radiant Church. Additionally, the Radiant Church actually wanted to deal with Kristen. This was something that Juno couldn't tolerate. Juno had a lot of children, and the one he favored the most was Kristen's father. Hong would be the future patriarch of the Hurricane family, and Kristen was Juno's favorite granddaughter. Because of this, the Radiant Church's action against Kristen had really crossed Juno's bottom line. The Hurricane family was a family that didn't want to offend anyone. However, this didn't mean that they could tolerate this kind of thing. In the early days, the Hurricane family was able to stand firm in their territory because of their hard work. One shouldn't look at their current image of a good person. If the Hurricane family really wanted to move, then they wouldn't be any worse than millennium-old families. Even in terms of funds, they weren't worse than millennium-old families. It was only because of the teachings of their ancestors that the Hurricane family was able to maintain their current state of living. Before, Juno said that this wasn't the time to deal with the Radiant Church. Actually, he had already made his move in the past few days. The Radiant Churches in the Buddha Empire had already been dealt with by him. Nobody from the Radiant Church was spared. Being a good person didn't mean that you don't have a temper. If someone slaps you on the left side of your face, then you'll be slapped on the right side as well. This doesn't mean that you're a gentleman, it only means that you're a cheap person. The reason why Juno told Xiao Hai that he didn't want to make a move against the Radiant Church was because he didn't want Xiao Hai to know about it. He was very clear about Xiao Hai's hatred towards the Radiant Church. If Juno said that he wanted to deal with the Radiant Church, then Xiao Hai would certainly help. When that time comes, things would become very busy. But right now, things were still under Juno's control. While the ship was moving along the Iron Horse River, one could see 3-masted and 5-masted ships from time to time. These ships had a very deep draft, so it was obvious that they were carrying very heavy goods. At this point, they weren't far from the Dwarven Iron Mountains pier. Xiao Hai believed that these ships were trading with the dwarves, and most of them were carrying ironwares. When people talk about dwarven ironwares, the first thing they would think of would be weapons. In fact, the dwarves had a lot of ironwares. Among all kinds of daily necessities, the dwarves were able to make ironwares. Moreover, the dwarves didn't only make ironware. They also made all kinds of metallic things, such as gold and silver. These things were very famous in the continent, but they were most famous for their ironware. The weapons produced by the dwarves were simple and unadorned. On the other hand, the gold, silver, and other precious metals produced by the dwarves were extremely gorgeous. They could even be called works of art. Even the elves, who had always been known for their works of art, couldn't compare to the dwarves in this regard. The dwarves seemed to have an innate intuition towards metal, a terrifying intuition. Naturally, the dwarves also understood that no matter how big the Iron Mountain was, it would be emptied one day. Because of this, the dwarves began to take the route of recycling. If you want to trade with them, then sometimes you have to use some scrap metal to exchange for it. Because of this, whether it was ships going to or from the dwarven Iron Mountain, it was very likely that there would be metals in them. Zhao Hai was also aware of this rule of the dwarves. However, the dwarves didn't require you to exchange metals with them. There were already merchants who specialized in metal recycling with the dwarves. It can be said that the development of the dwarves here was much better than the beast men. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the dwarves would trade with the beast men. The haven slowly stopped at the pier of the dwarven Iron Mountain. The pier was very big, and there were a lot of ships. But when Zhao Hai looked around, he could see that almost all of the ships were from the Buddha Empire. There were no ships from other countries. Zhao Hai was currently looking curiously at a group of people on the pier. These people seemed to be the managers of the pier. These people weren't very tall. The tallest one was about 1.5 meters, while the shortest one was about 1.3 meters. However, their bodies were very sturdy, they wore iron armor, and each of them carried a hammer on their back. These hammers weren't the type that Zhao Hai remembered from China. These hammers looked more like iron hammers, but they were very big. Each hammer seemed to weigh a few dozen pounds. These dwarves were wearing iron armor, and with the addition of the hammers, each of them carried at least 100 pounds of weight. But looking at how they didn't seem to care, one could see how strong they were. This was the first time that Zhao Hai saw dwarves. These dwarves had long brown hair, and they had big beards on their faces. Their faces were also red, as if they were drunk. After the ship stopped, Zhao Hai and Juno disembarked from the ship. Two dwarves immediately came over. The two dwarves bowed to Zhao Hai and Juno and said, "Did you two come here to do business?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This one is the Buddha clan's Zhao Hai. This time, I came here specifically to do business with a dwarf friend. This is my first time here, and the person beside me is the Hurricane family's patriarch." When the dwarf heard Zhao Hai say that the person beside him was the Hurricane family's patriarch, his expression immediately changed. Then he respectfully gave Juno a salute and said, "So it was Patriarch Juno, I apologize for my lack of manners. Please." They didn't seem to notice Zhao Hai's introduction, they completely ignored Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. The Buddha clan was now a famous clan in the continent, but these dwarves treated him like this. There were only two possibilities. One was that these dwarves hadn't heard of Zhao Hai's name, and the other was that they didn't like Zhao Hai. Juno looked at the dwarf and calmly said, "This is Mr. Zhao Hai, the Buddha clan's patriarch, and also my friend." It was a very ordinary sentence, but the dwarf stared for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, but his eyes weren't very friendly. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Buddha clan? Rosen Empire's Buddha clan?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, is there a problem?" The dwarf looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We haven't had a Rosen Empire merchant here for a long time. Last time, a Rosen Empire merchant bought us some moldy bamboo rice." When Zhao Hai heard the dwarf, he stared for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Is he from the Buddha clan?" The dwarf didn't think that Zhao Hai would ask such a question. At the same time, he also understood the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. He suddenly laughed and said, "Good, I like people like you. Patriarch Zhao Hai, please." Juno nodded approvingly. If Zhao Hai defended the Rosen Empire's merchants, then the dwarfs might have lost their business. But Zhao Hai's question made the dwarfs very happy. Zhao Hai discovered that the dwarfs were different from the beastmen. The beastmen were direct, but they didn't seem to be as smart as the dwarves. The dwarves were also direct, but it might be because of their contact with humans that they became more intelligent. Zhao Hai and the others followed the two dwarves out of the pier. The two dwarves immediately called for a carriage. The carriage was very large, but Zhao Hai hadn't seen the magic beasts that pulled it before. They looked like pangolins, but their heads weren't smaller than horses, they were almost as big as bulls. After the two dwarves invited Zhao Hai and the others to board the carriage, they specifically asked two people to carry the carriage for Zhao Hai and the others. They also told the people who carried the carriage about the status of the two. It was obvious that the dwarves were very respectful towards Juno. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile, he didn't say anything. But from the dwarves' expressions, he could see that Juno held a very high position in the hearts of the dwarves. Juno saw that Zhao Hai had noticed the magic beasts that were carrying the carriage, so he smiled and said, "These magic beasts are called iron beasts, they are unique to the dwarves and are also their best companions. These magic beasts are good at digging and cutting through mountains. Moreover, after training, they can also help the dwarves find iron ores. These magic beasts are very strange, they can't be tamed by humans or any other race. The only ones who can tame them are the dwarves." Because of this, the dwarves believed that these magic beasts were a gift from the craftsman god. Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't think that this was nonsense. There were a lot of strange things happening in the Ark continent. Perhaps there really was a god controlling everything. The iron beasts were very stable, and their speed wasn't slow. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others could see a mountain in the distance. This mountain was different from the Hurricane family's mountain. The Hurricane family's mountain had bamboo, rice and oil trees, but this mountain had a tree that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. This tree was very strange. Its trunk was very straight and iron black. However, it wasn't thick, only about the width of a bowl. At the top of the tree, there were some branches. Each branch was 5 to 6 meters long, and each branch had more than 10 leaves. These leaves were very large, each leaf was more than a meter long. Moreover, they were very thin. They looked like short spears, and were green in color. The entire tree gave people the feeling that it was very heavy and very sharp. For a tree to give people a sharp feeling was very strange. At this time, Juno opened his mouth and said, "This tree is called the iron spear tree. Its branches, leaves, and trunk can be made into spear shafts. Spear shafts made from tree trunks are of the best quality, but they are also the heaviest. They are heavier than ordinary steel spears, but they are also very tough. This is also a specialty of the dwarf mountain." Zhao Hai nodded, his heart was very happy. He felt that this trip wasn't in vain. There were a lot of unique things in the dwarf mountain. Even if he couldn't upgrade the space, he would still have a lot of good things in his hands. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking forward to the elven forest. The dwarves were famous for their ironware, yet they had so many unique things. Since the elven forest was famous for its plants, then how many unique things would they have? This was something that people were looking forward to. The dwarf mountain was very high, it wasn't any worse than the iron mountain. There was a cave on the mountain. This cave was very big, just the entrance alone wasn't any smaller than the Hawk King's cave. The iron-armored beast's carriage quickly entered the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The scene inside the cave was too big. From the size of the cave, one could see that it was much bigger than the cave at the mountain pass. However, there was no water inside the cave. On the contrary, the cave looked like a huge arsenal. Blacksmithing furnaces could be seen everywhere inside. Some half-naked dwarves were swinging their armors and forging weapons. The entire cave was filled with clanking sounds. It was so noisy that even if you wanted to talk to the person sitting next to you, you would have to shout. Piles of weapons and armors could be seen everywhere inside the cave. There were also a lot of dwarves loading their carriages. However, there wasn't a single human merchant in sight. Zhao Hai was most afraid of such loud noises. He felt that his head was about to explode. Fortunately, the iron-armored beast's carriage left the cave before long, and the world became quiet again. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "It's too scary. If I stayed inside the cave for a day, I would have died. How could the dwarfs withstand it?" Juno smiled and said, "They don't need to. You didn't notice that the dwarfs were wearing earplugs. This way, they wouldn't be able to hear the noise. Inside the cave, the dwarves don't use sound to communicate, they use hand gestures or writing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. But it's strange, why didn't I see a single human merchant in there?" Juno smiled and said, "There are also several small caves inside the cave, they are used to trade with human merchants. Once the human merchants and the dwarves have finished their business, they would wait in the caves until the dwarves have finished packing their goods. Otherwise, if they stay in the caves for too long, I'm afraid they would go crazy." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked around. At this time, they had already come out from the back of the cave. What appeared in front of Zhao Hai was an endless stretch of mountains. These mountains were filled with iron spear trees, it seemed like there was no end to it. Zhao Hai knew that this was the dwarf mountain, the real dwarf mountain. The dwarf mountain was very large, it wasn't any smaller than the Beastman Prairie. Juno looked at the endless mountain range and said, everyone knows that this is the dwarf mountain, but there aren't many people who can actually come here from that cave. The dwarf mountain only receives friends, therefore, those who aren't friends can only enter the cave from before. Juno looked at the mountain range and said, everyone knows that this is the dwarf mountain. However, there aren't many people who can come here from the cave. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this time, it's all thanks to Grandpa Juno. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to come here. Juno smiled faintly and said, alright, you don't need to be polite with me. I saw that you aren't an unscrupulous merchant, so I brought you here. Otherwise, do you think that I would personally bring you here? If you really are an unscrupulous merchant, then don't say that you saved Kristen. Even if you saved the entire hurricane family, I still wouldn't bring you here. I'm a friend of the dwarves, I wouldn't do something that would be unfair to my friends. Zhao Hai nodded. Laura and the others didn't speak, they just quietly looked at the scenery outside. This time, Juno only brought a few people from the family. These people were currently in the carriage behind them, along with Shu and Shun. Before long, the iron armor beast carriage entered the second cave. This cave was very big, there were a lot of dwarves who were busy inside. However, there weren't many weapons here, most of them were iron ore. The Iron Mountain Beast carriage slowly moved towards the cave. Zhao Hai felt that the deeper they went into the cave, the lower the terrain became, it was as if there was a gentle slope. Before long, the Iron Armor Beast carriage stopped. Juno turned to Zhao Hai and said, let's get down, we'll have to take a boat if we go any further. Zhao Hai complied, then he followed Laura and the others down the carriage. Outside, Zhao Hai looked around. This was a very big cave, there were a lot of dwarves inside. They were all driving the Iron Armor Beast carriage, the carriage was loaded with iron ore. On one side of the cave, there was a pier with several small boats docked there. These boats weren't very big, it seems like they could only seat a dozen people at most. The dwarf who was driving the carriage also got down, he walked towards Juno and bowed, Mr. Juno, please come with me. Juno nodded, then he led Zhao Hai and the others to follow the dwarf towards the pier. There were several small boats docked at the pier, some of them were loaded with iron ore while some of them were empty. Moreover, there were seats placed on top of them, it seems like they were for people to sit on. Under the guidance of the dwarves, Zhao Hai and the others boarded the small boat. The dwarf who drove the boat also followed, while the other dwarf was responsible for rowing the boat. The boat's speed was very fast, it quickly moved forward in the underground river. Zhao Hai paid attention to the stone walls on both sides of the river. From time to time, magic lamps could be seen, illuminating the entire river. From time to time, small boats carrying oars would pass through the river. The speed of these small boats was also very fast, but there was only one dwarf driving the boat. With the help of the magic lamps, Zhao Hai could see small piers on both sides of the river from time to time. These piers also had small boats on them. Some of these boats were loaded with iron ore while others were loaded with weapons. Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the dwarves. They were really formidable. Looking at the cave, it seems like the dwarves had dug out the entire dwarf iron mountain and turned it into a huge underground city. How much effort did this take? It was really formidable. Juno sat on the boat, he looked around before he sighed and said, there isn't much difference compared to the last time we came here. However, there are a lot more magic lamps. I remember that in the past, there were only torches. The dwarf who led them and smiled and said, yes, Mr. Juno, these magic lamps were replaced by magic lamps less than 10 years ago. Our dwarf race discovered a magic crystal mine not far from here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to exchange for these magic lamps. Juno nodded and said, your luck is good, you actually found a magic crystal mine. What happened? You didn't sell the magic crystals? The dwarf shook his head and said, we didn't, it was just a small magic crystal mine. The reserves weren't that much, so we didn't sell the magic crystals and just kept them for ourselves. Juno nodded. After sailing for more than an hour, they stopped at a small pier. The dwarf then led them to the shore where an iron-armored beast carriage was waiting for them. After the group got on the iron-armored beast carriage, they slowly walked out of the cave. Zhao Hai could see that Juno's expression was somewhat excited. He knew that they had arrived. Sure enough, when they came out of the cave, what appeared in front of them was a large road. This road was very wide and was paved with stones. The road extended all the way to a cave in the distance. However, from what Zhao Hai could see, the cave looked more like a tunnel. From this side of the cave, one could see the other side of the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai knew that he was wrong. The cave was very big, and there were a lot of dwarven women who were busy inside. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that they were using some tools to assemble armor. These armors were for heavy infantry, plate armor, and fish scale armor. When these armors were made, they were all parts that needed to be assembled bit by bit before they could be used. After passing through the cave, a building appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. This building looked like a temple. It was very tall and was made of reddish-brown iron ore. The entire temple was more than 20 meters high. Outside the temple were a total of 18 large stone pillars. These pillars were very thick. Each pillar had a diameter of about 5 meters. In front of the temple was a large square with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. The ground was also paved with iron ore, making it very flat. Zhao Hai could see some old people cleaning the square. Juno sighed and said, "This is the holy land of the dwarves, the craftsman god's temple. Originally, there was a small mountain here, but the dwarves leveled it and used the stones on the mountain to build this temple. Every year, the dwarves would come to the craftsman god's temple to worship. The scene is very spectacular." When the iron-armored beast stopped outside the temple square, Juno turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's get off, the temple square doesn't allow cars to pass through. Let's go to the temple to worship the craftsman god first, then we can go see my old friends." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Juno down. The dwarf guide also followed them down. The group slowly walked towards the temple square. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a lot of dwarves cleaning the square. Looking at their appearances, they didn't seem to be young. Many of them had white beards. Although the dwarves saw Zhao Hai and the others, they didn't give them a single glance. They were still busy with their own matters. Zhao Hai and the others slowly approached the Great Hall. The closer they got to the Great Hall, the more they felt its grandeur. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a faint pressure coming from the Great Hall, making him feel very uncomfortable. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others entered the Great Hall. The Great Hall was very beautiful. There were some beautiful reliefs everywhere. However, there weren't any statues in the Great Hall, which was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The only thing in the Great Hall was a hammer. Yes, Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, it was a red hammer. It was the same hammer used by the dwarves, but it was a bit smaller. It looked like it weighed a few jeans. Compared to the hammers used by the dwarves, this hammer was pocket-sized, and the handle wasn't long. At first glance, one could see that it was a one-handed hammer. But what made Zhao puzzled was that this hammer gave him a lot of pressure. This kind of pressure was greater than the pressure of the entire Great Hall. It was even greater than the pressure of a 9th-rank expert. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai was looking at the hammer. Juno had been to the dwarfs for hundreds of times, but he didn't feel anything special about the hammer. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai was looking at the hammer. The dwarf who led Zhao Hai also noticed Zhao Hai's expression. He stared for a moment before his eyes lit up. However, he didn't say anything, he just stopped 10 steps away from the hammer. Juno and Zhao Hai also stopped. Under the lead of the dwarf, the group bowed to the hammer a few times before leaving the Great Hall. After leaving the Great Hall, Juno looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what happened? Why are you looking at the hammer? Are you feeling strange?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I just felt a strong pressure coming from the hammer. Even when I faced a 9th-rank expert, I didn't feel this much pressure. I feel that the hammer has a life of its own, and it's even stronger than a 9th-rank expert." Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the dwarf who led him turned around and looked at Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai and Juno stare blankly. The dwarf looked at Zhao for a while, then he turned around and continued to walk forward. Zhao and Juno looked at each other with a puzzled look, then they followed the dwarf and walked forward. After coming out of the Great Hall, they arrived at a large cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were a lot of people inside the cave, but these people weren't working or forging. It can be seen that this was a dwarven city, a place where the dwarves lived. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Don't be surprised, this is a place where the dwarves live. It's almost the same as a human village or city. Zhao Hai nodded, but he was still surprised when he saw the dwarves. There were old dwarven men, dwarven women, and even dwarven children. They didn't seem to be in a bad mood at all. The children were running around like normal human children. The dwarven women were doing some needlework while chatting. The old dwarven men were sitting in groups of 3 to 5 and chatting. In front of them was a small table made of iron spearwood. On the table were jugs of wine and cups. There was no difference between this place and an ordinary human village. The only difference was that the people here looked different. The dwarf guide led Zhao Hai and the others into the village. Then they stopped in front of a cave and said, "Patriarch, the Hurricane family's patriarch Juno Hurricane has come to visit." Just as the dwarf finished speaking, an excited voice was heard from the cave. "What? That old man Juno came? Quickly invite him in." Along with the voice, a dwarf appeared in front of everyone. This dwarf didn't look young. His beard was already white and he was about 1.5 meters tall. This wasn't the height of a dwarf. His body was very sturdy. He had a pair of big hands, each finger was very thick and covered with calluses. They looked like withered branches. When the old dwarf saw Juno, he immediately laughed and hugged Juno. Then he patted Juno's back and said, "You old fogey, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to suddenly appear here." Ha 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 ha. Juno was already used to the way the dwarfs greeted him. He didn't care about it, he just hugged the dwarf and said, "You old man, you're still alive." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 old men from the side. They looked like 2 children, they were laughing and chatting. However, Zhao Hai could feel the sincerity of their friendship. After some time, Juno pointed at Zhao Hai and said, "This is the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha. I'm accompanying him this time, he has some business that he wants to do with you." Juno nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, the Buddha clan's patriarch." Then Juno turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this is the dwarf patriarch, Billy." Zhao Hai bowed to Billy and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the patriarch." Billy looked at Zhao Hai, then he looked at Laura and the others and nodded, "Since you came with Juno, then there's no need to be polite. Young man, come with me, the girls can rest in the room." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Since you came with Juno, then there's no need to be polite." Zhao Hai didn't oppose, he turned his head to Laura and the others. Laura and the others nodded, then they gave Billy a salute before following the dwarf. Zhao Hai followed Billy and Juno into the cave. It was a very ordinary cave, one can see that this cave wasn't used for living. This was because there was a large desk inside the cave, as well as several large bookshelves behind it. Not far from the entrance of the cave, there was a place for resting. There was a set of wooden sofas and a tea table. The group sat down in the resting area. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Young man, you've done a good job in the past year. The Buddha clan's reputation is now very big. I want to know what kind of deal you have with the dwarves." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I think the patriarch already knows about the Buddha clan's products. This time, I came here to trade milk wine with the dwarves." Zhao Hai knew that most of the foreign races were very direct, much more direct than the humans. Therefore, he didn't need to beat around the bush, he just said what he wanted to say. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "I've tasted your milk wine before, it's really good. Did you make it with the beastmen?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "Yes, but the milk wine that they make isn't complete. It needs to be further processed. I collected some of the beastmen's milk wine and then processed it into the milk wine that we sell in the continent." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "Yes, but the milk wine that they make isn't complete." Billy nodded and said, "Young man, you're very honest. Alright, tell me, what do you want?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have a bad habit, I like strange things. Whether it's magic beasts or plants, as long as it's strange and rare in the continent, I like it. Therefore, I want to use my milk wine to trade for the dwarf's strange things, as well as some ironware. Is that possible?" Billy knit his brows and said, "That's not a problem. But you should know that magic beasts like iron armor beasts are unique to the dwarves. It's not that the dwarves don't want to give them to other races, it's just that if we give them to other races, they wouldn't be able to raise them. Once these iron armor beasts are in the hands of other races, they would starve to death. Moreover, if the iron spear tree was planted in other places, it wouldn't be able to survive. Why would you want them? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm just very curious about those things. It's also the same when I made the trade with the beastmen. In fact, my family has an alchemist and an alchemist. They're very curious about these things, so I want them. Billy didn't say anything. In fact, it wasn't that the dwarves and the beastmen didn't want to give them to people. It was just that they couldn't use them. Because of this, people slowly lost interest in them. Billy nodded and said, that's not a problem, these things aren't worth much. If you want, then I'll give you a few. But what's the price of your milk wine? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Patriarch doesn't need to worry, it's just a normal price. We'll sell it to you for the same price as we sell it in the continent. I guarantee that we won't add a single copper coin. Billy stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, really? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Patriarch doesn't need to doubt it. If you go to the Beastman and ask, you'll know that our Buddha clan has always been fair in doing business. Our grain prices in the Beastmen are always lower than the average merchants. There's no reason for us to do business with the dwarves and ask for a higher price. Billy looked at Zhao Hai. It seems like he was trying to see if Zhao Hai was telling the truth or not. After some time, Billy nodded and said, if that's the case, then it would be a good thing for us dwarves. We live in the mountains all year round, and the winds there are very strong. We often need to drink a little wine to survive. If you really want to trade milk wine with us, then it would be a good thing for us dwarves as well. Billy nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, I don't only have milk wine, I also have several kinds of milk. Today, I'd like to invite the two elders to have a taste. Then Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out several bottles. These bottles were filled with different kinds of wine. They were ordinary milk wine, high-grade milk wine, white wine, and beer. Zhao Hai didn't take out any fruit wine. It was obvious that fruit wine wasn't suitable for the dwarves. In fact, before coming here, Zhao Hai already had some understanding of the dwarves. The dwarves were very fond of wine, but the wine that they drank was also very special. The wine that they drank was a specialty of the Buddha Empire called potato wine. This potato wine was actually like a sweet potato. This kind of wine was similar to Earth's sweet potato wine. Moreover, the sweet potato wine was also inferior in quality. Besides the dwarves, almost nobody would want to drink this kind of wine. Moreover, the alcohol content of this wine wasn't high, it couldn't be compared to Zhao Hai's grain wine. To be honest, the taste of fruit wine was much better than potato wine. However, the dwarves didn't like the taste of fruit wine. Therefore, they would rather drink potato wine. Zhao Hai already knew about this before he came here. Therefore, he didn't take out any fruit wine this time. Instead, he only brought milk wine and grain wine. Billy and Juno looked at the 4 bottles of wine on the table. The 4 bottles looked ordinary, there was nothing special about them. 3 of the bottles were transparent while the last one was black. Zhao Hai opened the bottle of milk wine and said, this is ordinary milk wine, I think the 2 of you have already tasted it. However, this milk wine is also divided into several grades. The lowest grade is the one sold in the continent. This bottle is a relatively high-grade one, you can try it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. The dwarves always had a glass of wine on their table, this was something that everyone in the continent knew. Zhao Hai said as he picked up 2 glasses on the table and poured some milk wine into them before placing them in front of the 2. Billy and Juno weren't polite, they picked up their glasses and took a sip. They already had experience drinking milk wine, so they knew that this wine was very strong. Therefore, they drank very slowly, only taking a small sip. The 2 took a sip of the wine and felt that it was really different. They had tasted the milk wine that appeared in the continent before, but compared to the one that Zhao Hai took out this time, it was a bit worse. This milk wine was much more mellow and fragrant. The 2 of them put down their glasses and nodded. Zhao picked up the bottle of high-grade milk wine and poured a little for each of them. Then he invited the two of them to taste it again. Juno was fine, he had already tasted advanced milk wine before, so he didn't feel anything different. On the other hand, Billy had never tasted advanced milk wine before, so when he tasted it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He felt that the wine was very good. Then Zhao Hai picked up the bottle of rice wine and poured some for the two before he said, "Try this wine, it's a new wine that we made. It's not a milk wine, nor is it a fruit wine, it's made from bamboo rice. Please try it." Both Billy and Juno stared. They naturally knew about bamboo rice, but this was the first time they heard about bamboo rice making wine. The two curiously picked up their glasses and took a sip of the wine. This time, Zhao Hai's rice wine didn't have a high alcohol content, but it didn't have any milk flavor. It had a pure wine flavor with a little bit of sweetness and a soft taste. After the two drank the wine, they looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't think that bamboo rice wine would taste this good. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled, then he took out a bottle of beer and poured a cup for each of them. Before, he only poured a little bit of white wine and rice wine, it was only enough for one sip. But this time, he poured half a cup of beer, and with the foam of the beer, it was already a full cup. Billy and Juno looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai faintly understood, this wine isn't strong, it's very mellow. Moreover, it's only interesting if you drink it in big mouthfuls. Please try it. Juno and Billy weren't polite, they raised their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. When the wine entered their mouths, they first felt that the wine tasted strange, but then they felt an indescribable mellow flavor. After the two swallowed the wine, they couldn't help but smack their lips. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. This wine is made from a very rare plant in the continent. Right now, only our Buddha clan knows where this plant grows. But in the future, the production of this wine will be very large. Billy looked at the cup in his hand and nodded, this wine is very good, it tastes very good. Do you have a lot of this wine right now? Zhao Hai smiled and said, currently, the production of this wine isn't very high. Right now, the highest production I have is milk wine. If you want the other wines, you'll have to wait for some time. Billy nodded and said, then I'll have milk wine, I want ordinary milk wine. Our dwarf race needs a lot of wine, you'll have to give me a fair price. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, that's not a problem. Since we have large quantities of wine, we'll give you a discount. We can give the dwarves a wholesale price. Billy nodded with satisfaction and said, good, that's good. Young man, when can you deliver the wine? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can deliver it now. How much do you want? I'll immediately deliver the goods. Billy stared, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, your space equipment is that big? Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, it's very big. And this time, I wanted to do business with the dwarves, so I brought a lot of milk wine. I want to exchange it with the dwarves for some ironware. These ironwares will be transported to the beastmen. Billy nodded and said, it seems like you have a good relationship with the beastmen. Our dwarf race also had some business dealings with the beastmen in the past. But that was a long time ago. Later on, because of the humans, our business with the beastmen was cut off. I didn't think that you would be able to do it again. End of chapter 569. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.